He arrived. His hands were shaking slightly. The building was larger than he expected. Security stood near the entrance, checking vehicles and greeting staff. A few black SUVs were parked neatly along the side. For a moment, Sheena considered turning around. Then one of the doors opened. Dayo stepped out. Even wearing simple clothes, he was immediately recognizable. The same calm presence. The same relaxed expression. He spotted Sheena instantly. "Morning," Dayo said, walking over. "Morning," Sheena replied quickly, hoping his voice didn't sound as nervous as he felt. "You find the place okay?" "Yes." "Good." Dayo gestured toward the building. "Come, let me introduce you to the team." Inside, the atmosphere was busy but organized. People moved between rooms carrying equipment, cameras, tablets, folders. Dayo led Sheena toward a small group standing near a table. "This is Sharon, my assistant. If you need access to any information, she would tell you everything you need to know," he said. Sharon smiled politely. "Nice to finally meet you. I saw your video." Sheena felt heat rush to his face. "Thank you." Dayo gestured toward the others. "These guys handle production, logistics, and documentation." A few nods greeted him. Some of them looked curious. Others already seemed to know exactly who he was. Sharon crossed her arms lightly. "So you'll be documenting the Lagos activities while we're here," she explained. "Just capture everything naturally. Nothing staged." Sheena nodded immediately. "Okay." Dayo glanced at him. "You ready?" Sheena took a breath. "Yes." The morning moved quickly after that. Equipment was packed. Vehicles were prepared. Sheena stayed close, filming small moments as they moved between locations. At first, he worried about where to stand or how to angle the camera. But gradually, the nervousness faded. By afternoon, he had hours of footage. People greeting Dayo. Conversations. Laughter. Small interactions that showed the man behind the fame. Later that evening, Sheena sat at a desk with his laptop open. The room was quiet except for the faint clicking of the keyboard. Clip after clip appeared on the screen as he sorted the footage. The day replayed itself. Dayo greeting staff casually. Sharon explaining schedules. Team members joking while equipment was packed. For a moment, Sheena paused the video. On the screen, he saw himself in the reflection of a window. Camera in hand. Standing beside them. Not watching from the outside anymore. Inside. He leaned back slowly. "Wow." Then he returned to editing. An hour later, the timeline was complete. He hovered over the upload button. Then he clicked it. The video began processing. The first view appeared. Then the second. Then the third. Sheena stared at the numbers quietly. Then he leaned back in his chair and smiled. "Let's see what Lagos does with this." Chapter 376. Dayo's reaction to video. Night had already settled. Quietly over the city by the time Sheena finished editing the video for his vlog. The room was dim except for the glow of the laptop screen. The footage played back one last time as he leaned forward, elbows resting on the table, eyes carefully watching every cut, every transition, every piece of audio. Clips of Dayo greeting people and playing with small kids. Everything was so natural that he felt his respect for the man grow another notch. Then the part of Sharon explaining the schedule. The team moving through the day. Laughter, small conversations, ordinary moments that somehow felt extraordinary simply because of who was involved. Sheena scrubbed back a few seconds on the timeline and watched again. Then again. He nodded slowly to himself. "Yeah, that's good." He hoped in his mind that Dayo would love the video like he did so he wouldn't disappoint. He exported the final version and waited for the file to render. The progress bar crawled forward gradually, and while it did, Sheena stretched his arms and leaned back in the chair. The day had been long. His body felt tired in that satisfying way that only came after doing something meaningful. He still couldn't wrap his head around how he had the luck to meet JD. He felt that he had used up his luck in this lifetime, but didn't mind one bit. When the export finished, he immediately sent the file, with a message that he had deleted and rewritten, but he took a deep breath after knowing that Dayo wasn't that kind of person. "I have made the edits, and this is the end product. I am open to any instruction or correction you would like to add." He hit send after reading it again, sure there was no mistake. Across the city, in a quiet suite lit only by soft lamps and the faint glow of a tablet screen, Dayo received the notification. He had just finished reviewing the next day's schedule when the message arrived. Sheena. Seeing that it was his fan, a small smile appeared on Dayo's face. He tapped it. The video opened. For several minutes, he simply watched. His expression didn't change much, but his eyes moved carefully across every frame. He noticed the angles, the pacing, the small details Sheena had captured without even realizing how important they were. A shot of the team loading equipment. A short moment where Sharon was explaining something while gesturing with her hands. A clip of Dayo laughing quietly at something someone said off camera. None of it felt forced. None of it felt staged. It felt natural, real. By the time the video ended, Dayo leaned back slightly in his chair. He's good. One has to understand that for Dayo to say Sheena was good was amazing, because Dayo himself is a director, and it showed that Sheena knew angles very well since the shots he took were well framed. He could still remember talking with him, and he mentioned that he had indeed studied a bit of shooting. At first Dayo thought he was just saying this, but from his work he could see that he knew his angles well. He replayed a section again. Sheena clearly had instinct. He understood where to point the camera, when to stay quiet, when to move closer. That kind of sense couldn't really be taught. Dayo smiled faintly. Then he sent a message back. Good work. Release it. Across town, Sheena's phone vibrated instantly. He grabbed it and read the reply. For a moment, he just stared at the screen. Then he let out a quiet laugh. All right then. He uploaded the video. The file processed. The thumbnail appeared. The description was simple. Nothing dramatic. Just the beginning of something new. When the upload finished, the view counter started at 0. Sheena watched the screen for a few seconds. Then he closed the laptop. Let's see what Nigeria does with this. He stretched, turned off the lights, and finally allowed himself to sleep. Elsewhere in the city, Dayo sat quietly for a moment after sending the approval. His tablet rested on the table beside him, but his thoughts were somewhere else. He opened another interface. The familiar translucent panel appeared in front of him. The system. It responded immediately. System interface activated. Dayo's eyes moved calmly across the options. He had used the system many times before, but this one was different. A small golden card icon hovered near the center of the interface. Global Spotlight card. He had 5 remaining. The description beneath it was simple but powerful. Temporarily amplifies global exposure of a selected target for 24 hours. Dayo rested his chin lightly on his hand. He thought about the video again. He thought about Sheena, a fan who had followed him for years. Someone who didn't ask for anything, who simply loved the work and defended him when the internet turned ugly. Dayo glanced toward the window. The city lights flickered quietly beyond the glass. If I'm going to help him, he murmured softly, I might as well do it properly. His finger tapped the card. The system responded immediately. Global Spotlight card selected. A new prompt appeared. Select target. Dayo entered the video link. Then he confirmed. Target confirmed. The golden card dissolved into light. Global Spotlight card activated. Duration, 24 hours. The interface slowly faded. Dayo leaned back in his chair. That was enough. He closed the tablet and went asleep. Morning arrived quietly. Sheena woke up slowly, the kind of groggy waking that came after too little rest and too much excitement the previous day. His phone buzzed somewhere near his pillow. He reached for it without opening his eyes. Another buzz. Then another. His eyes opened. What? He unlocked the screen. Just a day ago, when he experienced something like this, but what he was seeing now his eyes couldn't believe. For a second, he didn't understand what he was looking at. Notifications. Hundreds of them. No. Thousands. More than he had ever seen on his page. His eyes widened. Wait. He opened the video page. Then he froze completely. The number stared back at him. 20 million. His brain refused to process it because he knew this had to be fake or something. He refreshed the page. 20,300,000. No. He refreshed again. 20,500,000. Sheena sat up instantly. What the hell? His heart started racing. Comments flooded the page in multiple languages. English, Portuguese, Spanish, Korean, Arabic. People from everywhere. Is this the new JD series? Who is the cameraman? This vlog feels real. I like this guy filming. Finally, someone showing JD behind the scenes. Why is this new guy Sheena posting Dayo's activities and not Dayo? You all explain to me. Alright, let me give you a quick breakdown for those who don't know. The person Sheena in particular is a die-hard fan of Dayo who never left his side, and the moment he saw Dayo was here in Nigeria, he made sure to find him. When he did, he saw Dayo doing charity, and instead of interrupting, he videoed it and posted it. Dayo loved the video and met up with him. And now from what we can see, he is helping the Sheena bro, so yeah. Almost see destiny changer nah. This is so touching. How can this be true? It feels like a movie. Dayo or nobody else. Dayo please feature with Nigerian artists like Wizkid, Burna, and Koabego. I swear I can't wait to hear him announce something like that. He would. Don't worry. The subscriber count climbed faster than he could read. 30,000. 40. 50. His phone kept vibrating. Messages from friends. From strangers. From bloggers. From people asking who he was. Sheena ran his hands through his hair. This doesn't make sense. He opened the analytics. The view graph looked insane. The spike was almost vertical. 7 hours. 20 million views. Bro. He stared at the screen in disbelief. Meanwhile, across the city, the team had already noticed. Sharon stood near a table holding a tablet. Her eyebrows lifted slightly. That escalated quickly. One of the assistants leaned over. How many views? 20 million. What? Sharon refreshed the page. Still climbing. She shook her head slowly. That's impressive. Someone else laughed. Looks like the vlog series is starting strong. Dayo walked into the room a moment later. What's going on? Sharon turned the tablet toward him. The vlog. Dayo glanced at the numbers. Then smiled slightly. Nice. He didn't explain anything. He didn't need to. Across town, Sheena was still staring at his phone like it had lost its mind. Then suddenly he stood up. He started pacing the room. Okay. He opened the app again. Still climbing. 21 million. He couldn't stop smiling. His phone buzzed again. This time the notification was different. A repost. Dayo had shared the video. The caption was simple. Good work. You did more than expected. Sheena stared at it. Then he laughed out loud, unable to hold it in. Bro. He immediately dialed his cousin. The phone rang once. Twice. When the call connected, Sheena was practically shouting. You won't believe this. Chapter 377. Sheena was still standing in the middle of his small room with the phone pressed against his ear when his cousin finally stopped shouting. You're lying. I'm not lying, Sheena said, pacing back and forth like the floor itself was vibrating under his feet. You're telling me the video you posted yesterday is now over 20 million views. Sheena pulled the phone away for a second and looked at the screen again just to be sure. 21,300,000. He put the phone back to his ear. It's 21 now. There was silence on the other side. Then his cousin screamed. Sheena. Sheena burst into laughter. I'm telling you, I don't even understand it myself. His cousin started talking rapidly, words tripping over themselves. Bro, your life has changed. Do you understand what 20 million views means? Guy? Even some celebrities don't get this kind of number. Sheena ran his hands through his hair again. I swear I just woke up and saw the thing like this. My phone is not even resting. Look at the notifications. He opened the app again. Another 1,000 views had appeared. His follower count was moving so fast it almost looked broken. 30,000. 32. 35. Jesus. His cousin laughed loudly through the phone. Nah, JD effect be this. Sheena shook his head slowly. I don't even know what to say. Just enjoy it, his cousin said. And don't forget us when you blow. They talked a little longer before the call finally ended. Sheena dropped onto the edge of the bed. The room felt too small for the moment he was living in. He opened the comment section again. Thousands. No, hundreds of thousands. They were pouring in faster than he could read. Many of them were from Nigerians who had already recognized him from the original video he posted days ago. Oh, this guy? I know him. Not the same Sheena way always sing JD songs on Twitter. Omo, I've been following this guy since last year. Hard work day pay. This life, funny Shah. Yesterday, nobody know you. Today, 20 million views. Guy, your camera work clean. Keep it up. Omo worked on day for this guy. JD has now elevated another person's life. Omo 1 second, it was that young boy on the street. Now it's this Sheena guy. I am not going to lie. I feel genuinely happy for him. As they say, he is bro. Do you know what it means for JD to allow you to handle his movement in Nigeria exclusively, without even him posting it himself, giving you full right to do it? This is next level things, bro. Your right up above just made me realize how much JD is giving this guy. At first I thought it was just a normal video to post, but then there were others. People who had just discovered him. Who is the cameraman? This vlog feels so natural. Like man, Dayo is like a walking sculpture. Dayo would cause a lot of commotion in Nigeria. Please tell me this series will continue. Finally, someone showing JD behind the scenes. Like, yeah, I thought I was the only one that noticed that Dayo never showed us his inside life. All we know about Dayo is very little. It shows how private he is. For someone with his level to have this much control of his private life, it's scary, but I love JD. Omo, let's talk about this Sheena guy. This bro is so talented and well-placed. Look at the angle. I thought I was the only one, but as a video editor, I have to say that this guy has the instinct of a good videographer. Mad thing, yeah. Sheena kept scrolling. His smile just kept getting bigger the more he read. Some people had even started defending him in arguments. Stop saying he's lucky. Go check his page. The guy has been posting JD content for years. True talk. This one nah real fan recognition. This is why consistency matters. Then he noticed something else. People had started digging. Someone had taken an old picture from his page and reposted it. Someone else had found a video of him singing Dayo's song from 2 years ago. Threads were appearing. Posts were appearing. Investigations. I think this guy is from Lagos. Look at the background in his old post. Yes. He went to Federal Polytechnic Alaro. My friend knows him. I remember him from school events. Another comment stood out. I know this guy personally. His name Nashina. He has always been a diehard JD fan. He deserves this opportunity. More people join the conversation. Omo, this is beautiful to see. Hard work really pays. Imagine loving an artist so much and the artist now notices you. JD changed that boy's life, and now he has changed this guy's life too. This is why people respect him. Sheena leaned back slowly. The internet had turned his life into a public discussion overnight. He wasn't even sure how to process it. Then his phone buzzed again. A message. From Sharon. He opened it immediately. Come to the office in an hour. JD wants to talk. His heart jumped. Oh. He jumped up and rushed to get ready. The office felt different today. Yesterday he had walked in nervous. Today people were already recognizing him. One of the assistants laughed when he saw him. Bro, 20 million views? Sheena scratched his head awkwardly. I still don't understand it myself. Another staff member shook his head. That video is everywhere. Sheena smiled shyly and continued walking. Sharon was waiting near the conference table. She looked up when he entered. Congratulations, she said simply. Thank you. She tapped the tablet in her hand. You've gained over 400,000 followers in less than 12 hours. Sheena blinked. 400. Still climbing. He laughed nervously. This is crazy. Sharon nodded slightly. Yes, but it also means things will move faster now. Before Sheena could ask what she meant, the door opened. Dayo walked in. The room instantly grew quieter. He looked at Sheena and smiled slightly. Morning. Morning, sir. Dayo pulled out a chair and sat down casually. I watched the reactions. Sheena rubbed the back of his neck. I honestly didn't expect it. That's good, Dayo said calmly. It means the content was real. He leaned forward slightly. I told you yesterday you'd be documenting what we're doing in Lagos. Sheena nodded. Yes. Well, Dayo continued. That's now official. Sheena blinked. Official? Dayo nodded toward Sharon. Sharon will give you full access to the schedule, the meetings, the locations, everything we're doing while I'm here. Sheena stared at him. You mean? I'll be filming everything. Yes. His brain struggled to keep up. You trust me with that? Dayo smiled faintly. You've already proven you can handle it. For a moment Sheena couldn't speak. Then he nodded quickly. I won't disappoint you. I know. Dayo stood up. We're meeting a few people later today. Influencers. Creators. Some industry names. Sheena's eyes widened. You'll come with us. Sheena felt his heart start racing again. Okay. Dayo nodded once. Good. He left the room just as casually as he had entered. Sheena looked at Sharon. She gave him a small smile. Looks like you're part of the team now. Meanwhile, the internet was still exploding. Blogs had already started writing about the video. One headline read, a fan-turned-cameraman just hit 20 million views overnight. Another article said, the internet loves JD's new Lagos vlog series. The article began with a short introduction. In what might be the most unexpected viral moment of the week, a young Nigerian vlogger known simply as Sheena has captured the internet's attention after filming behind-the-scenes footage of global star JD during his recent Lagos activities. The video, which surpassed 20 million views in less than 8 hours, has sparked conversations about authenticity, fan recognition, and the power of organic storytelling. Another blog took a different angle. How did this cameraman get access to JD? Online detectives have been working overtime to figure out who the mysterious cameraman behind JD's viral vlog actually is. Some users claim the young man has been a longtime fan who consistently supported the star through both his rise and his controversies. Others believe the moment represents something bigger, a new form of celebrity interaction, a bridge between stars and fans. Back in the office, Sheena was still scrolling through the articles in disbelief. He had barely processed the morning when Sharon approached again. "You might want to see this." She turned the tablet toward him. A new notification had appeared. Another repost. But this one was different. A well-known Nigerian creator with millions of followers had shared the video, and the caption was simple: "This Lego series is about to be big." Sheena swallowed. His phone buzzed again. Another message from Sharon appeared. "Be ready tomorrow morning. We're filming somewhere bigger." Sheena stared at the message. Then he slowly looked up. For the first time since the video exploded, he realized something important. This was only the beginning. Chapter 378. The Unexpected Call. Morning arrived with the kind of Lego sunlight that filled every corner of the room before anyone even opened the curtains. Sheena woke slowly. For a few seconds he stared at the ceiling, his mind still foggy with sleep. The previous night had been long, chaotic, and almost unbelievable. Even in that half-awake state, he could still feel the adrenaline from the day before humming faintly in his chest. Then the memory returned all at once. The vlog, the views, the messages. He reached for his phone immediately. The screen lit up with another wave of notifications. The video had crossed 25 million views overnight. Sheena blinked twice, rubbed his eyes, and checked again. Still there. 25 million. He sat up slowly on the bed, staring at the number like it might vanish if he blinked too hard. Jesus. His follower count had jumped again. What had been a few thousand just days ago was now climbing toward 1 million. To be precise, he had about 8,752,000 followers, and seeing where his current number was heading to, he couldn't help but refresh. The comments were still pouring in from everywhere. People from Nigeria, people from the United States, people from countries he had never even thought about. He scrolled through the reactions again, still unable to fully process what had happened. Some people were still discussing how his life had changed overnight. "Omo, this story sweet me die. Imagine loving an artist for years, and the artist now bringing you into the team. Guys, if I didn't witness just one, I would never believe it. This is JDO. Hard work really pays. This guy deserves it. I swear I've been seeing this Sheena guy on Twitter for years defending JD. At some point it felt strange, but the bro never gave up, and JD, being JD, honored him in the most amazing way you can think of. Omo, imagine Wizkind telling me to join his team, faced with tears of joy. Omo, it's good to have a good favorite artist. Oh, this is actually beautiful to watch, and this has never been done before and would probably never be done again. JD is the GOAT." Others were still trying to figure him out. Who exactly is this cameraman? How did he even get access to JD? Like, how can bro be so lucky to see Dayo and get invited to his team? I mean, bro came from nowhere and dropped a 20 million vlog. Then there were the ones who already knew him. "I know this guy. We attended a campus show together years ago." "Yes, Sheena from Ogun State, right? This is crazy. Omo, growth is mad. Oh, nice work, bro. My friend went to Polytechnic with him." Sheena exhaled slowly. The internet had turned his life into a public investigation. He barely had time to think about it before another message appeared. "Sharon, be ready. We're leaving in 30 minutes. Sheena jumped out of bed instantly. By the time he arrived at the office compound, the team was already preparing to move. Black SUVs lined the parking area. Equipment cases were stacked neatly near the vehicles. A few assistants were checking cameras and batteries while others discussed the day's schedule. The atmosphere felt more organized than the day before, more serious. Sheena spotted Sharon near one of the vehicles holding a tablet. She looked up as he approached. "You're early. I didn't want to be late." She nodded. "Good." Before Sheena could ask anything else, Dayo stepped out of the building. He wore simple clothes again, nothing flashy, nothing that screamed celebrity, but somehow people still recognized him immediately wherever he went. He glanced toward Sheena and smiled slightly. "You ready?" "Yes." Dayo gestured toward the vehicle. "We're going to a university today." Sheena blinked. "A university?" Dayo nodded calmly. Before we arrived in Lagos, Sharon contacted the school administration. They gave us a list of students who have been struggling to pay their tuition fees. Sheena looked surprised. You mean the school already knows? Yes, Sharon answered, stepping forward. We made sure everything was arranged quietly. No chaos and very few know. Just the students who actually need help. Sheena felt something tighten slightly in his chest. That kind of preparation explained why Dayo always seemed calm in situations that could easily spiral out of control. Nothing he did was random. Everything was intentional and planned. He had studied Dayo from the very first time he sang at the World Cup opening and understood Dayo always think 5 steps ahead. So seeing the actual proof, Sheena smiled and nodded. They got into the vehicles and began the drive. As the convoy moved through the city streets, Sheena sat quietly with his camera resting on his lap. He kept thinking about the way Dayo handled things. The man could have easily gone to a crowded mall or market where thousands of people would gather just to see him. Instead, he chose a quieter place. A university. A place where help could actually change someone's life. When they arrived at the campus, the atmosphere was peaceful. The administration building stood near the center of the compound. A few staff members were waiting outside when the vehicles pulled up. They greeted Dayo respectfully and led the team inside. Sheena kept filming as they walked through the hallway. The meeting room was already prepared. Several students sat quietly inside, some looking nervous, some confused about why they had been called. When Dayo entered the room, whispers spread instantly. A few students recognized him immediately. One girl covered her mouth in shock. Another student leaned toward his friend and whispered something quickly. Dayo smiled gently and took a seat at the front of the room. Good morning, he said. The room answered softly. Good morning, sir. He rested his hands on the table for a moment before continuing. I know some of you were told to come here without much explanation. The school administration shared some information with us about students who have been struggling with tuition payments. The room became very quiet. Sheena noticed the way some students lowered their eyes slightly. No one liked being singled out for financial struggles. Dayo continued speaking calmly. I've been very lucky in my life. And whenever someone is lucky enough to reach a certain point, it becomes important to help others move forward too. He glanced toward Sharon. She placed a stack of envelopes on the table. Inside each envelope was payment confirmation for the students' tuition. Dayo gestured toward them. These are for you. For a moment, the students simply stared at the envelopes, unsure if they had heard correctly. Then one of them stood slowly. Sir, you mean you're paying our school fees? Dayo nodded. Yes. The room exploded with emotion. Some students began crying immediately. Others covered their faces with their hands. One boy kept shaking his head like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Has lost his father of recent. His dad was the breadwinner, so starting to cope was hard. He was working and studying, which he found hard as Nigeria didn't give much space for situations like this. But seeing Dayo say what he said, his eyes turned crimson red almost instantly, and tears of joy fell from his eyes. Sheena kept filming quietly from the side, capturing every reaction. One girl approached the table slowly, her eyes full of tears. I was already planning to withdraw this semester, she said softly. Dayo handed her the envelope. Now you won't have to. I will take care of your school fees till you all finish your studies in the university. She hugged him tightly. Several other students followed. The room filled with laughter, tears, and words of gratitude. Being able to be relieved of the burden of paying fees for the students was a massive relief, and many were sponsoring themselves, so they cried out their eyes after seeing that their issue had been resolved. Sheena stood there holding the camera, but for a moment he forgot he was filming. He simply watched. Just a few days ago, he had been another fan shouting support from behind a screen. Now he was standing in the middle of moments like this, documenting them, being trusted with them. Dayo made sure to empower them, gave laptops to those doing tech, which includes paid sponsorship for online classes, and he gave few startup funds to start something up. Eventually, the session ended and the students left the room one by one, many of them still emotional. As the team packed their equipment, Dayo glanced toward Sheena. How did it look on camera? Sheena nodded slowly. Perfect. Dayo smiled faintly. Good. They began walking toward the exit. As they reached the hallway, Sharon's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen, then looked up. There's something else. Dayo raised an eyebrow. What? Sharon hesitated for a moment before answering. Someone contacted us this morning. Dayo waited. She continued. He wants to meet you. Dayo tilted his head slightly. Who? Sharon looked directly at him. Davido. Chapter 379. The Talent the World Almost Lost. Dayo smiled hearing the name that WQS called. He nodded at Sharon without saying much, and she understood what he meant. They packed their equipment and were ready to leave the University of Lagos. Yet something in Dayo's chest felt unsettled, like a small voice inside him was still paying attention to details that everyone else might have overlooked. The driver started the engine slowly while the convoy prepared to move. Dayo leaned forward slightly. Before we leave, he said calmly, let's take the route through Surulere. Sharon looked up from her tablet in mild surprise. That area isn't on today's schedule. Dayo's expression remained thoughtful as he looked back toward the city. Just a short stop. Sharon studied him for a moment, then nodded. All right. The vehicles adjusted direction as they moved through the crowded streets of Lagos, weaving between buses and motorcycles, while the skyline shifted from polished business districts to older neighborhoods filled with life and noise. Sheena sat beside the equipment case in the second vehicle, his camera already in his hands as he filmed pieces of the journey through the window. Even simple moments had begun attracting attention in the vlog now. Viewers liked seeing how the city moved around Dayo, and Sheena had quickly learned that authenticity carried its own kind of power on screen. When the convoy finally slowed near a residential street, the sounds of laughter and shouting drifted across the air. A football field stood in the distance. The field was simple. Uneven grass stretched across a rough rectangular space surrounded by small houses and rusted fencing. Two makeshift goalposts leaned slightly inward from years of use, while a group of boys chased the ball across the field with explosive energy. Dust rose beneath their feet. Their voices carried across the road. Sheena instinctively raised the camera. Wait, are we stopping here? Dayo had already opened the car door. Just for a few minutes you all wait behind. Sheena filmed from afar, don't come too close. The moment his shoes touched the ground, the warm air wrapped around him with the smell of earth and sunlight. He walked toward the field quietly while the rest of the team followed at a distance. Most of the boys were too focused on the game to notice the small group approaching. Except one. The boy sat near the edge of the field on an old wooden bench. His elbows rested on his knees while his eyes followed the ball with an intensity that almost felt painful to watch. He wasn't playing. He was observing. Dayo slowed his steps as he approached him. The boy looked up briefly. A moment of confusion passed across his face before his attention returned to the game unfolding in front of him. Dayo took the empty space beside him on the bench. The sound of the game continued in front of them. One of the players attempted a quick dribble across the defense and lost the ball instantly. The boy beside Dayo shook his head slightly. Too slow. Dayo followed his gaze toward the field. You play? The boy nodded faintly. Used to. The answer came without bitterness, yet something in his tone carried the quiet weight of unfinished dreams. Dayo leaned back slightly. Why did you stop? The boy exhaled slowly while the match continued. Life happened. His eyes remained fixed on the ball as he spoke again. My father passed 2 years ago. My mother works every day just to keep the house running. Football doesn't pay bills when you're just a kid with talent and nothing else. A striker on the field attempted a shot. The ball sailed wide. The boy shook his head again. I had a trial once, he continued quietly. A small academy in Abuja wanted me. They said I had potential, but the fees were too much. Transport, accommodation, everything. My mother tried for months, but it wasn't possible. His voice softened. So I started working instead. Dayo studied the field for a moment before speaking again. And football. The boy's expression shifted slightly. His eyes followed the ball again as the players ran across the grass. It's still the only thing that makes sense to me. Something in the honesty of that sentence lingered in the air between them. Dayo's gaze moved toward the boy more carefully now. He decided to help the boy with something to start life with, as not everyone get to chase their dreams. And even if he couldn't achieve his dreams, at least he could pull him out of this situation. Just as he was about to call Sharon, a quiet thought crossed his mind. Almost instinctively, he activated the system as his instinct screamed he should check it. A faint shimmer passed through his vision. Information appeared. System scan activated. Subject analysis in progress. Potential category, athletic. Primary field, football. Talent ranking, SS. For a brief moment Dayo's breathing slowed. The system rarely reacted like this. SS-level potential represented a threshold where natural talent and instinct aligned at a level that professional scouts spent years searching for. The boy beside him possessed that level. Yet he sat quietly on a wooden bench, watching others play. The world had almost lost him without even realizing it. Dayo closed the interface. He kept his facial calm, but within him, he was practically screaming how the hell someone of his caliber is not playing in Europe after all. Dayo watched football and even knew few people in the industry. Looking at the young man gazing towards the field, Dayo decided to help him properly. You still want to play? The boy turned toward him now with a mixture of confusion and guarded hope. Of course I do. Dayo nodded slowly. Take me to your home. The boy blinked. What? Your house? Dayo repeated calmly. Let's speak with your mother. Suspicion flickered across the boy's face. You're serious? Dayo met his gaze with calm certainty. Yes. The boy hesitated. Then recognition finally appeared in his eyes. After all, he thought Dayo was just a regular person and just needed someone to chat with. Wait. His gaze moved over Dayo more carefully now. You're... Sheena quietly captured the moment from a distance. Dayo smiled slightly. Let's just go. It took a lot for the boy to stand up and even believe what he was seeing. The small house stood only a few streets away. Its walls carried the faded paint of many seasons while the roof creaked slightly in the afternoon wind. When the boy pushed the door open, his mother looked up from the small table where she had been sorting laundry. Confusion crossed her face as she noticed the unfamiliar visitors. The boy stepped forward quickly. Mama, something happened. Within minutes, the story unfolded. Dayo listened as she explained their struggles. Her voice carried the tired strength of someone who had carried responsibility alone for years. When the conversation finished, she looked toward Dayo with disbelief. You want to help my son play football? Dayo nodded. He has extraordinary talent. Tears filled her eyes. I always believed that. Dayo removed his phone and began making calls. One conversation led to another. Contacts in Europe, scouting networks, youth academies. Within an hour, arrangements had begun moving. A training academy in Istanbul confirmed a scholarship evaluation. Travel documents would be expedited. Accommodation secured. The boy sat silently as the reality slowly formed around him. You're sending me abroad? Dayo's voice remained calm. You're going somewhere that will test how far your talent can go. The boy's hands trembled slightly. I don't even know how to thank you. Dayo placed a hand on his shoulder. You don't need to thank me. His gaze held steady. Just remember where you came from. Represent your family. Represent Nigeria. And when you succeed, help someone else the same way. Oh, and don't worry, your mom can follow you if she wants. If not, she can stay in here, and she would be taken care of. At this moment, both mother and son were hugging Dayo, unable to process how someone can be so good. It took a while to calm them down. Outside the small house, the late afternoon sun stretched across the street. Sheena lowered his camera slowly. He had just captured the moment when a future star stepped onto the first path of his destiny. And somewhere deep inside Dayo's mind, the system quietly recorded another life changed before the world even realized it existed. The afternoon air outside the Lagos hotel carried the restless energy of a city that never truly paused. Cars moved in impatient streams along the road, while voices floated up from street vendors and pedestrians below. Inside the vehicle waiting near the entrance, Dayo leaned slightly against the seat, his phone resting in his hand as the final messages from Sharon finished loading across the screen. Everything for the Istanbul trip was prepared. The flight would leave later that night. Sheena had already finished packing the camera equipment that needed to travel with them, and most of the team had been moving back and forth through the hotel lobby throughout the morning as they wrapped up the last tasks from the Lagos content arc. For a moment, Dayo allowed himself to simply watch the movement of the city through the tinted glass. The last few days had moved quickly. Helping the university students had created waves online, and Sheena's vlog had continued to climb across every platform with a momentum that none of them had expected to become this intense. Each time Dayo checked the analytics, the numbers had already grown again, spreading across countries and communities that were discovering the story through recommendation algorithms and reposts. That alone would have been enough to mark the Lagos trip as successful. Yet something in Dayo's chest felt unsettled, like a small voice inside him was still paying attention to details that everyone else might have overlooked. The driver started the engine slowly while the convoy prepared to move. Dayo leaned forward slightly. Before we leave, he said calmly, let's take the route through Surelier. Sharon looked up from her tablet in mild surprise. That area isn't on today's schedule. Dayo's expression remained thoughtful as he looked back toward the city. Just a short stop. Sharon studied him for a moment, then nodded. All right. The vehicles adjusted direction as they moved through the crowded streets of Lagos, weaving between buses and motorcycles, while the skyline shifted from polished business districts to older neighborhoods filled with life and noise. Sheena sat beside the equipment case in the second vehicle, his camera already in his hands as he filmed pieces of the journey through the window. Even simple moments had begun attracting attention in the vlog now. Viewers liked seeing how the city moved around Dayo, and Sheena had quickly learned that authenticity carried its own kind of power on screen. When the convoy finally slowed near a residential street, the sounds of laughter and shouting drifted across the air. A football field stood in the distance. The field was simple. Uneven grass stretched across a rough rectangular space surrounded by small houses and rusted fencing. Two makeshift goalposts leaned slightly inward from years of use, while a group of boys chased the ball across the field with explosive energy. Dust rose beneath their feet. Their voices carried across the road. Sheena instinctively raised the camera. Wait, are we stopping here? Dayo had already opened the car door. Just for a few minutes. The moment his shoes touched the ground, the warm air wrapped around him with the smell of earth and sunlight. He walked toward the field quietly while the rest of the team followed at a distance. Most of the boys were too focused on the game to notice the small group approaching. Except one. The boy sat near the edge of the field on an old wooden bench. His elbows rested on his knees while his eyes followed the ball with an intensity that almost felt painful to watch. He wasn't playing. He was observing. Dayo slowed his steps as he approached him. The boy looked up briefly. A moment of confusion passed across his face before his attention returned to the game unfolding in front of him. Dayo took the empty space beside him on the bench. The sound of the game continued in front of them. One of the players attempted a quick dribble across the defense and lost the ball instantly. The boy beside Dayo shook his head slightly. Too slow. Dayo followed his gaze toward the field. You play? The boy nodded faintly. Used to. The answer came without bitterness, yet something in his tone carried the quiet weight of unfinished dreams. Dayo leaned back slightly. Why did you stop? The boy exhaled slowly while the match continued. Life happened. His eyes remained fixed on the ball as he spoke again. My father passed 2 years ago. My mother works every day just to keep the house running. Football doesn't pay bills when you're just a kid with talent and nothing else. A striker on the field attempted a shot. The ball sailed wide. The boy shook his head again. I had a trial once, he continued quietly. A small academy in Abuja wanted me. They said I had potential, but the fees were too much. Transport, accommodation, everything. My mother tried for months, but it wasn't possible. His voice softened. So I started working instead. Dayo studied the field for a moment before speaking again. And football. The boy's expression shifted slightly. His eyes followed the ball again as the players ran across the grass. It's still the only thing that makes sense to me. Something in the honesty of that sentence lingered in the air between them. Dayo's gaze moved toward the boy more carefully now. A quiet thought crossed his mind. Almost instinctively, he activated the system. A faint shimmer passed through his vision. Information appeared. System scan activated. Subject analysis in progress. Potential category, athletic. Primary field, football. Talent ranking, SS. For a brief moment, Dayo's breathing slowed. The system rarely reacted like this. SS-level potential represented a threshold where natural talent and instinct aligned at a level that professional scouts spent years searching for. The boy beside him possessed that level. Yet he sat quietly on a wooden bench watching others play. The world had almost lost him without even realizing it. Dayo closed the interface. You still want to play? The boy turned toward him now with a mixture of confusion and guarded hope. Of course I do. Dayo nodded slowly. Take me to your home. The boy blinked. What? Your house, Dayo repeated calmly. Let's speak with your mother. Suspicion flickered across the boy's face. You're serious? Dayo met his gaze with calm certainty. Yes. The boy hesitated. Then recognition finally appeared in his eyes. Wait. His gaze moved over Dayo more carefully now. You're Sheena quietly captured the moment from a distance. Dayo smiled slightly. Let's just go. The small house stood only a few streets away. Its walls carried the faded paint of many seasons while the roof creaked slightly in the afternoon wind. When the boy pushed the door open, his mother looked up from the small table where she had been sorting laundry. Confusion crossed her face as she noticed the unfamiliar visitors. The boy stepped forward quickly. Mama, something happened. Within minutes, the story unfolded. Dayo listened as she explained their struggles. Her voice carried the tired strength of someone who had carried responsibility alone for years. When the conversation finished, she looked toward Dayo with disbelief. You want to help my son play football? Dayo nodded. He has extraordinary talent. Tears filled her eyes. I always believed that. Dayo removed his phone and began making calls. One conversation led to another. Contacts in Europe, scouting networks, youth academies. Within an hour, arrangements had begun moving. A training academy in Istanbul confirmed a scholarship evaluation. Travel documents would be expedited. Accommodation secured. The boy sat silently as the reality slowly formed around him. You're sending me abroad? Dayo's voice remained calm. You're going somewhere that will test how far your talent can go. The boy's hands trembled slightly. I don't even know how to thank you. Dayo placed a hand on his shoulder. You don't need to thank me. His gaze held steady. Just remember where you came from. Represent your family. Represent Nigeria. And when you succeed, help someone else the same way. Chapter 380. The talent Nigeria almost lost. The sun had already begun dipping lower across the Lagos skyline when the convoy finally returned to the hotel. Traffic still hummed across the streets like a restless river of metal and sound, but inside the quiet conference room on the upper floor, the atmosphere felt calmer. Sheena sat in front of his laptop with his headphones around his neck, scrubbing through the footage again. The clip of the football field, the boy sitting on the bench, the quiet conversation between Dayo and the young man, Bolu. The moment Bolu recognized Dayo and was blown away. The moment inside the small house. The hug between the boy and his mother, including the tears. Each time he replayed it, the scene hit him again. He leaned back in his chair slowly and rubbed his face. God. For a moment, he simply stared at the screen. He had filmed many things over the last few days since joining Dayo's team. The university visit alone had already been powerful content. Students crying with relief after their tuition had been paid was the kind of moment people loved seeing. But this felt different. This wasn't just charity. It was the beginning of someone's life story, and he was witnessing it firsthand. He still couldn't believe that Dayo would go as far as sponsoring the boy abroad. If he hadn't been there to witness it himself, he would have called it a PR move or something else. Sheena pressed export. The video began rendering. Across the room, Sharon glanced up from her tablet. Uploading already? Sheena nodded. I think this might be the most important footage I've ever captured. She studied his face for a moment before looking back down. You might be right. A few minutes later, after confirming with Sharon, the upload finished. The video went live. Title: The football talent Nigeria almost lost. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then the view counter began moving, slowly at first, like a plane starting its takeoff. 100 views. 1,000 views. 10,000 views. Within 10 minutes, the video had already crossed 300,000 views across all platforms. Sheena blinked slowly. Although he had seen numbers higher than this before, he still hadn't gotten used to it. Watching the numbers continue rising made him gulp. Okay. The comments section started filling up almost instantly. He clicked refresh. More appeared. Another refresh. Then more again. It was almost like people had been waiting for him to release the video. Across the room, Sharon stood up and walked closer to the screen. What are people saying? Sheena scrolled. The first wave of reactions appeared. Bro, this video made me emotional. Look at the boy's face when he realized what just happened. That's not acting. Every Nigerian kid deserves a chance like this. Brother, above, you can say that again. I mean, we have talent here in Nigeria, and they just waste like that because of the lack of opportunities. Another refresh. More comments appeared. JD didn't just give money. He literally changed someone's life. This is the difference between him and others. He doesn't just give money. Take this Shino guy, for instance. Dayo could have just snapped a picture with a few cash, and that's all. Shino would be happy, but no. He practically gave him an opportunity that can't be replaced by money. The same thing with that young man. I just want to say for the nth time JD is the GOAT. I swear if that boy becomes a professional player one day this video will become history. Like imagine if the boy truly becomes a professional football player. I would fear Dayo if that happens because that would mean he has instinct for talent. Sheena kept scrolling. Then the tone started shifting. As usual, not everyone believed the story. What if the boy isn't even that good? Is that not a waste of money? I mean, not even testing him. He just gave the boy that opportunity. I smell PR, but I rest my case. Football academies in Europe are serious business. What if this is just content? This is just show-off. Do you think we need saving? And if you want to help someone, must you put it online? Bro, like, do you get what is painful? It's how people are glorifying him for this. And as always, when Dayo's fans smelled blood, they gathered to defend him. You know what I hate most in this world? Ignorant fools. Why would people just hate on something good like this? Seeing those people smile, does it not feel good to watch? Does your heart not melt when you watch that boy's mother pray for him while crying? I swear if I see any bad comment, we will assemble and destroy your account. Hee sister above, you're so fierce and I like it. I read a comment saying that even if it's real, Dayo shouldn't be glorified because he shows off. So I got curious and checked his profile. Bro is a beggar by profession. You all know those fast fingers posts where someone says the fastest person to type this gets money? That's literally his whole page. I'm not lying. You all can check it out. His user is at Taiwo233. And what majority fail to understand again is that there are a lot of charities Dayo does without cameras. In fact, more than 75% of the charity he does is without cameras. The one that even sparked the PR talk was taken without him being aware. So haters, if you're not afraid of losing your account, continue to talk. As my Nigerian friends would say, if dem born you well talk you geo collect wodo wodo. Seeing that the people who posted negative comments either stopped or deleted them, others continued posting. Even if the boy fails, at least someone gave him a chance. How many dreams die here every day? You people don't understand how hard it is to chase football in this country. Sheena leaned back slowly. Watching Dayo's fans fight online reminded him of how he himself used to go all out against anyone who attacked JD back then. The memory brought a small smile to his face. He still replied to people who insulted Dayo sometimes, but only the really rude ones. After replying to his satisfaction, he took a deep breath and watched the numbers climb. 500,000, 800,000, 1 million, and it had barely been 20 minutes. Across the room, Dayo finally stepped inside. He glanced at the laptop screen. How's it doing? Sheena turned the laptop toward him. Dayo studied the comment section for a few seconds. The mixture of praise and skepticism scrolled endlessly. Sharon crossed her arms. There's already controversy. Dayo smiled faintly. That's normal. Sheena looked at him. You expected it? Dayo shrugged slightly. When something reaches people, they talk about it. And look at who is talking. Are you not part of my fan base that causes issues everywhere? Sheena's face turned bright red. What? That's a lie. I never did such. Dayo smiled. Seriously? Because I can still remember a few. Should I start reading them out for you? Sheena panicked in embarrassment. No. Fine. You win. I am one of them. Dayo laughed. Sharon just shook her head watching them. Sheena looked at Sharon, his cheeks still red. Is he always like this? Sharon smiled. Yeah. He never likes losing, so get used to it. Only a handful can handle him. Sheena grinned. Haha. That's like my mentor. Sharon shook her head. Bunch of Dayo head fans. Sheena just laughed. For a moment the room fell quiet except for the faint hum of the air conditioner. Then something appeared in Dayo's vision. A translucent notification panel unfolded silently in front of him. System notification. Achievement unlocked. Hidden talent discoverer. You have successfully identified and supported an SS rank talent. Reward granted. National reputation increase. Nigeria plus 17%. Public perception and influence within Nigeria have significantly improved. Dayo exhaled slowly. So that was the reward. Reputation. He couldn't help smiling slightly. Across the room, Sharon noticed the expression. What? Nothing. You're smiling at nothing. I'm just happy. Sheena refreshed the page again. The video had already crossed 3 million views. He leaned back in disbelief. Bro, this thing is moving fast. Sharon glanced over. People like stories like this. Sheena shook his head slowly. It's not even about views anymore. He pointed to the screen. Look at these comments. He read one aloud. This boy better not waste this chance. Nigeria is behind you. Another. I swear if he becomes a professional player one day, I'm coming back to this video. Another appeared. This might be the beginning of something big. Dayo smiled. Get used to it, because you'll be seeing more. Sheena nodded with a grin. I was born ready. Dayo smirked and said in a low voice, all right, we would see about that. Shino felt a deep shiver. Did you say something? Dayo shook his head. Chapter 381. A surprise for Shino. The house had grown quiet by the time most of Lagos had begun settling into the slower rhythm of evening. Outside the tall windows, the city lights stretched across the horizon, glowing through the warm night air while distant traffic hummed somewhere beyond the gated compound. Inside the living room, Dayo leaned back slightly on the couch, while Sharon sat across from him with her tablet resting on her lap. The screen cast a soft blue glow across her face as she scrolled through a list of messages and confirmations. After a moment, she looked up. Everything has been set, she said. Davido confirmed earlier. He'll be expecting us tomorrow. Dayo nodded slowly. Good. He didn't sound overly excited, but Sharon knew that tone by now. Whenever Dayo spoke like that, it meant the pieces had already been arranged in his head long before anyone else even realized what he was planning. She locked the tablet screen. So tomorrow afternoon works for him, she added. We'll head there from here. Dayo leaned forward slightly and rested his elbows on his knees. We'll take Sheena with us. Sharon nodded at first. Then she paused. Her eyes narrowed slightly. You mean, as the videographer? Dayo shook his head slowly. Yes. Then he added another sentence. But don't tell him. Sharon blinked in surprise. You want to surprise him? Dayo's lips curved into a faint smile. Yeah. She leaned back in her seat, folding her arms. Why? The question wasn't skeptical. It was genuine curiosity. Dayo looked toward the window for a moment, watching the faint movement of headlights beyond the gate before answering. I've been watching him. Sharon raised an eyebrow. Dayo continued calmly. Most people who suddenly get close to someone in my position start acting differently. They become overly excited, clingy, or they forget why they're there in the first place. He paused briefly, but Sheena didn't. Sharon listened quietly. He followed me from the beginning, Dayo said. He was already filming before anyone paid attention to him. Now the situation around him has changed. The opportunities are bigger, the pressure is higher, but he's adapting without losing focus. Sharon tilted her head slightly. He tries very hard not to act like a fan. Dayo nodded. And that's exactly why I respect him. The room stayed quiet for a moment. He has what it takes to become a great videographer, Dayo added. Maybe even more than that. Sharon studied him. You really think he'll go far in this industry? Dayo's voice carried quiet certainty. Yes. Then he leaned back again. The reason he was so sure was because he had checked Sheena through the system, and what he saw made him realize how valuable it would be to have someone like Sheena by his side. Sheena had an SS plus talent in videography, another SS, in blogging, and several other impressive traits. That hidden potential was something Dayo had noticed immediately. The young Nigerian man didn't even realize what he possessed yet, but Dayo did. That was why he decided to bring him closer for now. Eventually Sheena would grow and might even leave to pursue his own path, but he would always remember who gave him his first real chance. And if someone has that kind of potential, the least I can do is give them the right experiences. Sharon slowly shook her head, amused. Even after working with you for more than 4 years, your way of thinking still surprises me. Dayo looked at her. You think 4 steps ahead of everyone else, she continued. Sometimes I genuinely wonder how your brain works. Dayo only smiled. He didn't answer. After all, if scientists ever discovered the existence of the system or the way his mind processed things now, he might end up in a laboratory somewhere being dissected. A few minutes later, Dayo picked up his phone. He opened his messages and typed quickly. Dayo, are you free tomorrow? The reply came almost immediately. Sheena, free ko? If you call me now, I go show immediately. Now you be my helper. Dayo chuckled quietly. Dayo, good. There's an occasion tomorrow. Another message appeared instantly. Sheena, occasion? Where? Dayo smiled at the screen. Dayo, you'll see. The typing bubble appeared again. Sheena, why you do like this? Dayo leaned back on the couch. Dayo, just come. Then we'll talk. A moment later, Sheena replied. Sheena, no problem. I go day there. Dayo placed the phone down. Sharon looked at him knowingly. You're enjoying this. Dayo only smiled again. Of course he was, but he would never admit it. Later that evening, the house was filled with warm conversation. The family had gathered in the dining area, and the television across the room quietly played clips from the viral video that had spread across the internet earlier that day. The moment when Dayo helped the young footballer had already begun circulating everywhere. And also the video of Dayo helping that young boy and his aunt. His mother sat watching the screen with quiet emotion. When the clip reached the part where the boy's mother had prayed for Dayo, she covered her mouth briefly and wiped her eyes. "That woman's prayer touched my heart," she said softly. As a mother, she felt both proud and pained. She could understand the kind of pain that woman must have gone through to kneel and pray for Dayo like that. After all, her life had not always been rosy either. She had seen the darker side of life when she was younger. Everyone around the table looked at her. She was praying from deep inside her soul. She continued. A mother praying like that kind of blessing stays with a person. Dayo smiled gently. "I just did what anyone should do." His mother shook her head. As a woman who grew up in Yoruba land, she knew exactly what it meant to receive such heartfelt prayers from another mother. Not everyone would. She reached across the table and touched his hand. "You helped that boy chase his dream and fulfilled both a mother's and a son's dream." Then she added quietly, "I'm proud of you." Dayo looked at her warmly. "It's because I had a wonderful mother to teach me." Before the moment could become too sentimental, his father leaned back in his chair and raised an eyebrow. "So, I didn't contribute anything?" The room burst into laughter. His brother nearly dropped his fork. His sister laughed loudly. Sharon covered her mouth, trying to hold it in, while Deborah giggled beside her. Dayo raised both hands. Okay, both of you." His mother gave him a playful glare. "Better," his father said with a grin on his face. Everyone continued laughing. The warm energy of the moment filled the room as they continued chatting and eating together. Dayo had barely been home recently, so moments like this felt rare. The next afternoon, Sheena arrived at the house. He carried his camera bag over his shoulder and greeted everyone politely as he stepped inside. "Good afternoon, sir." "Good afternoon, Ma." Dayo's mother greeted him warmly. Sheena had already become familiar with the family over the past few weeks and was always respectful toward them, which had earned him plenty of praise from Dayo's mother. He soon joined Dayo near the living room as they prepared to leave. The vehicles were already waiting outside. Sheena adjusted his camera strap. "So, where exactly are we going?" Dayo looked at him calmly. "You'll see." Sheena frowned slightly. "Ah, why all this suspense?" Dayo simply smiled. Sheena stepped closer. "Seriously, where are we going?" Dayo tilted his head slightly and said in smooth, fluent pidgin, "Shi you day fear say I want sell you and I?" Sheena froze for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. Omo." He pointed at Dayo. "I know say you sabi speak pidgin online, but hearing him like this live, your pidgin strong well. If I didn't know you grew up in the United States, I would think you're from Lagos. But I'm still curious." Dayo smirked. "You will see when you get there." Sheena shook his head, still smiling. "All right, I trust you." They both stepped outside toward the waiting vehicles. Sheena still had no idea what was coming. Across Lagos, another conversation was happening. Davido sat comfortably in a private lounge with a few close friends and members of his management team. Music played quietly in the background while the group talked casually about upcoming projects. One of the managers looked up. "So why you call all of us today?" Davido leaned back in his seat. He smiled slightly. "Someone is coming tomorrow." A friend sitting across from him raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Davido answered casually. "JD." The room went silent. "Which JD?" Davido chuckled. "Dayo." The reaction was immediate. "Wait. Dayo. JD. One of them paused and repeated, "Like the JD that has the record for the most sold album in a week." Several voices spoke at once. One of them leaned forward. "How did that even happen?" Davido laughed. "We talked recently." Another person shook his head. "Guy that won Big O." Someone else added excitedly, "If JD and you cook something together, Nigeria go scatter." Davido smiled, but didn't respond immediately. He had thought about that possibility, but he didn't want to think too deeply about it yet. Otherwise, he might raise his own expectations too high. It was already surprising enough that Dayo had agreed to meet him. The room buzzed with anticipation. Finally, he spoke again with a smile, as keeping a straight face was not like him. "Just be ready, Shah." One of the producers grinned. Tomorrow go be interesting. Davido leaned back in his chair. A confident smile rested on his face. Point 8. Yes. He looked around the room. Tomorrow go be very interesting. Chapter 382. Meeting Davido. Sheena leaned forward slightly in the back seat of the SUV, his camera resting against his knee as he looked toward Dayo with narrowed eyes that carried equal parts curiosity and suspicion. The car moved steadily through traffic while the city outside shifted between busy commercial streets and calmer residential roads, yet his attention remained fixed entirely on the man sitting opposite him. Boss, Sheena said with a small laugh that carried the tone of someone who had already asked the same question too many times. You still never tell me where we day go. Dayo glanced up from his phone and met Sheena's gaze calmly. A faint smile touched his face, the kind that usually appeared whenever he knew something others did not. You go see. Sheena exhaled loudly and leaned back into his seat. Every time nah the same answer, he replied. Since morning I done ask you like 5 times. Sharon, who sat beside Dayo while reviewing schedules on her tablet, lifted her head and watched the exchange with quiet amusement. You'll know soon, and also don't bother trying to convince him to tell you, as you will just get teased the more, she said. Sheena shook his head slowly. He couldn't believe that Dayo was choosing not to tell him where they were going. Who knew that a superstar could also be this stubborn? He sighed, accepting his fate. That one means say something big day happen. Dayo's smile widened slightly before he leaned forward a bit, his voice shifting into smooth, relaxed pidgin. She you day fear say I want sell you? For a brief moment Sheena simply stared at him. Then he burst into laughter so loudly that the driver glanced briefly into the rearview mirror. He pointed at Dayo while still laughing. Your pigeon strong well. I know say you day speak him for online videos, but hearing him live like this different entirely. Dayo shrugged lightly. You go understand soon. Sheena lifted the camera again and began recording casually. Well, anything way it be, I trust you. The SUV continued forward through Lagos traffic while the convoy of vehicles accompanying them moved smoothly along the road. The sunlight outside had begun to soften into the warm glow of late afternoon, painting the city in shades of gold and amber as people continued their daily routines across sidewalks and roadside stalls. As the vehicles left the busier districts and entered the quieter parts of the island, Sheena slowly leaned closer to the window while filming the environment outside. The buildings here looked very different from the crowded streets they had passed earlier. Tall compound walls stretched along the road. Luxury vehicles occasionally passed in the opposite direction, and the entire atmosphere carried the quiet privacy of neighborhoods built for wealth and influence. Sheena lowered the camera slightly and frowned. This area no be normal place. Sharon looked up briefly. Not everything is normal, she said with a small smile. Sheena continued watching the road ahead while the convoy finally turned into a wide street lined with tall trees and elegant homes hidden behind security gates. Something about the surroundings felt strangely familiar to him, like he had seen it before. He tried guessing where he had seen it, but he couldn't just point his mind to where. He shrugged. He would know in a few minutes after all. The gate was already opening for them. He squinted deeper as the vehicles slowed near a large gated compound. The gates opened. The convoy drove inside. Sheena's curiosity intensified immediately. Several luxury cars were parked neatly along the driveway, and the house itself carried the unmistakable style of a place built for both comfort and creative work. A few people moved around the compound, while faint music drifted through the air from somewhere inside the building. Sheena stepped out of the SUV and instinctively began filming again while walking beside Dayo and Sharon toward the entrance. The more he looked around, the more the strange feeling in his chest grew stronger. I don't see this place before, he muttered quietly. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not immediately place where that memory came from. Inside the building, the atmosphere changed again. The interior looked like a hybrid between a lounge and what he would describe as luxury at its peak. He couldn't help but feel a slight shiver down his spine as he gazed around, looking at the whole setup. A few people stood nearby talking casually. Sheena continued filming while his mind raced. He looked at the people. Something about everything felt incredibly familiar. Still, he could not pinpoint it. Dayo walked forward calmly while Sharon followed beside him. Then the door on the far side of the room opened. Someone walked in. Sheena's brain froze, literally froze. He blinked once. Then again because he couldn't believe what and who he was seeing right in front of him. Standing there was Davido. The camera in Sheena's hand trembled slightly as realization finally struck him with full force. Wait. His voice dropped into stunned disbelief. He looked totally dumbfounded and unable to utter any syllable. Davido looked at him and immediately began laughing. Relax, bro, he said, patting him on the back. Sheena slowly turned toward Dayo. Boss. He raised both hands toward his head in disbelief. You carry me come meet Davido? The room filled with laughter as Davido walked forward and greeted Dayo with a warm handshake that quickly turned into a friendly embrace. My guy, Davido said with a wide grin. Finally. To God, I thought you might not be coming. Dayo nodded calmly. Good to see you. How would I not come? You chatted me up and I said yes, so I have to honor that. Davido stepped back slightly, studying him with clear curiosity. You know, when I first sent that message, I wasn't even sure you would reply. Dayo's expression remained relaxed. Why wouldn't I reply? Davido shrugged. He knew what he had gone through when it came to international artists. He had featured a few before, but they always had an air around them, so he was expecting the same from Dayo, which surprisingly he didn't have. UBJD. People at your level sometimes no day answer messages like that. Dayo chuckled softly, understanding him. After all, there were a lot of incidents like this in the past. I know you too. The simple answer seemed to surprise Davido slightly before he laughed again. Fair enough. Davido turned slightly and gestured toward the group behind him. Let me introduce. Before he could finish the sentence, Dayo nodded toward one of the men standing nearby. You're the one who handled the arrangement on that last stadium show during Davido's show. Benjamin, nice to finally meet you. The man blinked in surprise. Yes, I am. Dayo turned toward another person standing beside him. And you worked on the mix for the track that charted last summer. Jeffrey, also popularly called JJ. The producer's eyes widened slightly. You know that? Dayo nodded once. After all, he had done his research. That was kind of his thing. No matter what he did, he always liked to plan ahead. Of course. The reactions around the room began shifting quickly as several of Davido's team members exchanged surprised looks. They clearly had not expected someone of Dayo's global status to recognize them personally. Davido crossed his arms with a grin while watching the reactions around him. You came prepared. Dayo shrugged slightly. If I'm coming to work with people, I prefer to know who I'm working with. That answer changed the atmosphere of the room immediately. What had started as curiosity quickly turned into genuine respect. One of Davido's close associates laughed quietly. That kind thing day rare. Davido nodded slowly. True. After all, not everyone was as thoughtful as Dayo. The fact that he even went to Davido's house showed he respected him more. Just then the studio door opened again, and another man entered with visible excitement. Davido, how far? I get one mad beat way I just create. He walked in energetically while holding his laptop. I get something I want to show you. The man stopped suddenly when he noticed Dayo standing there. His eyes widened. Wait. Davido laughed. You just come at the right time. The producer stepped closer slowly. JD. Dayo nodded. I know your work. The producer blinked again in disbelief. Me? You produced that track with the layered percussion pattern. Dayo continued calmly. The arrangement was clean. What was the name of that track again, SEF? Ah yes, All on Me. The producer stared for a moment before shaking his head with an amazed smile. I wasn't expecting that. Davido laughed loudly. You see why I like this guy already. At this point, Davido had already calmed down. Even though he was a star and older than Dayo, Dayo carried an aura of someone beyond his age. The producer held up his laptop excitedly. I actually just made a new beat. Davido leaned back slightly. Now? Yes, the producer replied eagerly. I was coming to show you. Dayo glanced toward the studio booth through the glass wall. Let's hear it. The simple suggestion immediately shifted the energy in the room. Conversation stopped, and everyone began moving toward the studio space with renewed excitement. After all, they had heard Dayo sing, and Davido was actually planning on asking Dayo for a verse as he was about to release a new album soon, because the last one didn't meet his expectations. So he was looking for something special, and that was when he saw the news. About Dayo. That was when his mind clicked, and he consulted his team, and they all supported the idea, but they didn't know how to approach him. Then Davido used his intellect and reposted the video about Dayo and messaged him after that. Now, during the conversation, he had been thinking about how to bring it up, and it happened naturally. Davido smiled. Oya nah, the studio is ready. Let's do this. Sheena followed behind them while recording everything, his heart still racing from the realization of what he was witnessing. Only hours earlier, he had been wondering where Dayo was taking him. Now he was standing inside a recording studio with two of the most influential artists in the industry as they prepared to create something together. As the group entered the studio room and the producer began setting up the track on the system, Sheena quietly whispered toward his camera, "This one go break internet." He was still shaking with excitement from seeing Davido. Chapter 383, A Collabo? Inside the studio room, the atmosphere carried the kind of quiet anticipation that only came when people knew something important was about to happen. The glass walls reflected the soft glow of equipment lights, and the large mixing console sat at the center like the control point of the entire room. The producer moved quickly between screens, cables, and software windows as he prepared the beat he had been talking about since he walked in. Davido leaned against the edge of the table nearby, his arms folded as he watched with the ease of someone who had lived through enough studio nights to recognize when one might turn into something memorable. Around them, a few members of his team found seats or leaned against the walls, and their conversations gradually faded as the room's attention shifted toward the speakers. Dayo stood calmly near the entrance, observing everything with the quiet focus that always settled over him whenever he stepped into a creative space. The studio felt familiar in a way that transcended location. Whether it was Seoul, Los Angeles, London, or Lagos, the environment always carried the same underlying energy once music was about to begin. Sharon took a seat behind the main console beside one of the engineers while Sheena moved carefully along the side of the room with his camera raised, trying to capture every angle without interrupting the natural movement of people inside. Even in his excitement, he had learned to stay out of the way. Davido glanced toward him with a grin. "You recording?" Sheena nodded quickly, smiling too hard to fully hide how excited he was. "Everything." Davido chuckled. "Good. Make sure you catch the moment when the hits start." The producer finally straightened up and turned toward everyone, one hand still near the keyboard. "All right, everything is set," he said. "Let's hear it." The room grew quieter. A low percussion rhythm filled the speakers first, followed by a rolling bass line that pulsed through the studio with a clean weight. Then layered drums entered, sharp but controlled, bouncing rhythmically against the bass while melodic textures floated above them. It was not a song. It was a beat. A strong one, too. It carried a smooth Afrofusion groove that made heads nod almost immediately, but it was still raw in the way unfinished things often were. It had potential. It had movement. It had a mood. What it did not yet have was identity. Davido tilted his head slightly as the beat settled into the room. One of the engineers murmured, "This beat mad." Another producer standing near the wall nodded slowly. "This one get potential." Sheena moved his camera across the room, capturing reactions, but something quickly caught his attention. Almost everyone in the studio, whether they realized it or not, was glancing toward the same person. Dayo. It happened naturally. Nobody announced it. Nobody pointed it out. But the room had quietly started waiting for his opinion. His reputation had arrived before him. The world record album sales, the international collaborations, the stadium tours, the industry respect that stretched across continents, all of it had entered the room with him. Even people who had only known him as a singer still understood that if he reacted strongly to a beat, it meant something. Dayo did not speak at first. He kept a straight face and simply listened. His eyes remained half-focused as the rhythm unfolded layer by layer through the speakers. His fingers tapped lightly against his arm in time with the groove, while his mind moved somewhere deeper than the others could see. He wasn't listening the way casual listeners did. He was taking the beat apart, section by section, mapping where the vocals would breathe, where the beat should pull back, where it should hit harder, where the emotional core was supposed to land. When the beat finally ended, silence lingered for a moment. Davido looked toward him with interest, and so did everybody else. "So," he said casually, "what you think?" Dayo exhaled slowly before answering. "The beat is good," he began calmly. "And the rhythm already has something people will move to, but for an Afrobeat record something is missing. Not because it's weak. It's actually solid. But it doesn't feel complete yet. The producer straightened a little. Dayo continued in the same measured tone, not rushed, not trying to impress anybody. The drums are landing well, but they're carrying too much responsibility right now. They are doing the work of momentum and texture at the same time. You need something else to support them so the groove feels fuller without becoming crowded. The room became still. Sheena adjusted the camera slightly, realizing even he had gone from filming reactions to simply listening. Dayo took one step closer to the console as he spoke. The bass line is clean, but it's too eager in some places. It should leave more room for the vocal. Right now, if someone enters with a strong melody, the bass and vocal will start competing instead of complementing each other. Also, the transition into what should feel like the hook section doesn't lift enough. It arrives, but it doesn't announce itself. One of the producers frowned slightly, not offended, just lost in thought. Dayo kept going. If you want this to become a proper Afrobeat record, the groove has to feel like it belongs to the body before it belongs to the ear. That means the movement must be instinctive. Right now people will nod. I want them to lean. There's a difference. Nobody spoke. Even Davido had stopped smiling. Dayo pointed lightly toward the speakers. The percussion pattern can stay, but I'd soften one layer and let a different rhythmic element sit under it. The melodic section is fine, but it's too polite. It needs a little more character. Something warmer. Something that feels more lived in. And if the arrangement opens up for just a few seconds before the hook will hit much harder when it comes. He paused then. It was only at that point that he fully noticed the expressions around him. Apart from Sharon and Sheena, who already knew he thought like this, everyone else looked stunned. The producer blinked first. Then one of Davido's friends let out a soft laugh of disbelief. Davido himself stared for a moment, then shook his head slightly. Be normal person, he said. One of the engineers looked between Dayo and the producer. Wait first. I thought you just mean say he go talk from artist perspective. Another man standing near the wall spoke before anyone else could. This one day talk like person way build beat from scratch. Dayo looked around the room and smiled faintly, as if only just realizing why they looked the way they did. You know what, he said calmly. Let me do this myself. Before anyone could respond, he moved toward the producer's station. The producer stepped aside almost immediately, still visibly processing what had just happened. There was no resistance in it. It was closer to pure curiosity. He wanted to see what Dayo would do. Dayo sat down, adjusted the chair slightly, and pulled the keyboard closer. His face lost the last traces of casualness as his focus narrowed completely. His fingers moved over the controls with the confidence of someone who knew the environment intimately. He opened the project session, listened through a few layers again, then began making changes. At first the room stayed quiet because most of them were waiting to see if he was just making small suggestions. He wasn't. He muted a percussion line, brought in another texture, shifted the timing slightly on one rhythmic element, and then changed the relationship between the bass and the drums so the low end no longer crowded the space. He adjusted the melodic layer, swapping one sound for another that felt warmer and more organic. He listened, rewound, listened again. Then he changed the transition into the hook section, creating a subtle drop in energy right before the expected lift. Sheena kept filming, barely blinking. This wasn't what he had expected to capture tonight. He had thought the shock of meeting Davido would be the big moment. Now it felt like he was filming another revelation entirely. The producer stood beside the console, first watching with caution, then with widening admiration as he realized Dayo wasn't guessing. He was hearing things before they happened, and then shaping the beat until it matched the sound already formed in his head. Minutes passed. Then more. Nobody interrupted him. Even Davido, who was not exactly known for being patient in creative spaces when something caught his interest, simply stayed where he was and watched. Once or twice he exchanged looks with the people around him, and those looks all said the same thing. They had not expected this. By the time nearly 30 minutes had passed, Dayo finally leaned back slightly from the console and replayed the beat from the beginning. This time the room changed with it. The groove came in smoother, fuller, cleaner. The percussion sat where it needed to. The bass line moved with confidence without suffocating the arrangement. The transition breathed before the lift. And when the section that was clearly meant to feel like the hook arrived, it did exactly what it should have done from the start. It landed. The room reacted instantly. One of the engineers slapped the table lightly. "Ah, Another producer actually laughed in disbelief. "No be this same beat we hear just now." Davido leaned forward, both hands resting on the back of a chair now. His expression caught somewhere between amazement and amusement. The producer who had brought the beat stared at the console, then at Dayo, then back at the speakers, as if he genuinely couldn't reconcile what he was hearing with the beat he had played less than half an hour earlier. "This changed everything," he said quietly. Dayo let the beat run fully before turning his chair slightly. He looked at Davido and asked, "What do you think?" For a second, Davido just laughed. He tried to speak, stopped, laughed again, and then shook his head. "Guy," he said at last, "wouldn't be this?" The room laughed with him, but there was admiration in it. Davido rubbed his jaw and looked back toward the speakers. "I know fit even lie. This thing sweet die." One of his friends muttered under his breath, from beat to record. The producer finally found his voice again. "This is crazy." Dayo stood up from the chair and moved away from the console, giving the producer back his space. Davido was still shaking his head. "You just entered studio, sat down, and fixed the beat like say no normal thing." Dayo smiled. It already had something. It just needed direction. Davido let out another laugh, but there was something else under it now. A kind of creative hunger. He had just watched someone he already respected reveal another level of ability entirely, and the effect of that was immediate. "A beg," Davido said, pointing toward the booth with a grin. "Try sing on top of am." The move was transparent. He wanted to hear what Dayo would do next. Dayo saw it immediately. The room saw that he saw it too. Still, after a short pause, he nodded. "All right." Sheena nearly forgot to breathe again. Dayo stepped into the booth while one of the engineers opened the door and adjusted the headphones. Inside the booth, he settled them over his ears and stood still for a few seconds while the beat played in the background. Through the glass, everyone could see him listening, not just to the instrumental, but to the shape of the room it created. Outside, Davido leaned closer to the glass, arms folded, attention fixed. The beat rolled. Then Dayo began to sing, and the room changed again. His voice did not come out the way they had expected. He wasn't using the more neutral tone many of them associated with his global records. Instead, his accent shifted naturally into something more Nigerian, something that sat inside the groove instead of floating above it. It didn't sound like imitation or effort. It sounded like instinct. It sounded like a voice that knew exactly where it belonged. The melody slid into the beat with ease. The rhythm held it. The accent made it warmer. And because the beat had already been reshaped around the kind of record it wanted to become, Dayo's vocals entered it like the missing piece had finally arrived. Davido's expression changed first. His eyes narrowed slightly, not with disapproval, but with stunned appreciation. There was even a flicker of jealousy there, the honest kind creatives felt when they saw someone do something they wished came as naturally to them. He knew his own strengths: performance, charisma, instinct for hit records, energy, melody. But lyric writing had always been one of the places where he knew he could be better. Hearing Dayo slide into the beat like this, hearing the accent settle so perfectly inside the groove, made that gap impossible to ignore. Still, the stronger feeling was excitement. Because this was good. Very good. One of the engineers whispered, "God." The producer who had brought the beat slowly sat down like his legs had stopped trusting themselves. Sheena's camera remained perfectly trained on the booth. He knew he was filming something that would feel unreal to other people later. Dayo finished the melodic phrase and allowed the last note to fade. Then he stepped back from the mic and came out of the booth a few seconds later. The reaction inside the room was immediate. Praise came from every direction at once. That was crazy. The accent fit the beat perfectly. Omo, that one enter. This thing complete already. Even Davido laughed as he walked toward him. "You wicked. Why you hide this side of you?" Dayo shrugged lightly. "Nobody asked." That line drew more laughter from the room. Sharon, seated behind the console, shook her head with a small smile that said she understood the reaction around her but wasn't surprised by it. Sheena lowered the camera only slightly, just enough to look directly at Dayo with wide eyes before raising it again. Davido still looked half amused and half impressed. "I'm not even going to pretend," he said. "That one sweet me well." Dayo nodded once, accepting the praise without leaning into it. Then his expression shifted into something calmer, more direct. He looked at Davido and said the words Davido had been wanting to hear since the meeting was arranged. I would collaborate with you on your song. The room went still for a second before the energy rose again. Chapter 384, Shocking Davido. The room inside the studio was still buzzing with the energy of what had just happened. The beat Dayo had adjusted continued looping softly through the speakers while everyone remained caught between excitement and disbelief. The producer who originally made the beat kept replaying certain parts quietly, almost like he needed to convince himself again that the transformation had truly happened within the last hour. Dayo stood near the console, while Davido looked at him with a mixture of admiration and disbelief. For several seconds Davido said nothing. Then he finally laughed again, shaking his head as if the entire situation still felt unreal. Guy, he said still, smiling. You just enter studio come do magic like say not normal thing. Dayo shrugged lightly. The beat already had something extraordinary thanks to you. I only adjusted it a bit. Davido opened his mouth to speak again, but stopped himself halfway. Something else had just registered in his mind. He looked at Dayo carefully. Then he remembered what Dayo had just said. I would collaborate with you on your song. Davido froze. For a moment the room went completely quiet as the meaning of those words finally settled in. Wait, Davido said slowly. You serious? Dayo nodded without hesitation. Yes. Davido blinked once. Then again, his face shifted into pure shock before he suddenly burst out laughing in disbelief and joy. Guy, are you for real? Dayo looked at him calmly. Of course. Davido walked forward quickly, grabbed Dayo by the shoulders, and pulled him into a tight hug. Bro, his voice carried real emotion. You don't know what this means to me. This means more than a lot. GYYY. The room around them erupted with cheers and laughter. Several of Davido's friends slapped the table, while the producers exchanged excited looks with each other. They all knew what it meant for Dayo to feature Davido and how it would impact the song. After all, Dayo was known as a superstar in more than half the countries in the world. Davido stepped back from the hug, but kept holding Dayo's shoulder. JD on my song? He shook his head again. Omo guy, this is huge. One of his friends near the wall laughed loudly. This one go scatter charts. Another producer nodded excitedly. This song never even dropped, and he done big already. Davido turned back toward Dayo again, still struggling to process the moment. I swear I don't even know how to express how I feel right now, he said honestly. Singing with JD? Guy, this thing no be small matter. Dayo smiled slightly, but didn't say anything. He was used to these kinds of reactions, but seeing how genuine Davido's excitement was made the moment feel different. Davido took a breath, and then suddenly scratched the back of his head. One thing though. Dayo raised an eyebrow slightly. Davido hesitated for a second before speaking. As for lyrics, he paused again. One of his friends nearby immediately burst out laughing. Just say it. He might know already SEF. Davido shook his head with a grin. Make I talk truth. He turned back toward Dayo. I no get lyrics yet. The entire room laughed again. Davido spread his hands. Guy, I go talk him the way he be. Lyrics writing no be my strongest side, and I no one hire anybody to come spoil this beat way makes sense. Everyone in the room knew that already, but hearing him say it openly still amused them. Dayo nodded calmly. I know. Davido looked at him again. So for the lyrics. Before he could finish the sentence, Dayo waved his hand slightly. Don't worry about that. Davido frowned with a hint of expectation. What you mean? I'll handle the lyrics. Davido's eyes widened. Wait, you serious? Dayo nodded again. Yes. Davido stared at him for a moment, then laughed loudly. He pointed at Dayo jokingly. I no get your money-o. The room burst into laughter again. Dayo shook his head. Relax. I'm not charging you. Davido's expression turned surprised again. For real. Just take it as a favor. Davido rubbed his forehead, still trying to understand the situation. Guy, I was actually expecting you to ask for something big. Dayo shook his head calmly. It's nothing serious. Davido looked at him for a long moment before nodding slowly. I appreciate this. I really do. One of Davido's producers stepped closer and glanced toward the console. So the next thing now lyrics. Davido nodded. Yes. Then he turned back toward Dayo. How long you need? Dayo thought for a moment before answering. Give me 30 minutes. Several people in the room blinked. 30 minutes? One of the producers repeated. Dayo nodded calmly. Davido laughed again. Guy, you day joke ABI? Dayo shook his head. I'm serious. Davido stared at him for another moment before finally nodding. He had been surprised too many times already and now felt numb. All right then. He turned toward one of his assistants. Benjamin, go bring something for JD. Benjamin nodded immediately and started walking toward the door. Maybe tea or something, Davido added. Dayo stopped him. No need. Davido frowned. You sure? Just bring me water. Benjamin nodded and left the room. The beat continued playing quietly through the speakers while Dayo walked toward one of the chairs near the table. He sat down, pulled a small notebook closer, and began writing. At first the room stayed noisy. People whispered among themselves. Some producers replayed parts of the beat again. Davido paced slowly across the room. But after a few minutes, everyone gradually became quiet again. They were watching Dayo work. He wrote calmly. His pen moved steadily across the page. He would pause occasionally, listen to the beat again, then continue writing. Sheena stood nearby, filming everything while trying not to breathe too loudly. He had already captured a lot tonight. Meeting Davido, watching Dayo rebuild a beat, now witnessing him write a song. 30 minutes passed, then another 30 minutes. Benjamin returned and quietly placed a bottle of water beside Dayo. Dayo nodded without looking up. Davido watched him carefully. He had worked with many writers before. He knew what struggling looked like. This did not look like struggling. It looked like someone remembering something instead of creating it. Finally, Dayo closed the notebook. He stood up. I'm done. The room reacted immediately. So fast, one producer asked. Davido laughed. Guy, you sure say you know Day hide this song before? Dayo shook his head, amused, as it was impossible. After all, he had just heard the beat now. But the reason he was able to write the song in less than 30 minutes was because the beat was something similar to what he had heard in his past life. And it was a song of Davido, which was why he didn't charge him anything and was open to singing on the song as a favor. Come and see. Davido walked closer as Dayo handed him the notebook. Davido began reading. At first his expression was curious. Then his eyes widened slightly. Then he looked up. Maddo. Several people leaned closer to look at the lyrics. The room gradually became silent again. The words were simple, but the rhythm inside them was clear. Davido suddenly slapped the table lightly. Bro. He looked at Dayo with excitement. This song makes sense. His voice carried pure happiness. I swear. One of the producers nodded while reading the lines again. This thing go enter people's head immediately. Davido was almost bouncing with excitement now. Guy, you day give me joy. The happiness in his voice was obvious. This song's sweet. Sheena zoomed his camera slightly closer. Even he could feel how powerful the moment was becoming. Davido looked at the lyrics again before suddenly turning back toward the console. All right. He looked at everyone in the room. Make we run this thing. The producer quickly loaded the beat again. Davido stepped toward the microphone. But before recording, he looked back at Dayo. Guy, I don't even know how to thank you for this. Dayo waved his hand lightly. Just make the song good. Davido nodded. Sure nah. That one nah small thing. They spent the next hour reviewing the lyrics, adjusting certain lines, and discussing how the song should be performed. The energy in the room continued rising as everyone slowly realized they were witnessing something special forming in real time. At one point, Davido sat down beside Dayo again. You know something? He said. What? If somebody tell me say this thing go happen today, I for think say nah content. Several people laughed. Davido continued. But seeing everything with my own eyes, crazy. Dayo smiled but didn't respond. Davido suddenly looked around the room. Then his eyes landed on Sheena. The cameraman had been quietly recording the entire session from the corner. Davido pointed toward him. Wait. Sheena froze. Davido walked closer. What's your name again? Sheena, he replied nervously. Davido nodded. Yes. Then he asked calmly. How your videography skills be? Sheena blinked in surprise. I believe say I'm good. Davido crossed his arms. I've seen your videos. Sheena looked shocked. You have? Davido nodded. Yes. He pointed toward the camera Sheena was holding. You've been recording everything since we started. Sheena nodded slowly. Yes. Davido smiled. Good. Then he said something that instantly changed the atmosphere of the room. 4. This song. Everyone waited. You go direct the music video. The studio went completely silent. Sheena nearly dropped the camera. His mouth opened, but no words came out. Davido looked at him calmly. I'm serious. Sheena looked toward Dayo, then back toward Davido again. He still couldn't believe what he had just heard. The camera in his hand trembled slightly. And that was exactly where the moment froze. Chapter 385. Yes, you. The studio fell completely silent the moment Davido finished speaking. For this song, you go direct the video. For a few seconds, nobody moved. The words simply stayed in the air while everyone slowly turned their heads toward the same person. Sheena. He was still standing near the side wall with the camera in his hands, but the lens had dropped slightly toward the floor because his brain had stopped processing anything around him. His eyes moved from Davido to Dayo, and then back to Davido again, as if he was trying to confirm that what he just heard was real. He blinked twice. Sir, you mean me? Davido nodded without hesitation. Yes, you. The camera in Sheena's hand slipped slightly, and he nearly dropped it before catching it again quickly with both hands. Several people around the room burst into laughter at the reaction, but Sheena was not laughing. His chest felt tight, and his thoughts were racing in 10 different directions at the same time. Sir, I just shoot small videos, he said quickly, still clearly. Overwhelmed. I never direct anything like that before. Davido leaned casually against the table beside him and folded his arms with a relaxed confidence that made it clear he had already made his decision. I don't see your work, he said. Usabi. Sheena shook his head slowly, still struggling to accept what was happening. But this one be music video, oh, not small vlog. Davido lifted one hand and pointed across the room toward Dayo. And if JD trust you, I trust you. The sentence landed with weight inside the studio. A few of the producers nodded slowly because they understood exactly what that meant. Dayo's name carried serious influence in the industry, and if he believed someone had talent, then people paid attention. Sheena turned his head toward Dayo. His voice became softer. Boss, this one too big. Dayo was leaning against the side of the mixing console, watching the entire exchange quietly. He gave Sheena a small smile that carried both encouragement and calm confidence. You followed me from the beginning, he said. Time to grow. OBO is giving you a platform. Use it well. I would be with you every step, don't worry. The words hit Sheena harder than anything else that had been said in the last few minutes. He remembered standing behind Dayo during small shoots, recording practice sessions, traveling with him during early performances, and doing whatever he could to help capture moments. None of those moments had prepared him for something like this. Davido clapped his hands together once and straightened up. All right. His voice shifted into work mode immediately. If we do video, we go do them properly. The energy inside the room changed as people instinctively leaned closer toward the center of the studio where the conversation was happening. Davido looked directly at Sheena. Director. Sheena froze again when he heard the word. Davido laughed lightly. Yes, you. Director now. A few people chuckled, but this time Sheena managed to smile nervously. Davido continued. So tell me, what did you get for mine? Sheena blinked again. For mine. For the video, Davido said patiently. Sheena scratched the back of his head while trying to organize his thoughts. Well, maybe we start with Lego street scenes, he said slowly. Like wide shots of the city early evening. Traffic lights, night movement, that kind vibe. One of the producers nodded slightly. That one go set the tone. Sheena became a little more confident as he continued explaining. Then performance scenes inside club setting. Dark lighting, but with strong color lights moving across the stage. Davido tilted his head slightly. Sheena kept talking. We can mix luxury visuals too. Maybe rooftop shots or car scenes moving through the city. Another producer spoke up. And dancers. Sheena nodded. Yes, dancers. But not too many. Just enough to keep the energy moving. People around the room were now listening seriously. Instead of laughing. The nervous cameraman they had seen earlier was slowly turning into someone who clearly understood visual storytelling. Davido smiled slightly. Not bad. Sheena took a breath and added another idea. We can also show some Nigerian cultural elements. Maybe street market shots or night vendors. One of the engineers pointed toward him. That one go give the video identity. Davido looked around the room and then back at Sheena. See? He tapped the table lightly. I talk say Usabi. While the conversation continued, Dayo remained quiet, simply watching the interaction unfold. He had introduced Sheena into his team because he believed the young man had potential, and now he was watching that potential begin to reveal itself under real pressure. Sharon stood beside him with his arms folded, observing the situation with the same calm expression. After a few more minutes of discussion, Davido suddenly remembered something and snapped his fingers. Wait. Everyone paused. He looked toward Dayo. Bossman, we never even record the song. A few people laughed quietly because the excitement of the music video conversation had made everyone forget the obvious. Dayo nodded. That's true. Davido leaned forward slightly. So how we go, Run-Am? Dayo thought for a moment before answering. We can start recording today or tomorrow and finish everything within the week. Davido nodded immediately. That one makes sense. Then Dayo asked another question. How far your album reach? Davido exhaled slowly and leaned against the desk. Most of the songs done already, he explained. Maybe 2 or 3 still day final stage. One of the producers sitting nearby joined the conversation. That's true, he said. We just day polish some of the mixes. Dayo nodded. Good. Then adding this one won't delay anything. The producer who had been speaking earlier leaned forward slightly and looked at Dayo with a thoughtful expression. I won't lie, he said. Today shocked me. Dayo raised an eyebrow. Why? The producer shrugged lightly. I always see your name for production credits. He glanced toward Wayne. Sometimes with Wayne too. Dayo nodded. So? The producer laughed softly. I always think maybe you just give small input. Several people in the room nodded because they had assumed the same thing. But after seeing the way you adjust that beat earlier, the producer continued, shaking his head. It clears say you be full producer. Another engineer added his voice. Working with you today honor me. Dayo waved the praise away casually. It's just work. The conversation continued for a few more minutes while they discussed recording plans and potential arrangements for the song. Then the studio door opened. A young girl stepped inside. Daddy. Davido's face lit up immediately when he saw her. My baby. She ran across the room and jumped into his arms while he lifted her. Easily. When you reach? He asked. Just now, she replied happily. She looked around the studio, politely greeting a few people she recognized. Then her eyes suddenly stopped on one person. Dayo. Her expression changed instantly. Oh my God. She grabbed her father's arm tightly. Daddy. Davido followed her gaze. What? That's JD. The room filled with laughter as her excitement exploded instantly. She looked both shocked and thrilled at the same time. I know you, she said to Dayo quickly. I listen to your music all the time in the US. Dayo smiled politely. That's nice to hear. She covered her mouth slightly in disbelief. I didn't know you were here. Davido laughed loudly. See, you're superstar. She looked back at her father. Daddy, you didn't tell me. Davido shrugged with a grin. I just see him myself. She finally calmed down a little and greeted Dayo properly while the rest of the room enjoyed the unexpected fan moment. After a few more minutes, the conversation inside the studio slowly returned to normal as people began wrapping up the session. Dayo glanced toward Sharon and the others. We should get going. Wayne nodded. Sharon picked up her bag while Sheena adjusted the camera strap around his shoulder, still looking like someone who had just experienced the most surreal moment of his life. As they walked toward the door, Davido followed them. He stopped in front of Dayo. His expression was serious now. Bro, he said. What you do today? I know go forget. Dayo nodded calmly. It's nothing. Davido shook his head. It big. No talk say nah nothing. Not everyone would do what you did for free. Hell, I'm even scared you would ask for something big in the future, huh? Dayo just laughed with him. But seriously, bro, I really appreciate what you're doing for me. Then he placed a hand on Dayo's shoulder. If you ever need anything, just call me. Dayo gave a small nod. I will. The two men exchanged one last handshake before Dayo and his team walked out of the studio. Behind them, Sheena stepped outside, still holding the camera, his mind replaying everything that had just happened inside that room. A few hours earlier, he had walked into the studio as a cameraman. Now he was walking out as the director of Davido's next music video, and he still wasn't completely sure if he was dreaming. Chapter 386. After the ride back from the studio felt strangely quiet compared to the noise and excitement they had left behind. The SUV moved smoothly through the Lagos night traffic while streetlights passed across the windows in long streaks of yellow light. Inside the car, the engine hummed softly and the faint glow of phones illuminated the interior, but nobody spoke for the first few minutes. Sheena sat in the seat behind Dayo with the camera still resting in his hands. The strap was wrapped around his wrist like he was afraid it might disappear if he let go. His eyes kept moving between the camera screen and the window as if he was trying to convince himself that what had happened earlier was not a dream. Finally, he exhaled and leaned forward slightly. Bro, I don't even know what to think. Like I don't understand how everything moves so fast. Sheena spoke as he didn't even know how he was feeling inside. Sharon glanced back at him with a small smile. Your brain hasn't settled yet, ABI. Sheena shook his head slowly. Guy, I swear. He rubbed his face with both hands before looking toward Dayo again. You do me dirty, bro. Oh, you just tell me say we day go somewhere. Tell me where. Dayo simply listened. Sheena continued speaking, his voice carrying a mixture of disbelief and emotion. We enter studio. I see Davido with my own eyes. I still day shocked from that one. He laughed weakly. Next thing you know, he say I go direct music video. He leaned back into his seat again and stared at the roof of the car. Bro, I no go lie. That thing shocked me. Nobody interrupted him because they could see the emotion building behind his words, and they couldn't deny that even them felt touched as how fast Sheena's life changed at a moment in his life. He was just a fanboy, and the next moment, he is chilling with JD and now making a music video for Davido. The shock, excitement, and emotional turmoil he would be going through can be expected. I don't even know what I do to deserve this kind support, he continued quietly. You pick me. When I be broke graduate way just they shoot videos, because I like am. His voice cracked slightly. I no even get equipment that time. The car remained quiet except for the sound of the road. Sheena looked toward Dayo again and shook his head slowly. You carry me from nothing, bro. There was a pause before he continued. I swear this one next level. His eyes had begun to shine slightly as he spoke. I don't follow you everywhere. I shoot videos because I enjoy but I never imagined say something like this go happen. For a moment, nobody spoke. Dayo turned slightly in his seat so he could look at him properly. You're happy? Sheena nodded immediately. Happy no even reached the word way I day go through, remained small, I for curs. He laughed softly through the emotion. I almost cry for that studio. Sharon chuckled quietly. Ain't you sure it's almost cause I was certain that I saw tears in your eyes. The crew inside laughed. Sheena wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and shook his head. Guy, I serious. Dayo studied him for a moment before speaking. I helped you because I liked your work. Sheena lowered his head slightly. You deserve it. Dayo continued calmly. It takes almost nothing for me to give someone an opportunity. The words were simple, but they carried weight. Dayo leaned back against his seat and continued. So take it as me elevating you. Sheena looked up again. Once you grow, Dayo said, you help elevate other people. 2. The car remained quiet again for a moment while those words settled. That's how it works. Sheena nodded slowly. I understand. Then he smiled faintly. Thank you. Sharon glanced back again. Now director. Sheena laughed. Beg leave me. The tension inside the car gradually softened as the conversation faded. When they finally reached the house, everyone stepped out and moved inside while discussing small things about the day. The long studio session had drained most of their energy, and it did not take long before Wayne and Sharon went to their rooms to rest. But Sheena did not go to sleep. Instead, he sat down at the workstation in the living area and placed the camera carefully on the table. The room was quiet except for the faint sound of the air conditioner. He connected the memory card and began transferring the footage. The screen filled with thumbnails from the studio session. Davido laughing. Dayo adjusting the beat. The moment Davido shouted in excitement. The hug between the two artists. And finally the moment when Davido told him he would direct the video. Sheena leaned back slightly in the chair and stared at the screen. Mad, oh, this is crazy. He said, whispering, not wanting to raise his voice and wake the house. He opened the editing software and began working through the clips one by one. Minutes passed. Then hours after continuous cut, replace and edit. The footage played repeatedly on the screen as he trimmed angles, adjusted sound, and arranged clips into a short sequence that captured the intensity of the moment without revealing too much of the song. Around 2 in the morning, footsteps approached from the hallway. Dayo walked into the room holding a glass of water. He stopped when he saw the glow of the computer screen. You're still awake? Sheena turned slightly. Yeah. Dayo stepped closer and glanced at the screen. You're editing already. Sheena nodded. I couldn't sleep after such a busy day of such crazy event happening back to back. Dayo smiled calmly, placed the glass on the table, and leaned slightly toward the monitor. Show me. Sheena replayed the short clip he had assembled. It started with the moment Dayo adjusted the beat in the studio. Then Davido's reaction. Then the shout from one of the producers when the new sound played. And finally, the moment Davido announced that he would collaborate on the song. The clip ended there. Dayo watched the entire thing quietly. That's good. Sheena looked relieved. You sure? Yes. He studied the screen again briefly. How long is it? About 20 minutes of everything happening. Dayo nodded. That's enough. Sheena hesitated slightly before asking the question that had been on his mind. Should I post it? Dayo leaned back slightly. He thought for a moment before answering. Post it. Sheena's eyebrows lifted. Really? Just a teaser. Sharon walked into the room at that moment, rubbing his eyes. What are you two doing? Sheena turned the screen toward him. Sharon watched the clip once and then chuckled. If this one-touch internet, trouble go start. Sheena smiled nervously. That's the idea. He opened his social media page and uploaded the video. The caption was simple. Today was a blessing. He hit the post button. For the first few seconds, nothing happened. Then the notifications began. The phone vibrated. Then again. Then again. Sheena frowned slightly and refreshed the page. The views were climbing quickly. Wait. He refreshed again. 10,000. Then 20,000. Sharon leaned closer to the screen. That fast. Sheena refreshed again. 50,000. The comments section had already started filling. Wait, is that Davido and JD in the studio? What are they cooking? Afrobeat's about to shake. Another refresh. 100,000 views. Sheena leaned back in his chair slowly. Bro. Wayne laughed. I tell you. Dayo stood behind them, watching the numbers rise. More comments appeared rapidly. This collaboration go break internet. JD and Davido? That combination mad. I need this song immediately. Another refresh. 200,000 views. Sheena scrolled through the comment section in disbelief. Music blogs had already started reposting the clip. Industry pages were sharing it. Fan accounts were tagging each other excitedly. He opened the message section and saw dozens of notifications. From people asking what the collaboration meant. Wayne shook his head slowly. You Don Lightfire. Another refresh. 500,000 views. The comments continued pouring in faster than he could read them. Sheena laughed quietly. This thing day move. Dayo watched the screen calmly. That's good. Another refresh. 800,000. Sheena blinked. Wait. He refreshed again. 1 million views. The room fell quiet for a moment. Sheena leaned back in his chair and stared at the screen. 1 million. Wayne crossed his arms. In less than 1 hour. Sheena laughed softly in disbelief. Internet Don Catcham. Dayo looked at the screen for a moment longer before turning away. Good. Outside the house, the Lagos night remained quiet. But somewhere across the internet, the first sparks of excitement were already spreading rapidly through the music world. And this time the entire industry had begun paying attention. Chapter 387, Our Little Secret. Morning light slipped through the thin curtains and spread quietly across the small living room. The apartment was calm in the way homes sometimes become after a long night with a baby. Toys lay scattered on the rug, a half-folded blanket rested on the couch, and the soft hum of a baby monitor sat like background music in the corner. Luna sat on the floor with her back against the couch, one leg stretched out, the other folded slightly beneath her. In her arms was the small bundle that had quietly changed the direction of her life. Jennifer, 2 months old, still small enough to curl perfectly into Luna's chest, wrapped in a light blanket that kept slipping off because the baby's tiny hands kept pushing it away. Luna smiled down at her. Jennifer was awake, wide eyes blinking slowly as she stared upward like the world was still something she was trying to understand. Good morning, my little troublemaker, Luna whispered softly. Jennifer made a small sound in response, the kind babies make when they're still learning how their voice works. Luna laughed under her breath. You're talking already? Jennifer stretched one hand up, tiny fingers grabbing at Luna's hair. Ow. Hey. Luna murmured, gently loosening the little grip. You're stronger than you look. She shifted slightly and lifted the baby a little higher so she could see her face better. Every time Luna looked at her daughter, the same feeling returned. Warm, heavy, beautiful, terrifying. Jennifer blinked again, staring straight at Luna, and Luna felt that familiar wave in her chest. God, she murmured quietly. She brushed a finger across the baby's cheek. You look more like him every day. It wasn't subtle. At first Luna thought it was just coincidence. Babies changed so much in the first few weeks that it was easy to dismiss things as imagination. But now it was undeniable. The eyes, the shape of the eyebrows, even the quiet way Jennifer stared at things, as if studying them. Luna exhaled slowly. If someone looked closely, she murmured. Jennifer suddenly let out a small laugh, the kind of random baby giggle that came out of nowhere. Luna blinked. Then she laughed too. Oh, you think that's funny? Jennifer kicked her legs, clearly pleased with herself. Luna shook her head. You're going to be trouble, just like your dad. She said the last part at a very low voice, like she was trying to avoid saying it. For a moment, she just sat there watching her daughter. The world outside the apartment felt far away. And honestly, she preferred it that way. The entertainment industry, the cameras, the endless schedules, the expectations. It all felt like a different lifetime now. Luna leaned her head back against the couch. She had walked away from it all, not because she wanted to, but because she had to. When she first learned she was pregnant, the entire world inside her head had turned upside down. There were managers, contracts, appearances, tours already being discussed, people who depended on her career. But then there was this. Jennifer. Luna looked down at her daughter again. There had never really been a choice. Some sacrifices didn't feel like sacrifices once you held the reason in your arms. Jennifer suddenly grabbed Luna's finger. Luna smiled. Yeah, I know. Just then the front door opened. Amanda stepped inside carrying 2 grocery bags. She kicked the door closed with her foot and sighed. Please tell me someone in this house slept last night. Luna glanced up. You mean you? Amanda dropped the bags onto the kitchen counter. Yes, me. She walked into the living room and immediately crouched down. Oh my God, look at her. Jennifer stared up at Amanda with the same curious expression. Amanda's face softened instantly. Hi, princess. Jennifer waved one arm randomly. Amanda laughed. See? She recognizes me already. Luna rolled her eyes. She recognizes movement. Let me have my moment. Amanda reached out and gently tapped Jennifer's tiny nose. How are you today, little celebrity? Luna raised an eyebrow. Celebrity? Amanda shrugged. You never know. Luna chuckled. Amanda sat beside them on the floor. So, Amanda said, glancing at Luna. How are you holding up? Luna leaned back slightly. Honestly, yes. Better than I expected. Being a mom is amazingly strange and stressful. Amanda nodded slowly. She had watched Luna's entire journey. After all, she was her friend before she became her agent, and she knew how the story went. The pregnancy, the decision, the quiet disappearance from the public eye, and the sacrifice Luna had made. The industry had been Luna's world. She had built years of reputation, attention, and opportunity. Walking away from it had not been easy, and this was the second time, and unlike the first time, it hurt more. Amanda reached out and adjusted Jennifer's blanket. She's growing. Fast. Luna smiled. I know. Amanda leaned closer. She looks like. Luna interrupted quickly. I know. Amanda stopped. The silence lasted a second. Then both women glanced toward the television across the room. The screen was already on, muted, playing some morning entertainment program. Luna hadn't even noticed when it started. Amanda reached for the remote and turned the volume up slightly. Breaking entertainment updates from Lagos this morning. The voice of a news presenter filled the room. Global music figure Dayo has once again captured international attention after appearing in Nigeria this week. Reports confirm he is currently collaborating with one of Africa's biggest artists, sparking excitement across the music industry. Luna froze. Amanda noticed immediately. Neither of them spoke. The television screen showed footage from Lagos. Crowds. Cameras. Then finally, Dayo, standing beside another artist, smiling casually during an interview. This marks another moment of cultural connection as Dayo continues expanding his global presence while embracing his African roots. The second reporter laughed slightly. Honestly, the man is unbelievable. Music, film production, directing, languages. He even released a full album in Korea. The first reporter nodded. Yes, and I don't know if you've heard the new songs yet. Romeo and Juliet. I have, the other replied. And I'm not going to lie, the accent surprised me. I didn't even know he could sing like that. Amanda slowly glanced toward Luna. Luna's eyes were still fixed on the television. And from what we're hearing, this Lagos visit might lead to even bigger collaborations with Nigerian artists. Amanda quietly picked up the remote. Click. The television went silent. The room fell into a strange calm. Luna looked down at Jennifer again. Amanda sighed softly. You didn't have to turn it off. Luna shrugged. It's fine. Amanda studied her. Is it? Luna didn't answer. Jennifer made another small sound, drawing Luna's attention back. Luna gently lifted her daughter closer. Amanda spoke carefully. You still love him, right? Even she asking didn't know if she asked a question or made a statement. Luna laughed quietly. That's a dangerous question. Amanda didn't smile. You know what I mean. Luna looked at Jennifer again. Her daughter's eyes blinked slowly. Then Luna whispered softly. You look so much like your father. Amanda heard it, and her expression changed. She leaned forward slightly. Luna. Luna closed her eyes for a moment. Amanda continued carefully. Have you thought about it? Luna already knew the question. She sighed. You ask me that every week. And every week you avoid answering. Luna finally looked at her. I don't know. Amanda crossed her arms. You do know. Luna looked down at Jennifer again. The baby was smiling now. Amanda spoke gently. You know, if he knew, he would run across the world to see her. Luna's jaw tightened slightly. You're assuming a lot. Amanda shook her head. No, I'm not, and we both know that. The silence stretched again. Amanda continued softly. You know him better than most people. You know what kind of person he is. Luna looked away. He's at the peak of everything right now. Amanda frowned. So imagine what happens when the media finds out he secretly has a daughter. Amanda leaned back. That's not a scandal. It becomes one if people want it to. Amanda sighed. You're protecting him, is that what you think? Luna didn't deny it. Amanda continued. And what about her? She nodded toward Jennifer. Luna stared at her daughter. The tiny baby was staring back. For a moment Luna imagined a different reality. One where Dayo was sitting here, holding Jennifer, seeing her smile, hearing her laugh. The thought hit her chest like a wave. She pushed it away quickly. Amanda watched her carefully, and she could see right through Luna's thought after all she has known her for so long. You're scared. Luna didn't respond. Amanda stood up slowly. Look, I'm not telling you what to do. She walked toward the kitchen. As your assistant or your friend. She paused. But you should think about it. Luna sat silently. Jennifer grabbed her finger again. Luna whispered softly. You're lucky. Jennifer blinked. You don't have to deal with the world yet. She smiled faintly. My little secret. Amanda returned with 2 cups of tea. She handed one to Luna, then sat back down. Neither of them spoke for a while. Finally, Luna leaned her head back and whispered, It's better this way. Amanda didn't argue, but she wasn't convinced. Across the room, the television screen flickered silently, showing footage of Dayo again, thousands of miles away, unaware that the quiet apartment in another part of the world held someone who shared his eyes, unaware that somewhere, his daughter was laughing. Luna gently rocked Jennifer in her arms. The baby giggled again. Luna smiled softly. Yeah, she whispered. Let's keep it simple. But deep inside, she knew something Amanda had already understood. Secrets like this never stayed hidden forever. Chapter 388, D-Square. The news did not spread slowly. It exploded. By mid-morning, the entire Nigerian internet had already picked up the story, and like most things in the country's entertainment space, it had quickly grown into something much bigger than the original information. One photo. That was all it took. The image showed Dayo and Davido standing inside a studio room somewhere in Lagos. Davido had one arm casually resting across Dayo's shoulder, while both of them laughed about something outside the camera frame. It looked natural, not staged, and that alone was enough to send the internet into a frenzy. Within minutes, the picture had begun circulating across Twitter, Instagram, and dozens of WhatsApp groups. The caption that followed the photo was simple. Dayo x Davido in the studio. That was enough. Reactions flooded the internet almost instantly. Wait. Dayo and Davido? This one goes scatter internet. Afrobeats just leveled up again. Is this real or AI? A beg tell me say this song day come. Wait, so JD is going to be in Davido new album. OMO, this is crazy Dayo and Davido's album? I can already imagine the sales Davido Don hit, and this time people began reposting the image everywhere. Screenshots from the studio video that followed soon after began circulating as well. In the short clip, Davido was heard laughing loudly while saying something about Lagos energy, while Dayo stood beside him smiling calmly. Fans began creating names for the collaboration almost immediately. Somebody posted, D&D. Another replied seconds later. No, this one not D square. Hee I like that one D square. D square all the way. That name caught on quickly. Within an hour, people across social media were already referring to the duo as D square. Memes followed. Pictures of the two artists edited together with dramatic captions started appearing across timelines. D square loading. Two global problems in one studio. Afrobeats don't go international again. The jokes kept coming. Somebody posted a Photoshop picture of Davido and Dayo wearing matching stage outfits with the caption, "New group unlocked." Another account wrote, "I beg this no be collaboration again. This na world domination." The conversation grew even louder when fans began dragging other artists into the discussion. One tweet gained traction quickly. "Make we no lie. Wizkid no fit pull this kind global link." That single post opened the door to exactly what everyone expected. Wizkid FC entered the conversation. Replies began pouring in under the tweet within seconds. Rest. Wizkid no need anybody. Wizkid no day chase collaboration. If Wizkid want he go happen. Davido fans immediately fired back. Jealousy day worry una. This one na celebration and una don turn to competition. A beg enjoy music. Another fan tried to calm things down. Make una relax. Everybody winning. But it was too late. The comment sections had already turned into the usual chaotic mix of fan arguments, jokes, and exaggerated predictions. Despite the arguments, the overall mood across the internet remained mostly positive. People were excited. People were curious. And most of all, people were waiting for the song. While fans continued arguing across social media, the Nigerian blog industry quickly picked up the story. One of the first major pages to post the news was Instablog. Their headline appeared across thousands of phones almost instantly. Global star Dayo spotted in studio with Davido. The caption beneath it read, "Sources confirm that." International artist Dayo is currently in Lagos working with Davido on what could become one of the biggest Afrobeats collaborations of the year. Nigerians are already reacting heavily to the news online. Within minutes, the comment section had exploded. This one loud. "A beg drop the song today. Internet go break. Afrobeats to the world again." Another major entertainment page followed shortly after with their own post. Pulse Nigeria wrote a more detailed article explaining the significance of the collaboration. According to industry insiders, the meeting between Davido and Dayo could signal a major cultural moment for Afrobeats as global and African audiences continue to merge through music. The article continued by describing Dayo's recent activities, including his growing influence across multiple industries and cultures. Not Just OK soon followed with their own analysis. Their headline read, "What does Dayo x Davido mean for Afrobeats?" The article discussed how Dayo had already demonstrated unusual versatility across global music markets, and how a collaboration with Davido could introduce a fresh sound blending international style with Nigerian rhythm. While the blogs continued publishing analysis, the Nigerian entertainment industry itself began reacting. Producers started tweeting. Influencers posted reactions. Other artists joined the conversation. One popular producer wrote, "If this song sweet finish, Lagos go shut down. No go sweet kh. Dayo get doings no worry if the song no sweet, no fit feature." Another musician joked, "Make una leave small spotlight for the rest of us." Even some radio hosts began discussing the collaboration during live broadcasts. This might be one of the biggest cross-culture collaborations we've seen in a while. On a serious note, this is huge for Davido, for Africa, and Afrobeats at large. There's a lot of reasons to this appeal. Don't understand. The first is Davido is Dayo's feature. When it comes Aro the whole of African, that's one. And two, you all have to understand that Dayo hasn't expected for one, and that was his artist. And this would be for me, this is first official first feature like reread again. This is Dayo's first official feature. Davido has done it. That's all I have to say. Omo brother above said it all, and I concur. Comments like this were everywhere. Elsewhere across the city, Sheena sat quietly in a chair scrolling through the chaos on his phone. He had already seen the original picture earlier that morning when Sharon showed it to the team, but watching the reaction from the internet made the situation feel much bigger. Every blog he opened had a different headline. Every social media platform had the same topic trending. He refreshed his screen again. The comments kept coming. D square day cook. Make this song drop now. Lagos go mad. Sheena leaned back slightly and shook his head. The vlog he was documenting had suddenly become part of something far larger than a simple behind-the-scenes series. Across Lagos, conversations about the collaboration continued spreading. Some people debated what the song would sound like. Others speculated about whether the track would mix English, Yoruba, or other languages. But the most common comment across the internet was simple: just drop the song. Later that afternoon, the environment was much quieter at Davido's house. The large compound felt calm despite the storm that was happening online. Security opened the gate as Dayo's car pulled inside. Music played faintly from somewhere deeper inside the house, while several people moved casually through the property. Davido stepped outside shortly after the car arrived. He was already laughing before Dayo even stepped fully out of the vehicle. "My guy," Davido said, shaking his head. "You don't scatter my country." Dayo smiled calmly as he walked toward him. "Me kh na two of us na?" Davido pulled him into a quick half-hug before stepping back. "You see the internet today?" "Yes." Davido laughed again. "Fans don't create new group for us already." "I saw that too." They walked toward the seating area inside the house where several chairs had been arranged near a large table. Davido dropped into one of the chairs and leaned back. "Nigerian fans no day joke." Dayo nodded slightly. "I've realized that." Davido reached for a bottle of water and took a quick drink. "Everybody day wait for this song." "Now." "That's expected." Davido placed the bottle down. "Once this thing drop, everywhere go mad." Dayo's expression remained relaxed. "Then we should make sure it's good." Davido nodded. "That one no be problem." For a moment, both men sat quietly. The house staff moved around in the background, while distant music from another room echoed faintly through the building. Davido leaned forward slightly. "So what kind vibe you day think?" Dayo considered the question for a moment. "Something natural," he replied. "Something people can move to without thinking too much about it." Davido nodded slowly. "That works. We don't need to overcomplicate it." Davido smiled. "True." He stood up and stretched his arms briefly. "The studio day ready." Dayo rose from his chair as well. Sheena stood quietly nearby holding his camera, documenting the moment without interrupting. Davido glanced toward him and laughed. "See this guy? Everything day record." Sheena smiled awkwardly. "Just doing my job." Davido shook his head with amusement before turning back toward Dayo. "Come." He began walking toward the recording room deeper inside the house. The hallway lights reflected off the polished floor as they approached the studio door. Davido reached for the handle and pushed it open. Inside, the studio equipment waited. Microphones, mixing boards, speakers already powered on. The quiet hum of electronics filled the room. Davido stepped inside first and looked around. Then he turned toward Dayo with a grin. "Make we give them something crazy." Dayo stepped into the room, and the door closed behind them. Chapter 389, Song Done. The studio smelled faintly of wood polish, electronics, and that strange warm air that always lived inside recording rooms where the air conditioning never quite matched the heat of the equipment. Dayo stepped inside behind Davido, while Sheena followed with his camera already lifted to his shoulder, the red recording light blinking softly. The room was not huge, but everything inside it looked serious. A mixing desk stretched across the center like the cockpit of a plane. Two tall speakers stood on each side of the console. Behind the glass panel was the vocal booth with a microphone hanging in the middle and thick foam panels lining the walls. Two producers were already seated in front of the system. One of them turned around when they entered. "Ah, boss don come." Davido laughed and dropped his phone on the table. "Make we work a beg." Internet don already day shout, "Make we no loose this hype." Sheena quietly moved to one corner and began filming the room slowly. Capturing the moment, Dayo greeted everyone and shook hands with the engineers. It still amazed him how calm Dayo looked even though the entire internet was currently losing its mind about this collaboration. Davido leaned forward toward the producer. "Play the reference." The producer clicked something on the computer and a beat began filling the room through the speakers. It had an Afrobeat rhythm but with a smooth melodic line layered over it. The type of sound that could easily move between club speakers and radio airwaves. Dayo listened carefully, nodding slightly while the beat played. Davido pointed toward the speakers while speaking. "The idea is simple. We keep the energy, but we go adjust the structure small." The producer nodded. "Hook first." "Yeah." Davido stood up and walked into the vocal booth while the engineer adjusted the microphone level. Through the glass, they could see him testing the headphones and tapping the rhythm lightly with his fingers. The beat restarted. Davido began singing the hook. His voice carried easily through the studio speakers, confident and relaxed the way someone sounded when they had recorded hundreds of songs before. The first attempt ended. Inside the control room, nobody spoke immediately. The producer scratched his chin. Something small off. Davido pushed the headphones slightly away from his ears. Play 'em again. They replayed the recording. This time, everyone listened more carefully. The rhythm of the words was slightly early compared to the beat. Dayo leaned forward in his chair. I think the pause before the second line is too short. Davido looked at him through the glass. How you mean? Dayo stood up and stepped into the booth beside him. Let me show you. The producer rewound the beat again. Dayo hummed the melody quietly, then demonstrated how the words could stretch slightly longer before the beat dropped again. He was not trying to copy Davido exactly, but his voice followed the same tone and style closely enough that the resemblance was obvious. From the control room, one of the engineers suddenly laughed. Why he sound like Davido? Everyone chuckled. Davido looked at Dayo with raised eyebrows. They all felt shocked cause the level of control one had to have to be able to mimic a voice was high, and Dayo was able to mimic Davido's voice about 70 to 80% similarity. Guy. Dayo smiled lightly. I'm just adjusting the rhythm. Davido shook his head in amusement. He felt confused, but grateful for how Dayo could achieve this. Okay, sing him again. The beat restarted. This time Davido followed the phrasing Dayo had just shown him. The difference was immediate. The words landed perfectly on the rhythm. Inside the control room, the producer pointed at the speakers excitedly. That one clean. Davido stepped out of the booth again while the engineer replayed the new take. Everyone listened. This version felt smooth. Davido nodded slowly. Yeah, that one better. They spent the next hour repeating the process, adjusting lines, and testing melodies while Sheena moved quietly around the room, capturing everything on camera. He filmed the moment Dayo leaned over the console explaining a rhythm change, and the moment Davido laughed when one of the takes sounded completely wrong. At one point, Davido tried an alternate hook and stopped halfway through. Nah, that one no day sweet. Dayo nodded. The previous one was stronger. The producer agreed. They went back to the earlier version and refined it again. By the time evening began settling outside the studio windows, they had recorded several sections of the song, but not the entire track. Davido stretched his arms and leaned back in his chair. We continue tomorrow. The engineer saved the files while the beat faded from the speakers. Sheena lowered the camera slightly. Even though the song was not finished yet, the energy in the room felt different. Everyone could tell the track had something special. Over the next 2 weeks, they returned to the studio multiple times. Each session brought small improvements. Some days they adjusted lyrics. Other days they recorded new harmonies. Sometimes they spent hours just listening to the beat and discussing tiny details that only musicians would notice. Sheena captured everything. The footage slowly grew into hours of behind-the-scenes material showing the collaboration from the inside. During one of the later sessions, the song was nearly complete. The beat played through the speakers while Davido stood beside the mixing desk listening carefully. Dayo sat quietly in the chair beside him. The hook played. Davido nodded slowly. This one loud. The producer smiled. We almost done. Sheena hesitated for a moment before speaking. Can I ask something? Everyone turned toward him. What? Davido said. Sheena rubbed the back of his neck slightly. Can we post a small snippet? Davido raised an eyebrow. How small? Just a few seconds. Nothing too much. The producer looked uncertain. Davido thought about it for a moment. Then he shrugged. Post him. Sheena blinked. Me? Davido nodded. Yeah, you. Sheena understood immediately. Davido could easily post it himself, and it would reach millions instantly, but letting Sheena share it would push the vlog even further. Sheena nodded. Alrighty, sure for you, nah. He quickly selected a short moment from the footage he had recorded earlier that day. 7 seconds. Just enough to hear part of the hook. The clip showed Davido inside the booth while Dayo stood behind the glass listening. Sheena uploaded the clip. The caption was simple. Something coming. Within minutes, the internet exploded again. Comments flooded the post faster than Sheena could read them. What was that sound? This song goes scatter everywhere. Drop the full version now. People replayed the snippet again and again, trying to catch every word of the hook. Fans began tagging their friends. Memes appeared almost immediately. Even other artists started reacting. One popular singer commented under the video, "This one go mad." Another posted on his own page, "A beg released the full song." Blogs quickly picked up the clip and reposted it. Entertainment pages across Nigeria shared the snippet with headlines predicting that the collaboration would dominate charts once the song dropped. Inside the studio, Davido watched the reactions on his phone. He laughed. "See as people day shout." Dayo leaned over to glance at the screen. The comments were still pouring in. Sheena refreshed the page again. The view count had already crossed 1 million, and it was still rising. Davido shook his head in amusement. This internet no get patience. The producer restarted the track inside the studio. "Make we finish the last part." They returned to work. The final verse needed a few more adjustments before it could be recorded properly. Davido stepped back into the booth and ran through the lines again, while Dayo listened from the control room. This time the delivery felt stronger. The rhythm matched perfectly with the beat. When the take ended, the producer replayed it through the speakers. Everyone listened. No one spoke for several seconds. Davido leaned forward slightly. "Play the hook again." The producer rewound the track. The hook filled the studio. The beat carried a confident energy that felt ready for clubs, radio, and every street speaker across the country. Davido nodded slowly. "Yeah." He looked toward Dayo. "This one ready." Dayo smiled faintly. Sheena kept filming quietly from the side of the room, realizing that the footage he was capturing would soon become part of one of the most anticipated releases in the country. Outside the studio, the internet was still buzzing with speculation about the snippet. Fans were already debating the song before even hearing the full version. Inside the studio, the final version of the track played once more through the speakers. And this time nobody in the room doubted that when the song finally dropped, the entire country would hear it. "So how far with this album? When is it dropping?" Dayo asked Davido as the both sat down chatting. It's almost done, just a few editing, and we would complete finally. But as for the songs, they are all ready." Davido said, excited. Dayo smiled. "So when is it coming out?" "In a few weeks' time." Davido said, smiling. "You don't mind if I listen to the songs, right?" Dayo asked, sipping his drinks. Davido was a bit shocked, but nodded. "Sure, nah, that one nah smalls nah, let me show you." Dayo followed behind. As for the reason for why he wanted to check the whole song, he wanted to confirm something with the system, and time would tell if it would work. Chapter 390. Change of Plans. The studio was quieter now than it had been during the recording sessions. The excitement was still there, but it had settled into something more focused. The collaboration song was done. The snippet had already caused enough noise online to make people restless, and for the first time since they had started working, everyone in the room looked like they could breathe. Davido stood near the main console with one hand resting on the edge of the desk, while one of the producers pulled up a folder of unreleased tracks on the system. The atmosphere had changed from performance mode to listening mode. Nobody was trying to impress anybody anymore. They were just about to sit down and hear the body of work as it was. Dayo lowered himself into one of the chairs and crossed one leg over the other. Sheena stayed near the back, camera still in hand, moving carefully so he would not ruin the mood. He had already learned that some moments were better filmed quietly. This was one of them. Davido glanced at Dayo and grinned. "So, my guy, you go hear him now, just tell me if the thing's sweet." Dayo smiled slightly. "I'll tell you what I hear." One of the producers laughed. "That one means say if he knows sweet, he go still tell you." Davido pointed at him. "As it should be. If person no fit tell me truth, when I need am for." The producer clicked the first track. A beat rolled into the room through the speakers, rich and clean, with a kind of bounce that immediately made one of the engineers start nodding his head. The hook came in less than 30 seconds later, and Davido leaned back, watching Dayo from the side instead of pretending not to care. Dayo listened without speaking. He was calm, attentive, and still in the same way he always became when he was really studying music. The first song ended. One of the men behind the desk exhaled and said, "Club." Davido laughed. "Exactly." The second track started immediately after. This one was smoother, more melodic, the kind of song that felt built for late-night drives and expensive playlists. It still carried his style, but there was something softer in the arrangement. Dayo listened all the way through again, giving no real reaction beyond a small nod halfway into the second verse. When it ended, Davido looked at him. Well, Dayo gave the same small nod again. Strong. The next few songs continued like that. Some were loud and easy to imagine blasting from speakers at parties. Some had cleaner structures and obvious replay value. A few felt personal enough that even the people in the room stopped joking while they played. Every now and then Davido would explain how a song came together or which producer had been responsible for a particular beat. The conversation stayed loose, but everyone could tell that what they were listening to mattered. By the time the fifth track finished, even Sheena had forgotten for a moment that he was supposed to be filming. He quickly adjusted his hold on the camera and kept recording. This is the first time hearing a song that hasn't been released. He couldn't believe how far he had come. This one go mad for radio, one of the producers said. Another man replied, not just radio. This one fit sit for #1 for long if pushed A behind him. Davido gave a short smile, but said nothing. He was listening to reactions carefully, the way artists always did when they tried to act relaxed, but were secretly measuring every face in the room. Although there was room for a lot of improvement the songs would hit, he didn't want to sound like a perfectionist, but he could still improve, but he didn't. The next song came in with a harder bounce. Davido's energy sat on it naturally. There was confidence in the rhythm, the kind that did not need to force itself. Before the hook was even over, one of the engineers slapped the table lightly. No, this one wicked. Sheena smiled behind the camera. Dayo remained quiet. That was the thing that always stood out about him. He was never noisy with praise. He listened first. He weighed things. When he eventually spoke, people paid attention because they knew he was not talking just to make the room feel good. When the final track ended, the room settled into a short silence. Davido looked around first, then at Dayo. So, Dayo folded his hands loosely over his lap. The album makes sense. Davido laughed immediately, pointing at him with a sigh of relief. He didn't know how long he had been holding his breath. I knew it. One of the producers added, no be small. The thing complete. But Dayo still had that same thinking look on his face. He was not doubtful. He was calculating. Davido noticed. What had happened? You still day reasoned something. Dayo stood up slowly. Give me 1 minute. I need fresh air. Nobody thought anything of it. The room had been warm for a while, and people stepped in and out of studios all the time. Davido just waved one hand toward the door. Dayo smiled once and walked out. Sheena, still holding the camera, instinctively shifted as if he might follow, but Dayo gave him the smallest look as he passed. Not cold, just enough to say leave it. Sheena stayed where he was. Outside, the hallway was cooler and much quieter. He leaned one hand against the wall and exhaled slowly. Then the system appeared. A faint translucent interface unfolded in front of him, sharp and clear in the quiet space. System interface activated. Music release analysis requested. Scanning current variables. Artist. Davido project type. Album rollout collaboration track. Dayo x Davido current public hype level. Extremely high snippet engagement rate. Explosive Nigerian blog activity. High fan anticipation. Rising audience overlap. Strong risk of momentum clash. Present. The information shifted again. Calculating optimal release window. Dayo watched silently. He had already guessed the answer before stepping outside, but guessing and knowing were two different things. If Davido released the collaboration and the album at the wrong time, they would compete with each other. The collaboration was already hot. The album was strong. Releasing them carelessly would split attention and reduce the total impact. The interface flickered once more. Result found. Optimal strategy. Release collaboration track, first recommended. Gap before album release. 7 to 14 days momentum carryover probability. 91% album attention increase after lead collaboration release. Very high conflict risk if released together. Elevated commercial efficiency of staggered rollout. Superior. A second box appeared beneath it. Recommendation. Led with collaboration single. Allow public conversation to peak. Follow with album while audience attention remains concentrated. This sequence maximizes reach, replay value, chart retention, and cross-market discussion. Dayo stared at it for another second, then nodded faintly to himself. Yeah, he murmured. That makes sense. The interface faded. This was the feature he wanted to check. After all, it was his first time using it for a work that wasn't his, and he wanted to be sure it worked, and it did. And also he wouldn't feature in a song that wouldn't be popular, which was precaution. After all, he had a reputation to keep. He stood there a moment longer, just enough to make it look natural in case anyone came looking for him. Then he turned and walked back in. Inside, the room was still alive with casual conversation. Davido was saying something about one of the producers overthinking a bridge section on another track when Dayo re-entered. Davido looked up immediately. You don't come back. So talk. Dayo returned to his chair, but he did not sit immediately. He looked once toward the computer screen where the album files were still open, then toward Davido. If I tell you something about the release, he said, would you listen? The room shifted slightly at that. Davido sat up. That one depends on when you want talk. Dayo finally sat down. I'm serious. Davido nodded. After all, he was in the industry, and he knew the talk of Dayo having something that makes his work hit, so he was all ears. I know. Dayo took a breath, not because he was uncertain, but because he wanted the thought to land properly. The album is strong. The songs are good. No issue there. But if you release the collaboration and the album together, they'll step on each other. Nobody interrupted him. He continued. The collaboration already has attention on it. Blogs are on it. Fans are waiting. People have been replaying 7 seconds like hungry men. If you drop the song first, let it breathe, let it dominate discussion for a bit, then bring the album after, the album will land harder. One of the producers frowned thoughtfully. Davido looked at him. You mean make I use the collab as lead? Dayo nodded. Yes. Not too far. Not too long. Just enough space for the song to build heat and drag more attention toward the album. The engineer behind the desk slowly turned in his chair. That actually makes sense. Another producer added, if the single hot first, the album go benefit naturally. Davido rubbed his chin and leaned back. How many days? Dayo answered without hesitation. 1 week minimum. 2 weeks maximum. Anywhere inside that range is stronger than dropping both together. Davido was quiet for a few seconds. Then he laughed softly. You sabi this thing too much. Dayo smiled. I listen. Davido pointed at him. No, more than listen. Your timing day always somehow correct from your past work. The producer closest to the console nodded in agreement. True. Looking at the way social media already day move, if the collab drops first, that attention fit drag people straight into the album. Davido leaned forward, elbows on his knees now. You really think so? Dayo held his gaze. Yes. And if you want my honest opinion, dropping both together wastes the advantage the song is already giving you. That landed. Davido sat there another moment, then shook his head with a smile that had both disbelief and respect inside it. You know when? If I no listen to you after all the things I don't see, then Nami get problem. He reached for his phone immediately. He already planned on asking, but it seems Dayo was always ahead of him and gives him what he wants first. Make we change him. He started dialing before anyone else could say anything. The room stayed quiet while he waited for the call to connect. Hello, he said when someone picked up. Yeah, I need to just roll out. No emergency. Just shift him. The collab first. Album later. He listened for a few seconds. Yes, the collaboration first. Then album after. Not too long. I'll send exact window. Another pause. Yes. Start. Informing PR. Start moving things around. We no go drop both together again. He ended the call and looked back at Dayo. Done. Dayo nodded once. Good. Davido grinned. If this thing land the way you're saying, I go start suspect say you day see future. The room laughed. Dayo only smiled and lifted his drink. Sheena captured the whole thing quietly. He had no idea what had happened outside or how Dayo had reached that conclusion so quickly, but from the way the room reacted, it was obvious something important had just shifted. Davido stood and stretched. All right, since schedule don't change, that means the pressure don't change too. We need proper rollout now. One of the producers responded, that one no be problem. Davido looked toward Sheena. And you, cameraman, no go waste this chance. We go need content. Sheena straightened slightly. I'm ready. Dayo turned his head slightly toward him. When the teaser for the album starts, record that too. Sheena blinked. The album teaser? Dayo nodded. Yes. Everything. If they're building anticipation, capture the build. Davido laughed. See as he don't already day plan my promo for me. Dayo shrugged. You'll need it. Davido pointed at him again. Guy, you too serious. But he was smiling. The conversation shifted after that into logistics. Not boring details, but the kind that mattered. Which clip would go out first? How much of the collaboration should be shown before release? Whether the album teaser should hint at the collaboration or keep it separate? What platforms should carry what type of content? Which blogs were likely to push things fastest? Which radio stations would pick up snippets if they heard them early? Sheena said little, but inside he was trying to keep up with all of it. This was no longer just about filming a celebrity walking around Lagos. This was strategy, timing, pressure. One wrong post at the wrong time could kill momentum. One small clip at the right time could multiply it. After a while, Davido walked over to the speaker controls again. "Make we play the collab one more time." Nobody objected. The song filled the room again. This time, everyone listened differently. Not just as musicians. Not just as people hearing a good record. But as people hearing the thing that would now go first. The spearhead. The opener. The track that would kick down the door before the album followed behind it. By the time the hook returned, even the room itself felt convinced. Davido nodded as it played. "Yeah, this one fit Carrie Am." Dayo did not answer immediately. He listened through to the end, then said, "It will." Sheena kept the camera steady. He was filming more than music now. He could feel that much. This was one of those moments people only understood properly after the outcome had already happened. The kind people later called obvious, even though it had not been obvious at all while it was unfolding. When the track ended, the room slowly came back to normal conversation. Davido sat down again, calmer now that the decision had been made. "So we move like this," he said. "Single first, album after. Everything around the collab starts now, then teaser for album later." The producer nodded. "That's cleaner." Another added, "Much cleaner." Dayo stood, picked up his glass, and looked around once before speaking. "Then don't waste the window. The noise is already there. Use it." Davido smiled at that. "You hear him? That one no-be advice again. That one instruction." The room laughed again, but nobody argued with him, because whether they could explain it or not, the decision already felt right. And outside, where the blogs, fans, radio people, gossip pages, and music accounts were still feeding on scraps of 7-second audio, the anticipation was only getting bigger. They did not know the plan had just changed inside that room. They did not know the order of the storm had been rearranged. They only knew something was coming. And in that studio, with the song still warm in the speakers and the rollout quietly redirected, Dayo sat back down and let the conversation move on like nothing unusual had happened at all. Chapter 391, My Family Are Leaving? The drive back from the studio was quieter than the earlier trip there. The city outside the window had settled into its evening rhythm, the streets still alive but no longer chaotic. Headlights stretched across the road in long moving lines while distant music from roadside bars mixed with the occasional honk of impatient drivers. Dayo sat in the back seat with one arm resting near the window, watching Lagos pass by in slow motion. The studio session had lasted longer than he expected, and even though the work had gone well, the exhaustion that came after creative focus had started creeping into his muscles. It was not the kind of tiredness that came from labor. It was the kind that arrived when your mind had been active for too long and suddenly everything slowed down. The collaboration song was finished. The rollout strategy was decided. Davido's album sounded strong. Everything was moving exactly the way it needed to move. But now that he was away from the studio lights and speakers, the quiet of the car allowed his thoughts to settle. Outside, Lagos came to life as everywhere was bright. After all, Lagos was known as a city that never slept. Vendors stood beside glowing roadside grills. Small kiosks lit by yellow bulbs sold drinks and snacks to late customers. A group of young men laughed loudly outside a shop while arguing about football. Motorcycles darted through traffic like impatient fish weaving through a crowded river. Dayo watched it all without speaking. When the car finally pulled into the compound of the house he had been staying in, the gate opened slowly and the driver rolled the car forward before stopping near the entrance. Dayo stepped out and stretched slightly, feeling the stiffness in his shoulders from sitting too long. Before he could even reach the door, it opened. Jeffrey stood there with his arms crossed and an exaggerated look of disbelief on his face. "Ah." Dayo raised an eyebrow. "What?" Jeffrey shook his head slowly while stepping aside to let him enter. "So you still remember you have House ABI?" Dayo laughed quietly. "Don't start." Another voice came from deeper inside the living room. No, let him start. Dayo stepped fully inside and saw Janet sitting on one couch with her phone in hand, while Sharon was seated nearby, watching everything with a small smile. Abishala was also there, adjusting the edge of her wrapper as she looked up at him, and Jason, his dad, sat calmly in his usual place with the kind of quiet expression that always made it hard to tell whether he was amused already or simply waiting. A little farther in, Deborah was seated close to Janet, her attention fully on Dayo the moment he entered. The teasing expressions on almost all their faces told him immediately what kind of conversation this was about to become. Janet spoke first. You came all the way from the United States to Nigeria for a wedding together, oh, she complained in a small voice. After all, Dayo was meant to make it up to her and Deborah. Jeffrey continued immediately. After the wedding finished, you vanished. Janet pointed dramatically at him. Gone. Deborah lifted her small hand and joined in with a grin. Disappeared. Dayo walked toward the couch and dropped into a seat with a tired smile. I didn't disappear, and which one you doing repeating synonyms, Dayo laughed. Jeffrey leaned forward. Really? Dayo nodded. I've been working. Janet scoffed. Working where? Because we don't see you. Deborah laughed softly. You came for wedding. Then suddenly Legos carried you. Even Sharon shook her head, amused. Dayo rubbed the side of his face and smiled. It's not like that. Jason finally spoke, his voice calm and steady. Then explain. That made the room settle a little. Dayo sighed lightly and leaned back. You already know I'm working on something here. They did know. Even if they did not know every single detail, they had seen enough online and heard enough conversations around them to understand that Dayo's trip to Nigeria had turned into something much bigger than anyone expected. Abisola smiled and asked, That collaboration? Dayo nodded once. Among other things. Deborah whistled softly. We saw the videos online. Janet raised her phone and waved it slightly. You are everywhere now. As usual now we are not surprised. Dayo chuckled quietly. It's not that serious. That response immediately triggered laughter across the room. Jeffrey pointed at him. You say it's not that serious, but Nigerian blogs are shouting your name every day we came to Nigeria not more than 2 weeks ago. Janet added with amusement. And we are. Here in the same house, barely seeing you. Abishala finally spoke, though the warmth in her tone did not stop the teasing. At least greet properly before they drag you finish. That brought another short wave of laughter. Dayo straightened up a little. Good evening, Mom. Abishala nodded. He turned his head slightly. Good evening, Dad. Jason gave a calm nod. Welcome back. Then toward Janet and Jeffrey. And both of you rest. That only made them laugh harder. Janet leaned back. See him. Jeffrey shook his head. No, answer us first. Dayo lifted both hands slightly in surrender. Okay, that one is my fault. The teasing softened after that. It was no longer an interrogation, just the relaxed conversation that happened when people close to you knew you were genuinely occupied with something important. Abishala stood up and walked toward the kitchen area. A few moments later she returned with a drink and handed it to Dayo. Drink first. Dayo accepted it. Thanks. Mum, you're the only one who cares, This earned him a glare, but he just shrugged. Sharon watched him for a second before speaking again. So how long are you actually staying? Dayo paused before answering. I'm not completely sure yet. The room reacted instantly. Janet stared at him. That means longer. Dayo shrugged. There are still things happening here. Jason looked at him properly now. You might not return to the US with us? Dayo shook his head slightly. Probably not immediately. That answer brought a brief silence. The joking faded just enough for the question underneath it to show more clearly. Jeffrey broke the silence. You remember something important is coming up in the US soon, right? Dayo already knew what he meant. The national competition. Jeffrey nodded. That one. Dayo knew that too. The national competition in the United States was not something people entered casually. Sharon asked carefully. You're still planning to enter, right? Dayo nodded slowly. Yes. When? After things settle here, after all, I am Olympic champion, so it shouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but scoff. They have gotten used to Dayo's ways of bragging. Jeffrey scoffed. Don't forget I am competitive and you're in race with me, so don't slack. Coach said I have a chance to win you. Dayo smirked hearing this. Indeed his brother has talent, but not up to him, but he wouldn't make him less confidence. All right, we would see about that. I would beat you hands down. Hee hee, we would. After all, you haven't been training, you have slacked. Unlike me, I would show you. Dayo just smiled at this without saying much. Abishala, who had gone back to sit down, looked at him with the same mixture of concern and pride she had been carrying ever since everything started changing around him. So you want to finish the work here first? Yes. Jason gave a slow nod. That makes sense. Deborah smiled. Finish what you started here first. The tension in the room faded again after that. They talked for another 20 minutes, the conversation drifting between jokes, small stories, and casual questions about the work he was doing. Dayo did not explain everything in detail, but he answered enough that they could understand the situation without feeling shut out. As the conversation went on, it became clear why they had really waited for him that evening. It was not to say goodbye. It was to see him before they left the next day. Jeffrey was the one who brought it up first. We're leaving tomorrow anyway, so if we didn't corner you today, who knows when we'd catch you again? Dayo looked up. Tomorrow. Janet nodded. Yes. Me, Jeffrey, Mum and Dad. We're going tomorrow. Deborah spoke up quickly. I'm staying. Janet glanced at her and smiled. Nope, you're going back to school, so you stay with Janet. Sharon said strictly. Janet pouted. Deborah will stay with your family. We've known each other too long for that to even feel strange now. Besides, I'm staying here. Dayo looked toward Sharon. Because of work. She nodded. I'm your assistant. Where else would I be? That made him laugh softly. Fair. Abishala shook her head with a small smile. So now the ones that are leaving are the ones you should pity. Sharon will still see you every day. Janet immediately pointed at Sharon. Exactly. That's not fair. Jeffrey added, she gets full access. We get nothing. Dayo leaned back and smiled. You people are acting like I'm going off-grid. Janet folded her arms. You practically always do. Deborah nodded dramatically. He does. This time, even Sharon did not defend him. You've been hard to catch. Dayo sighed with a smile. Okay, fine. I've been busy. Jason looked at him for a moment, then said calmly, that part we know. The room quieted a little at that. Jason was not criticizing him. If anything, there was quiet understanding in his tone. Abishala softened too. We know you work hard, she said. That's why nobody is really angry. We just wanted to see you properly. Janet's voice lost some of its earlier complaint. We'll miss you, that's all. Jeffrey nodded. Seriously, once you enter work mode, you become restless. You barely sit still. Deborah smiled as she looked at Dayo. It's like your body is always already on the next thing. Sharon watched him quietly for a second before speaking. That's why I'm glad this house is at least giving you somewhere calm to return to. Dayo looked around at all of them, and for a brief moment the teasing gave way to something warmer. I know, he said quietly, and I appreciate it. That simple answer was enough. Eventually Abishala checked the time again and groaned. We should actually sleep if we're traveling tomorrow. Jeffrey stood up and stretched. True. Abishala rose next, smoothing her wrapper again. Don't keep him up too long. Jason stood more slowly than the rest. Deborah remained seated for a second longer before finally standing and moving closer to Janet. Sharon stayed where she was, relaxed, because unlike the others, she was not going anywhere the next day. Jeffrey stepped closer first and tapped Dayo lightly on the shoulder. Try and rest too. Janet came next. And don't vanish for another 3 days. Dayo laughed. I'll try. Abishala looked at him with the familiar mixture of warmth and concern only a mother could hold so naturally. Eat before you sleep. Mom, I'm serious. That made Janet laugh. Jason gave him a calm nod. Do what you need to do here. Just don't neglect yourself while doing it. Dayo nodded back. I won't. Deborah smiled at him. At least with me here, Janet won't be too bored missing you. Janet frowned at her immediately. Excuse me? I'm not the one missing him more. Deborah laughed. I didn't say that. Jeffrey looked between them and shook his head. See these two. Even Sharon smiled at that. Then, one by one, the moment began to break apart naturally. Rest when you can. Tomorrow will still be busy. Dayo sat there for a moment, letting the quiet settle around him. The teasing voices had faded. The casual laughter had thinned out. Somewhere deeper in the house, he could still hear movement. A door opened. Another closed. Janet and Deborah's voices rose briefly, then disappeared again into another room. Sharon was still around. The family was still here, just not all in the same space now. He stood slowly and walked toward the window. From there, he could see part of the street outside the compound wall. Cars passed occasionally, their headlights sliding briefly across the pavement before disappearing again. Lagos never truly slept. He leaned lightly against the window frame. In the span of just a few days, everything had started moving faster than expected. The collaboration song was finished. Davido's album rollout had changed. The internet was already buzzing about the snippet. And somewhere ahead of all of that was the national competition waiting for him in the United States. Dayo exhaled quietly. A lot was coming. But for the moment, the night was calm. And for the first time that day, he allowed himself to simply stand there and enjoy the quiet before the next wave of noise arrived. Chapter 392, Teaser Out. The night Sheena finished editing the teaser, he stayed up longer than he expected. The room in Jimmy's house was quiet except for the soft hum of the laptop and the faint sound of traffic somewhere outside the window. The glow from the screen reflected on his face as the video editing timeline stretched across the monitor. Clips filled the track. Short pieces from the studio. Davido standing beside the mic. Dayo leaning slightly over the console. A quick moment of laughter from the background. Nothing long. Nothing revealing too much, but captivating enough to make the people watching to anticipate. Exactly the way Dayo had instructed. Dayo had reviewed the tapes and gave him what side to use, and the final result made him understand how amazing Dayo can be when it came to editing. Sheena replayed the clip again. The teaser was short, just a few seconds, but it carried weight. The beat came in first. Clean. Heavy. Then Davido's voice slipped in for only a moment before the clip cut away again. Enough to spark curiosity. Not enough to give the song away. Sheena leaned back slightly in his chair and watched the preview again. Even after hearing the track all day in the studio, the snippet still made him smile. This one is going to be massive, he murmured quietly to himself. He adjusted the cut again, trimming half a second from the beginning and moving a small studio shot slightly earlier so the rhythm of the clip flowed better. The footage now opened with a quick view of Davido laughing at something someone said off camera. Then it cut to Dayo's hands moving lightly across the mixer. Then the beat dropped. Then Davido's voice came in. Then it cut immediately. Black screen. That was it. Sheena stared at the final version for a moment before exporting the file. The progress bar moved slowly across the screen. When the file finished rendering, he checked it one last time on his phone. Perfect. He hovered over the upload button for a second, but then shook his head. No. Posting it now would be pointless. Most people were asleep. Morning would be better. He locked the phone, placed it on the table beside the laptop, and finally pushed himself away from the desk. Tomorrow morning. That was when the internet would see it. The next morning came quietly. At the house where Dayo was staying, the sun had just begun sliding through the windows when he woke up. The house was calm, the kind of early morning silence that existed before everyone fully started moving around. He stretched slightly before getting out of bed. Downstairs, he could already smell breakfast. His mother, Abishala, was in the kitchen. Dayo stepped in and leaned lightly against the doorway. Morning, Mom. She glanced over her shoulder. You're awake already? Dayo nodded. Yeah. She handed him a plate. Help me take these to the table. Within a few minutes, everyone had gathered. Jason sat at the table calmly, sipping tea. Janet and Deborah were already talking about something quietly, while Sharon checked something on her phone. Jeffrey walked in a moment later and sat down. Breakfast was relaxed. No serious conversations. Just small talk. Janet complained about how early they had to leave for the airport. Jeffrey teased Deborah about something she said the day before. Jason asked Dayo a few casual questions about his schedule. Sharon listened quietly while occasionally replying to a message on her phone. It felt normal, comfortable. Eventually the plates were cleared, and the house began preparing to leave. Jeffrey grabbed the car keys while Janet and Deborah gathered their things. Sharon stood beside Dayo near the door. You ready? She asked. Dayo nodded. Yeah. The drive to the airport was calm. Traffic was lighter than usual that morning, and the ride took less time than expected. Most of the conversation during the trip was light. Jeffrey talked about returning to the United States. Janet and Deborah argued playfully about who had actually been more excited during the wedding. Jason listened quietly. At one point, Jeffrey turned to Dayo. So when you come back to the U.S., you remember that competition is waiting for you. Dayo nodded. I know. Jeffrey smirked slightly. I hope you're ready. I go beat you. Dayo laughed. We'll see about that. You're all just talk, my brother. Dayo teased him. Jeffrey scoffed playful. All right, we would see who has the last laugh, my brother. This went on till they arrived at the airport. The airport came into view soon after. They pulled up near the entrance and stepped out of the car. The goodbye moment wasn't dramatic. It was simple. Abishala hugged Dayo first. Just remember to rest while okay. I will. Dayo smiled. Also don't forget to eat good food, oh. She added, holding Dayo. Dayo smiled, amused at this act, as his mother does this anytime he wants to travel. Mom, I'm a chef, don't forget, oh. Abizo sighed, worry on her face. I know, but don't forget to eat well. That's all I am saying. Dayo smiled at his mother worries. He knew how she could get it took a bit of time to calm her down. Jason smiled, gave him a firm handshake and a small nod. Take care of yourself. Janet stepped forward next. And answer your phone next time you disappear. Dayo smiled. I'll try. Jeffrey tapped him lightly on the shoulder. Don't forget us, okay? Dayo shook his head. Not happening. Deborah stood beside Janet and waved casually. I will miss you the most, brother Dayo. Janet rolled her eyes. Of course you will. Sharon remained beside Dayo as the others began moving toward the entrance. Jeffrey turned once more before disappearing inside. We'll call you. Dayo nodded. Safe trip. Within a few minutes they were gone. He waited until the plane was out of sight before getting back into the car. The car ride back was quiet. Sharon sat beside him in the back seat, scrolling through her phone while Dayo looked out the window again. Then Sharon suddenly stopped scrolling. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Dayo noticed the pause. What? Sharon turned the screen toward him. Sheena posted the teaser. Dayo leaned slightly closer. The video had only been online for a few minutes. The numbers were already climbing. 30,000 views already? Sharon said. Dayo raised an eyebrow slightly with a smile. Sharon refreshed the page. 42,000. Then 50. Then 60. The comments were coming in rapidly. Most of them looked the same. People asking questions. People reacting to the sound. People demanding the full song. Sharon lowered the phone slowly. This is moving faster than expected. Across Lagos, Sheena woke up around the same time. He grabbed his phone lazily and opened the video page. For a second, he thought the number was wrong. He refreshed it, then refreshed it again. The views had already crossed 100,000. Wait. He sat up immediately. The comments section was exploding. Thousands of notifications. Music blogs had already started reposting the clip. One entertainment page posted the video with the caption, Davido cooking something serious with Dayo. Another blog wrote, Is this Davido's next hit? Instablog reposted the teaser barely 30 minutes after it went up. The caption read, Davido spotted in studio with producer Dayo. New music loading. Within minutes the comments filled with reactions. Drop the song now. This one goes scatter everywhere. That beat alone already mad. Who produced this? Sheena stared at the numbers climbing on the screen. 200,000 views. 300,000. He quickly grabbed his phone and dialed Dayo. The call connected almost immediately. Hello. Omo, Sheena said quickly. Have you seen what's happening? Dayo was already looking at the screen. Yeah. Sheena exhaled slowly. Bro, the internet don't catch fire. Dayo didn't respond immediately. He was watching. The view counter rise again. 400,000. 500,000. And it had only been online for less than an hour. Across the internet the reactions continued spreading. On Twitter the clip was already circulating widely. Fans were quoting the video. Some were replaying the beat drop again and again. A popular music account tweeted, Whatever Davido is cooking with this Dayo guy, we need it immediately. Another artist replied under the tweet, That beat crazy. Even people who had not seen the full clip were already talking about it. Discussion threads began forming. Is this for Davido's album? Who produced the track? Why does the snippet sound this clean? Meanwhile, the teaser continued climbing. 700,000 views. Then 800. Sheena refreshed the page again. He leaned back slowly in disbelief. Omo. He whispered the words quietly to himself. This thing don't start. Sheena couldn't hold himself from feeling amazed by how fast the numbers were moving. Although he had seen a huger about it was still amazing. He just felt happy to be part of this journey. Chapter 393, Davido's Predicament. Morning came slowly in Lagos. The kind of morning where the sunlight slipped quietly through the windows before the city fully woke up. The house had already settled after the airport trip earlier. Jeffrey, Janet, Jason, and Abishala had left for their flight, and the usual noise of the house had faded into something calmer. Dayo sat at the dining table with his laptop open, though he was not really working. The screen showed a few music files and notes from the previous studio session, but his attention kept drifting back to his phone every few minutes. Across from him, Sheena was sitting with a tablet and his phone side by side on the table. His eyes were glued to the screen. The teaser he had posted that morning was still spreading. Every few seconds, he refreshed the page. Each refresh showed the same thing. The numbers were still climbing. 680,000, Sheena said quietly, almost like he didn't trust what he was seeing. Dayo glanced up from his laptop. Already. Sheena refreshed again. 705. He shook his head slowly. I only posted this thing a few hours ago. Dayo leaned back slightly in his chair and watched Sheena scroll through the comments. He always had a special kind of joy watching people happy or smiling, so he watched Sheena for a bit. Meanwhile, online, people were reacting exactly the way they expected. Fans were replaying the snippet again and again. Some people were posting slowed-down versions trying to isolate the beat. Others were arguing about whether the snippet was part of Davido's album or a separate single. Music pages had already reposted the clip several times. Sheena let out a breath. Omo, the internet don't catch this thing. Dayo gave a small smile. That was the point of the teaser. Sheena nodded. But still, this one is moving fast. Before Dayo could respond, his phone vibrated on the table. The name on the screen appeared immediately. Davido. Dayo picked up the phone and answered. Yeah. On the other side, Davido's voice sounded energetic. Guy. Dayo leaned back slightly. You've seen it. Davido laughed. How I know go see him. Everywhere I opened this morning that teaser. Sheena immediately looked up from his phone. Dayo placed the call on speaker and nodded toward him. You're talking to the editor himself. Davido chuckled when he heard that. Sheena Day there? Yes, Dayo replied. Sheena leaned slightly toward the phone. Good morning, sir. Davido laughed again. Sheena, that teaser you cut. You did well. Sheena blinked for a second before smiling. Thank you, sir. It was actually. Before he could say Dayo. Dayo, sitting across the room, shook his head, indicating for him to take the praise himself. This left a very sweet taste of happiness in Sheena. It's actually an honor. I mean it, Davido continued. You didn't show too much. Just enough to make people curious. Sheena scratched the back of his head slightly, still smiling. Dayo was the one that told me how to keep it short. He still blurted out, making Dayo shake his head. Davido replied immediately. I know, but the way you edited it still matters. For a moment, Sheena didn't know what to say. Being praised directly by Davido was not something he expected when he woke up that morning. Dayo leaned slightly forward. So the internet is already loud? Davido let out a breath on the other side of the call. Loud? Guy, the thing don't start. Sheena refreshed his screen again. 900,000 views. And it still hadn't been 12 hours. Almost 1 million already, Sheena said quietly. Davido whistled softly through the phone. That fast? Sheena nodded, even though Davido couldn't see him. Yes, sir. The reason for all the hype obviously was also Dayo's doing. He made use of a spotlight card to push the song. For a moment, the conversation relaxed. But then Davido's tone shifted slightly. Actually, I called because there's something else. Dayo noticed the change immediately. What happened? Davido exhaled slowly before answering. I just got a call from the label. Sheena glanced between the phone and Dayo. What about? Davido continued. They want to change the release plan. The room went quiet. Dayo leaned forward slightly in his chair with a frown wanting to sip out of his face. He already knew that for Davido to call him something was happening. What kind of change? Davido paused before answering. They want me to drop the album and the song together. Sheena frowned immediately. Together? Davido sighed. Yes. Dayo rested his elbow on the table and rubbed his chin slowly. That's not what we discussed. I know, Davido replied. We already talked about this before. Dayo continued calmly. The idea was to release the song first. Let it breathe. Then bring the album later. Davido let out a frustrated breath. That's exactly what I told them. What did they say? Davido's voice hardened slightly. They said the teaser is trending. The hype is building. So they want to use the momentum to push everything at once, that it's for the best. Sheena shook his head quietly. That doesn't even make sense. Davido laughed once, but there was irritation in it. That's what I said too. Dayo stayed quiet for a few seconds. Davido continued. I reminded them that we already agreed on the rollout plan. But they said this decision came from higher up. Higher up, Dayo asked. The top executives, Davido replied. They said this is Nigeria. They understand the market. They believe the hype right now is enough to push the whole album. Sharon, who as Beeb, quite leaned back in her chair slowly as she knew that Davido was lucky to actually have Dayo tell him a date, as many people are waiting for the opportunity and wouldn't see it. That sounds risky. Davido continued speaking. I even called the boss directly. And Davido exhaled. He said the same thing. What reason did he give? Dayo asked. He said the teaser already created momentum. If we delay too much, the excitement might cool down. Dayo nodded slowly. So they want to capitalize on the hype. Exactly. Sheena crossed his arms. But that wasn't the plan. Davido sounded slightly tired now. I know. There was a short silence. Then Davido spoke again. I told them about the strategy you suggested. But they said it's different here. They believe the Nigerian audience responds better when the full project drops immediately. Sharon looked at Dayo. She expected Dayo to react strongly. But Dayo remained calm. He leaned back slightly and folded his arms. So the decision is already final? Davido paused. More or less. You're accepting it? Davido hesitated before answering. What choice do I have? Sheena and Sharon watched Dayo carefully. For a moment, he thought Dayo might argue. Instead, Dayo simply nodded. Okay. Davido sounded surprised. That's it. Dayo shrugged slightly. You asked for my advice before. I gave it. Davido stayed quiet. Dayo continued calmly. If your label wants to do something different, that's their decision. Davido laughed softly. I thought you'd be more angry. Dayo shook his head. Why? Because this wasn't the plan. Dayo smiled faintly. I'm not the one signed to the label. Sheena chuckled quietly. That's true. Davido sounded more relaxed now. You're taking this better than I expected. Dayo leaned forward again. It's your project. If the label believes this strategy will work, then let them try. Davido was quiet for a few seconds. Then he laughed again. You're too calm. Dayo shrugged. No point stressing over it. Sheena looked at his phone again. The teaser had crossed 1 million views. He showed the screen to Dayo. Look. Dayo glanced down. 1,002,347 views. And the number was still climbing. Sheena shook his head slowly. This thing is really moving. Davido heard the reaction through the phone. It passed 1 million? Yes, Sheena replied. Already. Davido laughed again. See why the label is excited? Dayo looked back at the screen. Comments were still flooding the post. Fans arguing. Music pages reposting the clip. Producers analyzing the beat. Some comments were already asking the same question. Who produced this? Dayo looked back at the phone. So what's the new plan now? Davido answered calmly. We continue preparing. For the album release? Yes. Dayo nodded slowly. All right. Sheena leaned forward again. So the song will drop together with the album? Davido confirmed it. That's what the label wants. Sheena sighed. Well, the hype is already building. Davido laughed lightly. Exactly. Then he added one more thing before ending the call. But trust me, once this thing drops, everywhere go here am. Dayo smiled slightly. We'll see. The call ended a few seconds later. The room became quiet again. Sheena leaned back in his chair and stared at the phone screen. 1,100,000 views. Still climbing. He looked at Dayo. Bro. Dayo glanced up. This teaser alone already caused chaos. Dayo closed his laptop slowly. That's just the beginning. Sheena smiled. If this was only the teaser, then the full release would be something else entirely. Chapter 394, Davido's Choice. Davido stood by the wide glass window of his sitting room with his phone pressed to his ear, one hand tucked into the pocket of his joggers as he stared out at the city lights below. The room around him was quiet, but not empty. Two people from his circle were still there with him, seated across the lounge area with drinks untouched on the table between them. He had stepped away to make the call, but he knew they were still watching him. The conversation with the label had not gone the way he wanted. He had already discussed the rollout before. He had already agreed on a direction before. And yet somehow, after the teaser started picking up noise online, the conversation had changed. Now they wanted the song and the album pushed together. Not separately. Not in the order Dayo had advised. Together. Davido exhaled once through his nose, then finally placed the call. The line rang only a short moment before Dayo answered. Yeah. Davido turned slightly away from the window. Guy. On the other side of the line. Dayo could already hear from the tone that something was off. What happened? Davido walked a few steps farther from the lounge and leaned against the edge of a wall. I just got off the phone with the label. A small silence followed. And they want to change the rollout. That got Dayo's attention immediately. He sat up a little straighter where he was. What kind of change? Davido rubbed his jaw with his free hand, irritation still sitting under his skin. They want the album and the song together. This time the silence lasted longer. Dayo did not answer immediately. The original plan had been clear. Release the song first. Let it breathe. Let the hype settle into the public properly. Then release the album after. That was the order he had advised, and not casually either. Everything he had seen and calculated pointed toward that arrangement being the strongest move. Now it was different. They changed it just like that? Dayo asked. Not exactly just like that, Davido replied. They're saying the teaser is already moving. They want to use the noise now and push the whole thing together. Dayo leaned back in his chair and stared ahead for a second. And what did you tell them? Davido gave a dry laugh. What do you think I told them? I reminded them we already discussed this. I reminded them there was already a structure. I told them we had a working plan. And they said they understand the market better. That this is the best move for the project. Dayo said nothing for a second. Davido continued. I even called one of the top guys directly. Same thing. They're convinced this is smarter. On Dayo's side, the room had become very still. He could hear the faint movement of someone else in the house, the low hum of the AC. Nothing more. He knew better than to respond too quickly when something annoyed him. Davido waited. For some reason, he expected resistance. Not open anger, not necessarily, but at least a stronger reaction than silence. Instead, Dayo just asked one question. So what are you going to do? Davido looked back toward the lounge where the others sat. Then he answered honestly. I'm going with it. Another short silence. Then Dayo said, calm as ever. All right. Davido frowned slightly. That's it. What do you want me to say? Dayo asked. His tone was even, unreadable. I gave advice. Your team wants something else. It's your project. Davido pushed himself off the wall. I thought you'd say more than that. Dayo let out a quiet breath. There's nothing else to say. If the label wants to move that way and you're okay with it, then fine. You don't sound convinced. I'm not the one signed to them. That answer sat in Davido's ear longer than expected. It was not disrespectful. It was not cold. But it was enough to remind him that Dayo had stepped back the moment the choice stopped being his to influence. Davido looked down at the floor for a second, then spoke again. You're taking this better than I expected. Dayo gave a faint laugh. Should I shout? That's not what I mean. I know, Dayo replied. But there's no point making noise over something already decided. Davido did not answer right away. The truth was, he had braced himself for more pushback. Not because Dayo was dramatic, but because Dayo had been right too many times before when it came to timing. That was part of why the call had irritated him in the first place. If Dayo had been wrong before, this would have been easier. But he hadn't. That was the problem. Dayo's predictions around releases had always been absurdly precise. Every time he said a window was good, it landed well. Every time he said something would move a certain way, it did. He had not officially released anything under his own full structure yet that had missed. Even the smaller moves had gone right. That was what made this decision uncomfortable, because Davido could not fully dismiss his advice. And maybe that was exactly why the thought had started bothering him earlier. Not enough to become an accusation, just enough to stay in his head. Dayo's voice pulled him back. Anything else? Davido blinked once, then shook off the pause. No, that's it for now. Then no problem, Dayo said. Handle it how you need to. The call felt like it should end there, but Davido hesitated. Then he said, a little lower, Bro, it's not personal. On the other end, Dayo's expression changed just slightly. I know. That answer came so easily that Davido did not know whether it comforted him or made him feel worse. A second later the call ended. Davido lowered the phone and stood still for a moment. Then he turned and walked back toward the lounge. The two men waiting. They looked up immediately. One of them leaned forward first. So, Davido dropped into the chair opposite them and placed his phone on the table. He accepted it. The man on the left nodded once, like that was expected. And Davido leaned back and rubbed his face briefly. And that's all. He said fine. The other man exchanged a quick glance with the first. Then he asked, he didn't argue? Davido shook his head. No. The first man leaned back into his seat. Good. Davido looked at him. Good. The man shrugged. Yes. Better that way. Davido did not respond. The second man reached for his drink, then set it back down without actually taking a sip. Look, bro, let's just call it what it is. Dropping that song first on its own was always going to change the conversation. Davido's eyes stayed on him. The man continued, and not necessarily in your favor. That sat between them for a moment. Davido still did not speak. The first man finally joined in. If that song drops first and explodes, everybody will start saying the same thing. He lifted his hand and started counting it off. Dayo changed Davido's sound. Dayo's presence on the record is different. Dayo this. Dayo that. He lowered his hand again. The whole thing starts shifting. Davido stared at the table. The second man nodded. That's what I'm saying. It stops being Davido's album rollout and starts becoming this whole thing about Dayo. Davido finally looked up. He meant well. The room went quiet for a beat. Then the first man answered, more carefully this time. Nobody is saying he didn't. The second man followed with a slower tone. His strategy made sense. We all know that. But sense and safety are not always the same thing. Davido's fingers tapped once against the arm of his chair. The first man leaned forward. Bro, let's be honest here. Dayo is not normal right now. The guy is already global. He enters a room and the attention changes. If that single drops first and catches fire, the narrative won't stay balanced. It won't. The second man added quietly. And the album is still your album. That was the exact point. Not the production. Not just the arrangement. The identity of the moment. If the song moved first and the public locked into it before the album arrived, the conversation could easily shift into something else. Not Davido's new era. Not Davido's project. But something shared. Something blurred. Something people would start describing in a way Davido could already imagine clearly. Dayo's song. Dayo's sound. Dayo brought this out of Davido. Dayo changed the direction. None of that would be technically insulting, but it would still move the center of the moment. And Davido had worked too long, too hard, to let his own album orbit around somebody else's narrative, no matter how talented or well-meaning that person was. He looked up again. I'm not trying to cut him out. The first man nodded immediately. Nobody said you were. The second man gave a smaller nod. But you have to protect the shape of your own project. Davido leaned back deeper into the couch. For a while nobody spoke. The city lights outside flickered through the glass, and the low sound of distant traffic filled the silence just enough to keep it from becoming uncomfortable. Finally Davido said, he's been right before. The first man looked at him. About timing? Davido nodded. Yes. The second man understood what that meant. That's why this is getting to you. Davido gave a short, humorless laugh. Maybe. The truth was, that was exactly why it had bothered him more than it should have. If Dayo had not built a record of being right, then ignoring the advice would have felt easy. But he had. That was what made this decision complicated. Because now it was not just about rollout anymore. It was about choosing between a strategy that might be optimal and a strategy that might keep the center of attention where it belonged. Davido rested his head briefly against the back of the couch. He'll probably think I folded to the label. The first man shook his head. Then let him think that. The second man added, that might even be easier. Davido did not answer. Not because he fully agreed, but because there was some truth there and he knew it. The room quieted again. After a while, the first man stood up and adjusted his jacket. You did the right thing. Davido looked at him but said nothing. The second man stood too. For the album? Yes, you did. Davido remained where he was, phone still on the table in front of him, eyes lowered for a few seconds before finally lifting again. He was not fully comfortable. He was not fully guilty either. Somewhere in between. That was the honest place. He respected Dayo. He believed Dayo's advice was not random. But he also knew the album could not afford to lose its center. Not now. Not when too much had already been built around it. Eventually, he reached for the phone again and turned it over once in his hand. Then he let out a breath and stood up. All right, he said. We move with it. And that was that. Not because every doubt was gone. Not because the decision suddenly felt perfect. But because once a thing had been chosen, the only useless move left was hesitation. Chapter 395, After the Call. The room felt quieter than it had a few minutes earlier. Dayo lowered the phone slowly after the call ended and stared at the screen for a moment before placing it on the table. The faint glow from the laptop on the desk still illuminated part of the room where Shino had been working earlier on the teaser edit. Outside the window, the city lights were beginning to thin out, the late evening traffic fading into the distant hum that always lingered somewhere in Lagos no matter the hour. Across from him, Sharon had been watching his expression carefully. She had not heard every word of the conversation, but she had heard enough of the tone to know that something had shifted. She leaned slightly forward in her chair, resting her elbows on her knees while studying him with the quiet patience of someone who had worked with him long enough to recognize the difference between calm and controlled frustration. "Dayo," she said finally. "What happened?" Dayo did not answer immediately. He leaned back in his chair and ran a hand slowly across his face as if organizing his thoughts before speaking. His mind was moving faster than his expression suggested, replaying the conversation with Davido and examining the gaps between what had been said and what had not. After a few seconds, he exhaled. "Something about that call doesn't sit right." Shino, who had been sitting near the editing desk with one hand still resting on the mouse, turned slightly in his chair. "What do you mean?" Dayo looked at both of them for a moment before responding. "I mean, the situation is not as simple as it sounds." Sharon tilted her head slightly. "The label decision?" "Yes." "You think something else is going on?" Dayo paused before answering. His eyes moved briefly toward the table where the phone still lay, then back to them. "You have to understand something first," he said slowly. "Davido is not just any artist. He's one of the biggest names in the industry. If he really wants to push something through, he can push it." Shino frowned slightly. "So you're saying the label couldn't force him?" "I'm saying it's complicated," Dayo replied. "But if he strongly believed in the original plan, he would have pushed harder, and this might not have been the result." The room fell silent for a moment. Sharon leaned back slightly in her seat, her expression thoughtful. She had worked beside Dayo for 4 years now and had seen him analyze situations like this before. When he began speaking in that careful tone, it usually meant he had already started connecting pieces that other people had not noticed yet. "So what are you thinking?" she asked. Dayo rested his elbows on the armrests of the chair and stared ahead for a few seconds before answering. "I think there's a chance he misunderstood my intention." Shino blinked. "Misunderstood how?" Dayo shrugged slightly. "Maybe he thinks the strategy benefits me too much." The words hung in the air for a moment. Shino looked confused. "How would it benefit you? You practically wrote the song for free. Edit for Ed the original beat, and even gave him a name in places that he had not reached." Dayo gave a faint smile that carried more fatigue than amusement. "If the song drops first and becomes massive, the conversation will explode before the album even arrives. People will analyze everything about it. The sound, the arrangement, the direction of the record. Some people might start saying things like I changed his sound or that I shaped the record." Sharon nodded slowly as the idea settled in her mind. "And that shifts the conversation," she said. "Exactly." Shino sat back in his chair. "So you think he was worried about that?" Dayo lifted one shoulder slightly. "I don't know for sure," he admitted. "But if I had to estimate the probability, I'd say it's very high." "How high?" Sharon asked. 90%. The certainty in his voice made both of them glance at each other. Sharon studied him more carefully now. "You're serious?" Dayo nodded. "I'm not saying that's exactly what he was thinking, but the pattern fits." Shino frowned. "But the song will still be his song." "Of course it will," Dayo said calmly. "It carries his name. The video carries his name. The release carries his name. Anyone searching for the record has to say his name first." He leaned back slightly and folded his arms. "But perception is not always that simple." The room remained quiet while his words settled. After a moment, Sharon spoke again. "So how do you feel about it?" Dayo did not answer immediately. He looked toward the window for a moment, watching the distant lights of cars moving along the road far below. Then he spoke quietly. "I'm not going to lie. I'm a little disappointed." Shino straightened in his chair. "Disappointed?" Dayo nodded once. "Yes." Sharon waited for him to continue. "It's not because he changed the plan," Dayo said slowly. "That happens in this industry all the time. Plans change. People adjust. That's normal. I just expected a lot from him, never knew it would end like this." He paused briefly before continuing. "What disappoints me is the reason behind it." Shino remained silent, listening carefully. "I wasn't trying to take anything away from him," Dayo said. The strategy one suggested was simply the one that would maximize the impact of the rollout. Releasing the single first allows the energy to build naturally. Then the album arrives at its peak. He shook his head slightly. Now the energy gets spread across everything at the same time. The album will still do well, but it won't reach the full potential it could have. Sharon nodded slowly. So the project becomes weaker. Not weak, Dayo corrected. Just weaker than it could have been. Dayo said even he was unsure of how weak the album would perform since Davido didn't follow the original plan. Shino leaned back again. That's frustrating. Dayo gave a small shrug. It's the industry. The words came out calmly, almost casually, but there was a quiet weight behind them. Sharon watched him carefully. You still understand his position, though? Dayo nodded slowly. Yes. He rested his hands together in front of him. Davido is one of the biggest artists in Africa. When you reach that level, every decision feels like it carries your reputation with it. If he thinks a move might shift attention away from him, even slightly, it's natural for him to protect his position. He looked back at them. I can't blame him for that. The tension in the room softened slightly after he said it. Shino scratched the back of his head. So what happens now? Dayo turned his chair slightly toward him. Now we move forward. Shino raised an eyebrow. That's it. Yes. Shino looked unconvinced. That doesn't bother you more? Dayo studied him for a moment before answering. Shino. Yes. This is the music industry. The words came out calmly, but they carried the tone of someone delivering a lesson. You're going to see situations like this again, Dayo continued. People will protect their interests. They will change direction when they feel the balance of attention shifting. He leaned forward slightly. You cannot take those things personally. Shino nodded slowly, absorbing the advice. Dayo continued. You also have to understand something else. Never assume any situation is fixed. Always be ready for sudden changes. Shino remained quiet. Be self-reliant, Dayo said. Don't build your expectations around someone else's decisions. Take me as an example. I built from the scratch not because I don't trust anyone, but because I don't trust anyone to build or do things my way. The room stayed silent for a few seconds. Sharon watched the exchange quietly, recognizing that Dayo had shifted from analyzing the situation to guiding Shino through it. After a moment, she stood up and stretched her arms slightly. Well, she said, that conversation was heavier than expected tonight. Dayo chuckled softly. It happens. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It's late. Shino turned back toward the laptop and closed the editing software. I think the teaser is ready anyway. Dayo nodded. Good work. Shino smiled slightly, relieved that the earlier tension had eased. Dayo reached for his phone again and glanced at the screen. Before we wrap up for the night, he said, I need to make a few calls. Work calls? Sharon asked. No. He stood up slowly. Family. Shino smiled. That sounds more peaceful. Dayo laughed quietly. It usually is. He stepped away toward the balcony area and dialed the first number. After a few rings, the call connected and a familiar voice answered. Dayo. Hey, he said warmly. How are things over there? The conversation shifted into a relaxed rhythm as they spoke about everyday things. He asked about how everyone was doing, how the house had been, whether anything interesting had happened during the week. The tension from earlier slowly faded as the discussion moved through small stories and laughter. After finishing that call, he made another, checking in with family members in Nigeria as well. The tone remained light and casual, the kind of conversations that reminded him that life outside the industry still existed. When he finally returned to the living room a few minutes later, Sharon was gathering her things, and Shino had already packed up his equipment. Everything. Okay, Sharon asked. Dayo nodded. Yeah. He looked around the room briefly. The earlier tension had passed. The plan had changed, but the work was still moving forward. And tomorrow would bring the next step. Chapter 396, Michael Hands. Michael's office was built to make people uncomfortable without saying anything. The glass walls were clean and wide, stretching from one end of the room to the other. The city below looked distant from where he sat, reduced to lines of moving light and quiet buildings that no longer mattered once you were high enough. The desk in front of him was organized to the point where nothing felt out of place. Tablet to the left, laptop to the right, phone centered. Everything had a position. Everything had a reason. Michael sat back in his chair, eyes fixed on the tablet as the same clip played again. Davido's voice entered, The beat followed, and the short moment ended before it could fully settle. He tapped the screen and replayed it. He had already seen it before, more than once. He was not watching for enjoyment. He was studying it. The angle, the reaction, the way the clip was cut, the way it was spreading. His thumb paused on the screen before he leaned back slowly. "So you've moved again." His voice was low, controlled, and directed at no one in particular. The tablet refreshed automatically. More posts, more comments, more reactions. He glanced to the second screen beside him. Numbers were climbing steadily. Engagement from Nigeria had spiked faster than expected. The spread was not local. It was expanding. By his side, Clara stood there quietly after handing the report over to Michael. Michael's expression did not change, but his eyes stayed on the numbers longer this time. If the full song dropped on its own and carried momentum the way this teaser already was, it would become a point of focus across multiple markets. That kind of attention was difficult to control once it started moving. He reached for his phone. The number was not labeled. The line connected after a short delay. "Yes." The voice on the other end was careful from the start. Michael leaned back again, one hand resting lightly on the armrest. "You've seen it." A short pause. "We've seen the reports." Michael nodded slightly, though the other person could not see him. "Then you understand the situation." Another pause. "We understand there's a collaboration." Michael's tone remained steady. "He's entering your space." The answer came back measured. "Our space is international." Michael did not react to the wording. "Don't change the point." The silence that followed carried weight. The man on the other end adjusted his tone. "What exactly do you want?" A hint of fear could be heard from his voice. Michael did not rush his answer. He looked back at the tablet, then at the engagement numbers again. "Stop it." That was clear. No explanation attached. The response came almost immediately. "We can't do that." Michael did not move. "Explain." The voice on the other end slowed down, choosing each word more carefully now. "Davido is one of our highest performing artists. Blocking a collaboration at this stage without justification creates unnecessary problems." Michael tapped his finger lightly on the armrest. "What kind of problems?" "Contract issues, public reaction, internal friction." Michael added the missing piece himself. "And revenue." The man did not deny it. "Yes." Michael leaned forward slightly. "So you're protecting your position. We're managing risk that is best avoided." Michael allowed a brief silence. Then he shifted direction. "If you can't stop the collaboration, then reduce what it can do." The man did not respond immediately. He was listening. Michael continued. "The teaser is already moving. The attention is building. If the song drops on its own, it becomes the center of conversation. That's how releases work and the plan," the man replied. "Not always," Michael said calmly. Another pause. Then the man asked, "What are you suggesting?" Michael leaned back again. "Don't give it space." Silence. "Be clear. Release everything together." The words landed properly this time. The man on the other end understood immediately. The album and the song at the same time. "Yes." That splits attention. Michael did not respond. He didn't need to. The thought was already forming on the other end. If the collaboration doesn't get its own window, the focus gets divided, the man continued. "Yes." The man exhaled slowly. "That changes how the audience processes it." Michael remained still. "It also protects the album from being overshadowed by a single track." That was the justification building itself. Michael watched the city lights outside for a second before speaking again. "You don't need to block anything." Another pause. "Just control how it lands." The call went quiet again. The man was thinking, not rejecting, not arguing, reframing. "We would need to adjust the rollout plan," he said after a moment. "Do it. It's not that simple." Michael's tone did not rise. "Then make it simple." The weight behind the words settled into the call. No threat. No raised voice. Just pressure, but threat was there, and he knew it. The man spoke again. "We would have to convince him." Then convince him. Michael did not elaborate. He knew how these conversations worked. If the idea could be justified internally, it would be executed. The man on the other end finally said, "We'll handle it." The man sighed out. He knew he had no choice but to concur, and if he doesn't, what awaits him was not going to good. He knew Michael was just calm, and if he refused outright, all that awaited him was total destruction for his label. Michael ended the call without another word. He placed the phone back on the desk and leaned back again. The room returned to silence. He picked up the tablet once more and played the clip again. Davido's voice. The beat. The cut. He stopped it halfway through. If the release happened the way it was currently building, the song would dominate conversation before anything else had time to catch up. The longer it stayed in that position, the stronger the association became. He did not need that. Not now. A knock came at the door before it opened. Another man stepped in, stopping just inside the room. Sir. Michael did not turn. It's already moving. The man nodded. Yes. Michael rested his hands together. It won't peak the same way. The man studied him for a moment. You're sure? Michael finally turned slightly. Yes. The answer came without hesitation. Because they'll change the release. The man understood. And if they don't? Michael's expression did not shift. They will. The confidence in his voice was not forced. It was based on pattern, on how decisions were made when pressure was applied correctly. The man nodded slowly. That reduces the impact. It reduces the peak, Michael corrected. The difference mattered. The man adjusted his stance. And Dayo? Michael looked back toward the tablet. He'll still benefit. That doesn't concern you? Michael shook his head slightly. Not in the short term. He paused. What matters is how far it goes. The man did not speak. Michael continued. If it spreads too cleanly, it creates leverage. The man nodded. So you limit the spread. Michael leaned back again. You manage the outcome. The room went quiet again. The man stepped back after a moment and left without another word. Michael remained seated. Still, calm. On the tablet, new notifications continued to appear. The noise was building, but it would not build the same way. Across the city, inside a conference room far less controlled than Michael's, the atmosphere felt different. Two executives sat across from each other with a laptop open between them. A third person stood near the wall, scrolling through updates on his phone. Engagement is rising fast, the one standing said. The man seated closest to the laptop nodded. We expected that. The second executive leaned forward. The question is timing. The first man tapped the keyboard and pulled up the release schedule. We had the single set first. Then the album. The second man nodded. That was the original plan. The man standing looked up from his phone. We might need to adjust. The two seated men glanced at him. Based on what? One asked. Based on what's happening now, he replied, holding up his phone. The teaser is already pulling attention. The first executive leaned back slightly. That's a good thing. Yes, the man said. But if the single dominates too early, it changes how people approach the album. The second executive frowned slightly. Explain. If the collaboration becomes the main focus, the rest of the project becomes secondary in public perception. The room went quiet. The first executive looked at the schedule again. That shifts the narrative. The man nodded. Exactly. The second executive leaned back, thinking. So what are you suggesting? The man hesitated for a moment before answering. We collapsed the release. The first executive looked up. Together? Yes. That's not what we agreed on. The man shrugged slightly. Situations change. The second executive folded his arms. And you think this is better? It protects the album and the label. The room fell silent again. The first executive tapped the table lightly. We need to convince Davido. The second executive nodded. He won't agree easily. The man standing spoke again. He might. Both of them looked at him. Why? Because the concern already exists. The first executive narrowed his eyes slightly. You're saying he's already thinking about it. The man nodded. Yes. The second executive leaned forward. If that's true, then the conversation becomes easier. The first executive exhaled slowly. This changes everything. The man standing lowered his phone. It also reduces risk. The room settled into a decision. No one said it directly, but it was there. The plan was changing. Later that night, Davido sat in his living room, phone in hand, listening carefully. It's about protecting the album. He didn't interrupt. The voice on the other end continued. If the collaboration dominates too early, the rest of the project won't land the way it should. Davido leaned back slightly. I hear you. We're not saying the song won't perform. The voice added. We're saying the timing affects how everything performs. Davido looked down at the floor. And releasing both together fixes that. Yes. He stayed quiet for a moment. Because the argument wasn't new. It just sounded clearer now. All right, he said finally. We'll adjust. Back in his office, Michael watched the numbers update again. Slower. Still rising. But different. He picked up the tablet one last time and locked the screen. The room stayed quiet. One move had been enough. Not to stop anything, but to change how far it could go. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 397, Video Set. The drive to the set moved slowly through Lagos traffic, the kind that forced patience whether you liked it or not. Cars stretched ahead in long lines, horns coming from different directions without any real coordination, while people weaved through tight spaces with the kind of confidence that came from doing it every day. Inside the car, the air felt heavier than usual. Sheena sat in the front passenger seat with his camera bag resting on his lap. His fingers pressed against the fabric, tightening and loosening without rhythm, like he was trying to steady himself but didn't know how. Dayo noticed it without looking. Directly. "You go tear that bag if you know relax," he said calmly. Sheena let out a short breath and forced his hands to stay still. "Sorry." From the back seat, Sharon leaned slightly forward, resting one arm over the headrest. "You've been like this since morning," she said, her voice soft but direct. "Even when we were leaving the house." Sheena scratched the side of his head and gave a small, awkward smile. "This one different now." Dayo shifted his gaze from the window to him. "How different?" Sheena turned slightly in his seat, still holding the bag. "Bro, this is Davido. And JDU." He let that sit for a moment, like the name alone explained everything. "I just shoot normal content before. Now not full music video, big set, big people, everything. I know even understand how I reach here." Sharon watched him quietly, then shook her head slightly. "You reached here because you're good. Not because anybody is helping you blindly." Sheena didn't respond immediately. He just nodded slowly, but the tension stayed in his shoulders. "I just don't want mess anything up. This is so huge," he added after a moment. Dayo leaned back into his seat, his voice steady. "You go mess him up if you carry that mindset go there." Sheena turned quickly. "That's what I'm saying." Dayo shook his head once. "No, you don't understand." The car moved forward slightly, then slowed again. "I didn't pick you by mistake," Dayo continued. "Before I bring you close, I dawn. Already watch how you day work. You get sense for angles, you understand timing, and you sabi how to make simple things look clean and good. All of this wick out professional training. What does this tell you that you're big?" Sheena listened, quieter now. "This one just bigger space. That's all," Dayo added. Sharon nodded in agreement. "And you've already been preparing for it without realizing," she said. "You've been doing this for a while. This is just a bigger version." Sheena exhaled slowly, leaning back into his seat. Dayo's tone didn't change. "But nobody go hold your hand inside there. I go day around, but I no go do the work for you." Sheena nodded. "I understand. So decide now," Dayo said. "You want enter there scared, or you want enter like person way belong there." There was a short silence, but this time it wasn't heavy. Sheena adjusted his grip on the bag again, but his hands were steadier. "I go handle him." Dayo gave a small nod. "Good." By the time they arrived at the set, the place was already alive with movement. Crew members walked back and forth carrying equipment, voices overlapping as instructions were passed around. Lights were being tested, cables arranged, and different sections of the set were still being adjusted. All the equipment was rented by Davido. After all, Sheena didn't have the setup for the video, so it was taken care of by Davido. Sheena stepped out of the car and paused for a moment, taking everything in. "This place." He didn't finish the sentence. Sharon stepped out behind him, glancing around with a small smile. "Welcome to your new level," she said lightly. Sheena let out a breath, half nervous, half amazed by the scene he is witnessing. He had always dreamed of something like this, and it is happening right in his front. He took a deep breath to calm himself, which didn't even work. Dayo stepped out last, his expression calm as always, but his eyes moved across the set carefully. He took in details without rushing. The setup, the coordination, the people involved. Everything looked structured. Everything looked like it made sense. But something still didn't sit right with him. He didn't say it out loud. He didn't even show it on his face. It stayed internal, quiet, forming in the background of his thoughts. And it has been bothering him for a while, as it seems weird an international label doesn't ignore patterns that work. After all, Dayo was a living testament of that. So why? That part didn't align. Davido WQS signed to an international label based in U.S. So there was no way they didn't know about Dayo's record, and even if they didn't know, they wouldn't just change date like that. Something was fishy, but he couldn't place his hands on what. He didn't push the thought further. Not here. Not now. Davido stood near a small group, talking casually, one hand moving as he spoke while the other held a drink. When he noticed Dayo approaching, he gave a quick nod. "You Don. Come." Dayo stepped closer. "Yeah." They shook hands, firm and brief. There was a slight pause after, the kind that wouldn't be obvious to most people, but it was there. Davido broke eye contact first, turning slightly. "You see the setup?" Dayo glanced around. "It's clean. Still Day adjusts some parts," Davido replied. Sharon joined them, greeting politely before stepping slightly aside, allowing them space while still staying present. Sheena stood a few steps behind, watching everything carefully. Davido looked toward him and smiled. "Director." Sheena straightened immediately. "Sir." Davido laughed lightly. "No pressure. Just do your thing." Sheena nodded. "I go try." Dayo looked at him. "Not try? Do mo." Sheena corrected himself quickly. "Yes. I go do." Before the shoot started, Sheena moved to one side, setting his bag down and bringing out his camera. He checked the settings. Adjusted. Checked again. Sharon walked up to him quietly. "You're over-checking," she said. He glanced at her. "I just want everything to be perfect." She smiled slightly. "It won't be perfect. It just has to be good." He paused, then nodded, taking a deep breath. "All right." Dayo approached him and asked, "How are you feeling?" Sheena smiled, honestly terrified and happy. Dayo looked at him with all seriousness. "I would say this only once, and that's not everyone get chances like this. You have one, make sure you use it well, so you have a good regret, and not a bad one. Trust your ability and control the set. You're the director." Dayo walked back immediately without saying anything again. Sheena sat down and thought about all Dayo said, and stood up immediately. "Okay, make we set this first." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried. People turned toward him. He pointed toward one of the lights. "Shift that small. Not too much." The crew adjusted it. "Stop there." He walked into position, checking the frame through his camera. His aura changed, and one could tell by just hearing the confidence in his voice. "Davido, stand here." Davido stepped into place without hesitation. "Here." "Yeah." Sheena raised the camera, paused, then made a small adjustment. "All right." At the beginning, his movements were careful, measured. He spoke, then rechecked, adjusted, then confirmed. But as time passed, something changed. His voice became firmer, his instructions clearer. "Reset. One more take. Hold that position." Camera rolling. The crew responded without delay. Sharon stood off to the side, arms crossed lightly, watching him with a small, satisfied expression. She leaned slightly toward Dayo. "He's settling." Dayo nodded once. "I expected that." Davido noticed it too. Between takes, he looked toward Dayo. "Your guy Day deliver." Dayo didn't look away from the set. "I know." Davido smiled slightly, but it didn't fully reach his eyes. There was something else there. Something held back. He took a sip from his drink, then looked away again. The feeling lingered for a moment before he pushed it aside. Guilt maybe, but he didn't know. The shoot continued smoothly. Scene after scene came together, each one cleaner than the last. Sheena moved through the set with growing confidence, adjusting angles instinctively now, no longer second-guessing every decision. At one point, he stopped mid-setup and repositioned the camera. "This angle better." He checked it again, then nodded. "Yeah, this one." The difference was clear. Even the crew could feel it. This wasn't luck. He knew what he was doing. From the side, Dayo watched quietly. He didn't interfere. He didn't step in. He allowed it to unfold. Sheena had found his rhythm. That part was working. But even as things progressed smoothly on the surface, his thoughts circled back again. The label, the decision, the timing. He didn't force a conclusion. He didn't jump ahead. He just held on to the question, because something about it still didn't align. As the day moved forward, the energy stayed consistent. Work, focus, progress. From the outside, everything looked right. Opportunities were opening. Things were moving. Growth was happening. But not everything that mattered was visible, and not every decision had revealed its full impact yet. Dayo stood still for a moment longer, then shifted his attention back to the set. For now, the work came first. Everything else could wait. Chapter 398, Video. Set 2. The set had settled into a steady rhythm. What started earlier as scattered movement and overlapping instructions had now turned into something organized. Lights were positioned properly, cameras were set, and the crew had fallen into sync with one another. People were no longer rushing without direction. Everyone knew what they were doing. Sheena stood behind the main camera, one eye focused through the viewfinder while the other stayed aware of everything happening around him. His grip on the equipment was firm now, no longer shaky like before. He adjusted the frame slightly, then paused. "Hold on," he said. The movement in front of him slowed. He stepped forward, lowering the camera just a bit as he studied the positioning. "Shift left small." "No, not you." He pointed toward one of the dancers. "You." "Yes, just small." The dancer adjusted. "Stop there." He raised the camera again, checking the frame. "Better." "All right." We run it from the top. Davido stood in position, nodding once as the music cue was prepared. The beat played through the speakers, filling the space with energy. This was no longer rehearsal. This was execution. "Rolling," one of the crew members called out. "Camera," Sheena responded. "Speed." Sheena didn't speak again immediately. He just watched. Davido moved with the rhythm, natural and confident, but something about his delivery felt slightly off. It wasn't obvious. Most people wouldn't notice it. The timing was correct. The expressions were there, but the energy wasn't fully locked in. Cut. The music stopped. There was a brief silence. Sheena lowered the camera slightly, thinking. "Again," he said. No hesitation. They reset. The music started again. This time, Sheena moved slightly to the right, adjusting his angle mid-take. He stepped closer, lowering the frame just enough to give it more presence. "Keep going," he said, not loudly, but enough for Davido to hear. The take finished. Cut. Sheena stepped back and replayed the clip quickly on the screen. The shot looked clean, but he wasn't satisfied yet. Behind him, Sharon stood with her arms lightly folded, watching everything carefully. Her eyes moved between Sheena and Davido, picking up on details without interrupting anything. She leaned slightly toward Dayo. "He's getting comfortable," she said quietly. Dayo nodded once. He should. His attention wasn't fully on Sheena. He was watching Davido. It was subtle, but it was there again. That slight disconnect. The way his focus dropped for a split second between takes. The way he took longer than usual to reset. The way his energy didn't carry consistently from one shot to another. Not enough for anyone to question, but enough for someone like Dayo to notice. "Let's take 5, Sheena said after a moment. The crew relaxed slightly, stepping away from positions. Davido walked off to the side, picking up a bottle of water. He took a sip, then another, his eyes not really fixed on anything in particular. His eyes wandered towards Dayo, but always quickly came back. Dayo watched him for a second, then pushed himself off the wall he had been leaning on. "I'll be back," he said to Sharon. She nodded. Dayo walked toward Davido without rushing. "Everything all right?" he asked when he got close. Davido looked up, forcing a small smile. "Yeah." "What?" Dayo didn't answer immediately. He just stood there, observing him for a second. "You're not fully there," he said calmly. Davido paused. "What do you mean?" "The takes are clean," Dayo continued. "But you're thinking too much in between." Davido let out a short breath, looking away briefly. "It's nothing." Dayo didn't press immediately. He leaned slightly against the nearby structure, his voice still calm. "If it's about the rollout change, leave it." Davido's head turned slightly. He wanted to deny, but no words came out of his mouth. Dayo continued before he could respond. "What's done is done. No need to carry it into the work." There was no accusation in his tone, no edge, just a statement. Davido studied him for a moment. "You're not bothered?" he asked. Dayo shrugged slightly. "I gave my opinion. You made your decision. That was it. No added weight. No hidden pressure." Davido nodded slowly. "I just had plans," he said. "Arrangements. Things were already set in my head." "I know," Dayo replied. There was a short pause. "Then focus on what's in front of you now." Dayo added. "This part matters too." Davido looked at him again. Something in his expression shifted. It wasn't dramatic, but it was there. "All right," he said quietly. Dayo straightened up. "Good." He didn't stay longer than that. He just turned and walked back toward the set. Davido remained where he was for a second, holding the bottle in his hand. The conversation had been simple. Too simple. That was what stayed with him. He had expected resistance. At least some kind of pushback. But there was none. And somehow, that made it heavier. He shook it off and took another sip of water before walking back. "Let's go again," he said. The next set of takes went differently. Not louder. Not exaggerated. Just cleaner. Davido stepped into position again, and when the music started this time, the energy held. His movements matched the beat without hesitation. The transitions were smoother. The expressions landed properly. Sheena noticed immediately he understood that Dayo noticed and probably talked with Davido. He didn't say anything during the take. He just adjusted his angle slightly and kept recording. Cut. He checked the playback. This one worked. He nodded to himself. Again, he said. The crew reset quickly. This time, he made a small change. Camera moves forward slightly on second hook, he instructed. The operator nodded. Got it. They ran it again. Better. By the third take, the entire set had found its rhythm. Sheena was no longer second-guessing himself. Move that light higher. Pause there. Let the beat breathe before you move. His voice carried authority now, not forced. Earned. The crew responded without delay. Even Davido followed his direction without question. At one point, a particular shot wasn't landing properly. The movement felt flat, and the frame lacked impact. Sheena stopped everything. Hold on. The music cut. He stepped into the space, looking around. This angle is wrong. One of the crew members frowned slightly. What do you mean? Sheena didn't answer immediately. He repositioned the camera himself, lowering it slightly and shifting it to the side. Try this. They reset. The take started again. This time, the difference was obvious. The movement felt stronger. The frame carried weight. The moment hit. Yeah, one of the crew members muttered. That's it. Sheena didn't react much. He just nodded. Next, from the side, Sharon watched with a small smile. He's locked in now, she said. Dayo didn't respond immediately. He was still watching the overall flow. But this time, his attention wasn't split. Everything on set was working. Hours passed. Scene after scene was completed. By the time they moved into the final setup, the energy had shifted completely. What started as a tense beginning had turned into a controlled, confident execution. Last one, Sheena said. The crew prepared. Davido stepped into position. The music played. The final take ran smoothly from start to finish. Cut. Sheena checked the playback one more time. No issues. He lowered the camera slightly. That's it. There was a brief pause. Then the tension broke. People started moving again. Voices rose. Somebody laughed. Another person clapped lightly. It's clean, one of the producers said. Davido walked over, looking at the screen. He watched the final shot, then nodded. Yeah, this one go work. He turned slightly, looking toward Sheena. You did well. Sheena let out a small breath he didn't realize he had been holding. Thank you. Davido nodded again. Real work. That meant something. More than the earlier casual comments. Sheena smiled slightly, adjusting his grip on the camera. From the side, Sharon stepped closer to Dayo. That was good, she said. Dayo nodded. He handled it. As things started wrapping up, equipment began getting packed away. The controlled structure of the shoot slowly dissolved into a more relaxed environment. Davido walked over to Dayo. Appreciate this, he said. Dayo looked at him. No problem. Davido hesitated for a second, then added, for real. Dayo gave a small nod. I know. There was a short silence between them. Not awkward, but not as open as before. Davido glanced away briefly, then back. We'll talk later, he said. Sure. That was it. No long conversation. No extended moment. Just that. Davido turned and walked back toward his team. Dayo stayed where he was for a second, watching the set being cleared. From the outside, everything had gone well. The video was done. The performance was solid. Sheena had delivered. There was nothing to complain about. But something had shifted. Not loudly. Not in a way anyone else would point out. Just slightly. Enough to be noticed. Sharon walked up beside him again. You're quiet, she said. Dayo glanced at her briefly. Just thinking. She didn't push further. She already understood. They stood there for a moment, watching the final pieces of the set come down. Sheena walked past them, still talking to one of the crew members, his energy lighter now. The tension from earlier was gone. In its place was something else. Confidence. Real confidence. Dayo watched him for a second, then looked away. The day had moved forward. Progress had been made. Everything had worked. But not everything felt the same. He didn't say it. He didn't need to. For now, it stayed where it was. Unspoken. And waiting. Chapter 399, Sheena's Trouble. The room was quiet except for the low hum of the laptop. Sheena sat in front of the screen, shoulders slightly hunched, eyes fixed on the timeline stretched across the editing software. Clips filled the track. Cuts, transitions, color grading already applied in places. He had been at it for hours. And still, something wasn't right. He played the sequence again. Davido stepped into frame. The lighting was clean. The movement was smooth. The transitions were correct. Everything was correct. Sheena leaned back slightly and exhaled. Why no day enter like this? He dragged the playhead back and watched it again. Same thing. Nothing wrong. But it was not hitting that spot. He had watched a lot of videos, so he knew something was missing, but he couldn't point what exactly was missing. He rubbed his face with both hands and looked at the numbers on his phone again. 10 million Nigerian nairas. He had checked it more times than he wanted to admit. 10 million naira. For shooting a music video. For directing. For him. He let out a short laugh, but there was no humor in it. 10 million. And this is what I want to deliver. He leaned forward again, eyes narrowing at the screen. I know fit do nonsense. He clicked through different clips, rearranging them slightly, adjusting timing, shifting a transition forward by a fraction. He played it again. Still the same feeling. Flat had a feeling of not bad, and that was all for a huge star like Dayo and Davido. This quality wouldn't stand. His fingers hovered over the keyboard for a second before he picked up his phone. He didn't overthink it. He knew what to so he dialed Dayo's phone. The line rang once, twice, then connected. Yeah. Bro. There was a pause. I don't edit him tire. Sheena said. But I know Day convinced. Dayo didn't reply immediately. Where you Day? House. Come. That was all. All right. He knew he didn't have to act courtesy with Dayo. After spending time with Dayo, he understood how he loved when you asked question, so he stood up and packed up and ordered his ride to his house. The internet was not quiet. That was the thing. While Sheena sat there struggling with the timeline, the outside world had already moved into another level of noise. The teaser had done its job. Now people wanted more. Posts were everywhere. Where the song? Why dem never drop him? This delay no makes sense. I don't replay that snippet tire. I beg make them drop this song nah. Somebody posted. If this thing no drop this week, we go riot. Another replied. Nah hype dem day build. Age we no go gree, oh we don day hype d square for more than 2 weeks now a beg nah. Yes so please release the song already. Others weren't convinced. Hope say nothing don't spoil. Why everywhere quiet suddenly? Like I smell something is going on. Ogo what are you smelling a beg shift that's how you all will start nonsense a beg nothing is happening. A beg make nothing happen oh. Blogs were picking it up again. Dayo and Davido collaboration yet to drop as anticipation builds. Fans begin questioning delay and highly anticipated track. D Square yet to announce any date hype or problem. Some fans were now angry at the blogs causing issues. I beg all these blogs should rest now which one is all this one that they are trying to start. Omo tire me oh just. Because they know talk. Leave those blogs most of them didn't go to school hee. But come to think of it there's no smoke without fire just saying no fight me. True shy you no lie, I just hope nothing happen. Don't worry everyone go drop. It wasn't panic. But it was building. Expectation turning into pressure. And pressure always needed an outlet. By the time Sheena got to Dayo's place, his head was already full. He knocked once and stepped in after the door opened. Dayo was already inside, seated near the table with his laptop open. Sharon was there too, sitting on the couch with her phone in hand. She glanced up. You look stressed. Sheena dropped his bag on the table. I am. Dayo didn't look up immediately. Bring it. Sheena pulled out his laptop and turned it toward him. I don't do everything I know, he said. Cuts clean, transitions correct, everything. But something no day. Dayo finally shifted his attention to the screen. Play it. Sheena hit play. The video ran. Nobody spoke. Sharon lowered her phone slightly, watching as well. The clip ended. There was a short silence. Dayo tapped the table lightly once. Again. Sheena replayed it. This time, Dayo leaned forward slightly, his eyes more focused. The clip ended again. He sat back. It's not bad. Sheena nodded quickly. I know. But it's not enough. Dayo looked at him. You feel am. Sheena let out a breath. I know fit explain am, but I feel am. Dayo nodded once he knew his choice while right if this video was given to someone without talent the person might pass it as a good video, but indeed somethings were missing. Good. He reached for the laptop and pulled it closer. Watch. He didn't explain first. He just started working. He dragged a clip forward. Cut a section out. Moved another one slightly earlier. Your timing is too safe, he said calmly. You're following the beat too directly. Sheena frowned. Isn't that correct? It's predictable. He adjusted another section. Sometimes you need to come before the beat. Sometimes after. He replayed a small part. The difference was immediate. It felt sharper. More alive. Sheena leaned forward. Wait. Dayo didn't stop. He kept moving. Also, you're showing too much. He cut out a portion of a scene entirely. Let people imagine small. He added a quick transition. Subtle, but effective. Then he adjusted the color slightly. Not drastically. Just enough. He replayed the sequence again. The same footage. But now, it felt different. The energy was there. The flow made sense. It pulled attention instead of just presenting. Sheena blinked. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Just a small change had such a huge effect to the video. Bro. Dayo didn't react. Continue watching. He made one more small adjustment. Then leaned back. Play it from the top. Sheena did. The full sequence ran. This time, he didn't lean back. He stayed. Forward. Watching everything. When it ended, he just sat there for a second. Bro. He looked at Dayo. This is mad. That was all he could say. Dayo shrugged slightly. You'll get there. Sheena shook his head. No. This one is different. Dayo leaned back. You were editing what you saw. You need to edit what people should feel. That hit. Sheena nodded slowly. Feel. Yeah, Dayo continued. Anybody can arrange clips. Not everybody can control reaction. Sheena exhaled. Guy, this thing. Dayo cut him off. You'll learn it. Sheena smiled slightly. Still, you're fucking good. Dayo didn't respond to that. He just tapped the table lightly. Fix the rest. Sheena nodded immediately. Say less. He understood immediately and started working on it. Across the city, Davido sat in a different kind of quiet. The room was calm, but not relaxed. His manager sat across from him, flipping through something on his tablet. So, the manager said, looking up. How's the video? Davido leaned back in his chair. It went well. You've seen any cuts? Not yet. They're still working on it. The manager nodded. Good. We need it clean. Davido picked up a bottle and took a sip. We'll start countdown once it's ready, he added. Give people something to hold. The manager leaned forward slightly. How many days? 3. Maybe 4. That's tight. It's enough. The manager studied him for a second. And the release? Davido didn't hesitate. As planned. There was a pause. Then the manager asked the real question. How do you feel about everything? Davido looked at him. What do you mean? You know what I mean. There was a short silence. Davido leaned back slightly. I'm fine. The manager didn't respond immediately. He just watched him. You're sure? Davido nodded once. It already happened. That was his answer. Simple. Direct. But not complete. The manager leaned back as well. All right. He didn't push further. No need. Some things, you let them just be. After all, he knew how Davido was feeling. Back in the room, Sheena was still staring at the screen. He replayed the edited version again. And again. Each time, he noticed something new. Something he missed before. Bro. I see him now. Dayo glanced at him briefly. What? The difference? Dayo nodded. Good. Sheena leaned back slightly. I thought I knew what I was doing. You do, Dayo said. Just not everything. Sheena smiled. Fair. Sharon stood up from the couch and walked closer, glancing at the screen. Let me see. Sheena played the updated version. She watched quietly, then nodded. This one is better. Sheena looked at her. Better. She shrugged slightly. It pulls attention. The other one was just there. He laughed. That's exactly how I felt. Dayo closed the laptop slightly. Finish it. Sheena nodded. I will. Outside, the noise hadn't stopped. If anything, it was getting louder. People were waiting. Refreshing. Asking questions. Speculating. No one knew what was happening behind the scenes. But everyone could feel something was coming. And when anticipation reached that level, there was no quiet way to release it. Something would give. Soon. Chapter 400. 5 days. The video was already done. Not almost done. Not halfway. Not something that still needed direction. The full edit sat on the screen exactly the way it was meant to be. Arranged, structured, balanced. Every cut had been made based on what Dayo had shown him earlier. Every transition placed with intention. Every moment lined up with the sound in a way that no longer felt random. Sheena sat alone in front of the system, the room quiet around him except for the low hum of the laptop fan. He hadn't played it yet since finishing the final export. For some reason, He just sat there staring at the file like he needed to prepare himself before pressing play. His fingers hovered over the mouse for a second. Then he clicked. The video started. At first, he leaned back, arms folded slightly, watching like someone reviewing work out of habit. The opening shot came in clean, no awkward delay, no rough entry. The next cut followed smoothly, and when the beat dropped, the transition didn't feel forced the way it had earlier when he was still struggling with it. It landed naturally, like it had always been meant to sit there. His posture changed without him realizing it. He leaned forward. The second sequence came in, and this time the camera angle shift didn't just connect the clips, it carried the energy forward. The performance shot blended into the next scene without that small gap that used to exist, and for the first time, he noticed something he hadn't been able to achieve before. Flow. Not just movement, not just correct timing, but actual flow. The video continued. Sheena's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched, not in confusion, but in focus. He was no longer watching as someone checking if a video was okay. He was watching like someone trying to understand how something worked. When the chorus section hit, he paused the video immediately. He dragged the timeline back a few seconds, played it again, then paused again. How? He whispered it without thinking. He dragged it back again and played it one more time, this time paying attention to the exact moment the cut happened. The shift between the wide shot and the close-up wasn't just clean. It felt intentional in a way he hadn't been able to create before. He sat back slowly, then leaned forward again. He replayed the entire video from the beginning. This time, he didn't pause. He watched everything, from start to finish. And when it ended, he didn't move for a few seconds. His hand came up to his head slowly, fingers brushing through his hair as he tried to process what he had just seen. There was no excitement yet, no shouting, no immediate reaction. Just quiet disbelief settling in. This is my work. He didn't ask it loudly. He didn't need to. He already knew the answer. He played it again. And this time, the reaction came. A small laugh escaped him first, the kind that comes when something doesn't fully make sense yet. Then he shook his head, eyes still on the screen, and leaned back into the chair like the realization had just caught up with him. Guy. He exhaled slowly. This is crazy. The door behind him opened softly. Dayo stepped in first, followed by Sharon, who walked in with her usual calm expression and leaned lightly against the wall. Neither of them said anything immediately because they could already tell from Sheena's posture that something had shifted. Sheena didn't even turn at first. He just pointed at the screen. Watch this. Dayo stepped closer without rushing, pulled a chair slightly forward, and sat down. Sharon moved a little from the wall so she could see clearly from where she stood. Sheena replayed the video. This time, he didn't speak during it. He just watched, the same way he had just watched it alone. But now, there was something else in his expression. Recognition. Not of the video. Of himself. When the video ended, he turned slowly to look at Dayo. I did this. It wasn't a question. It wasn't disbelief anymore. It was realization. Dayo nodded once, simple and calm. Yes. Sheena let out a short breath and leaned back again, both hands now resting on his head. Duh. This is not normal. Sharon smiled slightly from the side. It's normal. You just didn't know you could do it. Sheena shook his head immediately. No, this is not just normal editing. The way everything connects, the way it moves. He paused, searching for the right words. This one is different. Dayo picked up the mouse and dragged the timeline slightly. It's because now you're not just placing clips. You're controlling the feeling. Sheena looked back at the screen. Controlling the feeling. He repeated it slowly, like he was trying to understand it properly. Dayo continued calmly. Before, you were editing to match what you see. Now, you're editing to match what people should feel when they watch it. That landed. Sheena didn't speak for a moment. He just nodded slowly. Then he leaned forward again and replayed a section. This time he saw it. Not just the cuts, not just the transitions, but the intention behind them. I see it now. Dayo gave a small nod. That's the difference. Sheena turned to him again, still processing everything. How long did it take you to get to this level? Dayo shrugged slightly. Time. Sheena laughed softly. That's not an answer. It is. Sheena shook his head again, but this time there was a smile on his face. This is mad. Dayo leaned back in his chair. This is still basic. Sheena stared at him for a second. Don't lie. I'm not. Sheena laughed again this time louder. If this is basic, then I have not even started. You've started, Dayo replied. Now you just have to keep going. Sheena looked back at the screen one more time. The disbelief was gone now. What remained was something else. Confidence. The file didn't stay in that room for long. Once Sheena was satisfied, he sent it. Asterisk. Davido was in his sitting room when the video came in. He had been scrolling through updates from earlier posts when the notification appeared. He opened it immediately, not out of impatience, but out of curiosity. He already expected something good, but he didn't know exactly what level it would reach. He pressed play. The video started. At first, his expression didn't change. He leaned back slightly, one arm resting on the side of the chair, watching with the calm focus of someone used to seeing edits, previews, and rough cuts. Then the beat dropped. His eyes narrowed just a little. The transition that followed wasn't something you ignored if you understood editing. It didn't drag. It didn't rush. It landed exactly where it needed to. He adjusted his sitting position. The video continued. The pacing stayed consistent. The transitions carried energy instead of interrupting it. The visual flow matched the sound in a way that didn't feel accidental. By the time the second major sequence played, Davido had stopped thinking like an artist watching his own work and started watching like someone analyzing what was in front of him. The video ended. He didn't speak immediately. He replayed it. This time, he watched specific moments. Certain cuts. Specific transitions. Small details that most people wouldn't notice. When it finished again, he dropped the phone slightly onto his lap and exhaled. This is quality. The manager sitting nearby looked up. That good? Davido nodded slowly. Very good. But inside, something else had already settled. He knew. Sheena didn't do this alone. There was no doubt about that. The structure, the control, the timing. He didn't need anyone to confirm it for him. He didn't say anything about it. He didn't ask. He just accepted it. Post it. The decision came without delay. Start countdown. We released the video with the album. 5 days. The post went live with a banner showing the album cover and a 5-day to come by the side. And the reaction didn't take time. It hit immediately. Within minutes, the video was everywhere. People reposted it. Clips started circulating. Blogs picked it up. The comments came in fast. This is it. Finally. 5 days. That's too long. Drop him now. The engagement didn't slow down. If anything, it increased. Fan pages began breaking down parts of the video. Some focused on the sound. Others focused on the visuals. Arguments started forming in comment sections. Predictions followed. This one go number 1. Forget talk. This is a hit. Davido no come play this time. The noise kept building. The countdown made it worse. 5 days suddenly felt like a long wait. And the longer people waited, the louder they became. Asterisk. Far away from all of that noise, Michael sat in silence. The room around him was calm, controlled, and almost too quiet for someone like him. The kind of quiet that didn't come from peace, but from control. Clara stepped in with a tablet in her hand. They've started the countdown. Michael didn't look up immediately. His eyes were already on the screen in front of him. The video trailer played again. He watched everything. Not as a fan, not as someone impressed, but as someone measuring. When it ended, he leaned back slowly. 5 days. Clara nodded. Yes. Michael's fingers tapped lightly against the armrest of his chair, slow and deliberate. They followed through. He wasn't surprised, but he was interested. Very interested. Because this was the moment that mattered. Not the collaboration. Not the video. Not even the hype. This was about something else. Something deeper. He turned his head slightly. If he really has something. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Clara understood. This was a test. A controlled one. The rollout had been altered. The structure had been changed. The natural flow had been disrupted. If Dayo's success was based on instinct alone, this wouldn't matter. But if it wasn't, if there was something behind it, then this would show. It that Dayo had something to predict the timing of release. Michael's gaze returned to the screen. Let's see how far it goes. His voice was calm, but there was nothing good behind it. Because this wasn't curiosity. It was intent. And he had been waiting for a moment like this. Back in Lagos, the city moved like nothing had changed. But online, everything was already shifting. The countdown had started. The attention had locked in. The anticipation had reached a point where it couldn't go backward anymore. And somewhere in the middle of all of that, Dayo sat quietly, watching the numbers rise. He didn't react. He didn't comment. He didn't question anything. Because at this point, There was only one thing left to see. What would happen when it finally dropped? Chapter 401, Release Day. The release day did not arrive quietly. For 4 days straight, the internet had been building toward it in layers. The teaser had already done its job. Short clips had circulated across blogs, reposted on multiple pages, dissected by fans who were trying to stretch a few seconds of audio into full expectations. The countdown had only added fuel to it. Every day, the noise increased. Every day, more people joined the conversation. By the 5th day, it no longer felt like anticipation. It felt like pressure. Inside Davido's space, that pressure had already turned into movement. Phones were ringing constantly. PR teams were coordinating timing. Streaming platforms had already been notified. Visual assets were ready. The album cover, tracklist layout, captions, rollout timing, everything had been aligned to the minute. Nobody was guessing anymore. This was execution. Davido sat with his phone in hand, scrolling through the countdown post again. The comments were still coming in even minutes before the drop. People were tagging friends, setting reminders, arguing about which track would be the best before even hearing it. He leaned back slightly, exhaling through his nose. "Today go loud," one of his team members said from across the room. Davido nodded once. It has to. The plan had already been locked in. No more adjustments. No more discussions. The album and the collaboration would drop together. One moment. One release. Everything at once. Across the city, Dayo was not in the same environment. He was seated in a quieter room, Sharon not too far from him, her phone in her hand as she monitored different pages. Sheena was there too, pacing slightly with his own device, refreshing more often than he realized. The energy in the room was different. It was not chaotic. It was focused. Sharon glanced up first. 10 minutes. Dayo nodded. He did not say much. His phone was on the table in front of him, screen lit, notifications already stacking up even before the release. He reached for it, opened the post Davido had put up, and simply reshared it. No caption, no extra push. Just a repost. Sheena noticed. Immediately, he slowed down mid-step, eyes narrowing slightly as he looked from his phone to Dayo, and then back again like he expected something more to follow. "That's it?" he asked, not even trying to hide the confusion in his voice. Go add anything?" Dayo didn't look up from the table. "No." Sheena stared at him for another second, then shook his head and let out a quiet breath as he resumed pacing. He didn't argue, but it clearly didn't make sense to him. In his mind, this was the moment. The biggest push. The final signal to the audience that everything they had been waiting for was here. Sharon noticed it too, but she didn't question it the same way. She had worked with Dayo long enough to recognize when he was making a decision that didn't need explanation. She glanced at the time again. 2 minutes. That was when the atmosphere in the room shifted slightly. Not louder, not chaotic, just tighter, more aware. Sheena stopped pacing completely now, standing near the edge of the table with his phone in his hand, refreshing the same page over and over again without even realizing he was doing it. Across the city, inside Davido's space, nobody was sitting anymore. Phones were in hands. Laptops were open. One of the team members was counting down softly under his breath, while another monitored the back-end dashboard, eyes moving quickly across numbers that were about to start changing. Davido didn't join the countdown. He just watched his screen. Then, it dropped. At the exact scheduled time, the album went live across all platforms. At the same moment, the video went live. No delay, no stagger, everything at once. For a split second, there was a pause. Not silence, but a shift, like the entire internet inhaled before reacting. Then it hit. Back in Dayo's room, Sheena spoke first. "It's out." He didn't wait. He was already opening the streaming platform, tapping through quickly until the album appeared. "It's live everywhere." Sharon refreshed her page again. "Same here." Dayo picked up his phone calmly and opened the platform. The album sat there clean and complete, the tracklist visible, the artwork exactly as planned. He scrolled once, then stopped. Sheena had already pressed play. "Let's hear him from the top." The first track started. For a few seconds, nobody in the room spoke. They listened the way people listen when they know they're part of something that a lot of people are experiencing at the same time. Online, the reaction had already started. "Album is out." "It dropped." "Play it now." Davido, no waste time. Comments were coming in too fast to read properly. People were reacting as they listened, posting half-formed thoughts, immediate impressions, excitement spilling out without structure. Fans and paid influential were streaming online. Track 1 ended. Track 2 followed. Different tone. Smoother. Sharon leaned slightly forward, listening more carefully. Now, this one is calm. Sheena nodded. I like this. He was already glancing at his phone again, checking reactions as the song played. People are saying track 2 is nice. The album was moving the way albums usually did. People testing, reacting, deciding what they liked and what they didn't. Then track 3 started. Unavailable. Davido, featuring JD. The reaction was immediate. Sheena didn't even realize he had stopped breathing properly until he leaned forward slightly. Wait. The beat came in. Clean. Controlled. Different enough to stand out without forcing attention. Sharon didn't speak. She just listened even after hearing the song before it still hit different. Online, timelines began shifting. Track 3? Hold on. This one different. People who hadn't even reached the song naturally started jumping to it. Where that JD track day? Track 3. Go there. I skip rejam. The pattern formed quickly. This song is mad. Unavailable is crazy. I'm replaying this. Back in the room, Sheena leaned back slowly. This one. He shook his head. This one is not normal. Sharon picked up her phone again and refreshed. The comments had already changed direction. Track 3 again. Best one so far. Who produced this? This is different from the rest. Dayo said nothing. He didn't need to. The song continued. The hook landed. The structure held. By the time it ended, Sharon exhaled quietly. That stands out. Sheena nodded immediately. Very clear. He didn't even wait for the next track. He switched tabs. Video dawn drop. He opened YouTube. Pressed play. The screen filled with the opening shot. Clean. Intentional. Every transition landing exactly where it was supposed to. Sheena leaned closer without realizing it. Ah. He let out a quiet laugh. This is serious. Sharon didn't interrupt. She watched the full video before checking her phone again. The comment section was already moving fast. What did I just watch? This video is insane. Who shot this? I'm replaying again. Too clean. Back on streaming platforms, the conversation was still spreading. People were talking about the album. Album makes sense. Davido delivered. Good project. Solid work. JD is on the beat yee. But inside those same conversations, something else kept repeating. Track 3. Unavailable. That's the one. It wasn't forced. It wasn't coordinated. It was just where people kept returning. Inside Davido's space, the energy had lifted. Phones were ringing again. Numbers were moving. One of the team members spoke. Engagement is high across all platforms. Another added. Video is picking up fast. Davido nodded. Good. He opened the album again on his phone, scrolling through briefly before stopping on track 3. He tapped it. Listened again. This time, not as an artist. As someone watching the public reaction. Then he exited and opened. Social media. The comments were consistent. Unavailable is the one. Track 3 repeat. That song go everywhere. He leaned back slightly, resting his phone against his thigh. His manager glanced at him. How is it looking? Davido answered calmly. It's good. And it was. The album was being received well. People were listening. People were reacting. Nothing was failing. At the same time, across the city, Dayo sat back in his chair and watched everything unfold. He didn't rush to react. He didn't interrupt the moment. But he had already made his move. Quietly. The moment the release went live, he activated it. Global Spotlight card, he still had 3 left, and he chose. First, the song. Unavailable. Then the video. 2 separate pushes. No explanation. From the outside, nothing changed. He had planned to push the album too, but since Davido didn't follow the rollout plan, it would be a waste of the card as it was not peak time to release. But online, something subtle started happening. People kept seeing it. More than once. Different platforms. Different placements. Why I day see this song everywhere. This track day pop up again. YouTube don't recommend am again. Even my playlist carry am. JD carry this song oh. JD for life. Nobody questioned it deeply. They just followed it. Back in the room, Sheena refreshed again and laughed. Even my Explore don't carry this track. Sharon nodded slowly. That's how it spreads. Meanwhile, the album conversation continued. People were still exploring other tracks. Track 5 is nice. I like track 7. This one go enter radio. Nothing negative. Nothing broken. Just normal. But every time the conversation stretched long enough, it curved back. Have you heard unavailable? That one is different. I go back to that one. Sheena finally sat down. For the first time since the release started, he stopped moving. He looked at Dayo. This thing don't enter. Dayo nodded once. Yes. Sheena leaned back. You knew? Dayo didn't answer directly. He picked up his phone again and refreshed once. The numbers were still climbing. The reactions were still coming. The direction was already clear. He placed the phone back down. No smile. No celebration. Just quiet confirmation. Sharon watched him briefly, then returned to her screen. She knew Dayo had plans. This is just the beginning. Dayo nodded slightly. Yes. Outside, the internet continued moving. The album was live. The video was live. The reactions were everywhere. And even though everything had dropped at the same time, even though the plan had been to push everything together, one thing had already started to separate itself. Not aggressively, not loudly, just enough to be noticed. And not enough yet for everyone to fully understand what it meant. Chapter 402, Release Day. The first hour after the release did not slow down. If anything, it became more structured in a way that only people inside the system could truly see. The excitement was still there, reactions were still pouring in, but beneath that surface, something else had started forming. Numbers were beginning to take shape. Not complete reports yet, not full analytics, but enough to reveal patterns that could not be ignored. Inside Davido's space, the earlier noise had reduced, not because things had calmed, but because the focus had shifted. The room had moved from reaction to observation. Screens filled the space, dashboards running side by side, each showing a different layer of performance. Phones were still active, but conversations were now shorter, more precise, built around updates instead of speculation. One of the analysts leaned forward, eyes fixed on his screen as new data refreshed in real time. First 30 minutes data is coming in, he said, voice steady but alert. Davido did not rush him. He stayed seated, posture relaxed, attention sharp. What are we seeing? The analyst adjusted the display and scrolled through the incoming numbers. Overall album engagement is strong. Streams are coming in evenly across the first two tracks. No drop-offs, no resistance. That part was expected. Davido nodded once, not reacting beyond that. He already knew the project was solid. He had spent too much time on it for it to open weak. And track 3, he asked. There was a slight pause before the answer came. It's ahead. Davido's gaze lifted. Slightly. How ahead? The analyst exhaled before answering. Roughly 35% higher engagement than the next track in the same time window. The room stayed quiet for a moment. That number was not small, but it was not alarming either. A collaboration track that had been teased heavily was expected to pull early attention. That was part of why it had been placed so early in the album. That's fine, Davido said calmly, leaning back slightly. Nobody disagreed. At this stage, it made sense. Another screen refreshed. Video is climbing too, someone else added. Davido shifted his gaze. How fast? 2.3 million views in the first hour. There was a brief acknowledgement across the room. Not surprise, not celebration. Just confirmation. That's good, Davido replied. Everything still looked right on paper. Across the city, Sheena was not looking at dashboards. He was staring directly at YouTube, watching numbers move in real time as if they might slow down if he blinked too long. He refreshed the page again. 3.1 million. He blinked, then refreshed again. 3.4. A small laugh escaped him, mixed with disbelief. This is not normal. Sharon stood beside him, watching the screen over his shoulder. Check the comments, she said. He scrolled down. The comments were moving too fast to follow properly, refreshing almost as quickly as the numbers themselves. This video is insane. I came from the song. Who directed this? Replay again. Best video this year. Yeah, I think it's that guy Dayo helped write. Or dumb, how is that even possible? A beg who care who shoot at the video makes sense, and that's all. Sheena leaned back slightly, rubbing his face as if that would help him process what he was seeing. They're not even resting, he muttered. He refreshed again. 4.2 million. That fast. Sharon didn't respond immediately. She had shifted her attention to something else. Look at this, she said, turning her phone toward him. It wasn't YouTube. It was a music platform. The track. Unavailable. The numbers were clearly ahead of the others. Not slightly. Clearly. Sheena frowned, eyes narrowing slightly. So it's not just the video. No, Sharon replied calmly. It's both. Back inside Davido's space, the second hour began to sharpen the picture. The analyst spoke again, this time with more certainty. Track 3 is maintaining lead. Now at about 48% higher replay rate than track 2. Davido's fingers tapped lightly against the arm of his chair. His expression did not change, but his attention had shifted fully now. And the rest of the album? Stable. No drop-offs. Everything is moving. Just not at the same speed. That word lingered. Not at the same speed. Davido leaned forward slightly. Check retention. The cursor moved quickly across the screen. New data loaded. Another brief silence followed. People are not just playing it, the analyst said. They're repeating it. Davido nodded once. Still not a problem. Not yet. Let it run, he said. From his perspective, this was still within expectation. A standout track always pulled attention first. Over time, the audience spread out. Other songs caught on. That was how albums worked. Another update came in. External traffic is also pointing more toward that track, someone added. Davido looked up. Explain. Search traffic, shares, direct clicks. A lot of people are going straight to that song instead of starting from the album. That was slightly different. Still not wrong, but different. Still early, Davido said calmly. No one challenged that. Online, the reaction had already begun shaping itself. At first, it had been pure excitement. People rushed to listen, posting screenshots, tagging friends, arguing over which track to play first. Some followed the album in order. Some skipped around. Some went straight to what they had been waiting for. But as the first wave settled, a pattern started repeating. Not loudly, not intentionally, just consistently. Track 3. That song is crazy. I won't lie, track 3 is the one. Who is JD? Is the above person living in a cage? How can you not know JD? Bro, leave that guy, he is chasing clouts. Davido and that JD guy, mad combo. I came for that snippet. I found it. At the same time, the album was still receiving praise. The album makes sense. Solid project. No skips. But in between those reactions, the same focus kept returning. Track 3. Some called it by name. Some didn't. Some posted clips. Some quoted lyrics. Some looped the hook and posted it again. The difference wasn't dramatic, but it was consistent. Sheena leaned forward again, eyes fixed on the screen as he refreshed once more. 4.8 million. He let out a quiet laugh. This is mad. He looked up at Dayo, who sat across from him, calm as ever, phone resting in his hand. I won't lie, this changes everything for me. Dayo nodded slightly. I know. Sheena studied him for a moment. You're too calm. Dayo shrugged lightly. It's still early. Sheena frowned. Early. Dayo leaned back, gaze steady. The first reaction is not the full picture. Sheena looked back at the screen again. The numbers were still climbing rapidly. It already looks like the full picture to me. Dayo didn't argue. He simply watched. He moved between platforms, not just checking growth, but direction. The song was moving. The video was moving. And more importantly, they were moving together, reinforcing each other instead of competing. That was the part that mattered. Back in Davido's space, the room had settled into full monitoring mode. YouTube just crossed 5 million, someone said. Engagement rate is high too, another added. Davido didn't respond immediately. He was reading something on his phone. A thread. Multiple replies. Stacked under one post. Album praise. Song reactions. Mixed opinions. But the same reference kept appearing. Track 3. He locked his phone and placed it down. Play the album again, he said. The system responded immediately. Track 1. Clean. Strong. Exactly as intended. Track 2. Smooth. Structured. Then track 3 came in. The shift in attention was subtle, but it was there. Not physical, not spoken, but felt. The energy of the track carried a different kind of weight when placed directly after the first two. One of the team members nodded slowly. This one. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Davido leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees, listening through without interruption. When the track ended, he leaned back again. Continue. The rest of the album played. It was good, solid, consistent, but something had already been established, and no one in the room needed to say it out loud. Davido picked up his phone again and opened the dashboard. Track 3. Still leading. He switched to another page. User behavior. Entry points. He stared at the data for a few seconds longer this time. Then he locked the phone again. No one asked what he saw. No one needed to. He leaned back into the chair, exhaling slowly. The album was doing well. That part was clear. But the center of attention was beginning to shift. Not aggressively. Not dramatically. Just enough to notice. And once that kind of shift started, it rarely corrected itself on its own. Davido sat quietly, eyes fixed ahead, while the room continued moving around him. He didn't react. He didn't comment. But the thought had already settled in, and it wasn't going anywhere. Chapter 403, 1 week after release. 1 week after the release, the noise had changed completely. It was no longer about anticipation or first reactions. The conversations had shifted into something heavier, something people in the industry paid attention to more than excitement. Numbers had settled enough to form direction. Not guesses. Not early spikes. Real patterns. Across different platforms, reports had been compiled, broken down, and compared. Internal dashboards had updated multiple times over the week. External tracking pages had stabilized. What was left now was not speculation. It was performance. The songs topped the charts in different countries and cities. Michael's office was quiet when the report came in. Not the kind of quiet that came from emptiness, but the kind that came from control. The blinds were half drawn, cutting the sunlight into thin lines across the polished surface of his desk. A large screen sat in front of him, but he wasn't looking at it yet. His attention was on the door. A soft knock came first. "Come in." Clara stepped in, tablet in hand, posture straight, expression composed. She had already gone through the numbers more than once before entering. Not because she doubted them, but because she understood who she was presenting them to. Michael didn't speak immediately. He watched her walk in, then leaned back slightly in his chair. "So," he said, voice calm, almost casual. "What are the numbers saying?" Clara moved closer and placed the tablet on the desk, turning it slightly so both of them could see. "The first week performance is in," she said. "All platforms combined." Michael leaned forward now, resting one arm on the table as his eyes dropped to the screen. The data was clear. There was no need to scroll much. It was already obvious. Clara spoke again, this time slower. "The album is performing well. No major drop-offs. Strong engagement across multiple regions. The fan base is active. The rollout worked." Michael nodded once. That part didn't interest him. "Continue." Clara shifted the display slightly, isolating another section. "The collaboration track. Unavailable." There was a brief pause. Then she finished. 38 million streams across platforms in the first week. Michael didn't react yet. His eyes stayed on the number. Clara didn't stop. "The remaining 11 tracks combined." She tapped once, bringing up the comparison, "are sitting just under 31 million. Silence settled in the room. Not long, but enough. Michael leaned back slowly, one hand resting against his chin as he processed it without rushing. 38. Against 31. Not one track slightly ahead. Not one track leading comfortably. One track outperforming the entire album combined. He let out a quiet breath through his nose. Then he smiled. Not wide. Not loud. Just enough. Checkmate. Clara didn't respond. She knew that tone. It wasn't surprise. It wasn't excitement. It was confirmation. Seeing Michael like this, he had achieved his aim, and the reason he was happy was simple. He had been wanting to confirm his theory, and he finally did. Cause Dayo never gave him the space to confirm it was due to Davido's label that made it happen, else only God knew when it would be confirmed. Michael tapped the screen once with his finger, eyes narrowing slightly as he looked deeper into the breakdown. Show me behavior. The display shifted again. Entry points. Replay rates. User patterns. Clara spoke as the data appeared. Most users are entering through the collaboration. Direct searches, external traffic, and platform recommendations are all pointing there first. Replay rate is significantly higher than the rest of the album. Completion rate for the full album is stable, but a large portion of listeners are looping that track repeatedly. Michael nodded slowly. Exactly. He leaned back again, folding his arms lightly. They're not discovering the album, he said quietly. They're entering through him. Clara didn't interrupt. Michael's gaze returned to the screen, but his thoughts had already moved past it. So the timing mattered. It wasn't a question. It was a conclusion. If the release had been separated, he continued, voice steady. The song would have built first, then carried the album. Instead, he tapped the screen again. It absorbed the attention. Clara glanced at him briefly. And that confirms your assumption? Michael's smile returned, slightly sharper this time. It confirms more than that. He stood up slowly and walked toward the window, looking out over the city without really focusing on it. He knew. Clara didn't ask what he meant. Michael continued anyway. He knew the timing was wrong. That's why he pushed against it. That's why he didn't want the joint release. He turned slightly, eyes sharper now. And now we've seen the result. His voice dropped just enough to carry weight in silence. So you really do have something. That was the real conclusion he had been waiting for. Not the numbers. Not the album. Not even the track. Dayo. Michael's fingers tapped lightly against his arm as he thought through it. For someone to be that precise. He murmured. That consistent. He didn't complete his sentence more like he didn't have to everything else have. Clara remained still. Michael's gaze returned to the tablet one last time before he waved his hand lightly. Keep monitoring it, he said. I want daily updates. Yes, sir. Clara picked up the tablet and stepped back, leaving the room as quietly as she had entered. Michael stayed where he was. The smile hadn't left his face. But it wasn't friendly. In another part of the city, the atmosphere was calmer. No blinds drawn. No heavy silence. Just a normal room, a table, and two people sitting across from each other. Sharon stood beside the table, her phone and laptop both open, switching between them as she finalized the latest set of numbers. Dayo sat in his usual position, relaxed but attentive, his phone resting near his hand. He looked up. What are the numbers? Sharon didn't answer immediately. She turned the screen toward him first. First week totals, she said. Dayo leaned slightly forward, eyes scanning the display without rushing. The numbers were clear. They didn't need interpretation. Unavailable. 39 million. The rest of the album combined. 32. He didn't react. He didn't need to. Sharon watched him carefully. It's not even close, she added. Dayo nodded once. Yes. That was all. No surprise. No excitement. Just acknowledgement. Sharon studied him for a second. You already expected this. Dayo leaned back slightly, resting his arm against the chair. I expected the direction, he said calmly. Not the exact numbers. Sharon crossed her arms lightly. They're higher than normal. They would be. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Because of the push? Dayo didn't answer that directly. He picked up his phone, checked another platform, then placed it back down. The song and the video are moving together, he said instead. That's what matters. Sharon nodded slowly. That part was obvious. The video had crossed numbers that would normally take longer to reach. Engagement was still climbing. Comments were still coming in at a steady rate. People weren't just watching. They were sharing, replaying, breaking it down. The attention was concentrated, and it was not spreading evenly. Sharon looked back at the screen. The album is still doing well, she said. Dayo nodded. Yes. There was no denial in it. The album wasn't failing. It was just not where the attention was, as the timing could have been better. Sharon glanced at him again. You're not happy about it. Dayo paused for a moment before answering. It would have been bigger. He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The song would have done better if, and the album would have been bigger, but they both clashed, sharing the hype. Even with the global spotlight card, the song took a hit. Sharon understood. If the release had followed the original structure, the song would have built first, carried the conversation, and then transferred that energy into the album. The attention would have spread naturally. Instead, everything had been dropped at once. And the audience had chosen. Sharon leaned back slightly. At least the track is performing. Dayo gave a small nod. Yes. There was a brief silence between them. Not uncomfortable. Just quiet. Then Sharon spoke again. You didn't push the album. It wasn't a question. Dayo didn't deny it. I supported what I was part of, he said simply. Sharon held his gaze for a moment. That was the truth. The song. The video. That was where his involvement stopped. The rest was not his decision anymore. Sharon looked back at the screen one last time. 39 million in 1 week, she said quietly. That's not normal. Dayo leaned back fully now, his expression calm. No, he agreed. It's not. But there was no pride in his voice. No celebration. Just clarity. Because for him, the numbers were not what he planned to achievement. They were the confirmation. And what they confirmed was simple. The timing had been wrong. The outcome had followed. And even without saying it out loud, The difference between what happened and what could have happened was already clear. Hello readers, I might not be as active as before and the writing quality might reduce, so, as upload, I have a lot to deal with, so please bear with me. Chapter 404, Album Analyst. While Dayo and Michael were checking the album situation, Davido, the owner of the album, was inside his own space. The atmosphere around him reflected that shift clearly. It had been a full week since the release of the album, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't tense about the results. The past few days had not been easy for him mentally. At some point, he even had to leave his house just to visit a few close friends, just to get his mind off everything for a while. Even then, it didn't really leave him. It stayed at the back of his head, constant, quiet, but always there. Every time his phone buzzed, every time someone mentioned numbers, every time he saw his album artwork online, the same thought came back. Did it land? One of the reasons for his anxiousness was simple. This album was not just another project. It was meant to cement his name on the global stage. Not just locally, not just within Africa, but internationally. A statement project. The kind that changes how people see you. The kind that shifts conversations. He knew what people expected from him. But this time, he also knew what he expected from himself. Majority of the features on the album were international stars. Getting them was not easy. His label had spent a lot of money, used serious connections, and even then it still required his own effort and reputation to make it happen. There were calls that took weeks. Some negotiations that nearly fell through. Some artists that only agreed after hearing the direction of the project. Some of them didn't just say yes because of money. They said yes because of him. And that made it even more important. This plan had been building for over 3 years. 3 years of planning. 3 years of back and forth. 3 years of delays, adjustments, changes. 3 years of waiting for the right moment. And now it was finally out. Which was exactly why the fear was there. Because if something went wrong, it wouldn't just be a small setback. It would affect everything he had been trying to build. The biggest issue in his mind, even if he didn't say it out loud, was timing. Dayo. The timing of that collaboration. The situation around it. How it played into the album. But he pushed that thought aside again. No point going back to it now. What was done was done. The room he was in was active, but controlled. Screens were open everywhere. Multiple dashboards running side by side. Streaming data, charts, regional numbers, engagement metrics. But despite all the information on display, nobody was talking over each other. That part had changed. Earlier in the week, there had been more noise. More opinions. More back and forth. Now everything was tighter. Conversations were shorter. Focused. People spoke, then stopped. No one rushed to fill silence anymore. Davido sat in his usual position, phone in hand, but he wasn't scrolling like he normally would. No social media. No distractions. His attention stayed on one screen. Longer than usual. Reading. Processing. Not reacting. Just taking things in. Across from him, one of the analysts adjusted the display on his laptop and then connected it to the main screen. Week 1 numbers are out, he said. That was enough. The room went quiet immediately. No need for extra words. Davido looked up slightly. He tried to keep his expression neutral. He didn't want to show too much too early. He gave a small nod. Let's see it. The screen lit up. Different platforms. Combined totals. Regional splits. Engagement breakdown. All the numbers lined up clearly. The analyst didn't speak immediately. He allowed the quiet murmurs in the room to settle before continuing. The album is sitting on 69 million streams across all platforms. For a split second, nobody reacted. Then it landed. 69 million. One of the producers stood up immediately. Guy, this is massive. Obo, this is it. This is madman. That's strong for first week. Very strong. Wow, that's huge. The room that had been controlled suddenly loosened. Relief. This was the highest first week Davido has received, and of course they were happy. That was the main thing. People had been holding tension without realizing it. Now it came out. Smiles. Laughter. A few people stood up and moved closer. Some came to tap Davido on the shoulder. Others hugged him briefly. Even some of the quieter members of the team couldn't hide their reactions. 69 million in 1 week was not normal. Not at all. Davido smiled. Nodded. Acknowledged them. But he didn't take his eyes off the screen for too long. That small detail didn't go unnoticed. A few people caught it. The way he wasn't fully celebrating. The way his focus hadn't shifted. After a while, The celebration died down naturally. People returned to their seats. The room calmed again. The analyst hesitated slightly. He wasn't sure if he should continue immediately. He glanced at Davido. Davido gave a small nod. The analyst nodded back. Now for the breakdown. He adjusted the screen. Track 1 has a total of 5 million streams. He continued. Track 2 is sitting at 4.8. He kept going. Numbers. Steady. Nothing unusual. Nothing alarming. Then he paused. Track 3. He tapped once. The screen shifted. Is ahead. That single sentence changed the energy again. People looked up. Some frowned slightly. It wasn't clear yet. Davido's eyes stayed on the screen. How far ahead is it? He asked. The analyst exhaled slowly. He didn't give the number immediately. Significantly. That word alone made a few people exchange looks. There was hesitation there. Not normal hesitation. Something else. The analyst zoomed in. Unavailable featuring JD is sitting at just over 39 million streams on its own. This time, no one reacted loudly. No celebration. No shouting. Just silence. Heavy. Uncomfortable. Someone shifted in their seat. Another leaned forward slightly. 39, one of them asked. The analyst nodded. Yes. And just like that, the room changed again. Because now it wasn't just a number. It was a comparison. One track. Against the entire album. And it wasn't just doing well. It was dominating. No. Dominating was an understatement. It was carrying. The analyst continued carefully. If we isolate the rest of the album, another tap. The remaining tracks combined are just under 21 million. That was when it became clear. Completely clear. One track. Carrying more than half the album. Not theory. Not assumptions. Actual numbers. On the screen. In front of everyone. The reactions were not the same. Some were confused. Some were quiet. Some already understood. Not everyone in the room knew about the fallout between Dayo and Davido concerning the release timing. Some assumed everything had gone according to plan. To them, this was just success. But to others, it was something else. A statement. Davido leaned back slowly in his chair, still looking at the screen. His expression didn't change much. But if someone paid attention, they would see it. The shift. Break it down, he said. The analyst nodded. Most of the album streams are coming from general rollout exposure. Playlist placements, homepage features, some paid push. It's moving, but it's being supported. He paused, then continued. The collaboration with Dayo isn't. Another screen appeared. High direct search traffic. High replay rate. Strong retention. People are going back to it repeatedly. No one interrupted him. Without external push, that track still holds. We even reduced promotion on it to push other tracks more. That part stayed longer than anything else. Because it meant something deeper. One of the producers who understood cleared his throat. It's still early, he said. Second week, go spread better. Another added. Yeah, albums take time. People go circle back. The ones who didn't know were confused. To them, this was clearly a hit. So why did it feel like something was wrong? They didn't ask. They knew better. Still, a few of them were already thinking. Connecting dots. Davido didn't respond. He was still looking at the screen. Still comparing. Still thinking. He tapped his phone once. Locked it. Placed it on the table. Continue, he said. His voice was calm. But something had changed. The analyst continued. Breaking down other tracks. Video performance. Regional strengths. Audience demographics. Where the album was strong. Where it was weaker. Where growth might come from. People listened. Some took notes. Some just watched. But the earlier excitement never fully came back. Because now there was context. And context changes everything. The meeting continued. But the mood had already shifted. And everyone in the room felt it. Even the ones who didn't fully understand it yet. No one said it out loud. But it was there. Clear. Heavy. Unavoidable. Little by little the team started to leave after all they had heard what they came here for. Chapter 405. Davido's regret? The room felt different once most of the people had left. It didn't happen all at once. One person stood up, said they would step out to take a call. Another followed, saying they needed to check something outside. A few minutes later, the room that had been filled with voices, screens, and movement reduced to only a handful of people. Davido remained seated. Across from him, his manager stayed in place, elbows resting on his knees, hands clasped together. Two of the core producers were still there as well, one leaning back in his chair, the other slightly forward, staring at the laptop in front of him even though nothing new was being displayed. Nobody spoke immediately. The screens were still on, but no one was actively interacting with them anymore. The numbers had already been seen. The breakdown had already been explained. There was nothing new to refresh. What remained was understanding. And that part took longer. One of the producers exhaled slowly and leaned forward, resting his hands on his thighs. He didn't look at anyone in particular when he spoke. "I no go lie, this one clear." No one interrupted him, because there was nothing to argue against. The manager shifted slightly in his seat and looked toward the main screen again, even though he already knew what was there. "Even with everything we did," he said quietly, "it still didn't balance." That sentence stayed in the air. Everything we did. Nobody needed clarification. They all knew what it meant. Playlist placements that were not organic. Paid boosts. Strategic positioning. Calls made to push visibility. Coordinated efforts to make sure the album stayed visible across platforms beyond what it would have achieved naturally. This was not new. It was standard. It was how the industry worked at that level. But the expectation that came with that effort was also clear. If you put that much behind a project, it should show. One of the producers shook his head slowly. "We pushed that album hard," he said. "Not small push. Real push." The other producer nodded in agreement. "Homepage features, playlist locks, even regional boosts. We didn't leave anything out." He paused, then added, "And still," he didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Davido had not moved much since the last set of numbers had been displayed. His phone was still in his hand, but the screen was off now. He wasn't checking anything anymore. He had already seen enough. His manager leaned back slightly and looked at him. "The album is not bad," he said carefully. "Let's be clear on that. The project itself is strong. After all, this is the highest streams you have received in a week. Not many in Nigeria can boast about that." Davido gave a small nod. That part he knew. That part had never been in question. The producer closest to the laptop spoke again. "But strength and performance are not the same thing." That statement landed differently, because now they were no longer talking about quality. They were talking about outcome. Another short silence followed. Then the manager spoke again, this time more directly. "If we left this album without all the extra push," he paused, choosing his words properly, "it wouldn't have crossed 18 million, that's apart from the feature." The room stayed still. No one argued, because that number felt closer to the truth than what had been reported publicly. 38 million had sounded good, but they all knew how it got there. Davido finally leaned forward slightly, placing his phone on the table. "And the track?" he asked. The producer didn't need to check again. 39 million, he said. Clean. No hesitation. No adjustment. Direct traffic. Replay. Organic pull. He tapped lightly on the table. That one didn't need anything. Davido nodded slowly but couldn't help but ask, "Are we sure that there was no use of bots?" The manager shook his head. "I can guarantee there was no use. I have watched the growth, and that is natural." Davido just nodded. That contrast was what mattered. Not just the difference in numbers. The difference in how those numbers came. The album needed support. The song did not. The manager leaned forward again, elbows on his knees. "That's the part that's not sitting right," he said. "It's not just that the song is ahead. It's how it got there." Another producer added quietly, "People are not discovering it. They're going back to it." That distinction mattered. Discovery meant curiosity. Replay meant attachment. Davido's fingers tapped lightly once against the table, then stopped. He leaned back again. "No." One spoke for a few seconds. The silence wasn't uncomfortable. It was heavy, because now the conversation had reached the point where everyone in the room knew what the real issue was, but no one had said it directly yet. The manager was the one who finally broke that line. "We should have followed that structure." No one needed to ask which structure. They all knew. The original plan. The one that had been suggested clearly. Release the song first. Let it build. Let people sit with it. Then bring the album after. The manager continued, voice steady. If that song dropped first on its own, it would have pulled everything behind it. He looked at the screen again briefly. Instead, it pulled itself. That was the difference. One of the producers leaned back and rubbed his face. "It's obvious now." Davido didn't respond, but his mind had already moved there. He could remember the conversation clearly. Not vague, not distorted, clear. The way Dayo had said it without forcing it. The way he had explained the timing. Not emotionally. Not like he was trying to prove anything. Just stating it. 1 week. 2 weeks at most. Let the attention peak first. Then release the album. Davido closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again. At the time, it hadn't felt wrong to go against it. It had felt reasonable, logical even. The teaser was already trending. The attention was there. Why wait? Why slow it down? Why not use everything at once? That had been the thinking. And now, he leaned forward again slightly, resting his elbows on his knees. The song didn't need help, he said quietly. No one interrupted him. The album did. That was the clearest way to put it. And it landed. Because once it was said like that, there was no way to adjust it, no way to soften it. The manager nodded slowly. Yes. One of the producers added. And because they dropped together, the help didn't spread, instead it just fought against each other. That was the second layer. If the song had built first, it would have carried momentum into the album. Instead, it held its own. And the album had to fight for attention separately. Davido looked at the screen again. Same numbers. Same breakdown. But now he wasn't just seeing figures. He was seeing decisions. The chain of them. Where it started. Where it shifted. Where it ended. The manager leaned back slightly this time. I understand why you made the call, he said. At that moment, it made sense. Davido didn't respond. Everything was moving fast. The teaser was hot. The pressure was there. He paused. But sometimes, slowing down is what makes it bigger. That line stayed in the room. Davido let out a slow breath. The producers didn't speak again. There was nothing else to add. Because the conversation had already reached its natural end. Not in terms of talking. In terms of understanding. Davido picked up his phone again, unlocked it, and opened one of the dashboards. Track 3. Still ahead. Still climbing. He switched to another view. Album distribution. Uneven. Not broken. But not balanced. He locked the phone again. Placed it back on the table. Then leaned back fully into his chair. His eyes rested somewhere ahead. Not focused on anything specific. He wasn't trying to explain it anymore. Not to them. Not to himself. Because the explanation had already formed. And once it formed, it didn't go away. The manager watched him for a moment, but didn't speak. He knew better. This wasn't the point to talk more. This was the point to let it sit. One of the producers stood up quietly, adjusting his chair slightly as he stepped away. I'll check the next update later, he said. The other nodded and followed a few seconds after. Soon, it was just Davido and his manager left in the room. Neither of them spoke. The screens were still on. The numbers were still there. Nothing had changed, except how they were being seen. After a while, the manager stood up as well. I'll step out, he said. Davido gave a small nod. The door closed softly behind him, and the room went quiet again. This time completely. Davido stayed where he was. No phone in his hand. No screen in front of him. Just sitting there. Thinking. Not rushing to fix anything. Not trying to adjust anything. Because for the first time since the release, there was nothing left to adjust. Only something to accept. Chapter 406. Davido's regret too? 2 weeks after the release, the numbers stopped following the pattern everyone had accepted in the first few days. At the beginning, the album had entered the market the way big projects usually did. Strong opening. Fast pull on the collaboration. Controlled movement across the rest of the tracks. The numbers had looked healthy, and the team had leaned into it, pushing harder where they needed to. It had not looked like a failure. It had looked like something that just needed time to spread. Now the data was showing something else entirely. Inside Davido's space, the room was quieter than it had been during the release window. The early noise had faded into something more focused. The screens were still open, dashboards still running, but the energy had changed. People were no longer reacting to every update. They were studying patterns, comparing timelines, looking at what had already happened and what was now changing. One of the analysts stood near the main screen, scrolling through a detailed report that had just come in. He paused, zoomed in on a section, then adjusted the view so it could be seen clearly. The last 2 days, he said, keeping his tone steady, have outperformed the first 5 days across multiple tracks. That statement shifted the attention in the room. Davido leaned forward, his focus locking onto the screen. He didn't interrupt. He waited for the breakdown. The analyst continued, pointing at the graph. This is week 1. You can see the growth here. It's steady, but most of it is supported. Paid push. External traffic. Playlist placement. Now look at this. He tapped the next section. This is week 2. The growth rate is higher, and it's not coming from the same sources. Organic search is up. Direct plays are up. Retention is higher across multiple tracks, not just one. Another member of the team stepped closer. So the album is picking up on its own now? Yes, the analyst replied. That's exactly what it looks like. Davido didn't move immediately. His eyes stayed on the comparison. And track 3. The analyst didn't hesitate. Still leading. Still far ahead. That hasn't changed. That part was expected. The collaboration had carried attention from the start, and it had not slowed down. What had changed was everything around it. The rest of the album was now behaving differently. Not being dragged or being forced. Actually growing naturally without internal push. Davido leaned back slowly, processing it. His fingers rested against his phone, tapping lightly without him noticing. So this is the real curve. Nobody rushed to answer, but the silence confirmed it. One of the producers spoke after a few seconds, his voice lower. If it started like this from day one, the total would be different. Davido nodded once. He understood the implication without needing it spelled out. The album had not failed. It had been mistimed. The first week had not been the true reflection of its potential. It had been pushed into the wrong window, and the momentum had been split before it could fully form. Now, 2 weeks later, it was correcting itself. Late, but clearly. Davido stood up from his seat and walked closer to the screen. He studied the numbers again, not quickly, not scanning, but actually reading them. Week 1. Week 2. Growth rate. Source of streams. Retention. He exhaled slowly. We forced the first week. No one denied it. They had paid for visibility. They had organized streams. They had pushed the album aggressively to keep it moving. It had worked on the surface, but now the difference between forced movement and organic growth was sitting right in front of them. One of the team members spoke, trying to steady the situation. It's still doing well. The numbers are not bad. Davido nodded. I know, but his tone had changed. Because now it was no longer about whether the album was doing well. It was about how much better it should have done. He turned slightly, looking at the rest of the team. If we had just waited. He didn't complete the sentence immediately. Then he did. It would have entered stronger. The spread would have been immediate. The other tracks would have picked up faster. Everything would have aligned. No one argued. Because the data on the screen had already said it. And that realization stayed in the room longer than any number. Across the city, Dayo did not need a room full of analysts to understand what had happened. He had already seen the shift. The moment the second week started behaving differently, he had noticed it. The growth pattern had changed, and it matched exactly what he had expected from the beginning. Sharon stood beside him, holding her phone out, showing him the same comparison. The numbers are higher now than last week, she said. Dayo nodded. Yes. She scrolled slightly, looking at the breakdown again. And it's not coming from the same sources. I know. She lowered the phone a bit, looking at him. So if they had waited. Dayo cut in calmly. It would have been bigger. There was no emotion in his voice. No satisfaction. Just a simple conclusion. Sharon folded her arms, thinking about it. That means they damaged their own rollout. And the collaboration, Dayo added. That was the part people would not say out loud. The track had still performed. Very well. But it had not reached the level it could have reached. Because it had been placed in the wrong window. Sharon shook her head slightly. He won't take that well. Dayo leaned back in his chair. He already knows. He picked up his phone, checked one platform, then another. The numbers were still climbing. The video was still pulling attention. The song was still leading everything else by a wide margin. Nothing about the outcome surprised him. What mattered to him had already happened. The confirmation. Sheena sat, alone in his space that he rented after being paid by Davido, his phone lighting up every few seconds. He had stopped trying to keep up with everything. Messages stacked on top of each other. Missed calls. New contacts saved without names he recognized. He opened one message. Bro, we need you for a campaign video. Budget is not a problem. Another one. I saw your work on that project. Can you handle a full rollout for an artist? Another. We want to interview you. Let us know your availability. He leaned back slowly, staring at the screen. This is crazy. He picked up a call this time. Hello. The voice on the other end was direct. I won't waste your time. We saw your video. We want that quality. When are you free? Sheena paused for a second before answering. I'm available. We can talk. The call continued, but his attention kept shifting back to the flood of messages coming in. Different industries. Different people. All pointing to one thing. His work. He dropped the phone on the table for a moment, rubbing his face. I've never seen this kind of thing before. But he was smiling. Because this was what he had been waiting for. Not slowly. Not over years. All at once. He picked up the phone again, going through the messages one by one, replying where he could, saving contacts, setting aside the ones he needed to come back to. This changes everything. And for him, it really did. Asterisk. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in his office, Michael sat in silence as Clara handed him the updated report. He didn't rush. He scrolled through it slowly, reading each section, comparing the first week to the second week. Then he stopped, read it again, and leaned back. So it corrected. Clara nodded. Yes. Michael placed the tablet on the table and tapped his fingers against it lightly. The growth rate increased in the second week. Yes. And the spread is wider now. Yes. He nodded once. That means the original timing was right. Clara didn't interrupt. Michael continued. If they had followed that timing, the album would have entered stronger. The organic spread would have started earlier. The total numbers would be higher across the board. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes focused now. But they didn't. Clara spoke carefully. So the disruption worked? Michael's expression didn't change. Yes. But that wasn't the part that interested him the most. He picked up the tablet again, looking at the numbers for the collaboration. Still far ahead. Still leading everything. But now surrounded by an album that was finally behaving the way it should have behaved from the start. He set the tablet down again. He predicted this. That was the real conclusion. Not the disruption. Not the outcome. The accuracy. Michael leaned back, his gaze steady. You don't get this level of precision by guessing. Clara remained quiet. Michael's voice dropped slightly, more focused. Now, we've tested it twice. The result aligns both times. That was enough for him. The doubt was gone. And once doubt was gone, the next step became obvious. Set the meeting, he said. Clara nodded. It's already in motion. Michael gave a small nod in return. Good. He leaned back fully, his attention already moving ahead of the current situation. Because for him, this was no longer about one album. It was about control. And now he knew exactly where to look. Chapter 407. A Sudden Accident. Dayo stepped out of the building with his phone still in his hand, thumb hovering over a message he had not replied yet. The conversation inside had run longer than expected, and the air outside felt heavier than it should have. Late afternoon in Lagos carried a different kind of noise. Not rushed like morning, not loose like night. It was crowded with movement, with people trying to get somewhere before the day fully closed. Sharon walked a few steps behind him, finishing a call as she followed. He didn't look back, but he knew she was there. The car was already waiting by the curb, engine running, driver leaning slightly forward over the wheel, watching the road for an opening in the traffic. The street was active. Hawkers moved between cars, tapping on windows, lifting items up for drivers to see. Okadas cut through narrow spaces, ignoring lanes that didn't really exist. A school bell rang faintly from somewhere nearby, and the effect was immediate. Children started appearing in small groups, uniforms mixed with dust and movement, voices louder than everything else around them. Dayo's steps slowed slightly as he approached the car, not because he was tired, just because the environment shifted his attention. Students, different ages, some in pairs, some alone, some laughing, some already focused on getting home. A few stood near the edge of the road, waiting for a chance to cross through the moving traffic. It was normal, too normal, like they had gotten used to this, and it beckoned me part of their life to cross the road that way. Sharon ended her call and slipped her phone into her bag. We're heading straight back, or you still want to stop by the studio? Dayo didn't answer immediately. His eyes were on the road now, watching how the students were trying to cross. Cars didn't stop. They slowed sometimes, but not enough to give space. The children adjusted, stepping forward, stepping back, reading gaps the way they had probably learned to do every day. Let's go back, he said finally, opening the car door. He had one foot inside when it happened. The sound came first. Not loud, but sharp enough to cut through everything else. A sudden break. A short screech. Then impact. Dayo turned instantly. One of the students had stepped forward at the wrong time. The car that hit him wasn't speeding recklessly, but it wasn't slow enough either. The front of the vehicle caught him and threw him forward onto the road. For a second, everything paused. Then the noise came back all at once. Shouting. Someone screaming. People moving in different directions at the same time. The driver of the car stepped out immediately, hands already raised, speaking fast, trying to explain something nobody was listening to. Dayo was already moving. He didn't think about it. He didn't look at Sharon. He didn't say anything. He crossed the distance quickly, pushing past two people who had stopped at the edge instead of stepping in. The student was on the ground, not moving properly, one leg twisted at an angle that didn't look right. A small crowd started forming. But nobody touched him. People stood close. They talked. They reacted. But they didn't act after all. They were surprised and cautious. This was too sudden, and they have learned to mind their business, as they felt their noting they could do. Meanwhile, Dayo thought otherwise and dropped into a crouch beside the student, eyes scanning quickly. He didn't rush his hands. He checked breathing first. The boy was conscious, barely, eyes open but unfocused, trying to respond to everything happening around him. "You can hear me?" Dayo said, steady, not loud. The boy blinked. That was enough. Dayo looked up sharply. "Move back." His voice cut through the noise differently. Not louder. Just direct. Even a sip or dark aura came out. A few people stepped back without realizing why. They felt the chills and did what was best. He turned his attention to the driver of the car that had hit the student. The man was still talking, still explaining, still trying to control the situation with words. "Open your back door." Dayo shouted at him, looking at him with dead eyes. The man froze for a second, confused. "Now, Jara." That was all it took. The man moved quickly, rushing to his car and pulling the back door open. After all, nobody cared who was at fault. If the student died, he would be to blame. There was no going back, so he hurried. Dayo adjusted his position carefully, one hand supporting the student's head, the other stabilizing his body as much as he could without making it worse. He didn't lift immediately. He looked once more, making sure the boy was still responsive. His days in the force had taught him a lot, so he did the necessary without thinking twice. Then he moved. It wasn't clean. It wasn't perfect, but it was controlled. Another man stepped forward, finally deciding to help. Together, they lifted the student and placed him into the back seat. "Which hospital is closest?" Dayo asked without looking at anyone in particular. "General Hospital, just down the road," someone answered. Dayo nodded once and got into the back seat beside the student. The driver hesitated for half a second before starting the engine. "Drive." The car pulled into traffic immediately. Dayo turned his head and said to Sharon, "Follow the car, let the convoy clear the road, and put on the siren." Sharon was already moving behind them, calling someone as she got into the second car. Her voice was calm, but fast. "We're heading to the hospital. Get ahead and make sure they're ready." Inside the car, the noise from outside faded into something distant. Dayo kept one hand steady on the student, watching his breathing, making sure he stayed conscious. The boy's eyes moved slightly, trying to focus, trying to understand what was happening. "You're fine," Dayo said, not loudly, but clearly enough to cut through the confusion. The boy didn't respond, but he didn't lose consciousness either. That was enough. Although the pain could be seen on his young face with tears falling without being able to utter a word, not because he was injured in the mouth, but due to lack of strength. The drive didn't take long, but it felt longer than it should have. Every delay at a junction, every slow-moving car in front of them felt like it mattered more than usual. But they arrived faster due to the siren and convoy that Sharon set ahead to clear the road. When they arrived, Dayo stepped out first, already opening the back door before the car fully stopped. "Help!" This time, people moved faster. Two hospital staff rushed forward with a stretcher. They didn't ask questions immediately. They saw enough to understand urgency. They quickly bought a bed. The student was transferred quickly and taken inside. Dayo followed without hesitation. Inside the hospital, the environment shifted again. Bright lights, controlled movement, different kind of urgency. Doctors took over immediately, voices lower but sharper, instructions moving between them without confusion. They didn't need explanations. They needed space and time. Dayo stepped back slightly, allowing them to work. A nurse approached him. "Who brought him in?" "I did." She nodded. "We'll take it from here." Dayo didn't leave. He stood there, watching as they moved the student into a different section, doors closing behind them. Sharon arrived a few minutes later, walking in quickly but not panicked. "He's inside?" she asked. Dayo nodded. "They're attending to him." She exhaled once, then looked around briefly before lowering her voice. "You okay?" Dayo didn't answer immediately. His eyes were still on the direction they had taken the boy. "I'm fine." But his tone was different. Not shaken, not emotional. Just, still his thoughts were going crazy left and right. The sight of blood brought back memories of his old life and his lost comrades. Sharon studied him for a second, then didn't press further. They waited. Time moved slower in that space. Not because nothing was happening, but because they were no longer in control of anything. The doctors were working behind closed doors. The noise from outside didn't reach them here. Everything was contained. After a while, a nurse returned. "He's stable," she said. Dayo nodded once. "Any major damage?" "We're still checking, but he's responding well." That was enough. Sharon let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Dayo didn't say anything. He just stood there, processing it. Not the hospital, not the doctors, but the moment before. The road. The students. The way it had happened so easily. So quickly. Like it wasn't new. Like it had happened before. And would happen again. He looked down at his hands briefly, then back up again. The noise of the outside world started to feel distant again, like it belonged somewhere else entirely. And for the first time since it happened, he stayed still long enough to actually think about it. Chapter 408. Parents? The hospital corridor did not stay quiet for long. At first, it was only the sound of footsteps moving past, nurses speaking in quick, low voices, trolleys rolling over the tiled floor, and the sharp smell of antiseptic that never really left a place like that. Dayo stayed where he was, one hand in his pocket, the other resting loosely by his side, his eyes fixed on the doors the boy had been taken through. Sharon stood a few feet away, but unlike him, she could not stay still. She checked the hallway, checked the nurse's station, checked her phone, then looked back toward the doors again, as if staring harder would make the doctors come out faster. A nurse in pale blue scrubs came through the corridor carrying a file, and Sharon stepped toward her at once. "Please, the boy that was brought in from the road accident, has the doctor said anything else?" The nurse recognized them now. She had seen Dayo bring the student in with his shirt stained from carrying him and Sharon arriving right behind him, giving instructions like someone trying very hard not to lose control. Her expression softened. "They are still attending to him. He is conscious. That is a good sign." Sharon nodded, but the tension in her shoulders did not leave. "Does he need surgery?" "We are still assessing," the nurse replied. "The doctor will speak to you when they are done." Sharon stepped back and thanked her, though the answer did very little to settle her mind. She turned and looked at Dayo. "You should sit down for a moment." "I'm fine." She gave him a long look. "You always say that." Dayo did not reply. His eyes were still on the doors. Sharon knew him well enough to understand what that meant. He was already replaying everything. The sound of the brakes. The boy in the air. The angle of the leg. The blood. The split second where the whole street had frozen before panic took over. She exhaled slowly and moved to stand closer to him. For a while, neither of them spoke. Then the noise in the corridor changed. Fast footsteps. More than one person. Someone asking questions before even reaching the desk. "Where is he? Where is my son? They said my son is here." A woman's voice, shaky and rising, cut through the hospital noise so sharply that even two nurses at the far end turned. A man came in right behind her, breathing hard, one hand trying to steady her and the other gripping his phone so tightly his knuckles had gone pale. He looked like someone who had run the whole way there and would have kept running if the hospital had been farther. The woman saw the nurse's station and rushed forward. "My son. Please, where's my son? They said accident. They said road accident. Where is he? Where did you keep him?" The nurse behind the desk stood up immediately. "Madam, please calm down." "Don't tell me to calm down. Where's my child?" Her voice cracked on the last word. She was trying to hold herself together and failing in real time. The man stepped in, his own voice tighter, more controlled, but only barely. "Please, we're the parents. We were called from his school. They said somebody brought him here. We just need to know his condition." The nurse gestured toward the seats, but the mother did not sit. She stood there trembling, eyes wet, one hand pressed to her chest, the other already reaching out as if she could pull the answer from someone by force. Dayo took a step forward then, not dramatic, not sudden. Just enough for the nurse to notice and nod toward him. "He is the one that brought your son in." The parents turned at once. For a second, they were too overwhelmed to register who exactly they were looking at. They only saw the person closest to the center of the worst moment of their day. The father moved first. "You brought him." Dayo nodded. Once. Yes. He was hit outside by the road. We brought him here immediately. The mother took 2 steps toward him, then stopped, covering her mouth with one hand. Her voice had dropped now, gone hoarse from panic. He was awake? Did he talk? Was he bleeding too much? God, was he calling anybody? Did he say anything? Dayo answered each question carefully. He was conscious. He was in pain, but he stayed responsive. They attended to him quickly once we got here. The father swallowed hard, nodding as if he needed every word to stay upright. And you brought him yourself? Yes. The mother looked at him again, this time actually seeing him. The face, the height, the composure. Something clicked, but shock and fear still came first. Her knees gave a little, and she sat down abruptly on the nearest plastic chair, pressing both palms to her forehead. Gotta beg, she whispered. Then louder, with tears finally breaking free. Gotta beg, let my son be fine. Gotta beg. Sharon stepped closer without thinking. She crouched slightly beside the woman and spoke softly. They said he is stable. They're still checking him, but they said he is responding well. The woman nodded, though it was clear she was not really hearing yet. The father remained standing, but his breathing was uneven now. He looked at Dayo, at Sharon, then back toward the treatment area. The doctor came out a few minutes later, removing one glove as he walked. Family of the boy from the road. Accident. Both parents were on their feet before he finished the sentence. Doctor, how is he? He's stable, the doctor said. There is no internal bleeding from what we've seen so far. He has a fracture in his leg and some bruising, but he is out of immediate danger. The mother burst into tears properly then. Not quiet crying. Real relief. The kind that leaves a person weak. She leaned into her husband, who closed his eyes and let out a breath that sounded like it had been trapped in his body the whole time. The doctor continued with instructions about scans, observation, and the next few hours. The father listened carefully, asking clear questions. The mother only kept repeating, "Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor." When the doctor left, the father turned back to Dayo and Sharon. I don't even know what to say. The mother moved toward Dayo before anyone could stop her. She bent slightly, as if she wanted to kneel. Dayo reached out immediately. Please don't do that. She looked up at him through tears. You saved my son. I just did what was necessary. No, she said, shaking her head. Not everybody would have done it. People would stand and watch. Some would record. Some would start discussing who was wrong. But you carried him here. The father nodded slowly, voice quieter now. We heard what happened from somebody at the school gate. They said there was confusion everywhere. If you had left him there waiting. He didn't finish. He didn't need to. Sharon looked away briefly. She had already imagined that part herself and hated it. The mother finally noticed Sharon properly. And you too. Thank you. Sharon shook her head. It's okay. But her eyes had gone red. She looked down quickly so no one would see it too clearly. A nurse came to tell the parents they could see the boy one at a time. The mother rushed in first, still wiping her face with the edge of her wrapper as she went. The father stayed back long enough to face Dayo fully again. Please, at least tell me your name. Dayo hesitated for only a second. Dayo. The father stared, and this time recognition hit him fully. Dayo. JD. Sharon almost smiled despite everything. There it was. The second part of the shock. The father let out a short breath and shook his head. I knew I had seen your face before. But honestly, in all this, that thing didn't even enter my mind. Dayo nodded. That's fine. The father looked at him with something deeper than admiration now. A kind of stunned respect. I won't forget this. Dayo only gave a small nod, then looked toward the room where the boy had been taken. Neither would he. They stayed a while longer after that. Not for cameras. Not because anyone asked. Just because leaving immediately felt wrong. That was how the media found out. Not from Dayo. Not from Sharon. From people. A shaky video taken from across the road showed the exact moment after the impact. The boy on the ground. The crowd forming. Dayo pushing through and kneeling without hesitation. Another clip, more blurred, showed him getting into the back seat beside the injured student while Sharon shouted instructions to follow the car and clear the road. Then a third clip surfaced from the hospital entrance, filmed by somebody standing under the shade near the gate. It showed the car stopping, doors opening, hospital workers running out, and Dayo helping move the boy onto the stretcher with blood on his sleeve from lifting him. Chapter 409. A thought. A shaky video taken from across the road showed the exact moment after the impact. The boy on the ground. The crowd forming. Dayo pushing through and kneeling without hesitation. Another clip, more blurred, showed him getting into the back seat beside the injured student while Sharon shouted instructions to follow the car and clear the road. Then a third clip surfaced from the hospital entrance, filmed by somebody standing under the shade near the gate. It showed the car stopping, doors opening, hospital workers running out, and Dayo helping move the boy onto the stretcher with blood on his sleeve from lifting him. At first, it spread the way things usually spread online. Small pages. Just accounts. A local school page. A hospital visitor who posted, "This happened right in front of me." Then people zoomed in. Then someone said, "Wait, is that Dayo?" After that, it moved fast. By night, the clips were everywhere. Somebody posted the road. Footage with the caption, "Celebrity or not, this guy moved before everybody else." Another account stitched together the hospital clips and added, "He stayed till the doctors stabilized the boy." No camera team. No PR setup. Just action. The comments started piling up in different tones, different voices, the way they always did when Nigerians smelled something real and something suspicious at the same time. At Tund writes, "Wait, that is actually Dayo. No security theatrics, no posing. He just moved." At Chioma Live, "I was there. This wasn't content. People were just shouting. He was the first person that did anything useful." At MindXO, "That video shook me. The boy for Don waste time there if we're being honest." At Real Cola, "Some people will still say PR for road accident. Nigerians rest." At Street Gist 247, "Whether celebrity or not, he did the right thing. Full stop." At Nursada_94, "As someone who works in emergency care, whoever stabilized that boy before getting him into the car did a very decent job. He didn't just carry him anyhow." At MedStudent T, "Bro looked like he had done this before. I mean, how? The way he checked responsiveness first and supported the head was not random." At Samuel Hugo, "As a medical student, the way he handled the boy's situation shocked me. Not saying he was perfect, but that was not the behavior of somebody panicking for the first time." At Niger Observer, "Man came from the US, built a life there, still moved like this for one random schoolboy in Lagos. That compassion matters." At Benny West, "Forget status. He risked himself in traffic, entered the car, followed through to hospital, and stayed. That's character." At Aisha Media, "The mother nearly knelt for him" in another clip. "That one touched me." At One Me Talks, "People always say celebrities don't care. Well, this one cared." Of course, not everybody was convinced. At No Cap Larry, "I still don't trust anything online. Where did the camera come from then?" At KXNG Skeptic, "The way all of Unade worship rich people because they did one good thing needs to be studied." At Hanarex, "One good act is one good act. Calm down." Then people started arguing with each other in the comments, quoting clips. At KXNG Skeptic, "The way all of Unade jump up and down because of one video. Relax, you all are forgetting the young boy Dayo empowered or the one he sponsored outside to play football. And let's no talk about Sheena, which his transformation is visible to us all. Leave this matter already." At Hanarex, "Nobody said he's a saint. But that moment mattered." At Yemi Codes, "Forget internet talk. If that was your brother on that road, you'd understand." At Ade Street, "Traffic alone would have finished that boy before help came. That guy moved fast." At Simi Talks, "The mother's reaction in that hospital clip. I'm not okay." At Obina Views, "We can argue all day, but timing saved that boy. Simple." At Moses Live, "People saying PR don't understand Lagos road reality. That was not staged." At Chinidu, "You all shouting PR. Let me ask PR for what exactly? Does he need you people?" The answer is no. This person we are talking about doesn't need you all. His fan base is in the United States, where bro ends in dollars. That apart, how many Nigerians would take their own money to buy a copy of his album? Let me answer for you, very few, so don't even start a beg. JD for life. At Grace at Chinita, you are giving them credit. How does this look like PR? A young boy had an accident, and you all call it PR. Omo, I am amazed by you all thinking, oh, cause I am sure majority of you face JN. That situation you all would choose the easy route with is to do nothing, so none of you should start what you can't finish. The arguments kept going, branching into new conversations, new angles, people pulling clips apart frame by frame like they were trying to prove something bigger than what had actually happened. But inside the hospital, None of that noise existed. The corridor had settled again. Not quiet, never fully quiet, but calmer, controlled. Sharon leaned back against the wall this time, arms folded loosely, her phone in her hand, but not really being used. The screen lit up every few seconds. Messages, notifications, missed calls. She ignored all of them. Dayo hadn't moved much. Same position, same focus. Only now his shoulders had dropped slightly. Not relaxed, just less tight. The father came back out after a while. He closed the door gently. Behind him, like he was trying not to disturb something fragile on the other side. His eyes were red, but he wasn't crying. Not anymore. He's asking for his mother, he said quietly, more to himself than to them. Sharon nodded. That's a good sign. The man nodded back, slower this time. He walked a few steps, then stopped like he had remembered something. He turned. I asked him what happened. Dayo looked up slightly. The father rubbed the back of his neck. He said he was trying to cross. The usual place they cross. He let out a small breath. No pedestrian crossing. No traffic light. Just timing. Sharon's jaw tightened. That area gets busy during closing hours, she said. She asked around and was told. Drivers don't slow down. The man gave a dry, tired laugh. Slow down? They speed up. He shook his head. He said they always run across in groups. Today he was just a little ahead. Silence settled between them again, heavier this time. Not because of fear, because now it had context. It wasn't a random accident. It was routine. Dayo's gaze shifted, not to the father, not to Sharon, but somewhere past them. The corridor, the people walking, the nurses moving back and forth. Then back to the door. The father spoke again, softer. This thing happens too often. He didn't say it like a complaint. He said it like someone stating a fact he had lived with for too long. Sharon pushed herself off the wall slowly. Which school is he in? She asked. The man told her. A government school. Not far. Close enough that students either trekked or found whatever transport they could. Does the school provide buses? She asked. The man looked at her like the question itself was strange. Bus KH. A short pause. Madam, no. He didn't even say it with frustration. Just reality. Sharon nodded once, absorbing it. Dayo didn't say anything. But something had shifted. Not visibly. Not in a way anyone in that corridor would notice. But it settled in him. Quiet. Heavy. The door opened again, and a nurse stepped out, calling for the father. The mother needed help inside. He went immediately. The corridor returned to its steady rhythm. Sharon glanced at her phone again, then finally spoke. It's already everywhere. Dayo didn't respond. She looked at him. The videos. Someone recorded everything. The road, the hospital. Your name is already attached to it. Still nothing. She exhaled, not frustrated, just stating what was happening. PR will start calling soon. Let them call. His voice was calm. Flat. Sharon watched him for a second. You don't want to respond? No. Not even a statement. No. She nodded slowly. That fit. That was him. No rush to shape the narrative. No interest in owning the moment. Just moving past it. But she knew him, and she could see it. He hadn't moved past anything. The shock was in his eyes. His mind was spinning, and once he was like this, he does things his way. His attention shifted slightly, just enough for her to catch it. What? She asked. Dayo glanced at her, then back ahead. That school. Sharon followed the thought immediately. The one the boy attends? He nodded once. A small pause. How many others? He asked. She frowned slightly. Others. Schools like that. Now she understood. Her grip tightened slightly around her phone. In Lagos alone? She asked. He didn't answer. He didn't need to. She let out a slow breath. A lot. How many? Not a question. A direction. Sharon straightened a little. I'll find out. Another pause. Dayo's gaze shifted again, this time toward the hospital entrance at the far end of the corridor. Through the glass, movement. People going in and out. Life continuing like nothing had happened. Transport, he said quietly. Sharon didn't interrupt. Routes. Distance. Coverage. Each word landed steady. Measured. Not emotional. Structured. She nodded, already thinking ahead now. I'll need data. State records won't be clean. Use private estimates. Okay. Start with Lagos. She gave a short nod. I'll get someone on it tonight. Dayo didn't say anything else. But that was enough. The shape of something had formed. Not complete. Not announced. But real. Behind them, the corridor carried on. A nurse laughed at something a colleague said. A trolley rolled past. A child cried somewhere deeper in the ward. And in the middle of all that, something small had shifted direction. Not loud, not visible, but already moving. His mind was already planning something ahead. Chapter 410, The Thought. The corridor didn't change much after that, but the outside world did. By the time they left the hospital, the air felt different. Not quieter, not calmer, just heavier in a way that had nothing to do with traffic or weather. Sharon noticed it first when her phone refused to stay silent for more than a few seconds. Calls stacked on calls, messages layering over each other so fast the notifications blurred together. She didn't pick up. Not yet. She knew who were talking. After all, her number was out there for people who wanted to communicate with Dayo through her. Dayo walked ahead of her toward the car, same pace, same posture, but she could tell his attention wasn't on anything in front of him. His eyes moved, but not with the street, not with the people passing. He was somewhere else, still inside that moment on the road, still replaying it from angles nobody else could see. The driver opened the door as soon as they got close. Dayo got in without saying anything. Sharon followed right after, closing the door and finally glancing down at her phone again. She exhaled once. It's growing faster now. No response. She didn't expect one. She tapped one of the notifications, opened a post, then another. Same clips, different captions, bigger pages now, verified accounts, influencers attaching their own voice to something they hadn't been there to witness. She turned the screen slightly toward him. Mainstream pages have picked it up. Dayo didn't look. Pulse just posted it. Channels will follow. Still nothing. She locked the phone and leaned back slightly in her seat. The angle hasn't changed yet, she added. It's still about what you did, not anything else. That got a small reaction, not a full turn, just a shift in his eyes. Good, he said. The car moved into traffic, merging slowly into the late evening flow. Outside, nothing had paused. Hawkers still walked between cars. Horns still cut through the air like they always did. Life didn't care about what had happened a few hours ago. But inside the car, something had already started moving. Sharon's phone rang again. Different number this time. She stared at it for a second, then declined it. They're starting, she said. Who? Everyone. She glanced at the screen again. PR firms. 2 already sent proposals. 1 brand wants to align messaging with what happened. She made a small face at that. NGOs are reaching out too. Road safety, child welfare, a few education-focused groups. Journalists are asking for statements. Dayo leaned his head back slightly, eyes closing for a brief second before opening again. Don't answer. I wasn't planning to. She paused. She already knew the answer. Not even the NGOs. No. Her eyes stayed on him for a moment longer than usual. Okay. She didn't argue. That wasn't the part that needed arguing yet. The car slowed at a junction, stuck behind a line of vehicles that weren't moving as fast as they should. Sharon's gaze drifted outside, watching a group of students walking along the roadside. Same uniforms, same energy, same careless closeness to moving cars. She looked away. When they got back to the building, the lobby was quieter than expected. No one rushed them. No one stopped them. Either the news hadn't reached this space yet, or the people who worked there knew better than to turn moments like that into noise. Dayo didn't slow down. Straight to the elevator. Straight up. Inside his space, everything was exactly how he had left it earlier. Screen still on. Tabs still open. Data still sitting there waiting for attention that had shifted somewhere else entirely. Sharon dropped her bag on the table and finally let her shoulders relax a little. I'll start making calls, she said. Dayo nodded once and walked past her, stopping near the main screen but not looking at it. She stepped away, already dialing. The first call was short, direct. No greetings beyond what was necessary. I need estimates, she said. Public schools in Lagos. Student numbers. Transport access. I don't want official figures. I want working numbers. Yes, tonight. She hung up before the other person could stretch the conversation. Second call. High-risk roads near school zones. Areas without crossings. I don't need perfect data, just patterns. Send what you have, the accurate the better, and don't worry about the pay, just get the work done. Third call. Private transport operators. School runs. Informal routes. I need to understand how students are moving right now. She moved as she talked, pacing slowly across the room, building something in real time without needing a full picture yet. Dayo stayed where he was. Still, watching nothing. Thinking through everything, he still felt a bit shaken, not due to the incident, but to who it happened to. He has seen death and faced death, but it was different when it almost happened to a child. By the time Sharon ended the fourth call, the room had shifted into something else entirely. Less reactive, more focused. She looked at him. I'll have something rough in a few hours. He nodded. Start with scale. I am. She picked up her laptop and sat down, already opening documents, building a structure as information started coming in. For a while, the only sound in the room was the soft tapping of keys and the faint noise from the city outside. Then her phone buzzed again. She glanced at it this time and didn't ignore it immediately. Different kind of call. She answered. Yes. Her expression didn't change much, but the way she straightened slightly said enough. I understand, she said. No, he's not making any statements right now. Pause. I'll pass the message. She ended the call and looked at Dayo. That was from someone inside the state system. He didn't move. What did they want? Nothing yet, she said. Just awareness. She chose the word carefully. They've seen the video. They know it involves a public school student. Road incident. That combination gets attention internally. Dayo nodded once. They're watching. Yes. Good. She studied him for a second. You're not surprised? No. That was it. No extra thought. No interest in who exactly had called. Just acknowledgement. Sharon went back to her laptop, but now she worked faster. More deliberate. Because the moment had shifted again. This wasn't just about understanding the problem anymore. Now there were eyes on it. Not public yet, but close enough. Hours passed without them really noticing. Data started coming in piece by piece. Not clean, not complete, but enough to start forming something real. Sharon leaned back slightly, eyes scanning the screen. Okay, she said slowly. Dayo looked up. She turned the laptop toward him. This is rough, but it's enough to see the problem. He stepped closer. Numbers. Clusters. Estimates layered over maps. Public schools alone, she said, we're looking at hundreds. Student population in the hundreds of thousands. She tapped another section. Transport coverage is almost non-existent for most of them. A few private arrangements here and there, but nothing structured. Another section. These are high-risk zones. Roads near schools with heavy traffic and no crossing infrastructure. There's overlap with where most of these students are. Dayo's eyes moved across the screen slowly. Not scanning. Reading. Understanding. Sharon continued. Students are either trekking or using informal transport. Okadas, buses, whatever they can find. No coordination. No protection. Just movement. She let that sit for a second. Then she added, quieter. The situation that happened today isn't rare. Dayo nodded once. I know. She watched him. This is not something you solve with money alone. He didn't respond immediately, but he already knew that in Nigeria things were a bit complicated. She turned the laptop slightly, closing part of the display so it wasn't overwhelming. Even if you decide to fund buses yourself, she said, you run into structure problems immediately. He looked at her now. Management, she continued. Maintenance. Route planning. Who decides which schools get access? How it's controlled. How it's sustained. She paused. This is too big to run privately. Silence filled the space between them for a few seconds. Not empty. Heavy. Because the conclusion was already there. Dayo looked back at the screen, then away from it. What does it require? He asked, already knowing where the conversation would lead, but wanted to hear her those. Sharon didn't hesitate. Access. A beat. Authority. Another beat. System integration. He nodded slowly. So, she held his gaze. You can't run this outside the system. That was the moment. Not loud. Not dramatic. But it landed. Dayo turned away slightly, walking a few steps before stopping near the window. The city stretched out below, lights starting to come on as night settled in properly. Traffic still moving. People still going somewhere. Same pattern. Same risk. He stayed there for a while. Sharon didn't interrupt. She let him think it through. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady. They've been reaching out before this, right? She nodded. Different party, and people have tried reaching out to him to support their campaigns as elections were coming, but he stayed clear. Yes. Politicians. Yes. He gave a small nod. I ignored it. I know. A short pause. Then he turned slightly. This is different. Sharon closed her laptop halfway. Yes. Another pause. Not hesitation. Just adjustment. Then he sighed and said, HM, set the meeting. She didn't move immediately. Not because she didn't understand. Because she did. Completely. Who first, she asked. Dayo didn't answer right away. He thought about it properly. Not who was biggest. Not who was loudest. Who was relevant. Education, he said. She nodded. That's the entry point. He looked back at the city. We start there. Sharon picked up her phone again, already scrolling through contacts, thinking through the cleanest way to make it happen. Formal or through an aide, she asked. Formal. Okay. She paused, then added. They won't expect that. Good. She almost smiled at that. Then she started moving again. Messages sent. Calls lined up. Language controlled. No rush. No noise. Just direction. Across the city, the videos kept spreading. Clips replayed. Arguments continued. People picked sides for reasons that had nothing to do with what actually happened. But inside that room, none of that mattered anymore. Because the moment had already moved past reaction into something else entirely. And by the time the night settled fully over Lagos, the first step into a different kind of space had already been taken. Quietly. Deliberately. Without announcement. But real. Chapter 411, still on it. Morning came in pieces, not all at once. The first thing that broke the quiet wasn't sunlight. It was Sharon's phone vibrating against the table where she had left it sometime around 3 a.m. The sound dragged across the surface in short bursts, stopping, then starting again like whoever was calling wasn't willing to let it go. She opened her eyes slowly, still sitting upright on the couch where she had ended up. The laptop was half open in front of her, screen dimmed but still on, rows of data frozen where she had last been working. Her neck hurt when she moved. She ignored it. The phone kept buzzing. She reached for it, glanced at the number, then sat up properly before answering. Yes. Her voice came out steady, even, though her body hadn't caught up yet. She listened more than she spoke. A few short responses. Nothing stretched. I saw it, she said at some point. No, there's no statement coming. Another pause. I understand. Send it through the office. She ended the call and stayed still for a second, phone still in her hand. Then she stood up, rolling her shoulders once before walking toward the table. Dayo was already there. Not sitting. Standing. Same place he had been hours ago, just on the other side of the night. The city outside the window had shifted from scattered lights to a soft morning haze. Traffic had already started building again. People were already moving. He hadn't turned on any of the screens. He didn't need to. Sharon set the phone down and glanced at the laptop again, then at him. They didn't slow down overnight, she said. He didn't look at her, but he heard her. They won't. He replied, already calculating how things were running in his head. She nodded once and pulled the laptop closer, waking the screen fully this time. New messages had come in. Updated files. More numbers layered over what she had already gathered. She clicked through them quickly, scanning. Media pushed it harder this morning, she continued. It's not just blogs anymore. TV picked it up early. They're running it as a headline story. Dayo shifted slightly, leaning one hand against the table. Same angle. For now. She opened another tab and turned the screen slightly toward him, not waiting for him to ask. They're focusing on the response. Timing. The fact that you stayed through the hospital part. That's what people are reacting to. He looked at the screen for a few seconds, then away. Good. She watched him briefly, then went back to what she was doing. Pressure is building, though, she added. Journalists are not just asking for statements anymore. They want access. Interviews. Follow-ups. They're trying to extend the story. And the others? She didn't need clarification. They're still coming, she said. Brands, NGOs, private groups. Some are framing it as partnership already, like the decision has been made. A small pause. I've ignored everything. Keep ignoring it. I am. She clicked into another document, scrolling slowly this time. More detailed breakdowns had come in overnight. Not clean, still rough in places, but clearer than what they had started with. Data is filling out, she said. Still not perfect, but the patterns are consistent. Dayo moved closer now, not rushing, just stepping into position where he could see properly. She pointed at the screen. These are clusters of public schools by area. Student density is higher than expected in some zones. Transport access is still low across most of them. She shifted to another section. These roads keep showing up. High traffic, no controlled crossings, no enforcement. Same kind of situation as yesterday. He followed the movement of her hand, taking it in without interrupting. And movement, he asked. Unstructured, she said immediately. Students are relying on whatever is available. Walking, informal buses, okadas. No coordination. No oversight. She stopped there, letting him sit with it. He didn't react visibly, but she could see it in the way his jaw tightened slightly. Scale, he asked. She leaned back a little. Too large for private control. No hesitation. No softening. He nodded once. I know. Silence settled for a few seconds. Not heavy, just focused. Sharon closed the laptop halfway this time, not shutting it, just reducing the noise from it. I started mapping what it would take to run even a pilot, she said. Small number of buses. Limited routes. Controlled access. He looked at her. And it breaks quickly, she said. Without authority, you can't control access points. Without structure, you can't manage usage. Without integration, you can't sustain it. She held his gaze. You'd be funding something you don't actually control. He turned slightly, walking a few steps away from the table, then stopping again. And if it fails, he said. It reflects on you, she finished. Another pause. Then she added, quieter but just as direct. And the problem stays. That sat between them for a moment. Dayo exhaled slowly, not out of frustration, just adjusting. They've been calling again, Sharon said. He glanced at her this time. Who? State contacts. Not official yet. Aides. People who sit close enough to decision-making but don't speak publicly. What do they want? They're watching, she said, trying to understand what this is before they respond to it. He nodded once. They'll move if it grows. Yes. And if it shifts. She knew what he meant. If the story changes from reaction to action, she said. He didn't reply, because that was already happening. Sharon picked up her phone again, scrolling briefly before setting it back down. I've started drafting the request, she said. For the meeting? Yes. He walked back, toward the table. Keep it clean, he said. No noise. I know. Focus on the issue. I am. She tapped the laptop lightly. Student transport. Safety. Data-backed. No reference to media. He nodded. Good. She paused for a second, then asked what needed to be asked. You're sure about this? It wasn't doubt. It was confirmation. Dayo didn't answer immediately. He looked at the window again, at the road below where traffic had picked up fully now. Cars moving, stopping, squeezing through space that wasn't meant to hold them. Students would be on those roads again in a few hours. Same pattern. Same risk. This isn't optional, he said finally. Sharon nodded. I know. He turned back. Said it. She picked up the phone again, this time not hesitating. The first call was to someone she knew could get the request into the right channel without turning it into a public event. Her tone stayed controlled. This is a formal request, she said. Education sector. Student transport and safety. We're not making this public. She listened. No, there's no press involved. Another pause. Yes, it's coming from his office. She ended the call and immediately followed it with a message, attaching a brief summary. No extra language. No padding. Just the core of what needed to be seen. Then she set the phone down again. They'll respond, she said. Timeline. Soon, she replied. They won't delay this too much. He gave a small nod. Good. The room went quiet again, but not in the same way as before. This wasn't waiting without direction. This was waiting with something already in motion. Sharon reopened the laptop fully and continued working, refining what she had started overnight. Dayo moved away from the table again, but this time he didn't stop at the window. He walked further into the space, picking up his phone from where he had left it earlier. The screen lit up with notifications he hadn't checked. He didn't open any of them. He just looked at the number of them for a second, then locked the screen again and set it back down. Not now. Sharon's phone buzzed again. Different tone this time. She picked it up immediately. Yes. Her posture changed slightly, more alert now. I understand, she said. Yes, the request has been sent. Pause. Yes, that's fine. Another. Pause. No, we're not bringing media into it. She listened for a few seconds longer, then nodded even though the person on the other end couldn't see her. Okay, send the time. She ended the call and looked at Dayo. That was quick, she said. He didn't ask. They've acknowledged the request, she continued. Meeting is being scheduled. How soon? Today or tomorrow, she said. They don't want it sitting. He nodded once. Good. She studied him for a second. They're curious, she added. Not just about the issue. He gave a small, almost knowing look. I know. She leaned back slightly in her chair. They're going to test you, she said. He didn't respond. Because that was expected. And they'll try to shift it, she continued. Different angles. Different offers. Not directly, but it will be there. I know. She watched him for another second, then nodded to herself. All right. Outside, the city had fully settled into the day. Noise rising, movement constant, nothing slowing down for anything that had happened the day before. Inside, everything was aligned. Not rushed. Not scattered. Just moving. Sharon's phone buzzed again a few minutes later. She picked it up, read the message, then looked up. It's set, she said. Dayo turned slightly toward her. When? Later today. A small pause. Education office. He nodded once. That's fine. She stood up, closing the laptop this time. I'll send you the brief before we leave, she said. Key points. Data summary. Nothing excessive. Keep it short. I will. She picked up her bag, moving toward the door, already shifting into the next phase. Dayo stayed where he was for a moment longer, then followed. No rush. No hesitation. Just movement. By the time they stepped out, the story outside had already started changing. Not fully. Not loudly. But enough. People were still talking about the video. Still arguing. Still replaying the same clips. But now, there were new conversations starting to form around it. Questions. What happens next? What can actually change? What it would take? Most of it was noise. Speculation. But some of it was closer to the truth. And somewhere between all of that, the next step was already happening. Not announced. Not performed. Just real. Chapter 412. Meeting set. The night didn't slow anything down. By the time Sharon finished sending out the last message, responses had already started coming back in. Not full reports, not anything polished, but enough fragments to show movement. Numbers from one contact, rough mapping from another, voice notes from someone who had clearly just stepped outside to talk without being overheard. It wasn't clean, but it was fast, and that was what she needed. She stood near the table with her phone still in her hand, scanning through updates as they came in, then cross-checking them against what she already had open on her laptop. Every few seconds she would pause, adjust something, type a short reply, then move to the next piece of information. There was no wasted motion in it. She wasn't trying to understand everything perfectly yet. She was trying to get a working picture that could hold under pressure. Across the room, Dayo hadn't moved far from the window. The city stretched out below him, headlights threading through the roads, small clusters of people still moving at that hour like the day hadn't really ended for them. He watched it, but not in a distracted way. His eyes followed patterns. Traffic density, movement near junctions. The same thing he had seen earlier, just from a different angle now. He didn't need Sharon to explain what she was building. He already knew where it was going. After a while, she turned the laptop fully toward him and spoke without looking up from the screen. I've got enough to confirm it, she said. Not detailed yet, but clear. He walked back over, stopping beside her instead of across from her. Close enough to see everything without needing her to point. She tapped the screen once. Public schools alone were dealing with hundreds. Student population easily in the hundreds of thousands. That part isn't even the problem. The problem is how they're moving. He scanned the figures quickly, not lingering on any one number for too long. His attention shifted to the layout instead, the way the data was grouped, the overlaps. Sharon continued, more direct now. There's no structured transport system for most of them. What exists is scattered. Private arrangements here and there. Some schools trying to manage something small, but nothing that covers even a fraction of the need. She switched tabs. These are the risk zones. Roads near schools with heavy traffic and no proper crossing control. No lights, no enforcement, nothing. The same kind of place where what happened today happens. Dayo's eyes moved across the map slowly, following the highlighted areas. I expected that, he said. Sharon nodded once. She wasn't trying to convince him of anything. She was confirming scale. What you saw today, she added, that's not an exception. That's normal movement for them. He didn't respond to that immediately. He already knew it. The father had said enough in the hospital. The rest was just confirmation. She leaned back slightly in her chair, giving him space to process without breaking the flow. If you try to solve this privately, she said, you already know where it breaks. He glanced at her briefly, then back at the screen. Control, he said. Exactly, she replied. Control, coordination, sustainability. You can't just buy buses and drop them in. Someone has to manage them, assign routes, maintain them, track usage. That's not something you improvise. He nodded once. His mind was already ahead of the conversation. State control, he said. Yes. There was a short pause, not because either of them was unsure, but because the next part didn't need explaining. Dayo stepped away from the table, walking a few paces before stopping again. This time he didn't go back to the window. He stayed closer, hands in his pockets, thinking through structure instead of visuals. They've been trying to reach me before this, he said. Sharon didn't look up from the laptop. I know. Different offices, different people. Some direct, some through intermediaries. He gave a small nod. Election cycle, he said. Yes. They wanted visibility. Yes. He turned slightly, looking at her now. I didn't respond. I know. That part didn't need expanding. It was already established. He had stayed away from it deliberately, not out of ignorance, but because he understood what came with it. He wasn't new to political environments. Just not this one. He took a breath, not deep, just enough to reset his focus. This is different, he said. Sharon closed the laptop halfway, giving him her full attention now. Yes. He didn't rush the next part. He wasn't reacting. He was adjusting position. I need access, he said. Not association. She nodded immediately. That distinction mattered. And control over execution, he added. Or at least visibility. That will be the difficult part, she said. I know. Another pause settled in, but it wasn't heavy. It was structured. Both of them were already aligned on the direction. They were just tightening the edges of it. Sharon picked up her phone again, scrolling through contacts as she spoke. There are two ways to approach it, she said. Formal request through the ministry, or through one of the aides who has already been trying to get your attention. Formal, he said without hesitation. She glanced up briefly. That keeps it clean, he continued. No favors, no assumptions. She gave a small nod. They won't expect that. That's fine. She stopped scrolling for a second, then looked at him properly. They're still going to test you, she said. Not directly, but in how they respond. He almost smiled, but it didn't fully form. They should. She held his gaze for a moment, then went back to her phone. I'll structure it as a policy discussion, she said. Student transport and safety. Data-backed. No media angle. Good. She started typing, her tone shifting into something more precise. I'll request a meeting with the education office first. That's the cleanest entry point. Education controls the schools, he said. Transport comes after. Exactly. She sent the first message, then immediately started drafting a second. Once that's acknowledged, she continued, we can pull transport into it as a secondary discussion. That way it doesn't look scattered. He leaned against the table slightly, watching her work. They're going to try to read intention, she added. Why now? Why you what you want from it? They can ask, he said. I'll answer what matters. She paused, then looked up. Again. And if they try to redirect it? He didn't need time to think about that. I bring it back, he said. If they push too far off it, I end the meeting. Her expression didn't change much, but she registered that. That will make an impression. That's the point. She let out a small breath, not frustration, just acknowledgement of how this would play out. They're also going to try to place you, she said. Figure out if you're someone they can work with long-term, or someone passing through. I'm not staying in their system, he said. I'm using it. That landed exactly how it should. She nodded once, then went back to finishing the messages. The room settled into a quieter rhythm again, but it wasn't the same quiet from earlier. This one had direction behind it. Every movement had a purpose now. After a few minutes, her phone buzzed again. This time she didn't ignore it. She read the message quickly, then looked at Dayo. They've acknowledged the request, she said. That was fast. They've been waiting for you to respond to something. This just gave them a reason. He nodded. What did they say? Preliminary meeting. No media. They want to understand what you're proposing before anything formal. That's expected. She studied the message again, then added. They also asked if this is tied to any organization or if you're coming in independently. Dayo shook his head slightly. Independent. I'll respond that way. She typed. Quickly, sent the reply, then set the phone down for a moment. There was a short stretch of silence, but it wasn't empty. It was the kind that comes right before movement. Sharon leaned back in her chair slightly, watching him. You know what this does, right? She asked. He didn't answer immediately, but not because he didn't understand the question. It changes how they see me, he said. Yes. And how everything I do after this is interpreted. Yes. He nodded once. I'm fine with that. She held his gaze for a second longer, then gave a small nod. Then we move. He stepped away from the table again, this time heading back toward the window, but his focus wasn't on the city anymore. It was on what came next. Not the meeting itself. What he needed from it. What he wouldn't accept. What he would walk away from if it started going the wrong direction. Behind him, Sharon picked her laptop back up and reopened it, already adjusting the data into something cleaner, something presentable. Not for show, but for clarity. If the conversation was going to happen, it needed to be structured enough that it couldn't be easily dismissed or redirected. Outside, the city kept moving like it always did. Inside, the direction had already changed. And for the first time since the incident, the focus wasn't on what had happened. It was on what was about to be done. Chapter 413, Meeting. The building didn't look impressive from the outside. It wasn't meant to. No glass walls, no flashy design, nothing that tried to announce importance to the street. Just a wide compound, faded paint in places where the sun had stayed too long, security at the gate that looked more used to routine than urgency. Cars moved in and out without noise, drivers already familiar with where to stop or not to linger. Sharon stepped out first, phone in her hand, eyes moving quickly across the compound before settling back on the entrance. She didn't speak immediately. She didn't need to. Dayo had already taken in the same details the moment the car slowed down. This was not a place that rushed for anyone. Inside, the air felt different from outside. Cooler, controlled, but not comfortable. A receptionist sat behind a desk that had seen years of use, not decoration. She looked up when they approached, not surprised, not curious, just aware. Sharon handled it. She gave the name, the time, the office they were expected in. The woman nodded, picked up the phone, spoke quietly, then gestured toward the waiting area without adding anything extra. They sat, not for long, but long enough to notice the pattern. People came in, spoke briefly, moved on. Some waited longer. Some didn't get called at all. No one complained loudly. This was a place where impatience didn't change anything. Dayo leaned back slightly in his seat, one arm resting against the side, his gaze steady but not fixed on anything specific. He wasn't watching people. He was reading. The environment. The rhythm of movement. The way staff spoke to visitors. The small delays that weren't accidental. He had seen systems like this before. Different country, different structure, same underlying control. Sharon sat beside him, posture straight, phone resting on her lap now. She wasn't checking it anymore. At this point, nothing outside mattered more than what was about to happen inside. After a few minutes, a man stepped out from a hallway to the left. Not hurried, not slow, just measured. He looked directly at them without asking. "Mr. Dayo," he said. Dayo stood up. Sharon followed. No handshake yet, just a nod. Then the man turned and started walking back the way he came. They followed without being told to. The hallway was narrow enough that you couldn't walk side by side comfortably. Offices lined both sides, doors half open in some places, closed in others. Voices drifted out occasionally, conversations that stopped short the moment footsteps passed too close. They reached a door at the end. The man opened it and stepped aside. "Please." Inside, the room was larger than expected, but not decorated to impress. A long table sat in the center, papers arranged neatly on one side, a few files stacked on the other. Two men were already seated. They didn't stand immediately. They looked, measured. Then one of them rose slowly, adjusting his jacket before extending a hand. "Welcome," he said. "It's good to finally have you here." Dayo shook his hand once. Firm, brief, nothing extra. Sharon did the same. They sat. The man who had spoken settled back into his seat, fingers interlocked on the table as he leaned forward slightly. "We've been aware of your work for some time," he said. "Not just recently. Even before this latest situation." Dayo nodded once, not encouraging the direction, but not interrupting either. The second man spoke this time, his tone lighter but carrying the same intent. "You have a strong connection with young people," he said. "That kind of influence is not common. It's something that can be very useful in shaping behavior, especially at a time like this." Sharon didn't move. Dayo's expression didn't change. He let the sentence sit exactly as it was, then spoke without raising his voice or adjusting his posture. "I'm not here for influence," he said. "I'm here for structure." The room shifted. Not visibly dramatic, but enough. The first man leaned back slightly, his fingers separating before coming together again in a slower, more deliberate way. Of course, he said. And structure is exactly what we're interested in discussing. Dayo didn't nod this time. He stayed where he was. I've seen the current system, he said. There isn't one that covers what we're talking about. The second man gave a small smile, the kind that tried to soften what was about to come next. These things are not always as simple as they appear from the outside, he said. There are layers, approvals, existing frameworks that need to be respected. Dayo met his gaze directly. Who is responsible for student transport in public schools right now? He asked. Not aggressive, not rhetorical, a direct question. The two men exchanged a quick glance. The first man answered. Responsibility is shared across departments, he said. Education, transport, local authorities. It's a coordinated effort. Dayo nodded slightly. Then why is there no coordination? He said. No one spoke for a second. It wasn't silence from confusion. It was silence from recognition. The second man cleared his throat lightly. There are ongoing efforts, he said. Programs that are being reviewed. Proposals under consideration. Dayo didn't let him finish. What stops implementation? He asked. The tone didn't change. Still calm. Still direct. The first man adjusted in his seat. Funding is always a factor, he said, as well as prioritization. There are many areas competing for attention. Dayo leaned forward slightly now, just enough to show engagement without pressure. If funding is not the problem, he said, what is? That landed harder. Because now the excuse had been removed before it could be used. The two men didn't answer immediately. Sharon watched the exchange without stepping in. This was not her part of the conversation. The second man tried again, shifting the angle. What exactly are you proposing? He asked. Dayo didn't reach for the documents. Sharon had prepared. He didn't need to. Structured transport for public school students in high-risk areas, he said. Defined routes. Controlled access. Accountability on usage. He paused just long enough for it to register. And integration into existing school systems so it doesn't collapse after 6 months. The first man nodded slowly. That is ambitious, he said. It's necessary, Dayo replied. Another pause. Then the shift came. Subtle. Careful. This kind of initiative, the second man said, would benefit from strong backing. Alignment. Visibility. People need to understand what is being done and who is supporting it. Dayo's eyes stayed on him. That's not my concern, he said. The man smiled again, thinner this time. It becomes your concern when you want it to scale, he said. Dayo didn't react to the suggestion. I want it to work, he said. Scale comes after. The first man leaned forward again, this time more engaged than before. You have to understand, he said. Projects like this don't exist in isolation. There are broader considerations. Stakeholders. Timing. Elections, Dayo said. He didn't say it like a question. The words sat in the room without decoration. Neither man confirmed it. Neither denied it. They didn't need to. Dayo leaned back again, his posture returning to what it had been when he first sat down. I'm not attaching this to any campaign, he said. No endorsements. No appearances. The second man raised his hand slightly, a gesture meant to calm without agreeing. No one is suggesting that, he said. You are, Dayo replied. Not confrontational. Just accurate. The room held that for a moment. Then the first man exhaled quietly and adjusted his tone. Let's focus on the practical side, he said. If this is to move forward, there needs to be a framework. A pilot, perhaps. Limited scope. Tested before expansion. Dayo nodded once. That's fine. The man continued. We would need to identify specific schools, specific routes, assess feasibility, allocate oversight. Who controls it? Dayo asked. The question cut through the list before it could grow. The first man paused. It would fall under a joint structure, he said carefully, with oversight from the relevant ministries. Dayo's gaze didn't shift. An execution, he said. That would be handled through approved contractors, the second man replied. Dayo sat with that for a second. Then he spoke again, slower now. If I fund it, he said, I need visibility on execution. Not reports. Actual visibility. The first man nodded. That can be arranged. I also need to approve contractors, Dayo added. That one landed differently. The two men looked at each other again, longer this time. That is not standard procedure, the second man said. I'm not interested in standard procedure, Dayo replied. I'm interested in results. Silence again. Not tension. Evaluation. They were measuring how far he would push. He wasn't raising his voice. He wasn't making demands in a way that could be dismissed as emotional. He was setting conditions. Clear ones. The first man leaned back slowly. "We would have to review that internally," he said. Dayo nodded. "Do that. No pressure. No follow-up. Just acceptance of the process without giving up the position." The meeting didn't stretch much longer after that. They circled the structure once more, clarified a few points, avoided others that didn't need forcing yet. No one pretended an agreement had been reached. No one tried to close it with anything that sounded final. Eventually, the first man stood. "We'll get back to you," he said. Dayo stood as well. "I'll be available." They shook hands again. Same firmness. Same lack of performance. As they walked back through the hallway, nothing had changed on the surface. Same doors. Same voices. Same controlled movement. But the conversation they had just left behind had already shifted something. Not publicly. Not visibly. But enough. Outside, the air felt the same as when they arrived. Sharon didn't speak immediately as they walked toward the car. She waited until the door closed behind them, the driver pulling away from the building before she turned slightly toward him. "They're going to try to manage this," she said. Dayo looked ahead. "I know." She studied his expression for a second. "You didn't give them room," she added. "I gave them. Enough." That was all he said. But it was enough. Because now it wasn't about whether the system would move. It was about how it would respond to someone who wasn't playing by its usual rules. Dayo himself knew that there was a very high chance they wouldn't call him back after all they wanted him to compromise, but he couldn't, and that was simple. The reason for this project was he couldn't stand when such incidents happens to children of all people after all they have yet to live life to the fullest, so as he had the ability to avoid such situations he would do it. Chapter 414. After the meeting. The meeting did not end badly, but it didn't go anywhere either. By the time Dayo stepped out of the building, he already understood exactly what had happened inside that room. They had listened, asked controlled questions, nodded in the right places, and said just enough to keep the conversation moving. But nothing had actually shifted. No timeline was set. No responsibility was taken. No one committed to anything concrete. It was the kind of meeting that looked productive if you described it from the outside, but inside it was all positioning. Sharon walked beside him, her phone in her hand, notifications already stacking again. She didn't interrupt his thoughts. She knew he would run through everything first, not emotionally, but structurally, replaying tone, wording, pauses, what was said and what was avoided. They reached the car. The driver opened the door. Dayo got in without breaking stride. Sharon followed, closing the door and finally letting out a quiet breath as she glanced at him. "Well?" she asked. Dayo leaned back slightly, his gaze fixed ahead, not on the road, not on anything outside. "They're not moving," he said. Sharon nodded once. That matched her read. "They want to see if you stay," she said. "Or if this fades." Dayo's jaw shifted slightly. "It's not about that," he replied. "They already know I'll stay." She turned her head toward him. "Then what?" "It's control," he said. "They don't want to enter something they don't control from the beginning." That sat between them for a moment. "They slow it down and try to reshape it," Sharon said. "Yes." Dayo smiled. They had no idea that he was already 5 steps ahead of them. The car merged into traffic. Outside, Lagos moved like it always did, nothing slowing, nothing adjusting. Inside, the direction had already changed. Sharon's phone buzzed again. She checked it this time. "The footage is ready," she said. Dayo nodded once. "Hold it." She didn't question it. A few hours earlier, before the meeting, she had already made the call. Not to a loud outlet, not to people who would turn it into noise, but to a smaller platform that understood timing and restraint. They had been given just enough information to position themselves naturally. When Dayo arrived earlier, they had been there. Not obvious, not intrusive, just present. The camera caught him, stepping out of the car, walking toward the entrance of the building. And also when he came outside and was about to move, one of them came to him. "Sir, are you meeting with state officials today?" One of them had asked. He didn't stop fully, just slowed enough. "We're discussing something important," he said. Then he kept moving. When he came out, they asked again, "Can you tell us what the meeting was about?" He didn't break stride this time. "It's about student safety," he said. "That's all for now." That was all they needed. Dayo, after all, had a talent in acting, so he did it flawlessly without much thoughts, like he wasn't the one who planned the whole thing. Now the footage was sitting, ready, waiting. By the time they got back, Sharon was already setting everything in place. The clip didn't drop immediately. It leaked. Quietly at first. A short post. No headline. Just, Dayo spotted entering government building earlier today. Then the video attached. Within minutes, people started reacting. At first, confusion of what he was doing there. At City Watcher. Wait, government building? When did this happen? At Ada Speaks. Is this today? Or old video? At Ton Live. That's definitely today. Look at the outfit from earlier clips. At Mallow. Let it not be that they are trying to use Dayo for publicity? At Salim. I think there's a high chance that is the reason after all the elections are nearby, and they are looking for people to endorse, and as we all know Dayo has a good track, I should hope it's all just speculation. Then the second part followed. Another clip. This time clearer. The question. His answer. Student safety. That changed the tone immediately. At Real Cola. Hold on. So he's actually meeting government about this? At Chioma Live. So it's not just that video again. Something is happening behind the scenes. At Niger Observer. He said student safety. That's not random. At Halima. Imagine a foreigner is doing what the government are meant to be doing. I don't know how to feel about this. At Frank. It's crazy, oh, like imagine this Omo. I just so love JD, like look at what he has been doing since he arrived Nigeria Shari. And this is the biggest so far. JD for life. JD for life. The reactions picked up speed. People started connecting things. The road incident. The hospital. The school. Now this. At MindXO. If he's already meeting them, what exactly are they discussing? At Simi Talks. This is bigger than that accident. I'm telling you. Then suspicion entered. At KXNG Skeptic. Which official did he meet? Because this matters. At Street Gist 247. You people should relax. Let him speak first. At Aisha Media. Or maybe ask why we're only hearing about this now. And then the shift began. Not loud at first, but clear. At Yemi Codes, he said student safety. Are we talking about school transport? At Samuel Hugo. If that's what this is about, then this is serious. At Obina Views. So he's already putting pressure behind the scenes. More people joined. More voices. More angles. Then Sharon posted. No build-up. No announcement. Just the statement. Met with state officials today regarding student transport and road safety around public schools. There's a real issue here. I'm committing resources from my side. I expect we move quickly. That was the moment everything shifted. Because now it was confirmed. Not speculation. Not guessing. Direct. Clear. And immediate. The reactions exploded. At Tund writes, wait. He's committing his own money already? At Grace. Then what exactly is government waiting for? At Real Cola. This is the part where they start delaying. Watch. At Chioma Live. No, this one is different. He already said he's ready. Then the tagging started. Ministries. Agencies. Names. People pulling up officials and attaching the post. At Niger Observer. At Ministry of Education and G, what is the plan here? At MindXO. At Lagos Traffic, you people should answer this. At Ade Street. Children are crossing highways every day. Now someone is offering help, and we're quiet. At Daniel. Now all of them would be quiet now when it comes to something like this incompetence at its peak. That's how the Nigeria government are operating. The arguments followed immediately. Support. Criticism. Suspicion. At Hanarex. At least someone is doing something. At KXNG Skeptic. Why is it always individuals fixing what government should do? At Samuel Hugo. Forget all that. If solution is coming, let it come. At Aisha Media. The question is simple. Will they act or stall? Sharon watched everything from her screen, scrolling fast, not reading everything, just tracking patterns. They're tagging ministries now, she said. Dayo didn't look. They're asking for timelines, she added. He nodded slightly. This is moving faster than usual, she continued. That's the point. He said, not saying that he actually added a global spotlight card to the post to generate this much hype. She kept scrolling. People are asking who you met. They'll keep asking, he replied. The pressure was building. Not forced. Not artificial. Natural. Because now the story had changed. It wasn't about what he did anymore. It was about what should happen next. And why it hadn't happened yet. Later that morning, they went back to the hospital. The difference was subtle but noticeable. People recognized him differently now. Not just the man from the video. Something else attached to it. Expectation. The boy was awake. More stable. His mother stood up immediately when they walked in. Relief showed on her face again. "Good morning," she said. "Good morning," Dayo replied. He stepped closer to the bed. "How are you feeling?" "Better," the boy said quietly. Dayo nodded. "Good." The mother started thanking him again, words coming quickly, emotion still close. He let her speak for a moment, then raised his hand slightly. "Focus on him," he said. She nodded. Sharon stepped forward after a few minutes. "We wanted to talk to you about something," she said. The woman looked at her. "What is it?" "This situation," Sharon said carefully. "It happens often. We're trying to change part of it." The woman frowned slightly. "How?" Dayo spoke this time. "Transport," he said. "Proper buses. Structured routes. So students don't have to move like that." The woman's eyes shifted. "Like school buses?" "Yes." She looked at her son again, then back at him. "That would help," she said. "It would really help." There was a pause. Then Sharon added, "Someone would like to hear your side. Just what happened. Nothing complicated." The woman hesitated briefly, then nodded. "Okay." Later that day, the setup was simple. No crowd. No heavy equipment. Just a quiet space and a camera. The interviewer sat across from her. "Can you tell us what happened that day?" She took a breath and started. Not rushed. Not exaggerated. She explained how her son left school. How they usually crossed that road. How it had always been like that. How it happened too fast. Her voice shook at certain points, but she continued. Then the question came. If proper school transport existed, do you think this would have happened? She didn't think about it long. "No," she said. "It wouldn't." The interviewer paused slightly. "Why?" "Because he wouldn't be on that road," she replied. "He would be inside a bus." That was it. Simple, clear, real. And that was the moment everything locked into place. Because outside that room, the pressure was already building. Now it had a face, a voice, and something people could not ignore. After the video was done, it was posted online, and only time would tell if it would achieve its aim. Chapter 4:15, and it did. And it did. The video didn't creep into people's feeds. It hit. By the time Sharon looked up from her laptop, the numbers had already crossed what she normally used as a marker for "this is spreading." It wasn't slowing down, and it wasn't staying in one place. The clip had moved past the original post, past the outlet that recorded it, and into everywhere else at the same time. She didn't rush. She never did when things moved like this. Rushing meant reacting, and reacting meant missing the actual pattern. She leaned back slightly, one hand resting on the table while the other scrolled, not reading every comment, just tracking behavior, speed, repetition, the kind of engagement that meant something would hold instead of fading out in a few hours. Across the room, Dayo stood near the window, not looking at the screen, not asking for updates. He already knew what this would do. He didn't need to watch it happen in real time to understand the direction it would take. Sharon paused on one of the reposts and tapped into the comments. They weren't scattered. They were focused. The first wave was exactly what she expected. People reacting to the boy. People reacting to the mother. People reacting to the fact that it could have gone differently. "God, please protect our children." Oh, imagine sending a child to school only to get called about such incidents. "I swear it's very scary. I had to take my son personally to school today and got late to work. Omo, this country don't tire me. This could have been my younger brother. Thank you for stepping in when you did, JD. You're a blessing." Praying for him. Speedy recovery in Jesus' name. The tone stayed consistent across multiple posts, even when the wording changed. It wasn't just sympathy. It was recognition. The kind that came from people seeing something familiar in a situation they didn't want to admit was normal. She scrolled further. That was where it started shifting. Which school is this? Where exactly did this happen? Why are kids crossing roads like this every day? This is the work of the government to implement safety procedures for government schools, even if it's not buses, at least people around to watch them when they cross the road. I used to cross like this when I was in secondary school. Nothing has changed. I swear, but it's different now. The flow of traffic then can't reach half of what we experienced. It just so sad that things remain the same. That was the turn. It didn't come from one person. It came from many at once. Different accounts. Different cities. Same memory. Sharon glanced up briefly, then back to the screen. "This isn't staying emotional," she said. Dayo didn't turn. "It won't," he replied, already foreseeing this. She kept scrolling. Now the comments weren't just about the video anymore. People had started attaching their own experiences to it. filling the space with things that had nothing to do with the exact moment, but everything to do with the system around it. My little sister crosses a highway every morning. Sometimes we wait 5 minutes just to run across. Drivers don't even slow down. Like does drivers that are drunk very early in the morning. Okadas are the only option in my area. The volume kept climbing. Then a different kind of comment started appearing. Someone should drop the mother's account. Please, how can we support her? Let's help them at least. That part spread faster than expected. Within minutes, people were tagging each other, asking for details, some claiming they already had her contact, others warning not to share the wrong information. A few accounts started posting numbers without verification, and immediately others pushed back, calling it out, telling people to wait for something confirmed. Sharon watched it all without interrupting it. It wasn't her place to control that part. Not yet. She switched platforms. Same pattern, different faces. The video had been clipped into shorter versions, subtitles added, zoomed frames highlighting the moment the boy appeared in. The shot, the way the mother held him later in the hospital. Each version pulled a slightly different reaction, but the core stayed the same. She stopped at one video that wasn't from any media page. Just a regular account. A woman standing by the roadside, holding her phone at chest level, cars passing behind her at full speed. This is the road my children cross every day, the woman said, turning the camera slightly to show the stretch of traffic. No traffic light, no crossing, nobody to supervise them. We just wait and run. That's it. The video wasn't polished. The audio cut slightly when a bus passed too close. But that didn't matter. The comments under it were already climbing. Sharon leaned forward a little. This is spreading outside the original story, she said. Dayo nodded once. That's the point. She opened another. A teenage boy this time, still in his uniform, school bag hanging off one shoulder. We do this every day, he said, pointing behind him. If you don't run fast, you wait again. Sometimes you're late because of it. He laughed slightly, not because it was funny, but because it was normal to him. The person taking the video turned the camera towards his face and sighed. And this are the children who are meant to be the leaders of tomorrow home. He's shaking his head. That video had already passed 100,000 views. No media, no promotion, just people sharing it. Sharon exhaled quietly. They've lost control of it. She said, more to herself than to him. Dayo didn't respond. He didn't need to. The room stayed quiet for a moment except for the constant buzz coming from her phone and laptop. Notifications didn't pause long enough to clear before the next ones came in. She switched back to the main feed. Now the tone had changed again. Not just sympathy. Not just stories. Questions. Direct ones. Why is this still happening? Where is the government in all of this? How many times does this need to happen before something is done? And then the tagging started. Ministries. Agencies. Specific names. People pulling up official accounts and attaching them to posts, forcing visibility. At Ministry of Education, what is being done about student transport? At Lagos, trafficked children are literally risking their lives every morning. At Gov Office, please respond to this. It didn't come from one place. It came from everywhere at once. Sharon scrolled slower now, reading more carefully. They're not asking what happened anymore, she said. Dayo shifted slightly, turning just enough to glance at the screen before looking away again. What are they asking, he said. Why nothing has changed, she replied. That sat there for a second. Then her phone buzzed again. Different kind of notification. Video upload. She opened it. This one was closer. Inside a small compound. A man holding his phone while pointing at a group of children getting into a small bus. This is what we use, he said. Not enough space. No structure. We just manage. Every day. The camera shook slightly as he moved. You think this is safe? He didn't wait for an answer. He ended the video. Sharon watched the engagement tick upward in real time. That's the third one in the last 10 minutes, she said. It won't stop, Dayo replied. She leaned back again, closing one app and opening another. The pattern held. More videos. More voices. Some angry. Some calm. Some just explaining. The scale was building in a way that couldn't be reduced to one incident anymore. It had become something else. Outside, the city moved like it always did. Traffic flowed, slowed, stopped, then moved again. None of it looked different from the window, but the way people were talking about it had changed completely. Sharon picked up her phone and checked the original video again. The mother's clip. It had crossed into numbers that guaranteed it wouldn't disappear quietly. Comments were still coming in. Different now. More direct. Ma, please stay strong. God will protect your son. Please drop your account, let us support you. Some had already started posting that they had sent money, even without confirmation. Others warned them to wait, to avoid scams, to let something official come out. The conversation around her had grown into something that didn't need guidance to continue. She stood up and walked a few steps across the room, then stopped. This is bigger than the post now, she said. Dayo turned his head slightly. It was always going to be, he replied. After all, he made use of a global spotlight card. She watched another video load. This one was angrier. A man in his car, recording himself while stuck in traffic. You people will not talk until something happens, he said, his voice sharp. Now look. Everyone is shouting. Tomorrow it will go quiet again if nothing is done. He shook his head. Fix the problem. He ended the recording abruptly. Sharon lowered the phone. It's not slowing, she said. It hasn't peaked yet, Dayo answered. She studied him for a second. You knew it would go this far. Yes. There was no hesitation in his voice. No guess. Just certainty. She didn't ask anything else. Instead, she walked back to the table and picked up her laptop again, scanning across multiple feeds at once. Different platforms. Same story. Same pressure. She noticed something else then. Small groups forming outside certain government buildings. Not protests. Not organized. Just people gathering, talking, recording, posting. Some asking questions. Some just standing there, adding their presence to something that was already building online. She zoomed into one of the clips. 3 people at first, then more walking into frame. Phones out. Recording. Talking over each other. This is where they should answer from. They can't ignore this now. Sharon closed the video and looked up. There. Starting to show up physically, she said. Dayo nodded once. That's early. It means it's holding, she added. He didn't disagree. The room settled into a different kind of silence after that. Not quiet. Just focused. Everything that needed to move was already moving. No pushing required. No extra input. Sharon's phone buzzed again. Another video. Another voice. Another angle. She didn't rush to open it this time. Instead, she set the phone down and looked at Dayo. They can't pull this back, she said. He met her gaze briefly. They won't try yet, he replied. They'll wait. For what? To see how far it goes. She nodded slowly. That made sense. Because at this point, it wasn't about stopping it immediately. It was about understanding it first. And by the time they understood it, she glanced back at the screen, watching the numbers climb again. It would already be too big to contain. She picked up her phone again and resumed scrolling, tracking, watching the pattern tighten instead of scatter. Across every platform, across every voice, across every clip, one thing stayed consistent. People weren't just reacting anymore. They were expecting something to happen. And that expectation wasn't fading. It was building. Chapter 416. Testing him? Inside a closed office, the air felt different from the outside noise. Phones kept buzzing, screens lighting up with clips, reposts, tags, mentions that were spreading faster than anyone in the room had anticipated. The senior official stood near the table, one hand on the back of a chair, the other holding his phone as he scrolled through a video for the 3rd time. The same clip, the same woman, the same boy. He dropped the phone onto the table and looked at the 2 men sitting across from him. You met him yesterday, he said. It wasn't a question. Yes, sir, one of them replied. And you're telling me this is what came out of that meeting? Neither of them answered immediately, not because they didn't have words, but because the situation didn't match what they had expected when they walked out of that room the previous day. It wasn't like this inside. The second one said carefully. He presented the idea. We asked questions. There was no agreement. The official stared at him. No agreement, he repeated, then picked up his phone again and turned the screen toward them. So explain this. The video was already playing again. The mother's voice. The hospital setting. The framing. The reactions pouring in under it. We didn't release anything, the first man added quickly. There was no media inside the meeting. No statements were made. That's not my concern, the official cut in. My concern is that something you handled yesterday is now everywhere today. There was a pause. Then the second man spoke again, slower this time. We were testing him. That got a reaction. The official's eyes shifted slightly. Testing him, he said. Already guessing what they meant by that. Yes, the man continued. We needed to understand how serious he was. whether this was just another one of those interventions that fade after a few days. And he didn't behave like someone who was going to wait. The room went quiet for a moment. That was the part they hadn't accounted for. They expected pressure. They expected interest. They expected follow-ups. They did not expect escalation. The official picked up his phone again, scrolling faster this time, not watching one clip, but scanning multiple feeds. "This is not pressure," he said finally. "This is a full-out attack on us." Neither of them argued, because that was exactly what it looked like. The narrative had already shifted from an incident to a problem, and from a problem to a question directed at them. That was where it became dangerous. The official dropped the phone again and straightened slightly. "We're not responding to this publicly yet," he said. Both men nodded. "We slow it down first." "How?" one of them asked. The official looked at him like the answer was obvious. "We cut the spread by sending out information that no news station or influencers should do anything, and if they did, they should pull back else." That was it. No meeting with media. No press release. No denial. Just action. The call started immediately after. Not from official lines. Not recorded. Direct numbers. People they already knew. People who understood what it meant when a message came from that level. The instruction was simple. Not dressed up. Not softened. Take it down. That was how it was said. No explanation about stability. No mention of tension. Just clear. If you posted it, remove it. If you're planning to post it, don't. If it's already gaining traction, stop pushing it. Influencers got the message first. Some tried to ask questions. They were shut down quickly. This is not the time for that content. Others didn't argue. They understood the weight behind the call. Pages that had reposted the video quietly deleted it. Some left their captions and removed the clip. Others wiped the post entirely. A few tried to keep it up for a little longer, hoping the traction would justify it. Another call followed. Stronger. More direct. The video disappeared. The same thing happened across platforms. Not everything vanished. That would have been obvious. But enough did. Enough to slow the rhythm. Enough to break the pattern. Inside the office, the official watched as the feed started thinning out. "Good," he said. Not satisfied, but confident that the spread would lose momentum. After all, he had someone he was reporting to, so he needed to have a convincing answer when questions began to fly. "Let it settle," he added. Across the city, the digital noise didn't stop. But it changed, and Sharon saw it. She didn't notice it in one moment. It came together piece by piece. A video she had seen earlier wasn't where it should have been. She scrolled back. Checked again. Nothing. She moved to another post. Same thing. Then another. Gone. She leaned forward slightly, her fingers moving faster across the screen as she started checking accounts directly instead of relying on the feed. One influencer's page opened. The post was missing. Another. Gone. A third. Still there. But the comments were turned off. Sharon exhaled slowly and leaned back. "This is not organic," she said. Across the room, Dayo turned his head slightly. "What is it?" he asked, remove his face from his phone. She rotated her laptop toward him. "Look at this," she said. "These posts were active less than an hour ago. High engagement. Now they're gone." He stepped closer, his eyes moving across the screen once. "They've started," he said with a smirk on his face that read, "I saw this coming." Sharon looked at him. No warning. No statement. Just removal. "Yes." She frowned slightly. "They're not touching everything." "They won't," he replied. "That makes it obvious. So they're thinning it." "Yes, in order for the people to forget." She watched him for a second. "You expected this." Dayo didn't hesitate. "Of course." Sharon sat back again, processing. "They're calling people directly," she said. "Yes." "Threatening them." "Yes." There was no hesitation in his voice. No attempt to soften it. That was exactly what was happening. Sharon picked up her phone and opened a message that had just come in. One of the smaller outlets they had used earlier to capture him entering the government building. "They just reached out," she said. Dayo looked at her. "What did they say?" She read it briefly before summarizing. "They told him to take everything down. The footage. The post. Anything related." Dayo nodded once. "Put him on," he said. She called immediately. The line connected quickly. "Hello." The voice on the other end carried tension. "Yeah," Sharon said. "We saw your message." A pause. "They said I should take it down," the man said. "All of it." They didn't explain much, but you understand. Sharon glanced at Dayo, then handed him the phone. Dayo took it. "Hello." There was a shift in the tone immediately. Sir, relax, Dayo said. Do what you need to do. A pause. You're not asking me to keep it up? No. That threw the man off. I thought. If they told you to take it down, Dayo said calmly. Another pause. Are you sure? Yes. Dayo ended the call before the man could ask anything else and handed the phone back to Sharon. She looked at him for a second. You're letting it drop. For now, he said. She frowned slightly. They might actually slow it down. Dayo shook his head. They think they will. Sharon studied him. What are you planning? He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he picked up his own phone and unlocked it, his attention narrowing. Slightly. They're assuming the spread depends on those channels, he said. It does, Sharon replied. Not entirely. That was the difference. She leaned forward again, watching him now instead of the screen. What are you doing? She asked. Dayo didn't look up. Expanding it, he said. The room went quiet again, but this time it wasn't observation. It was transition. He tapped a few things on his phone, not rushed, not hesitant. Then he made a call. The line rang twice. Then connected. Hello. The voice on the other end carried familiarity. It's been a while, the man added. Yes, Dayo said. I need something. A short pause. For you, the man said. That's rare. I don't need anything complicated, Dayo continued. There's a situation here. It needs visibility. What kind of visibility? Real. The man on the other end didn't respond immediately, but the shift in his tone was clear. Send it, he said. I will. Dayo ended the call. Sharon watched him. That's it, she asked. For now. She didn't push further. She didn't need to, because she had seen enough to understand what was coming next. Dayo just called Valerie and told her to invest a few dollars on influencers to push the narrative, and he then activated a global spotlight card with it. After all, the reason for the drop was majorly because the spotlight card lasted one day. He was thinking that might be enough to let them realize and try to negotiate, but they did. Otherwise. So he activated another one and turned up the volume of the pressure. A few minutes passed. Then the shift happened. At first, it didn't look different. Just another repost. Different account. Different audience. Sharon clicked into it. Not local. Large following. The caption wasn't emotional. It was structured. Urban safety issue involving school children in Lagos. She leaned closer. This is outside, she said. Dayo nodded once. Another post. Different platform. Same clip. Different angle. Lack of transport infrastructure leading to daily risk. Sharon's fingers moved faster now. This is spreading internationally. More posts followed. Not influencers. Not entertainment pages. Analysts. Commentators. People who didn't need permission to speak. They can't touch these ones, she said. No. That was the point. The suppression had worked locally. For a moment. But it had created a gap. And that gap pulled attention. Now the same content was reappearing in places that didn't respond to the same pressure. Sharon refreshed again. The numbers jumped. This is bigger now, she said. Dayo didn't respond. He didn't need to. Because this was the part he had already calculated. Her phone buzzed again. Another notification. Another repost. Then another. And then the pattern returned. Not the same as before. Stronger. More distributed. Harder to control. Sharon leaned back slowly. They tried to bury it, she said. And now it's louder than they can contain. Dayo finally looked at the screen again. They moved too early, he said. That was the mistake. They assumed control. They acted. And in doing so, they forced the story into a space where control didn't exist. Sharon watched the feeds fill again, faster now than before. They won't be able to stop this, she said. Dayo's voice was calm. They already lost that chance. Outside, the city still looked the same. But inside the system, something had shifted. Because now, it wasn't just a local issue anymore. And that changed the rules entirely. Chapter 417, Another Meeting. It was as if the whole internet just turned its attention towards Nigeria and the specific problem that Dayo was taking on, and the rest was history. It became so rampant that even ordinary citizens picked up their phone and started making videos concerning the issues. Meanwhile, the people who thought they had suppressed the matter were in for a shock. The call came in before anyone in the room had the chance to pretend things were under control. It didn't go through the usual channels first. It came straight from the office that didn't call unless something had already crossed a line. The assistant stepped in without knocking, her posture tighter than usual, her voice controlled but carrying urgency that didn't need to be explained. Madam is on the line. The two men in the room looked up immediately. No questions. No delay. Put it through. The speaker came alive a second later. There was no greeting. What exactly is happening? The voice was calm, but not relaxed. The kind of calm that came with authority that didn't need to raise itself to be felt. One of them leaned forward slightly, hands resting on the desk. The situation escalated overnight, he said. The video spread beyond initial projections. I can see that, she replied. I'm asking why it looks like this. Why is it no longer contained? There was a brief pause, not from confusion, but from the need to answer carefully without sounding like they had already lost control. We moved early, the second man said. We limited amplification locally. Influencers were contacted. Posts were taken down. Visibility was reduced across platforms. The line stayed quiet for a second, and yet it is still everywhere. This time neither of them rushed to speak. We controlled what we could, the first man said. Local spread has slowed. But the question didn't need to be completed. But it didn't hold, he admitted. The content moved outside our reach. Foreign accounts picked it up. It's no longer contained within local channels. Silence again, but this time heavier. So you're telling me you shut down the voices you can reach, she said slowly. And it still grew. Yes. And now it is being pushed from outside. Yes. The line went quiet long enough for both of them to understand that whatever came next was not going to be a discussion. When she spoke again, her tone had shifted. Then listen carefully. Both men straightened slightly without realizing it. This is no longer a situation you manage quietly, she said. This has been seen. No one needed clarification on what that meant. The president is aware, she continued, and he has reviewed the situation. Neither of them interrupted. He asked one question. A small pause. Can it still be contained? Neither of them spoke immediately. They both knew the answer. No, the first man said. The words settled fully in the room before the line came alive again. Then you move to the next phase. They waited. This project, she said, each word measured, will be executed clean. Both men frowned slightly, not out of confusion, but because they understood exactly what she meant and what it removed. She didn't leave it open to interpretation. No siphoning, she said. No inflated budgets. No internal cuts. No delays for positioning. No manipulation at any stage. The room went completely still. This is not optional, she added. Neither of them spoke. This is a high-visibility situation, she continued. There are too many eyes on it already. Opposition will look for weaknesses. Media will look for inconsistencies. The public is already engaged. She let that sit for a second. If anything goes wrong inside this project, it will not stay internal. It will come back out. And when it does, it will not be controlled. After all, you all know who you're dealing with is no small player from your interaction, right? The first man exhaled slowly. We understand. I don't think you do yet, she replied. Her tone didn't rise, but it hardened slightly. Let me make it clearer. This is not a project you use. This is a project you deliver. That landed differently. Elections are close, she continued. Everything is being watched. Every decision is being tracked. This is not the moment for shortcuts. Neither of them tried to argue. They didn't disagree. They couldn't. Understood, the second man said. There was a brief pause on the line, as if she was measuring whether to add anything else. Then she did. You will also establish direct contact with him. That shifted something. The first man looked up. Direct? Yes, she said. No layers. No delays. No positioning. Another pause. We need to understand exactly what he intends to do, she added. And how far he is willing to go, and be careful, he already outsmarted you twice. Now you know he is sly, so do it strictly by the book, else there's no saving you when it comes back to bite you. The call ended shortly after that. No closing words. No soft landing. Just silence returning to the room. For a few seconds, neither of them moved. The first man leaned back slowly, staring at nothing in particular. That's new, he said. The second man nodded slightly, his expression tighter. They've moved it out of our control. That happened already, the first man replied. This just confirms it. He picked up his phone again, scrolling through the feed quickly. The numbers were still climbing. Even after everything they had done. Even after the calls. Even after the removals. It's not even local anymore, he said. No, the second man replied. It isn't. They both knew what that meant. They had reduced local voices. They had forced removals. They had slowed visibility where they had influence. But none of that mattered now, because the conversation had already moved beyond where those controls worked. The first man dropped his phone back on the table. "So we move," he said. The second man nodded. "Set up the meeting." Across the building, the report moved quickly. She stepped into the office without waiting to be announced. "He's been briefed," she said. The president didn't look up immediately. He was already reading something on the tablet in front of him. "And?" he asked. "They attempted suppression," she said. "Local amplification was reduced. Influencers were contacted. Content was taken down." He nodded slightly. "And it failed?" "Yes." That didn't surprise him. He set the tablet down and leaned back slightly. "And the directive?" "Delivered," she replied. "They understand." "Do they?" She hesitated for a second, then answered honestly. "They don't like it," she said. "But they understand the risk." That got a small reaction. "Good," he said. There was a brief pause. Then he asked, "What do you think of him?" She didn't answer immediately. She chose her words carefully. "He knows what he's doing," she said. This wasn't accidental. The pressure, the timing, the visibility, it was structured. He nodded once. "I thought so. He's not trying to play the system," she added. "He's forcing it." That made him look up. "Interesting." He leaned forward slightly, resting his hands together. "And he didn't ask for anything first." "No." Another small pause. "I would like to meet this young man," he said with an amusing smile on his face. Back across the city, in a quieter space, the shift had already been felt before it was confirmed. Dayo sat with his phone in his hand, not scrolling, not reacting, just watching the pattern settle into something predictable. Sharon stood a few steps away, finishing the call before turning back to him. "They've reached out," she said. He didn't look surprised. "When?" he asked. "Just now." "Formal request." "Direct." He nodded once. That was fast. She watched him for a second. "You knew this would happen." "Yes," Dayo said with a smirk. She stepped closer, crossing her arms slightly. "How?" He leaned back slightly, his gaze steady. "They ran out of options," he said. "That quickly." "It's not about speed," he replied. "It's about pressure." She didn't interrupt. "Local suppression was always going to be their first move," he continued. "It's standard. Reduce visibility, control narrative, wait for attention to drop." And when it didn't, he tilted his head slightly. "It moved outside their reach," he said. "That changes everything." She nodded slowly. "And the elections?" "That's the real trigger," he said. He sat forward slightly now. "If this was 6 months ago, they would have let it drag," he continued. "Delay, redirect, bury it over time." He shook his head once. "But not now." "Because they can't afford it," she said. "Yes." He met her gaze. "Every action matters right now," he added. "Every perception, every reaction. They don't get to ignore something like this when it's already public." She exhaled quietly. "So this isn't cooperation." "No," he said. "It's survival." That settled it. She nodded once. "They want a meeting," she said again. "I know." She hesitated for a second. "You're going?" "Yes, of course. After all, I set all of this on motion." There was no pause in his answer. No hesitation. She watched him for a moment longer, then gave a small nod. "Okay." He stood up slowly, slipping his phone into his pocket. "They're ready to move," he said. Not hopeful, not surprised, just certain. And this time, they weren't the ones setting the pace anymore. Chapter 418, Meeting. The call came in without the usual layers. Sharon's phone lit up once, and she already knew it wasn't a normal call. She picked it up, her expression staying neutral even before she answered. Her eyes shifted toward Dayo for a brief second. He was already looking at her. She answered calmly. "Yes." The voice on the other end didn't waste time with greetings or introductions. It carried weight, the kind that didn't need to raise itself to be understood. "We would like to meet." Sharon listened, her posture straightening slightly as details followed. Location, time, no explanations, no attempt to dress it up. "I understand," she said. "We'll be there." The call ended. She lowered the phone slowly, then looked at him. "They've reached out," she said. He didn't look surprised. "When?" he asked. "Just now." "Formal request." "Direct." He nodded once. That was fast. She watched him for a second. "You knew this would happen." "Yes," Dayo said with a smirk. She stepped closer, crossing her arms slightly. "How?" He leaned back slightly, his gaze steady. "They ran out of options," he said. "That quickly." "It's not about speed," he replied. It's about pressure. She didn't interrupt. Local suppression was always going to be their first move, he continued. It's standard. Reduce visibility, control narrative, wait for attention to drop. And when it didn't, he tilted his head slightly. It moved outside their reach, he said. That changes everything. She nodded slowly. And the elections? That's the real trigger, he said. He sat forward slightly now. If this was 6 months ago, they would have let it drag, he continued. Delay. Redirect. Bury it over time. He shook his head once. But not now. Because they can't afford it, she said. Yes. He met her gaze. Every action matters right now, he added. Every perception. Every reaction. They don't get to ignore something like this when it's already public. She exhaled quietly. So this isn't cooperation. No, he said. It's survival. That settled it. She nodded once. They want a meeting, she said again. I know. She hesitated for a second. You're going. Yes, of course, after all, I set all of this on motion. There was no pause in his answer. No hesitation. She watched him for a moment longer, then gave a small nod. Okay. He stood up slowly, slipping his phone into his pocket. They're ready to move, he said. He reached for a file, flipping it open briefly before closing it again. Then his hand moved toward the drawer. He opened it and took out a set of neatly arranged small gift bags. Simple. Clean. Nothing flashy. The kind of thing that wouldn't draw attention unless you were paying attention. Sharon noticed immediately. Her eyes rested on them for a second longer than necessary. Dayo placed them on the table without saying anything. She looked at him. You're covering everything, she said. I'm removing resistance, he replied. There was no embarrassment in it. No attempt to hide what it meant. Just clarity. Sharon nodded slowly. She understood. The building looked the same. Same entrance. Same. Security. Same quiet control. But the way they were received was different. They didn't wait. They didn't sit outside. They were led inside immediately they walked in. That alone said enough to tell the table have turned, and they were ready to deal. Inside the room, more people were present this time. Not just the two from before. Others had joined, their presence shifting the weight of the meeting. It was like they called number to pressure Dayo, but that obviously wasn't achieved as Dayo strolled in. The two officials from earlier stood as Dayo walked in. Not fully formal, but enough to show adjustment of attitude towards the situation. Mr. Dayo, one of them said. Thank you for coming. Dayo nodded slightly. Of course. No extra words. No edge. Just acknowledgement. Sharon took her seat beside him, setting her tablet down quietly. The room settled. One of the senior officials leaned forward slightly. We've been reviewing the situation with the documents you gave during our last meeting, he began. And we understand the urgency. Dayo listened. He didn't interrupt. He didn't rush them. Another official continued. There are existing structures we need to align with, but we're committed to finding a workable approach. Dayo nodded once. What kind of timeline are you working with, he asked. The question came naturally. Not sharp. Not confrontational. Just direct. The official adjusted slightly. We're looking at an initial framework within 2 weeks, followed by phased implementation. Dayo held his gaze for a moment. That might be too slow, he said calmly. No tension in his voice. Just fact. One of the others spoke up. This is a large-scale coordination effort. Multiple districts, agencies, logistics. I understand, Dayo said, cutting in gently, not dismissing, just guiding. But we don't need to start at scale. That shifted the room. He continued. Start with one district. A controlled pilot. Immediate deployment. Then expand based on results. We need precedent for anything to work, so if a particular route is working well, one can implement the next. As for the funds, as I said earlier, leave that to me, you just have to make it work. The officials exchanged glances. That was harder to push back against. It removed delay without ignoring structure. One of them nodded slowly. That can be arranged. Dayo nodded in return. That's a good start. The conversation moved forward from there. Less resistance, unlike the last time they were more accommodating. They tried to maintain structure and test him again, but he kept things grounded. Timelines became clearer. Responsibilities started forming. No raised voices. No pressure tactics. Just controlled movement. At a certain point, the tone softened. Not completely, but enough. That was when Dayo shifted slightly in his seat. He didn't make a show of it. He just glanced once toward Sharon. It was brief, but clear. She caught it immediately. He turned back to the table, and cleared his throat. "There are a few things I've already handled on my side," he said, his tone steady, just to make the process smoother. No one spoke, but their attention sharpened, hearing how Dayo's voice sounded softer than they have heard since he started speaking. Sharon reached down calmly and picked up the small bags from beside her seat. She didn't rush it. She didn't hesitate. She placed one in front of each of them, moving naturally, like it was part of the meeting. No announcement. No explanation. Just placement. The room went quiet for a second. Not long, but enough. One of the officials looked down at the bag, then back up. Another adjusted slightly in his seat. No one asked what it was. They didn't need to from the looks in his eyes and the signal he sent they understood. Dayo continued speaking like nothing unusual had happened. "Inside are some materials from my side," he said. "Just something small." The words were light, but the meaning wasn't. He met their gaze calmly. "We'll be working closely on this. It's important things move without unnecessary delays." That was the line. It carried everything. No pressure, no demand, but clear. One of the senior officials nodded slowly. "Of course," he said. The tone had changed. Subtly, but completely. The hesitation that had been sitting under the conversation eased completely with smiles on their straight faces. The next responses came quicker, less guarded, more aligned. "We can prioritize the pilot immediately," one of them said. "Resources can be redirected," another added. Dayo listened, nodding slightly. "That works." They moved through the rest of the discussion with less friction. Not perfect, not fully open, but smoother. They clarified. Pilot location, initial rollout steps, coordination points. There were still careful pauses, still internal calculations, but the resistance wasn't the same anymore. By the time the meeting began to close, the direction was clear. One of the senior officials leaned forward again. "We'll begin internal coordination immediately," he said. "You'll receive updates as we progress." Dayo stood up. "I'll be following closely," he replied. There was no threat in it, but it didn't need one. They understood. Outside the building, the air felt steady. Not tense, not relaxed, just balanced. Sharon walked beside him, her phone already in her hand. She didn't speak immediately. She waited until they were a few steps away. Then she looked at him. "That," she started, then paused slightly, choosing her words. "That was something." Dayo glanced at her briefly. "What?" She let out a small breath. "I've seen negotiations," she said. "I've seen pressure. I've seen people try to force things." She shook her head slightly. "But that." She looked back at him. "You handled both sides." He didn't respond immediately. She continued. "You didn't fight them. You didn't submit either." A small pause. "You just adjusted everything." Dayo looked ahead. "They were always going to cooperate," he said. She raised an eyebrow slightly. "Like that?" "Not like that," he replied. "But they what I did to ease the situation. After all, you could see from how they look when we started and how the meeting ended, it all about the timing, and it worked." She studied him. "And the rest?" He didn't look at her. "They understand the situation better now." That was all he said. Sharon held his gaze for a second, then nodded slowly. She understood more than he was saying. They kept walking. Behind them, the building stood the same. Quiet. Controlled. But inside, the conversation had shifted. And outside, things were already moving. Chapter 419. What's next? Morning came without announcement, but the difference was visible before anyone needed to say it out loud. The road in front of the school no longer looked ignored. Two men in reflective vests stood by the roadside with measuring tape stretched across the edge of the pavement, one holding it steady while the other bent slightly to mark a point with chalk. A third person stood a few steps away, flipping through a file, occasionally looking up to compare what was on paper with what was in front of him. When Nigerian decides to do something, it gets done without a slight hesitation, and the result could be seen almost immediately. Cars still passed. Okadas still weaved through gaps like they always did. But something had changed in how people were standing around the place. They weren't just passing anymore. They were watching the change been made. A woman stood under a small umbrella, her arms folded, eyes fixed on the markings on the ground. Two students in uniform slowed down as they walked past, their conversation fading as they tried to understand what was happening. One of them pointed at the chalk lines and said something under his breath. The other nodded, then looked toward the road like he was seeing it differently for the first time. A white pickup truck pulled up near the curb. Two more officials stepped out, one holding a tablet, the other already speaking before his feet fully touched the ground. Make sure this side is extended. The space is not enough. The man with the tape adjusted it slightly, nodding as he moved. A small group had already formed a few meters away. Not organized. Not planned. Just people stopping and staying. Phones were out. Someone recorded quietly, panning from the officials to the road, then back again. This is the same place, the person behind the camera said. They've started working. Line were been drawn and sign were being hanged to prevent such from happening again. The video was posted before the man finished speaking. Across the city, similar scenes were playing out. Not everywhere. Not perfectly. But enough. Near another school, a temporary barrier had been placed to slow down vehicles. A traffic officer stood there, actually directing movement instead of sitting in the shade like people were used to. A small sign had been placed by the roadside, not permanent, not polished, but clear enough. Students gathered near the gate, watching as if something unusual was happening in their own space. Because it was. A man leaned against his car, shaking his head slightly as he watched. "I'm surprised," he said to no one in particular. "I didn't expect this to start this fast." Another man beside him laughed, not dismissively, but out of disbelief. "Election is close," he replied. "That's why." The first man nodded slowly. "Even with that, I didn't expect this kind of speed." A woman standing behind them stepped forward slightly. "Whatever the reason is, at least they're doing something," she said. "That's what matters." Nobody argued with her. That was the tone everywhere. Shock first, then relief, then caution. Online, the reaction reflected the same thing. "This is actually happening? I thought they would just talk and leave it. They've already started work near my area. No way. Government moved this fast. It's because of elections, but still, this is surprising. At least pressure works. Some people didn't trust it. They will start and abandon it halfway. Let's see if it lasts after elections. This is just to calm people down." Others pushed back. "Immediately. Even if it's because of elections, the work is still being done. So should they not do it? Let them finish it first before you complain." The conversation didn't go in one direction. It split, merged, shifted. But one thing stayed consistent. Nobody ignored it. News outlets picked it up quickly, but not in the same way. One channel ran a segment showing active sites across different areas, the reporter standing near a school with visible markings behind him. As you can see, work has already begun in several locations following recent discussions around student safety. Officials have assured the public that this initiative will be handled with urgency. Another station took a different angle. In typical fashion, the government has responded under pressure, but the real question remains whether this momentum will be sustained beyond the current political climate. A third outlet brought in analysts. "This is a clear example of public influence forcing rapid policy action," one of them said. "But rapid implementation also comes with risks. The execution has to match the speed." Online platforms carried even more variety. Clips of ongoing work. Clips of empty areas where nothing had started yet. People comparing locations. "Nothing has started here yet. They've already marked 3 schools in my area. Why are some places faster than others?" Journalists stood near active zones, recording updates, their tone measured, not dramatic. "This project is now under heavy public observation," one reporter said into the camera. "Every step is being tracked, both online and offline." Inside government offices, the atmosphere had shifted, but not in a loud way. There were no raised voices. No visible panic. Just careful movement. Meetings were shorter. Instructions were clearer. And one thing had changed completely. Nobody was treating the project casually. A man flipped through a report, stopping at a section before looking up. "Double-check this," he said. "Everything." Another official nodded immediately. There was no pushback. No delay. Everyone understood the situation without needing to say it repeatedly. This project was no longer just another file on a desk. It was exposed, watched, tracked. Every step had eyes on it. Every delay would be noticed. Every mistake could be amplified. And with elections approaching, that was not a risk anyone wanted attached to their name. So they moved carefully, faster than usual, but careful. Back in the hotel, the room was quieter than it had been in days. The constant noise from notifications had reduced, not because things had slowed, but because the situation had stabilized into something else. Sharon sat at the table, her laptop open, multiple tabs still running, but she wasn't moving as fast as before. Her eyes moved across the screen, reading properly this time, not just scanning patterns. Dayo stood near the window again. But this time he wasn't just looking out. His posture was more relaxed, one hand in his pocket, the other resting lightly against the frame. "They've started in 6 locations already," Sharon said, her voice steady. He nodded slightly. She clicked into another tab. "Media coverage is everywhere. Not just local anymore. Different angles too. Some are supporting it, some are questioning the speed, some are already asking about long-term plans." She paused, then added, "They're watching closely." "They will," he replied. She looked up at him briefly, then back to the screen. "Public reaction is mixed, but in a good way," she continued. "People are shocked more than anything. They didn't expect movement this fast." She scrolled again. "A lot of them are saying it's because of elections." "They're not wrong." "They're not," Dayo said. "But even with that," she added, "they're still relieved. You can see it. They didn't think anything would actually happen." He didn't respond immediately. She turned her chair slightly, facing him more directly now. "You forced something they didn't think was possible," she said. That made him glance at her. Not for long. Just enough. She held his gaze this time. "I've handled campaigns before," she continued. "I've seen pressure. I've seen public push. This." She shook her head slightly. "This is different." He said nothing. She leaned back slightly, exhaling. "They tried to slow you down. They tried to control it. They even tried to shut it down." A small pause. "And it still turned into this." Dayo's expression didn't change much, but there was a quiet acknowledgement in the way he shifted his weight slightly. "They misread it," he said. Sharon let out a short breath that almost turned into a laugh. "They misread you," she corrected. That hung in the air for a second. She turned back to her laptop, tapping a few keys before speaking again. "Government statements are controlled," she said. "Careful wording. No overpromising. They're trying to stay safe." "That's expected," Dayo replied. She nodded. "They're moving, though, faster than usual. And they're checking everything." Another pause. "No one wants to be the one that messes this up." Dayo looked away from the window then, turning slightly toward the room. "They won't mess it up. They know that me and the public are watching, and after all, I assigned a trustworthy person in charge," he said. There was no arrogance in it. Just certainty. Sharon studied him for a moment, then closed one of the tabs on her screen. The room settled into a quieter rhythm. Not silent, just calm. For the first time in a while, nothing urgent was chasing them. Everything that needed to move was already moving. She rested her hands lightly on the table, fingers tapping once against the surface before going still. Then she spoke again. "So?" He looked at her. She tilted her head slightly, a small, knowing expression on her face. "What's next?" Chapter 420, Slow Him Down. The screen in front of Michael replayed a clip again, not because he needed to see it twice, but because he wanted to watch how it moved. Not the content itself. Not the boy. Not the road. Not even the moment that had pulled everything together. He was watching the reaction around it. The way attention behaved when it wasn't forced. His office was quiet, controlled, the kind of quiet that came from years of decisions being made in that room without noise. The glass walls were tinted just enough to keep the city outside from interfering. Morning had already passed into afternoon, but the light hadn't shifted much inside. Everything stayed the same here unless he wanted it to change. Clara stood across from him, tablet in hand, waiting. She had already given him the summary. Engagement numbers, spread velocity, geographic distribution, names of platforms where the traction was highest. The data was clean, organized. Exactly what she knew. Michael understood everything in few details. He didn't look at her yet. He let the video finish. Then he tapped the screen once and paused it on a frame that didn't matter to most people. A still moment. No action. Just the aftermath hanging there. "This didn't happen by accident," he said. Clara didn't respond immediately. She had learned that with him, silence wasn't hesitation. It was processing. Interrupting it only meant you were about to miss something. "You think it was staged?" she asked carefully. Michael shook his head slightly. "No," he said. "I think it was used." That was different. He leaned back in his chair, one arm resting on the side, the other still near the screen. His eyes moved once, not back to the video, but to the analytics panel beside it. Nigeria. Then beyond. He had seen this pattern before. Not here. Not like this. But close enough. For something local, it moved too clean, he continued. No fragmentation. No delay between platforms. It didn't stall at any point. Clara glanced at her tablet, then back at him. It's still spreading, she said. And it's not slowing. I can see that. He finally looked at her. How long has he been there, he asked. Clara didn't need to ask who he meant. About 2 months plus, she replied. Since his arrival in Nigeria? Michael nodded once. 2 months. Not long. Too short for something like this to build naturally. His fingers tapped lightly against the arm of the chair, not out of impatience, but rhythm. He was aligning things in his head, pulling threads together that didn't look connected on the surface. I missed it the first time, he said, more to himself than to her. Clara didn't speak. She knew better than to fill that space. Michael stood up slowly, walking around the desk toward the glass wall, though he wasn't looking outside. He stopped halfway, hands in his pockets, his posture relaxed, but his mind moving faster than anything in the room. When he moved into Asia, it was quiet at first, he said. No noise. No announcements. Just small signals that didn't look like anything until they were already something. Clara's grip on the tablet tightened slightly. She remembered that. They hadn't seen it coming. Not until it was already established. The move was so fast that the whole industry were caught off guard by the time they realized. He built presence before anyone realized he was building it, Michael continued. And by the time we noticed, it wasn't something we could interrupt without cost. He turned slightly, just enough to face her again. I won't make that mistake twice. That settled the tone. Clara nodded once. So you think this is the same pattern? She asked. Michael looked back at the paused frame. Not the same, he said. Better this time. He has already engaged and have a strong name in an average niggery due to this case. That was what bothered him. Improvement. Growth. It meant intent. It meant planning. And more importantly, it meant this wasn't reaction. This was direction. He walked back to the desk, picking up a pen but not using it, just holding it between his fingers as he spoke. He didn't come back here to make noise, Michael said. He came back to build something. Clara exhaled slowly. And this? She gestured lightly toward the screen. This is part of it. It's the beginning of it. That landed heavier. Michael placed the pen down. We're not dealing with a reaction anymore, he said. We're dealing with a strategy. Dayo is a master of hype. He knows exactly what to do to instigate. People know exactly how to do it. Clara stepped forward slightly. What do you want me to do? She asked. Michael didn't answer immediately. He looked at the screen again, but this time not at the video. At the names attached to it. Accounts. Reposts. Mentions. Then he shifted to something else entirely. The industry. Nigeria. He had stayed out of it for a reason. Not because it wasn't valuable, but because it wasn't controlled. Too many moving parts. Too many independent forces. Too much unpredictability. But that was before someone like Dayo decided to step in. If he builds a base there, Michael said slowly, it won't stay there. Clara understood that immediately. Expansion. Leverage. Control. And if he connects it to what he already has. She added. Michael nodded. Then we don't catch up, he said. We react. He didn't like reacting. Not anymore. Not after Asia. He walked back to his chair and sat down, this time leaning forward slightly, elbows resting on the desk. We slow him down, he said. Clara tilted her head slightly. How? She asked. Michael's expression didn't change. We isolate him. That was clean, direct, effective. Clara frowned slightly. In Nigeria? She asked. That's not easy. I didn't say it was. He reached for the tablet in her hand and pulled it slightly toward him, scrolling through a different set of data. Artists. Names. Affiliations. He stopped at a few. You see this? He said, turning the screen toward her. Clara stepped closer. These are the ones that matter, he continued. The ones with reach. Influence. The ones others follow without thinking. She nodded slowly. And most of them, she started, aren't fully independent, Michael finished. That was the key. He tapped one name. Then another. They're tied to international labels, he said. Distribution. Contracts. Partnerships. Some of those structures run through here. Clara's eyes sharpened. You're saying we use that. I'm saying we remind them who holds the pipe to their source. That was different. Not force. Pressure. Subtle. Controlled. Michael leaned back again. If he tries to collaborate, he said, he needs access. Clara understood. And if that access is complicated, he slows down and forced to either abandon Nigeria or start without the help of the local star, which is a backbone he needs, and without it becomes incredibly hard to achieve his goal. That was the objective, not stopping him completely. Not yet. Just enough resistance. Just enough friction. Enough to buy time. Clara crossed her arms slightly, thinking. And the smaller artists? She asked. Michael gave a slight smile. They follow the bigger ones, he said. Always have. That was the nature of it. Influence didn't spread evenly. It moved downward. If the top layer shifted, everything beneath it adjusted. So we don't need to control everyone, Clara said. No, Michael replied. Just the ones that matter. The room settled into a different kind of focus. Clara tapped her tablet once, pulling up another list. Do you want me to reach out directly? She asked. Michael shook his head. Not yet. He stood again, slower this time, walking toward the window and finally looking out. The city stretched below, distant, irrelevant to what he was thinking about. This has to be positioned properly, he said. No panic. No urgency. Just alignment. Clara nodded. Understood. He turned back. Start with information, he said. I want everything on them. Everything. Everything. She didn't question it. Backgrounds. Current contracts. Who they're tied to. Who manages them. Who influences them, he continued. I want to know where pressure can be applied without it looking like pressure. Clara's fingers moved quickly across the screen as she noted it down. And the labels? She asked. Michael's expression didn't change. Set meetings. That was it. No explanation. No elaboration. Just direction. Clara paused for half a second. With all of them? She asked. With the ones that matter. She nodded. I'll reach out, she said. Michael walked back to his desk and picked up the pen again, this time actually using it, jotting something down quickly before sliding the paper. Aside. And Clara, he added. She looked up. Don't frame it as a problem, he said. Frame it as an opportunity. She understood immediately. Positioning. If they thought they were being controlled, they would resist. If they thought they were being included, they would listen. I'll handle it, she said. Michael nodded once. She turned to leave, but he spoke again. Keep this quiet. She stopped. Of course. No leaks. No signals, he continued. If he senses this too early, he adjusts. Clara met his gaze. He won't, she said. That was confidence, not arrogance. She had earned that. Michael watched her for a moment, then nodded slightly. Good. She left the room without another word. The door closed softly behind her. Silence returned. Michael sat there for a few seconds, then reached forward and resumed the video. This time, he didn't pause it. He let it play through. All of it. Not because he needed to see it again, but because he wanted to feel the timing, the pacing, the way it pulled people in. By the time it ended, his expression hadn't changed, but his decision had settled completely. This time, he said quietly, you don't move unchecked. He tapped the screen once more, closing the video. Then he leaned back, eyes steady, already thinking 3 steps ahead. Because whatever Dayo was building in Nigeria, it wasn't going to grow freely. Not without resistance. Not without someone pushing back. And this time, Michael wasn't going to be late to the game. Chapter 421, A Branch. So what's next? Sharon didn't move when she asked it. Her phone was still in her hand, notifications stacking over each other faster than she could clear them. But her attention had already shifted away from the screen. She was looking at him now, properly, not just reacting to what had just happened, but trying to understand what came after it. Dayo sat across from her, posture relaxed, one arm resting along the back of the chair, the other on the table. He didn't answer immediately, not because he didn't have one, but because the question itself carried weight. It wasn't about the moment they had just handled. It was about direction. What do you think comes next? He asked, laying his back down, already knowing she had an idea what he was planning. Sharon frowned slightly, not annoyed, just thinking through it. We keep the attention going, she said. We build on it before it drops. We use what just happened to push something forward. Dayo nodded once, like she wasn't wrong, just not seeing the complete picture. That's part of it, he said. But that's not the actual move. She stepped closer to the table, placing her phone down this time so it wouldn't distract her. Then what is? She asked. Dayo leaned forward slightly, his tone calm, controlled, like he had already gone through this in his head long before she asked the question. What just happened gave visibility, he said. It made people aware of me and my personality, which also include my music. It shifted how they see me here. That matters, but it's not something you build on directly. It's something you position around. Sharon's brows drew together. Position around what exactly? She asked. Dayo reached for his laptop and opened it, the screen lighting up between them. He turned it toward her without saying anything at first, letting her see it before explaining. It wasn't random notes. It was structured, names laid out in a clean format, grouped, categorized, with small notes beside some of them. Sharon leaned in slightly, scanning the list. Then she paused. Then she looked again, slower this time. These are, she started, then stopped, then looked up at him. You're serious? Dayo's expression didn't change. I don't prepare things I'm not going to use, he said. She looked back at the screen, recognizing more names now. These weren't mid-level artists. These were the top of the industry. Names that carried weight on their own. Names that didn't need introductions. You're going straight to them, she said. Yes. There was no build-up in his answer. No hesitation in the decision behind it. Sharon straightened slightly, folding her arms as she processed. You're not easing into this market at all, she said. There's no reason to ease into something I already have access to with the amount of people I have with me, Dayo replied. That shifted it. Not ambition. Access. Sharon let out a small breath through her nose, something close to a quiet laugh. Right, she said. Because you're not coming in unknown. Dayo didn't respond to that directly, but he didn't need to. He is a star, and any right-thinking artist that sees an opportunity with him would always like to have it. An example was Davido himself. She had already seen it herself. The numbers, the reactions, the way the song with Davido had moved without needing extra push, the way the conversation had changed around his name in just a short time. You already have their attention, she said. Yes. And you're planning to use that too. She gestured lightly toward the screen. To build something huge here in my ancestors' ground, he finished. She tilted her head slightly. Explain that, she said. Dayo adjusted the laptop slightly, closing it halfway so it wasn't the center of the conversation anymore. I'm setting up a label here, he said. Sharon blinked once. A label, she repeated. A branch of JD Records, he clarified. Full structure. Not a temporary something that exists on paper. That landed differently. She shifted her weight slightly, her attention sharpening. You're building an actual base here, she said. Yes. In Nigeria? Yes. There was a short pause as she took that in, fully thinking deep, as she always knew everything about Dayo was never straight. You planned this before coming, she said. Dayo nodded once. I don't move without a direction. You should know me for that already, he replied. Sharon looked at him for a second, then back at the table, then back at him again. And this is not just Nigeria, she finally said. And this brought a smile in Dayo's face. No, Dayo replied. Nigeria is where it starts. It's not where it ends. She exhaled slowly, the scale of it settling in. So you're trying to swallow Africa with this move, she said. Yes. Dayo replied with one word. And you're using this as the entry point. Yes. She shook her head slightly, not in disagreement, just acknowledging and in shock how someone's brain can work like this after a while. That's not small, she said. It's not meant to be. The room felt different now. Not tense. Not pressured. Just focused. Sharon glanced at the laptop again. So where do they come in? She asked, nodding toward the names. Dayo leaned back slightly. The music is already prepared, he said. She frowned. Recorded? She asked. Haha, no yet, but eat it on ground, he replied. Written, arranged, built around the sound I want. She processed that quickly. So the foundation is done, she said. You're just bringing in voices. I'm bringing in the right voices, he corrected. That distinction mattered. Sharon nodded slowly. And you want to collaborate with them on the project, she said. Yes. There was no uncertainty in his tone. No question about whether it would happen. She looked back at the list again, then back at him. You don't think any of them will push back? She asked. Dayo's expression stayed calm. They won't, he said. That wasn't arrogance. It was assessment. After all, they could already see how Davido's song went. This was why he actually agreed to the meet, and even suggested the feature so it can soften the ground so others understand what he was giving to them. Sharon studied him for a moment. Because of the numbers? She asked. Because of positioning, he replied. Because of what they gained from it as well. That made more sense. She leaned back slightly against the table. You're not asking for a favor, she said. No. You're offering something. Yes. Now it was clear. This wasn't about convincing. It was about alignment. Sharon nodded slowly. If they get on it, it expands their reach too, she said. Yes, a win for everyone. And at the same time, it ties your presence into the industry here without resistance. Yes. She let out a small breath. That's clean, she said. Dayo didn't respond to that. He didn't need to. She picked up her phone again, not distracted this time, just preparing. So what do you need from me? She asked. Dayo reached for a sheet of paper and wrote a few additional notes beneath the names, then slid it toward her. I need you to reach out to them, he said. Set up conversations. Not long discussions. Just enough to bring them in. Sharon glanced at the list, then back at him. You want direct contact, she said. Yes. No middle channels. Yes. She nodded. That makes sense, she said. It shows intent. It removes delay, Dayo added. She looked down at the list again, scanning through the names. These are not difficult conversations, she said. Most of them will already be aware of you. They are, Dayo replied. And after the track with Davido. She shook her head slightly. That already opened the door. Dayo leaned back again, his tone steady. The door was already open, he said. That just made it visible. Sharon glanced at him. Fair, she said, raising her hand, not wanting to play Dayo's ego game, as he always ended up winning. She scrolled through her contacts, already mapping out how to approach each one. You want me to start with a few or all at once? She asked. All of them, Dayo said. She raised a brow slightly. At the same time, she said. Yes. She nodded slowly. That will get attention, she said. That's the point. She didn't argue. Instead, she adjusted her stance slightly, thinking through tone, timing, approach. They're going to ask what the project is, she said. You'll tell them enough to bring them in, Dayo replied. And the rest? They'll hear it when we sit down. That was intentional. Not everything needed to be explained up front. Sharon looked at him again. You're controlling how the information moves, she said. Yes. She gave a small nod. That works. There was a brief pause before she spoke again. You're not worried about timing? She asked. Dayo looked at her. No, he said. This is the timing. That settled it. She nodded once more. All right, she said. I'll start immediately. She turned slightly toward the door, then stopped and looked back at him. You're sure about the scale of this? She asked. Dayo met her gaze, calm, steady. Yes, he said. If I'm building here, I build properly. She held his gaze for a second longer, then nodded. Okay, she said. She stepped out of the room, already dialing as she moved, her voice lowering into a professional tone as the first call connected. The door closed behind her. Dayo remained where he was. He didn't reach for the laptop again. He didn't pick up his phone. He just sat there for a moment, his eyes resting briefly on the list of names before shifting away. He already knew how this would move. Not every response would come immediately. Not every conversation would be simple. But the direction itself was clear. He leaned forward slightly, resting his forearms on the table, his gaze steady, his thoughts already moving ahead of the current step. Because for him, this wasn't about whether it would happen. It was about how fast it would come together. And once it did, it wouldn't just sit in one place. It would spread. Chapter 422. Push back. Sharon didn't slow down once she stepped out of the room. Her phone was already in her hand, her mind running through the list Dayo had given her, arranging order, tone, and approach before the first call even connected. She didn't rush blindly into it. She understood how this industry worked. First impressions mattered, and even more than that, clarity mattered. She wasn't calling as someone asking for a favor. She was calling as a representative of someone whose name already carried weight. She stopped near the window at the end of the hallway, took a brief second to steady her voice, and placed the first call. The line rang twice before it connected. Hello. Hi, this is Sharon. I'm calling on behalf of Dayo. There was a brief pause on the other end, not confusion, but recognition. Dayo? As in, yes, she said, calm and clear. He's working on a project, and he would like to collaborate. I wanted to speak with you briefly about it. The tone on the other side shifted immediately. Wait, seriously? She kept her tone steady. Yes, we're reaching out directly. There was a short laugh, surprised, almost disbelieving. Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, I'm interested. Definitely interested. She nodded slightly, even though he couldn't see it. Good. I'll send over more details, and we can set up a proper conversation. Please do, he said quickly. I'm in. She ended the call, not lingering, not overextending the moment. One down. She moved on immediately to the next. This time, it was BNXN. The response came even faster. Dayo reached out, he said, his tone carrying clear excitement. Like JD Dayo. Haha, yes, the JD, you know, it's a structured project, Sharon replied. He's building something here, and he wants the right voices on it. I'm definitely open, he said. Send me everything. Let's talk. She marked it mentally. 2. She placed another call. Victoni. Same pattern. Initial surprise. Then interest. Then acceptance. By the time she reached Blackbanez, the reaction had almost become predictable, but it still carried energy. Say less, he said. If it's Dayo, I'm listening. She allowed herself a small exhale after ending that call. Everything was moving exactly the way it should. No resistance. No hesitation. Just alignment. She stepped away from the window, walking slowly now, already drafting follow-up messages in her head. This was working. Not just working, it was moving smoothly. Dayo had been right. The positioning was already there. All that remained was execution. She sent out confirmation emails, structured, professional, leaving no gaps for doubt or misinterpretation. Everything was clear. Everything was verifiable. This wasn't some vague industry talk. This was real. For a moment, she allowed herself to relax slightly. Then her phone buzzed. She glanced at it, expecting another confirmation. It wasn't. It was an email. She opened it without thinking too much. Her eyes scanned the message quickly, then slowed, then went back to the beginning. She read it. Again. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I won't be able to participate at this time. She frowned slightly. That didn't make sense. She had just spoken to him. He had sounded eager. Excited even. She lowered the phone slightly, thinking. Maybe something had come up. She didn't jump to conclusions. She opened another message. Another email. Different name. Same tone. Scheduling conflict. Her brows drew together. That was 2. Back to back. She checked the timestamps. Recent. Very recent. She scrolled further. Another message came in. This time from one of the earlier calls. Her fingers tightened slightly around the phone as she opened it. Apologies, I won't be able to move forward with this. She stopped walking. Now it wasn't coincidence. It was pattern. She went back through her call history, replaying the conversations in her head. They had agreed. All of them. There was no hesitation in their voices. No uncertainty. So what changed? She inhaled slowly, trying to steady the sudden shift in her thoughts. Maybe something had gone out. Maybe someone said something. She didn't assume yet. She moved again, this time faster, dialing another number from the list. It rang longer this time. When it finally connected, the tone on the other end was different. Hey, the artist said, but the energy wasn't the same as before. Hi, it's Sharon again, she said. I just wanted to confirm. Yeah, about that, he cut in his tone. Careful now. I'm not sure I can do it anymore. Her expression hardened slightly, but her voice stayed calm. Did something change? She asked. There was a pause. Not really, he said. Just timing. That wasn't true. She could hear it. All right, she said, not pushing. I understand. She ended the call, then immediately placed another. No answer. Another. Straight to voicemail. Another. Picked up, but brief. Excuse. Avoidance. Deflection. It was the same thing repeating in different forms. By the time she lowered her phone again, there was no doubt left. This wasn't natural. This was controlled. She turned without hesitation and walked back toward Dayo's office. Her pace was quicker now, her thoughts sharper, more focused. She didn't knock when she entered. Dayo looked up immediately, reading her expression before she even spoke. Something's wrong, she said. He didn't interrupt. He just watched her. She stepped closer, placing her phone on the table. They all agreed at first, she said. Every single one. They were interested. Some of them were excited. He nodded slightly, following. And now, he asked. They've all pulled back, she said. Emails, calls, excuses. Same pattern. Same timing. Dayo leaned back slightly in his chair, his gaze steady. That's not coincidence, he said. No, Sharon replied. It's not. There was a brief silence. Not confusion. Processing. They didn't change their minds, he said. Yes, it is. Like they were told to, she replied. That sat between them. Clear. Unavoidable. Dayo's expression didn't shift into frustration. It sharpened. Who? Sharon asked. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached for his phone. We confirm first, he said. She watched him scroll, then pause. Davido, he said. That made sense. If anyone would know what was happening behind the surface, it would be him. Dayo placed the call. It didn't ring long. Yeah. Davido's voice came through. It's me, Dayo said. There was a brief pause, then recognition. Yeah, I know, Davido replied. Where are you? Can you talk? Dayo asked. Another pause, then a shift in tone. Not on the phone, Davido said. Come through. Dayo didn't ask further. Send location, he said. It's already there, Davido replied, then ended the call. The drive was quiet. Sharon didn't speak much, not because she didn't have questions, but because she already knew they would get answers soon. Dayo sat beside her, his gaze forward, his mind already ahead of the situation. By the time they arrived, the environment was different from the earlier tension. Davido's place carried its usual energy, but there was something restrained about it tonight. They were let in without delay. Davido was already waiting. He didn't waste time with greetings. Sit, he said. Dayo did. Sharon remained slightly to the side, observing. Davido ran a hand over his face briefly, then looked directly at Dayo. I'm guessing you've started reaching out, he said. Yes, Dayo replied. Davido nodded. And they've started pulling back, he added. Yes. Davido exhaled quietly. Yeah, he said. I figured. Dayo didn't interrupt. He let him continue. Davido leaned back slightly, his expression tightening just a bit. I got a call, he said. From my label. Dayo's gaze didn't shift. What did they say, he asked. Davido let out a small, humorless laugh. They didn't explain much, he said. Just told me clearly. No collaboration with you. Sharon's eyes narrowed slightly. Just like that, she asked. Davido glanced at her. Just like that, he said. Dayo remained calm. No reason, he asked. I asked, Davido said. They didn't give one. There was a brief silence. Davido leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on his knees. And it's not just me, he added. This didn't come from nowhere. Dayo nodded once. He already understood. Pressure, he said. Yeah, Davido replied. And it's coming from above. That confirmed it. This wasn't local. This was structured, controlled from a higher level. Davido shook his head slightly. I won't lie, he said. It's annoying. His tone carried it now. Real frustration. First the album issues, he continued. Now this. Being told who I can and can't work with. He looked at Dayo. But I'm still under contract, he said. And you know how that goes. Dayo nodded. I do, he said. Davido held his gaze. I tried to push, he said. But they're not budging. Dayo didn't react negatively. He didn't push back. He didn't question him further. Instead, he nodded once more. I understand, he said. That was it. No pressure. No expectation. Davido exhaled slightly, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. I didn't want you to hear it from someone else, he said. I wouldn't, Dayo replied. That landed. Sharon watched the exchange quietly. There was no tension between them. Just clarity. Davido leaned back again. I'm sorry about this, he said. Dayo shook his head slightly. You don't need to be, he replied. This isn't on you. Davido gave a small nod. Still, he said. It's not a good look. It's fine, Dayo said. He stood up then. Not abruptly. Not dramatically. Just done. Davido stood as well. If anything changes, he started. I'll know, Dayo said. Davido gave a slight nod. Yeah, he said. There was nothing more to add. No drawn-out ending. No unnecessary words. Dayo turned and walked toward the exit. Sharon followed immediately behind him. They stepped out into the night air, the door closing quietly behind them. Neither of them spoke as they walked to the car. Dayo opened the door, got in, and shut it. The engine started, and without another word, they drove off. Chapter 4:23. Reason behind pushback. What next? The door shut behind him with a soft, controlled click. Dayo didn't say anything as he stepped into the car. He didn't look back at the building either. The conversation with Davido was already done, filed, and stored exactly where it needed to be in his head. There was nothing left to extract from it. He adjusted his sleeve once, settled into the seat, and leaned back. Drive, he said. The car pulled away smoothly. For a while, nothing else followed. No phone calls. No scrolling. No restless movement. Just the low hum of the engine and the steady rhythm of the road beneath them. Sharon sat beside him, her phone resting loosely in her hand. She had opened it twice already and closed it without doing anything. Her eyes moved from the screen to Dayo, then back again, like she was waiting for something that wasn't coming. Dayo looked exactly the same as he had 10 minutes ago. Calm. Still. Like nothing had shifted. That was what unsettled her. She exhaled slowly, more to steady herself than anything else, then turned slightly toward him. "We'll figure it out," she said, her voice controlled but not fully settled. "Let's just break it down first." Dayo didn't respond immediately. His gaze stayed forward, fixed somewhere beyond the windshield, like he was watching something that hadn't happened yet. Sharon pressed her lips together briefly. "This doesn't just happen," she continued, more to organize her own thoughts now. "They don't all pull back at the same time for no reason." Dayo nodded once. "Not agreement. Acknowledgement." "That's correct," he said. That was all. No frustration. No irritation. No trace of pressure in his tone. Sharon looked at him again, trying to read something deeper, but there was nothing to catch. He was too composed, too settled into whatever process was running through his mind. She shifted slightly in her seat. "So we just analyze it," she said. "Step by step." Dayo turned his head slightly toward her, not fully, just enough to acknowledge her presence. "That's already happening," he said. The way he said it made it clear he wasn't starting now. He had already started. Sharon let out a quiet breath and leaned back. "Okay," she said. "Then walk me through it." Dayo didn't rush. He let a few seconds pass, watching the road, letting the rhythm of movement settle into something steady before he spoke. "This isn't random," he said finally. "It's coordinated." The words landed clean. No hesitation. No doubt. Sharon nodded slowly. "I thought the same," she said. It felt too aligned. Dayo's fingers rested lightly against the armrest, tapping once, then going still again. "Random decisions don't mirror each other like that," he continued. "Different people, different teams, same outcome within the same window." Sharon tilted her head slightly. "So we're looking at influence," she said. "We're looking at control," Dayo corrected. That word carried more weight. She didn't argue it. Instead, she leaned forward slightly. "Then where do we start?" Dayo didn't hesitate. This time, "Which of the artists pulled back?" he said. "And what labels are they under?" Sharon blinked once. That question shifted everything. She straightened immediately, unlocking her phone with more focus now, her fingers moving quickly across the screen. "All right," she said. "Let me pull it up." Dayo leaned back again, watching her without speaking. Sharon scrolled through her notes, cross-checking messages, responses, timestamps. "Okay," she said after a moment. "Let's start with the obvious ones." She glanced at him briefly, then back to her phone. BNXN didn't commit. Said his team would get back. They didn't. Dayo nodded once. "Next, Victoni," she continued. Same thing. Interest at first, then silence. Dayo's expression didn't change. "Continue." Black Benez didn't even follow up after initial contact. And Loyui, his team responded, but it was vague. No commitment. Dayo let the names settle. Then he spoke. "Now check their labels." Sharon paused for a second, then started searching again, switching tabs, opening profiles, cross-referencing information. Her expression changed slowly as she read. "Okay," she said quietly. Dayo didn't ask. He waited. "BNXN is tied to an international distribution setup," she said. "Victoni too. Black Benez has external affiliations. Loyi is also connected outside." She stopped scrolling. Looked up at him. "That's not a coincidence." Dayo nodded once. "Say it clearly." Sharon inhaled slightly, then spoke with more certainty. "The ones who pulled back are mostly connected to international labels," she said. "US-based structures. Global affiliations." Dayo's eyes stayed on her. "And the ones who aren't?" Sharon shook her head slightly. "They didn't push back as hard. Some are still open. Some didn't even hesitate." Dayo leaned back, letting that settle. That was the confirmation. "This isn't local," he said. The car moved through a quieter stretch of road, streetlights passing in steady intervals. Sharon's brows pulled together slightly. "You're saying this is coming from outside?" Dayo didn't answer immediately. He looked forward again, his mind moving through possibilities, not jumping, not rushing, just narrowing things down. External influence. Coordinated response. Control over international structures. He ran through names. Faces. Histories. Then he stopped. There was one that fit too well. One that had been consistent. Persistent. Calculated. He leaned his head slightly to the side, eyes narrowing just a fraction. "No," he said quietly. "This isn't just outside." Sharon watched him closely now. "What do you mean?" Dayo exhaled once, slow and controlled. This is targeted. That changed the weight of everything. Sharon's grip on her phone tightened slightly. Who would? She stopped herself. Because she already knew the kind of answer that was coming. Dayo didn't say the name immediately. He let it settle. Let the logic complete itself. Someone who had the reach. Someone who had the reason. Someone who had the reach. Someone who had the reason. Someone who had already made it a pattern. Dayo's gaze stayed forward, but his focus had shifted inward now, pulling threads together, lining up events that had seemed separate before. He didn't rush it. He let the connections form properly, without forcing anything into place. Asia. The push there had not been accidental. The resistance had not been random. It had been structured, calculated, and persistent. He remembered how it started, how it escalated, how it kept adjusting each time he moved. Not loud, not reckless, always controlled, always coming from angles that made sense only after you stepped back and looked at everything together. Sharon watched his expression change slightly, not dramatically, but enough to tell that something had locked into place. You've seen this before, she said quietly. Dayo nodded once. Yes. She leaned forward a little. Same pattern. Same hand, he replied. That was when it hit her fully. Not as a guess. As recognition. Her eyes shifted slightly as she leaned back again, processing it properly this time. Michael, she said. Dayo didn't look at her when she said the name. He didn't need to. He had already reached that conclusion before she spoke it out loud. But hearing it said confirmed it in the room. Sharon let out a slow breath. I thought he backed off, she said. After everything that happened before. After the way it played out back to back, I thought he would at least slow down. Dayo's lips curved slightly, not into a smile, but into something close to understanding. He doesn't back off, he said. He adjusts. Sharon shook her head slightly, more out of realization than disagreement. This is different, though, she said. This isn't just pressure. This is blocking movement before it even starts. That's the point, Dayo replied. The car slowed again, merging into a lane with less traffic. The city noise dipped, leaving a more contained silence inside. Sharon looked at him again. So he's cutting you off before you build momentum here, she said. Dayo nodded once. He's not reacting to what I've done, he said. He's reacting to what I'm about to do. That landed heavily, because it meant one thing. Michael wasn't just watching. He was anticipating. Sharon leaned back fully now, her phone resting against her thigh. That means he knows your pattern, she said. Dayo shook his head slightly. He doesn't know it, he said. He understands the direction. There was a difference. A big one. Sharon sat with that for a moment, then looked back at him. So what now, she asked. Because if he's already moving at that level, then this isn't something we can just push through normally. Dayo didn't answer immediately. He looked out the window again, watching the lights blur past in a steady rhythm. Then he spoke. I don't push through systems that are already controlled, he said. Sharon frowned slightly. Then what do you do? Dayo turned his head toward her, his expression steady, calm, but sharper now. I stopped playing inside them. That shifted the direction completely. Sharon straightened slightly. You're thinking of going around it, she said. I'm thinking of stepping outside it, he corrected. She held his gaze. And doing what? Dayo's fingers moved slightly against the armrest again, a slow, controlled tap before going still. He's focusing on structure, he said. Labels, distribution, industry alignment. Sharon nodded. That's where his power is. Dayo's eyes narrowed just a fraction. Exactly. A small pause followed. Then, so I don't meet him there. Sharon's brows pulled together. Then where? Dayo didn't answer immediately. He let the silence sit for a second, not because he didn't have an answer, but because he was choosing how to frame it. Then he said, where structure doesn't matter. Sharon stared at him for a moment. Then it clicked. Slowly at first. Then fully. The streets, she said. Dayo didn't respond right away, but the slight shift in his expression confirmed it. No filters, he said. No gatekeepers. No approvals. Sharon sat back, processing the scale of that move. That's a different kind of play, she said. It's the right one, Dayo replied. The certainty in his voice didn't come from emotion. It came from clarity. Sharon exhaled slowly. If you do that, she said, you're bypassing everything he's trying to control. Dayo nodded once. And forcing him to react. That was the key. Not just avoiding pressure. Reversing it. Sharon looked at him again, studying him in a way she hadn't before. You're not even bothered, she said. Dayo met her gaze. Why would I be? She held his eyes. Because someone like Michael doesn't make small moves, she said. If he's stepping in like this, it means he's serious. Dayo's expression didn't change. I expect him to be serious, he said. That was it. No ego. No dismissal. Just acknowledgement. Sharon shook her head slightly, almost amused despite everything. You really see this as a game, don't you? Dayo leaned back again. No, he said. I see it as structure. She let out a quiet breath. That's worse, she muttered. Dayo didn't respond to that. Instead, he looked ahead as the car approached another turn. The city was still moving. Nothing had changed on the surface. But underneath, everything had shifted. Sharon tapped her phone lightly against her hand. So what do you want me to do? She asked. Dayo didn't hesitate this time. Stop reaching out to the ones tied to those structures, he said. It's a waste of time now. Sharon nodded. And the rest? We'll deal with them differently. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Differently how? Dayo looked at her again. We. Bring the work to them, he said. Not the other way around. Sharon studied him for a second, then nodded slowly. All right, she said. I get it. The car slowed to a stop in front of the building. Dayo opened the door, stepping out without rushing. The night air hit slightly cooler outside, carrying the distant sounds of the city with it. He adjusted his sleeve again, more out of habit than need. Sharon stepped out after him, closing the door behind her. For a brief moment, they stood there. No words. No rush. Then Sharon spoke, quieter this time. So that's how he wants to play it, she said. Dayo glanced at her briefly. A faint edge of something passed through his expression. Not irritation. Not excitement. Something sharper. Then we'll play, he replied. He turned and walked toward the building, steps steady, controlled, already moving into whatever came next. Behind him, Sharon followed, her mind still catching up to the shift that had just happened. And somewhere far from them, without noise, without announcement, the game had already begun. Chapter 424, Michael, Move. The room was already full before he walked in. Not noisy, not restless, just settled in that quiet way that comes when people who understand power are made to wait for it. No one was checking their phones openly. No one was speaking above a controlled murmur. Conversations stayed low, brief, unfinished, like nobody wanted to be the one saying something that might be remembered. Later, they all knew why they were there. Not the details, not the exact wording, but the direction was already clear. Signals had moved ahead of this meeting. Calls had been made. Quiet instructions had already started shaping behavior before anyone stepped into this room. By the time Michael arrived, most of the work had already begun. The door opened without announcement. He walked in without looking around immediately, not because he didn't care who was there, but because he didn't need to confirm it. The room adjusted on its own. A few people straightened slightly in their seats. One or two conversations ended mid-sentence. Someone at the far end closed a file without finishing the page. Michael took his seat at the head of the table. No introduction followed. No greeting. He rested his hands lightly on the table, fingers relaxed, posture straight but not stiff. His eyes moved across the room once, slow and measured, not searching, just acknowledging presence. Then he spoke. I'm sure most of you already know why you're here. His voice wasn't loud, but it didn't need to be. It carried clean across the room, steady, controlled, without any effort to dominate. That was the point. He didn't force attention. He assumed it. Nobody interrupted him. Nobody pretended not to understand. A few heads nodded slightly, not in agreement, but in recognition. Michael let a second pass, just enough for the silence to settle properly. Your artists will not collaborate. With Dayo. He said it the same way he had said the first sentence. No emphasis. No pause for reaction. Just a statement placed on the table like it had always been there. The room didn't react immediately. Not because they were shocked. Because they had expected it. One of the executives leaned back slightly in his chair, fingers interlocked in front of him. He didn't rush to respond. None of them did. They all understood that reacting too quickly in a room like this was a mistake. Finally, someone spoke. That's not a small request. The tone was careful, not defiant, not submissive, just measured. Another voice followed, slightly to the left. Our artists are already aware of the situation. Some of them are interested and have given Dayo the green light. Taking back their words now would not look good. There was a brief pause after that. Not tension. Calculation. Michael listened without interrupting. His expression didn't shift. He let them speak, not because he needed their input, but because he already knew what they were going to say. A third voice joined in, quieter but more direct. You're asking us to deny them an opportunity that has clear upside. Another one of them nodded. After all, he is JD. That was the closest anyone came to stating it plainly. Michael nodded once. Acknowledgement, not agreement. I'm aware, he said. Nothing more. The room stayed steady. No one pushed further yet. They weren't refusing. They were positioning, testing to see where the leverage would come from. Michael leaned back slightly, adjusting his posture without breaking eye contact with anyone in particular. You all understand how this works, he continued. Nothing here is random. That line landed differently, because it wasn't about Dayo anymore. It was about structure, about systems, about the part of the industry that didn't need to explain itself. One of the executives shifted slightly, crossing one leg over the other. We understand that, he said. But we also understand value. And right now, whether we like it or not, Dayo carries value. A few subtle nods followed that. No one said it out loud again. They didn't need to. Michael watched them for a moment. Then he spoke again, still calm, still controlled. Value is not the question. That slowed the room slightly. Because if value wasn't the question, then the conversation had already moved somewhere else. What is it then? Someone asked. Michael didn't answer immediately. He let the silence stretch just enough to pull their attention tighter. Then he said, control. That word didn't raise voices. It lowered them. The room settled deeper. One of the men near the center of the table leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the surface. You're saying this is about market control, he said. Michael's gaze shifted briefly toward him. I'm saying this is about preventing something from scaling before it's understood. That changed the framing. Not competition. Containment. The executives exchanged brief glances. Small, quick, almost invisible. But Michael noticed all of them. He always did. You've all seen the pattern, he continued. You've all seen how fast things move around him. The timing, the reach, the consistency. No one interrupted. Because he wasn't wrong. They had seen it. They had discussed it privately. They just hadn't said it like this. Michael rested his hands back on the table, fingers lightly touching. This is not normal growth, he said. Silence. Then, quieter. And I'm sure most of you already know that. That was the shift. Not accusation. Confirmation. No one argued. No one denied it. Because they couldn't. They had noticed the same thing. The same patterns. The same outcomes that didn't follow the usual rules. One of the executives cleared his throat slightly. You're implying he's using something, he said. Michael looked at him. I'm not implying, he replied. I'm confirming. That line didn't echo. It settled. Deep. Because it said something they had all been circling around without naming. The room went quieter than before. Not tense. Focused. Michael leaned back slightly, giving them space to process it. I've been tracking it, he continued. Not just here. Across regions. Asia first. Then expansion patterns. Then the shift here. A few heads turned slightly at that. Asia. They remembered. They had seen what happened there. Fast rise. Unusual consistency. Too clean. Too controlled. Michael let that sit for a moment before continuing. I'm close to understanding how it works, he said. No one spoke. Because that was the real statement. Not the earlier demand. Not the restriction. This was what mattered. He looked around the room again, slower this time. And when I do, he added, the people in this room will be the first to benefit from it. That was the moment everything shifted. Not visibly, not dramatically, but internally. Because now it wasn't just about stopping Dayo. It was about gaining access to something none of them fully understood yet. But all of them wanted. The executives didn't speak immediately. They didn't jump at it. But the calculation had changed. One of them leaned back, exhaling slowly. That's a strong claim, he said. Michael nodded once. It's an accurate one. Another executive tapped his fingers lightly against the table. If what you're saying is true, he said, then you're not just asking for cooperation. You're offering leverage. Michael didn't correct him, because that was exactly what it was. A third voice spoke, more cautious now. And if we don't? Michael's expression didn't change. You already know the answer to that, he said. He didn't expand. He didn't need to. They understood the structure they operated in. Access, distribution, partnerships. Everything flowed through systems. And Michael had reach in those systems. That was never said out loud. It didn't need to be. The room settled into a deeper silence. Not resistance. Decision. One of the executives looked down briefly, then back up. What exactly do you need from us? He asked. That was the moment. The shift from negotiation to alignment. Michael leaned forward slightly. Keep him isolated, he said. No collaborations. No features. No shared visibility that expands his local influence. The words were clear. Precise. No extra layers. Another executive nodded slowly. For how long? Until I say otherwise. No hesitation. No negotiation in that part. They exchanged glances again. Longer this time. Weighing it properly. On one side, short-term gain. On the other, long-term control. And access to something bigger. That was what tipped it. Not fear. Not pressure. Value. One by one, the resistance softened. Not visibly, but in posture. In tone. In the absence of further objections. The same man who had spoken earlier leaned back fully this time. All right, he said. We can manage that. Another nodded. We'll handle it from our side. A third added, quieter. It won't be direct, but it will be effective. Michael watched them, not with satisfaction, not with approval, just with recognition. This was expected. Nothing more. He stood up slowly, signaling the end of the meeting without announcing it. No noise, he said. No public movement. They understood. This wasn't something that needed attention. It needed execution. The chairs shifted as they stood one after another. No one lingered. No one tried to extend the conversation. They had what they needed. Instructions. Incentive. Direction. One by one, they walked out. Quiet. Controlled. Professional. The door closed behind the last of them. The room returned to stillness. Michael remained standing for a moment, then moved slightly to the side, looking out through the glass panel toward the city beyond. Lights stretched across the distance. Movement without pause. Systems running exactly as they always did. He adjusted his cuff once, a small, precise motion. Then he spoke, not to anyone in the room, but to himself, just low enough to exist without needing to be heard. Let's see how far you go without a structure. He didn't wait for an answer. He didn't expect one, because from where he stood, the next move had already been decided. And now, it was only a matter of watching it play out. Chapter 4:25, Dayo move. The room was quieter than usual, but it wasn't empty. There were still calls coming in, still messages stacking up, still movement around them, but none of it touched him. Dayo sat back in his chair, one arm resting on the armrest, the other loosely holding his phone without looking at it. His gaze wasn't fixed on anything in particular, but it wasn't drifting either. He was thinking, and Sharon could tell. The difference. She stood by the table for a moment, watching him, trying to read where his head was without interrupting too early. The last conversation with Davido had confirmed what they both already suspected, but hearing it directly had changed the weight of it. It wasn't speculation anymore. It was real, structured, and already in motion. She exhaled slowly, then stepped closer. So what now? She asked, keeping her tone steady. Dayo didn't answer immediately. He leaned forward slightly, placing his phone on the table, then rested his hands together, fingers loosely interlocked. When he finally looked up at her, there was no frustration in his expression, no visible pressure. Just focus. We don't chase them, he said. Sharon frowned slightly. Even now, especially now. She pulled a chair and sat down across from him, still trying to follow his angle. They're blocking access, she said. Not just slowing things down. Completely shutting doors. They're shutting the obvious doors, he replied. That's different. She paused, thinking about that. You expected this? She asked. I expected resistance, he said. Not this exact shape, but something close to it. I always have more than one plan, so yes. Her brows tightened slightly. This isn't small resistance. I know. The calm in his voice didn't change, and that was the part that unsettled her a little. Not because it was wrong, but because it meant he was already moving ahead of it. She leaned back slightly. So what are you seeing that I'm not? She asked. Dayo shifted in his seat, reaching for the tablet on the table. He unlocked it and turned it toward her, pulling up a list of names she had been working through earlier. Walk me through the first set again, he said. The ones that accepted before they pulled back. Sharon leaned forward, glancing at the screen. BNXN, she said. Victoni. Blackbaness. Loyi. A couple others. And the second group? She scrolled slightly. Same pattern. Initial interest, then withdrawal. Now check their affiliations, he said. She already knew where he was going, but she followed through anyway. opening another tab and pulling up label details. As she started going through them, her expression shifted slowly. Most of them are tied to international structures, she said. Distribution, partnerships, some fully signed. US, he asked. She nodded. Majority. Dayo leaned back again, letting that settle without saying anything immediately. Sharon looked up at him. You think it's coming from there? I think it's not starting here, he replied. She held his gaze for a second longer, then leaned back in her chair, processing it. That narrows it down, she said quietly. It does. There was a short silence, not heavy, but focused. Sharon crossed her arms lightly. You have a name in mind, she said. Dayo didn't answer immediately this time. He looked down briefly, then back up, and the shift in his expression was subtle but clear. Not just a name, he said. A pattern I've seen before. She waited. He leaned forward slightly, resting his forearms on the table now. Korea, he said. That made her pause. What about it? She asked. That didn't happen randomly, he continued. The resistance, the pushback, the way things tried to close in before they opened up again. It followed the same structure. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she started connecting it. You're saying this is similar? I'm saying it's controlled, he replied. From outside the immediate space. Sharon sat still for a moment, then exhaled quietly. And there's only one person who moves like that around you, she said. Dayo didn't respond with words this time. He didn't need to. The silence confirmed it. Sharon looked away briefly, shaking her head slightly. I thought he backed off after everything that happened. He doesn't back off, Dayo said calmly. He adjusts. That landed heavier than anything else he had said so far. She leaned forward again, resting her elbows on her knees now. So what's the play here? She asked. Because if this is him, then this isn't just about Nigeria anymore. It never was, Dayo replied. She looked at him again, searching for something in his expression, but all she found was clarity. And you're still this calm? She asked. He gave a small, almost unnoticeable shrug. There's nothing to react to yet. That's not true, she said. He just cut off your access to half the industry. He redirected it, Dayo corrected. Not cut it off. She let out a short breath, almost a quiet laugh. That's one way to look at it. It's the accurate way, he said. Another pause followed, but this one felt different. Less tension, more recalibration. Sharon sat back again. So if we're not chasing artists, and we're not forcing collaborations, what are we doing? Dayo didn't answer immediately. He reached for his phone again, glanced at it briefly this time, then set it back down. We changed the entry point, he said. She tilted her head slightly. Meaning we don't start from where they're blocking, he replied. We start from where they can't. She watched him carefully now. And where is that? He looked at her for a second, then leaned back fully in his chair. Not here, he said. That made her pause. What do you mean not here? She asked. Dayo didn't rush the explanation. He let the idea sit for a second before continuing. They're expecting me to push forward from here, he said. To keep moving inside the same space they're controlling. And you're not going to. No. She studied him. Then where? He tapped his fingers lightly against the armrest once, then stopped. We step out, he said. Sharon frowned slightly. Out as in completely, he replied. Temporarily. She blinked once, trying to process that. You're leaving Nigeria? She asked. For now. That answer came too smoothly for it to be a reaction. You already decided this, she said. I've been considering it, he replied. She shook her head slightly. And you didn't think to mention it? I was waiting to see if it was necessary. And now it is. Yes. She leaned back again, running a hand lightly through her hair. You know how that's going to look, right? I do. They're going to think you backed off. They already think that, he said. That stopped her for a second. You're playing into it, she said. I'm letting them believe what they already want to believe, he corrected. Sharon watched him quietly now. And while they're thinking that, she asked. Dayo's gaze didn't shift. We work. There was no emphasis, but it carried weight anyway. She nodded slowly. Okay, she said. So where are we stepping out to? The US, he replied. That makes sense, she said. Your base, your network, your team. And something else, he added. She looked at him again. What? The competition. That caught her attention immediately. The one with your brother's company? She asked. He nodded. That's in 2 weeks, she said. I know. And you want to prepare for that now? I've been preparing, he said. This just aligns the timeline. She leaned forward again, interest replacing concern now. So this isn't just a move away from here, she said. It's a move into something else. Yes. She nodded slowly. That actually works, she admitted. From the outside, it looks like a shift in focus, not a reaction. That's the point. She exhaled again, this time with a slight smile. You really don't waste moves. Dayo didn't respond to that. Instead, he leaned forward slightly. I need you to set something up, he said. She straightened immediately. What? 2 producers, he said. Local. Strong understanding of the sound. She nodded. Names. I'll send them, he replied. Reach out, set up a meeting. For here. For now, he said. Then we move. She raised a brow. You're bringing them to the US? Yes. That's going to raise questions. Only if we answer them, he said. She smiled slightly at that. Fair. She picked up her tablet, already noting things down. Anything else? She asked. Keep everything else quiet, he added. No announcements. No signals. So we just disappear? For a bit, he said. She looked up at him again. You're sure about this? Dayo held her gaze, steady and certain. Yes. That was enough. Sharon nodded once, then stood up, already moving into action. I'll start making the calls, she said. As she walked out, the room settled again, but it didn't feel like pause anymore. It felt like transition. Dayo remained seated for a few seconds longer, then stood up slowly, adjusting his jacket slightly as he moved toward the window. Outside, the city was still active, still loud, still moving at its usual pace. Nothing had changed on the surface, but under it, everything had already shifted, and he was already moving ahead of it. Chapter 426, $100,000. The call started before the room had fully settled into silence again. Sharon didn't wait for the moment to stretch too long because she understood what came next was not something you delayed. Once Dayo made a decision, hesitation was the only real risk left, and she wasn't going to be the reason anything slowed down. She stood by the table with her tablet in hand, scrolling through contacts she had already filtered earlier, names she knew carried weight, but were not locked into the same tight structures as the artists they had just dealt with. These were people who understood sound deeply, people who had shaped records from behind the scenes, people who moved in the industry without always being visible at the center of it. She glanced once at Dayo. He hadn't moved much. Still seated, still calm, watching without interfering. That alone told her everything was in control. He wasn't micromanaging this. He trusted the execution. This now made her realize that when it came to business, she had never seen Dayo make any huge mistake, which surprised her till date at one point, even though he was a kind of robot. But when it came to his private life, he could be a mess. She didn't even want to think about it. She cleared her thoughts towards where it was steering to. Should I call the first one? She asked. He gave a small nod. Sharon tapped the screen and lifted the phone. The line rang twice before it connected. Hello. The voice came through, steady but guarded. Good afternoon, Sharon said, her tone professional, controlled. This is Sharon. I'm calling on behalf of Dayo. There was a slight pause on the other end, not long, but noticeable. Dayo, the producer repeated, like he was making sure he heard correctly. Yes, Dayo JD. Another pause, this one longer, carrying a different kind of weight. Sharon was already used to this reaction when dealing with situations like this. All right, he said finally, but his breath was still rising, which was a bit audible through the phone. I'm listening. Sharon didn't rush into details. She let the name settle first, let the recognition do its work. He's working on a private project, she continued. Selective team, limited access, and something private. We're reaching out to a few producers he wants involved directly. The tone on the other end shifted slightly. Less guarded now, more attentive. Private how? He asked. Closed environment, she said. No external interference. Full creative control, no leak of any kind till absolutely necessary. This is a no-mistake project. There was a small sound, like he leaned back or adjusted his position. And he reached out to me? He asked, a bit more direct now. Yes, Sharon replied. Specifically, that landed and his already calm heart raced up again. She didn't oversell it. She didn't need to. What kind of project are we talking about? He asked. Before she could respond, Dayo gestured slightly. She handed him the phone without hesitation. Dayo brought it to his ear, his posture unchanged. Good afternoon, he said. There was no extra energy in his voice, no attempt to impress. Just clarity. Yeah. The producer replied quickly. Now seems he was laying down. He sat up immediately. Good afternoon. I wasn't expecting this. I know, Dayo said. There was a brief silence. Not awkward, just recalibration. I'll get straight to it, Dayo continued. I'm putting something together. Not public yet. I need a controlled space to build it. Here or abroad? The producer asked. Abroad. That answer came without hesitation. Another pause. You want me to travel? He asked. Yes. For how long? That depends on how the work moves, Dayo said. But initial phase, a few weeks. Deeping it might take a month. The producer didn't respond immediately. You could almost hear the thinking on the other end. What about logistics? He asked. Everything is handled, Dayo replied. Flights, accommodation, studio, everything. And compensation? The producer asked, more careful now. Dayo didn't change his tone. 100,000, he said. Flat. Silence. Not the kind that comes from confusion, but the kind that comes from recalculating reality. You said, 100? The producer asked slowly. Yes. Dollars? Yes. Another silence, longer this time. You're serious, he said. I don't make those offers casually, Dayo replied. There was a faint exhale from the other end. I've been hearing things, the producer said after a moment. About what's been going on. Dayo didn't respond immediately. Industry feels different right now, the producer continued. People are moving carefully. Artists especially. I know, Dayo said. And this, the producer added, this doesn't have anything to do with that. This has everything to do with what is moving around it, Dayo replied. That answer was enough. Another short pause, then a shift. I'm in, the producer said. No long negotiation. No hesitation anymore. Send the details, he added. I'll clear my schedule. You'll have everything today, Dayo said. They ended the call cleanly. Sharon took the phone back, already noting things down, but she glanced at Dayo briefly. That was fast, she said. It was expected, he replied. She nodded once and moved on. The second call went out within minutes. This time, the response came quicker. Hello. The voice was sharper, more energetic. Good afternoon, Sharon began. This is Sharon, calling on behalf of Dayo. There was no pause this time. Dayo, the producer said immediately. As in, yes, Dayo JD, she smiled. A short laugh came through the line like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Okay, I'm listening, he said, tone already warmer. We're putting together a private project. Sharon said. Selective team. Limited involvement. He specifically requested you. Ah, the producer said, a mix of surprise and interest. That's unexpected. Sharon let that sit for a moment. It will require travel to the United States, she added. Full relocation for the duration. That's not a problem, he said quickly. Depends on the work. It's intensive, she said. Hands-on. Not a passive role. I prefer it that way, he replied. She glanced at Dayo again, then passed the phone over. Dayo took it. Good afternoon, he said. Good afternoon, the producer replied, almost immediately. I've been following your work. I appreciate that, Dayo said. I didn't think you'd reach out like this, the producer continued. Especially now. Oh, why do you say so now? Dayo asked. The producer hesitated slightly. You know how things are, he said carefully. People are adjusting. Calls are being watched differently. Artists are moving cautiously. I'm not calling as an artist right now, Dayo said. I'm calling as someone building something. That shifted the tone. I hear you, the producer said. I need people who understand the sound, Dayo continued. Not just technically, culturally. That's my space, the producer replied, more confident now. I know that's why we are having this conversation, Dayo said. There was a small pause. Then the producer asked, what's the structure? Controlled environment, Dayo said. US-based. Limited team. No external pressure. And payment, he asked, straightforward. 100,000, Dayo said. The reaction was immediate. Wait, the producer said, almost laughing. You're serious? Yes. Another short silence. Then a different kind of tone came in. That's not small, he said. It's not meant to be, Dayo replied. The producer exhaled slowly. I've been hearing a lot, he said again. People talking, moving carefully. But this is different. It is, Dayo said. And you're not worried? The producer asked. About what? About the noise around you, he said. The pressure. Dayo didn't pause this time. No. That answer landed clean. Another second passed. I'm in, the producer said. No negotiation. No delay. Send me what I need to know, he added. I'll be ready. You'll get everything today, Dayo said. The call ended. P. Sharon placed the phone down slowly, then looked at him. That was even faster, she said. Dayo didn't respond to that. Instead, he stood up, walking toward the window again, his hands in his pockets now. Behind him, Sharon continued working, already moving into the next phase. Flights, schedules, studio bookings, coordination between two different time zones. Everything began aligning quickly, but even as things moved, there was something else sitting under the surface, something that didn't need to be said directly. The producers knew. They didn't say it outright, but it was therein. The pauses, in the careful wording, in the way they brought it up without fully naming it. The industry was shifting. Calls were being weighed differently. Artists were stepping carefully, measuring risk against opportunity. But producers were different. They weren't the face. They weren't the ones under immediate spotlight pressure. They moved in the background, and because of that, they had more freedom. And when an opportunity like this came, something that combined access, control, and a level of compensation that spoke for itself, the decision became simple. They didn't need to be convinced. They just needed to understand enough. Sharon finished typing and looked up again. They're both locked in, she said. Dayo nodded once. Good, he replied. She hesitated for a moment, then asked, You think this stays quiet? For now, he said. And later? We'll see, he replied. That was all. Outside, the city continued moving like nothing had changed. Inside, everything already had. Chapter 4:27. Dayo leaves. By the time Dayo stepped into the family house, the noise hit him first before anything else did. It wasn't loud in a chaotic way, but it carried life. Voices overlapping, utensils from the kitchen, someone laughing too hard at something that probably wasn't even that funny. It felt normal in a way that nothing else around him had felt in days. He paused briefly at the entrance, just long enough to take it in, then stepped inside fully. He's here, someone said from inside. That was all it took. The room shifted. People turned, conversations paused, and then everything picked up again, but now centered around him. You just came like that? An older voice asked, half amused, half questioning. Dayo nodded slightly, greeting them one by one as he moved further in. He didn't rush through it. He let each greeting land, each bow to the elders, handshake to the uncles, each quick exchange. It mattered here in a way it didn't outside. His grandmother looked at him longer than the others, her eyes scanning his face like she was checking for something he hadn't said yet. You don't stay in one place, she said. There was no accusation in it, just observation. I'm here now, he replied. She nodded slowly, accepting that answer for what it was. From the side, someone else stepped forward, faster than the others, not waiting for space to clear. Dayo. He turned. Shade. She didn't stop halfway like the others had. She walked straight up to him and pulled him into a quick embrace before stepping back to look at him properly. You actually came, she said. I told you I would, he replied. She shook her head slightly, smiling. People say things all the time. I don't, and you know that, ha ha ha. Dayo smiled. Yeah, I know, she said, smiling. That made her pause for a second. Then she smiled again, softer this time. Her husband stepped forward next, more composed, but just as present. Good to finally see you again, he said, extending his hand. Dayo took it firmly. How's everything? Different, he said with a small laugh. Better, but still getting used to it. Dayo nodded once. He didn't need more explanation than that. The shift in their lives was obvious even without words. The house itself showed it. The way things were arranged, the small upgrades that spoke quietly but clearly. It wasn't excessive, but it was a step above what it used to be. You changed a lot for us, Shade said, her tone more grounded now. Dayo didn't respond immediately. I did what little I could do, he said after a moment. That's not small, her husband added. Not where we were before. Dayo glanced between them, then gave a slight nod. Just make sure you build on it, he said. That's what matters. They both nodded. From the background, someone called out about food, and the moment shifted again into something more relaxed. Plates were brought out, chairs moved around, people settling into positions that felt familiar. Dayo had informed them earlier that he might be leaving soon, so they called him to visit them before leaving. Dayo sat when they told him to, not because he had to, but because it felt easier to just be part of it for a while. Conversations moved around him. Some directed at him, some not. Questions came in pieces. You're leaving again? When? How long this time? He answered without over-explaining. Soon. A bit. Work. That was enough. They didn't push further. They knew better than to expect long explanations from him. Across from him, Shade watched him quietly for a moment before speaking again. You don't stay, she said, not as a complaint, but as a fact. Dayo looked at her. There's still more to do, he replied. She nodded slowly. There's always more with you. He didn't deny it. Her husband leaned back slightly, glancing between them. You came for the wedding, he said. That was already more than enough. Dayo shook his head once. I came because I said I would. That's the same thing, he replied. Dayo didn't argue. The conversation drifted again after that, but the tone had settled into something easier. Lighter. Familiar. Time passed without being counted. At some point, people started stepping away one by one, the room thinning out naturally until it was just a smaller group left. Shade stood up and gestured slightly. Come, she said. Dayo followed her without asking where. They stepped outside, away from the noise, into a quieter space where the air felt different, less crowded. She leaned against the railing, arms folded lightly. You're leaving soon, she said. Yes. She looked out for a moment before turning back to him. I didn't think you'd actually come at first, she admitted. I know, he said. But you did, she added. I said I would. She smiled slightly at that. Then her expression shifted again. You've done a lot already, she said. You don't have to keep pushing like this. Dayo looked at her for a second before responding. It's not about pushing, he said. It's about finishing what I start. She studied him quietly. And when does it end? She asked. He didn't answer that immediately. When it needs to, he said finally. That wasn't a clear answer, and they both knew it, but she didn't press further. Instead, she nodded once. Just don't disappear completely, she said. I won't. That was as much as he gave. They stood there for a moment longer, not saying anything. Then she straightened up slightly. You should go back in before they think I kidnapped you, she said lightly. He nodded, and they walked back inside together. By the time he stepped out again later, the house had quieted down. Not silent, but settled. The kind of quiet that comes after a full day. Sheena was already outside, leaning against the car, his posture relaxed at first glance, but not completely steady. He straightened when he saw Dayo approach. You're leaving now, he asked. Yes. Sheena nodded slowly. I figured. There was a brief silence between them, not awkward, just filled with things neither of them rushed to say. You've been moving fast, Sheena said after a moment. Even for you. Dayo didn't respond immediately. It's necessary, he said. Sheena let out a short breath, then laughed quietly. Everything is always necessary with you. Sheena shook his head trying to read what Dayo was thinking. Dayo looked at him. You're doing well, he said. Sheena shook his head slightly. I'm doing well because of you. That's not how it works, Dayo replied. It is, Sheena said, more firmly now. Before you, I was managing. Just getting by. Now everything is different. Dayo didn't interrupt him. I don't even know how to explain it properly, Sheena continued. The access, the money, the way people look at me now. It's not small, and I am chasing my dreams because of you. Dayo watched him, his expression steady. You made use of the opportunity, he said. That's on you. Sheena shook his head again, but this time slower. Still, he said, you're the reason it came. The silence returned for a moment. Then Sheena looked away briefly, then back at him, and something shifted in his expression. You're going again, he said. Yes. For how long? I don't know yet. That answer hit differently. Sheena nodded, but his jaw tightened slightly. I know how this goes, he said. You leave, things move, then next thing you're somewhere else again. Dayo didn't deny it. That's how it has to be, he said. Sheena let out a breath, then stepped closer. I don't want to get used to not seeing you around, he said. Dayo didn't respond with words immediately. Instead, he reached out and placed a hand briefly on Sheena's shoulder. You'll be fine, he said. That wasn't what Sheena was asking, but he understood it anyway. He nodded quickly, but his eyes gave him away slightly. I know, he said. I know. He wiped his face quickly, like he didn't want to draw attention to it. Just don't forget us completely, he added, forcing a small smile. Dayo looked at him for a second. I won't, he said. That was enough. Sheena nodded again, stepping back this time. Safe trip, he said. Take care of things here, Dayo replied. I will. There was nothing else to add. Dayo turned toward the car, opened the door, and got in without looking back again. Sheena stayed where he was, watching as the car pulled away, his posture still, his expression no longer trying to hide anything. The airport didn't feel any different from any other day. People moved in every direction, conversations overlapping, announcements cutting through the background noise. No one was paying attention to anything beyond their own movement. Dayo walked through it like any other passenger. No escort, no attention, just steady movement. Sharon handled the check-in without drawing focus, her tone calm, efficient. Everything had already been arranged, so there were no delays, no complications. They moved through security, through the waiting area, through every step without interruption. No one stopped him. No one recognized him as he had his nose mask and face cap on. Or if they did, they didn't act on it. It didn't matter either way. By the time they reached the boarding gate, the process was already underway. Passengers lined up, moving forward in small groups. Dayo stood with them, no different from anyone else in line. No announcement, no signal. When it was his turn, he handed over his pass, stepped through, and continued forward without pause. The aircraft waited like it always did, nothing about it suggesting anything beyond routine travel. He walked in, found his seat, and settled in without looking around. Outside, the airport continued as normal. Flights arriving, flights leaving, people coming and going. No one marked the moment. No one paused. And just like that, he was gone. Chapter 428, Dayo's Leaves. Michael's office stayed quiet the way it always did, the kind of quiet that wasn't empty but controlled. The glass walls reflected the city outside without letting any of it in, and the only sound in the room was the low hum of the air system and the soft movement of paper as he turned a page. He wasn't rushing anything. He never did. A report sat open in front of him, but he wasn't reading it line by line. His eyes moved across it slowly, picking what mattered, ignoring what didn't. Numbers, projections, engagement patterns, regional growth. It was all there, arranged neatly, but his focus wasn't fully on it. Not today. There had been a shift over the past few days. He could feel it even without anyone saying it directly. The noise around Dayo in Nigeria had started to behave differently. Still loud, still active, but not expanding the way it had been before. That kind of change never happened on its own. The door opened softly, and Clara stepped in without hesitation. She didn't interrupt immediately. She waited just long enough for him to register her presence. Michael looked up. "What is it?" Her tone stayed even, professional, the same way it always was when she brought information that mattered. "He's left Nigeria?" Michael didn't respond immediately. He leaned back slightly in his chair, his fingers resting against the armrest as he processed the words. His eyes didn't leave Clara, but they shifted in focus, moving from her to the space just beyond her shoulder. "Left," he repeated, not questioning, just confirming. "Yes." No announcement. None. No public statement. No. That made it more interesting. Michael leaned back further now, his posture relaxing just a little, but his mind clearly sharpening. He wasn't smiling. Not yet. Where? United States. That answer settled something. He let out a quiet breath, almost like a small release of pressure he hadn't fully acknowledged before. So he stepped back. He said, more to himself than to her. Clara didn't respond. She knew better than to rush into his thought process. Michael's fingers tapped lightly against the armrest, once, twice, then stopped. His mind moved quickly now, lining things up. The pressure in Nigeria had built the way he expected. The coordination with the labels had held. The artists had pulled back exactly where they needed to. Not all of them, but enough of them. Enough to disrupt momentum. Enough to create hesitation. And now this. Dayo leaving. It fit. Not perfectly, but well enough. Timing, Michael said quietly. He doesn't leave in the middle of a build without a reason. Clara stepped slightly closer, placing a tablet on the desk. Do you want me to dig into his schedule in the US? Michael didn't answer immediately. He looked at the tablet, but didn't touch it. His mind was still working through the larger picture. Dayo wasn't reckless. That much had been proven over and over again. Every move he made had structure behind it, even when it looked spontaneous from the outside, which meant this wasn't random. But it also didn't change what had already happened. The momentum in Nigeria had been disrupted. That part was real. Michael's lips curved slightly, not into a full smile, but into something close. For now, he said, we work with what's in front of us. Clara nodded once. He leaned forward again, his attention returning to the desk, but his tone had shifted slightly. There was a steadiness there that hadn't been as clear before. Maintain the current pressure, he continued. No changes. Understood. No artist collaborations, he added. Keep the alignment tight. No exceptions slipping through. Clara tapped something into the tablet. I'll reinforce the communication. Michael finally reached for the tablet, glancing through a few quick updates. Names, responses, confirmations. The network was holding. For the first time in a long while, he wasn't reacting to Dayo. He was ahead of him. That thought settled deeper than anything else. It didn't come with excitement. It came with clarity. He had space now, time, and more importantly, cooperation. The industry had started to shift in his direction, not because they were forced, but because they saw something in it for themselves. That was always stronger than pressure alone. Michael placed the tablet back down. There's another thing, he said. Clara looked up. That advantage he's been using, Michael continued. The pattern, the timing, the consistency. He didn't need to explain further. She already understood. You still think it's real? She asked. I know it is. His tone didn't carry doubt. People don't move like that without something behind it, he added. Not at that level. Not that consistently. Clara considered that for a moment. And you think this gives you time to get closer to it? Michael leaned back again, his gaze steady now. It gives me room to breathe, he said. And room to move. There was a difference. He wasn't chasing anymore. He was positioning. And we're not the only ones watching now, he added. Others have started noticing. That changes the game. Clara nodded slowly. It becomes a race. It becomes an opportunity, Michael corrected. Silence settled in the room again, but it felt different now. Less tense. More controlled. Michael let his head tilt slightly as he looked toward the window. For now, he said, we hold the ground. Clara waited. And if he's really stepped away, Michael continued, we expand while he's off the board. He didn't say it with arrogance. He said it like a man confirming a position he had earned. Clara gave a small nod. I'll move on it. She turned and left the room quietly, the door closing behind her without a sound. Michael stayed where he was. For a moment, he allowed himself to sit with it. The shift, the opening, the control. A small part of him still questioned it. Still turned the situation over, looking for the angle that didn't fit. Because Dayo didn't retreat. That wasn't how he operated. But even that thought didn't hold as strongly as it might have before. Because for the first time in a long time, the results were visible. And for now, that was enough. The airport in the United States carried a completely different energy from the one Dayo had left behind. Less tension, more movement, people coming and going without the weight of expectation sitting on every step. Dayo walked through it without drawing attention to himself. No announcement, no performance. Just movement. Sharon walked beside him, her pace steady, her expression relaxed in a way it hadn't been in the past few days. The air felt lighter, not because anything had been resolved, but because they had stepped out of it. You're very quiet, Sharon said as they moved toward the exit. Dayo glanced at her briefly. I'm thinking. That's not new. He smiled slightly. That's fair. They didn't say much else after that. There wasn't a need for it. The moment didn't call for analysis or strategy. Not here. Not yet. As they stepped out, the familiar sight of his family waiting cut through everything else. His father, Jason, stood slightly ahead of the others, his posture straight, but his expression already breaking into a smile the moment he saw him. His mother, Abisola, stood beside him, her hands already lifting slightly, as if she couldn't wait the extra seconds it would take for him to reach her. Janet and Jeffrey stood just behind, both of them already reacting before he even got close. Sharon slowed slightly as they approached, giving him that moment. Dayo didn't rush, but his steps picked up naturally. Welcome back, Jason said, his voice steady but warm as he pulled him into a firm embrace. It's good to be back, Dayo replied. Abishala didn't wait for the formalities. She stepped in immediately after, pulling him into a hug that carried more emotion than she tried to show. You've been moving too much, she said quietly. At least now you're here. I'm here, he said. Janet stepped forward next, smiling as she wrapped her arms around him. You look like you haven't slept, she said. That's because I haven't, he replied lightly. Jeffrey shook his head as he pulled him into a quick hug. You always say that like it's a good thing. It depends on the result, Dayo said. That's exactly the problem. Jeffrey replied, but he was smiling. Behind them, Sharon had already stepped aside as her daughter rushed toward her. "Mom," Deborah said, her voice bright as she held onto her. Sharon let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding as she hugged her tightly. "I missed you," she said. "I missed you too," her daughter replied. The moment stayed simple. No extra weight. Just real. They all moved together after that, walking toward the cars, the conversation building naturally. "How was Nigeria?" Abisola asked. "Busy," Dayo said. "That's all you're going to say?" Deborah asked. "For now." Jeffrey laughed. "That means it was a lot more than that." Dayo didn't deny it. As they got into the car, the space filled with familiar energy. Small comments, light teasing, questions that didn't need full answers. It felt normal, and that was rare. As the car moved, Jeffrey leaned slightly toward him. "Hope you're ready," he said. Dayo glanced at him, holding his gaze, looking confused. "For what?" Jeffrey raised an eyebrow. "Don't act like you forgot." Dayo smiled. "I didn't forget. The competition is in 2 weeks," Jeffrey continued. "You don't get to come here and start giving excuses." "I don't make excuses," Dayo said. "That's what you always say. And I'm always right." Jeffrey shook his head. "We'll see." Jason glanced at them from the front seat. "Just make sure you're actually training," he said. "Not just talking about it." "I've been training," Dayo replied. "Here is different," Jason said. "You know that?" Dayo nodded. "I know." The conversation moved on from there, but the tone stayed the same. Light, familiar, grounded. No one pressed him too hard. No one needed to. Because they knew him, and he knew himself. As the car continued down the road, the city opening up around them, Dayo leaned back slightly, letting the moment settle. On the surface, it looked simple. He had left Nigeria. He was back here, with his family, preparing for a competition. That was all anyone on the outside would see. But beneath that, everything was still moving. Just not in the same place. And not in the same way. Michael was watching one field. Dayo had already stepped into another. He didn't say it out loud. He didn't need to. For now, this was enough. The rest would come when it needed to. Chapter 429, Not Possible. The plane touched down just after noon, and the heat hit differently the moment he stepped out. Heavier than he expected, but not uncomfortable. He adjusted his cap, pulled his small carry-on behind him, and glanced around with the kind of excitement that made everything feel like content waiting to happen. Nigeria had been on his list for a while, but this trip had one extra reason tied to it, something he had been joking about with his followers for weeks. By the time he got into the car that was taking him into the city, his phone was already up. "Finally here," he said into the camera, turning it slightly so the road stretched behind him. "Lagos. I told you guys I was coming. Not gonna lie, part of the reason I rushed this trip," he paused, smiling to himself, "was because of Dayo. Imagine I just bump into him somewhere." He laughed, shaking his head like he didn't believe it himself. That would be crazy. He posted it without thinking too much about it. It was just another update, something light, something his followers would react to the way they always did. The car moved through traffic slowly, horns layering over each other, bikes slipping through tight spaces, people moving like everything had its own rhythm. He kept recording small clips, bits of the streets, signs, conversations with the driver, asking questions, getting half answers, laughing at things he didn't fully understand yet. At some point, as they passed a cluster of roadside stalls, he asked casually, almost like an afterthought, "You ever see that artist Dayo around here?" The driver glanced at him through the mirror, then back to the road. "Dayo?" he repeated, like he was placing the name properly. "Yeah, big guy. Music. Everywhere online." The driver let out a small sound, not quite a laugh, not quite a reaction. "He don't go," he said. The fan frowned slightly. "Gone where?" The driver shrugged. "He no day here." Again, the word sat there for a second longer than expected. "You're serious?" The driver nodded once, eyes still on the road. "I hear say he travel." The fan leaned back into his seat, phone still in his hand, but no longer recording. For a second, he thought maybe it was just one of those things people said without really knowing, something passed around without confirmation. But then he opened his phone again. He searched. Nothing recent. No sightings. No posts tied to Nigeria in the last day. No appearances. That small feeling in his chest shifted slightly. He refreshed again. Still nothing. He switched apps, went through threads, comments, random discussions. There were a few mentions, scattered, nothing solid, but enough to make it feel less like a mistake and more like something real. He stared at the screen for a moment, then turned the camera back on. "Okay, wait," he said, this time not smiling the same way. "Someone just told me Dayo is not in Nigeria anymore. Like he's actually left." He let out a short laugh, confused. "No, that doesn't even make sense. He was literally everywhere like 2 seconds ago." He paused, glancing out the window like the answer might be outside somewhere. "Hold on. Let me confirm this properly." By the time he reached his hotel, the question had already started moving. The first post didn't do much on its own. A few comments. Some people correcting him. Some saying they heard the same thing. Others dismissing it completely. But then he posted again. "Wait, is Dayo not in Nigeria anymore?" This time, the reaction was faster. People tagged others. Replies stacked quickly. "When did he leave?" "No way. I just saw him trending yesterday." "Who confirmed this?" Cap. He leaned against the small desk in his room, reading through everything, his confusion turning into something sharper. Then he typed again. "So I came all the way, and this guy has left?" That one hit differently. It wasn't just a question anymore. It felt like a moment. The shift didn't take long. Within an hour, the posts had moved beyond his page. Screenshots, reposts, quotes, people asking the same question in different ways. Hashtag Where is Dayo started appearing under posts that had nothing to do with him before. Hashtag Did Dayo leave followed right after. At first, it was scattered, like small sparks trying to catch. Then it caught. Blogs picked it up. One headline came out cautious. Reports suggest Dayo may have left Nigeria. Another was more direct. Dayo's sudden absence raises questions. Entertainment pages started posting side-by-side comparisons. Clips from just days ago, crowds, appearances, moments that made it feel like he was rooted in the country. Then nothing. The comments multiplied. Wasn't he supposed to be working on something? I thought he said he was staying for a while. This doesn't add up. Some people defended him immediately. He doesn't owe anyone anything. Let the guy breathe. He came. He did what he had to do. What's the problem? Others weren't as patient. He came for clout. Used Nigeria to trend and dipped. Fake love. The tone started to split. Support and criticism running side by side, feeding into each other. Then the narrative shifted again. Not loudly. Not all at once. Just guided. A post from a mid-level blog phrased it differently. Insiders suggest Dayo's visit may have been more strategic than initially believed. Another account followed up. Sources indicate the artist leveraged recent events to boost his presence before exiting the market. The words were careful, not accusations, suggestions, but they landed. More accounts picked it up. Threads started forming. People connecting dots that weren't there before. He dropped music, trended, and now he's gone. Everything was timed. He knew exactly what he was doing. It spread the way these things always did. Quietly at first, then everywhere. No single source. No clear origin. Just enough repetition to feel real. Across the ocean, in a space that stayed quiet no matter what was happening outside, a screen lit up with the same headlines. Michael didn't react immediately. He read, scrolled once, then again. His expression didn't change, but something settled behind it. Clara stood a few steps away, watching him without interrupting. "They picked it up faster than expected," she said. He leaned back slightly in his chair, eyes still on the screen. "It was already there," he replied. "They just needed direction." Another headline loaded. "Did Dayo use Nigeria for promotion?" He read it once, then moved on with a smirk on his face. He was obviously the one who pushed for this to be happening like this. "He left," Clara added. Michael nodded once. "I know." There was a pause. Not long. Just enough. "He stepped back," he said, almost like he was confirming something to himself. Clara didn't respond immediately. "You don't think?" "He doesn't step back," she finished carefully. Michael's gaze shifted slightly, not toward her, but away from the screen. For a moment, that thought lingered. Dayo wasn't predictable. He wasn't careless. Leaving like this didn't fit cleanly. But the evidence was in front of him. Nigeria had gone quiet around him. The collaborations hadn't happened. The pressure had held. That was enough. "For now," Michael said, almost under his breath. Then he straightened slightly. "Keep the narrative consistent," he added. "No exaggeration. Let them carry it that Dayo used the for clout and to increase his audience." Clara nodded. "And the labels?" Maintain position, he said. No changes. He looked back at the screen one more time, then locked it. The room returned to its usual quiet. Controlled. Ordered. From where he sat, it looked like the board had shifted in his favor. Water cut through the silence and steady. Controlled movements. The sound was consistent. Entry. Pull. Breath. Turn. Dayo moved through the lane with precision that had nothing to do with the noise building somewhere else. Each stroke landed clean, each breath measured, his body settling into the rhythm like it had done this 1,000 times before. The pool area was mostly empty, just the echo of movement, the soft splash repeating. Time didn't feel the same here. It stretched, focused. He pushed off the wall again, body cutting forward, eyes fixed ahead, everything else stripped down to motion and control. Outside that space, the world had shifted. Inside it, nothing had. Sharon stood near the edge, phone in her hand, watching him complete another lap. She had already called his name once, but it didn't reach him. The water swallowed it, turned it into nothing. She waited. He turned again, pushing off harder this time. Dayo, she called again, louder now. Still nothing. He reached the end of the lane, flipped, and pushed off once more before finally slowing as he approached the edge. He surfaced, pushing the water back from his face, breathing steady, not rushed. What is it? He asked, resting one arm against the side. Sharon stepped closer, her expression controlled but tight in a way that didn't match the calm around them. You need to see this, she said, holding out her phone. He took a second before reaching for it, like he was finishing the moment he was in before stepping into the next one. Then he looked. The first thing he saw was the hashtag. Hashtag where is Dayo? He scrolled. Posts. Threads. Headlines. Different accounts saying the same thing in different ways. Dayo leaves Nigeria after gaining massive attention. Fans questioned sudden exit. Did he use Nigeria for promotion? His thumb paused on that one for a fraction longer. He kept reading. Comments stacked under it. He played everyone. No long-term plan. He got what he wanted and left. He moved to the next post. Then the next. No reaction showed on his face. Just attention. Focused. Processing. Sharon watched him carefully. This started a few hours ago, she said. It's spreading fast. He didn't respond immediately. He scrolled again. Different accounts. Same angle. Same direction. That was the part that mattered. Not the noise. The alignment. He handed the phone back to her after a moment. They're pushing it, she added. He nodded once. Calm. Measured. Like he had just been shown something expected, not surprising. The water behind him settled slowly, the ripples fading. For a second, nothing else moved. Then he placed both hands on the edge and pulled himself out, water dripping off him in steady lines, his focus already somewhere deeper than the surface of what he had just seen. No frustration, no denial, just recognition, and something quieter, sharper, settling underneath it. Chapter 430, same pattern. The room was quiet in a way that made every small sound carry. The AC hummed low. The TV was on but muted, the screen flashing headlines and clips that moved faster than the truth behind them. Dayo sat back on the couch, one arm resting along the edge, eyes fixed on his phone, scrolling without urgency. Sharon stood near the window, her arms folded, watching him more than she was watching the city outside. Have you seen how fast it's spreading? She asked, turning slightly toward him. He didn't answer immediately. His thumb moved again, another post, another headline, another angle of the same story. I've seen it, he said after a moment, voice steady, almost casual. She walked closer, stopping just across from him. It's not just spreading, she added. It's shaping. That made him glance up briefly, then back to the phone. That's the point, he said. Sharon exhaled, slow. So you're just okay with it? He let out a quiet breath through his nose, not quite a laugh. No, he said. I understand it. That was different. She watched him more carefully now. He locked the phone and set it down beside him, finally giving her his full attention. Look at the pattern, he said. It didn't start aggressive. It started as a question, confusion. Then it moved to assumption. Now it's turning into narrative. Sharon nodded slightly. And the narrative is dangerous, she said. He leaned forward a little, resting his elbows on his knees. It's not just dangerous, he replied. It's targeted. She stayed quiet. He continued. They're not saying anything outrageous. That's what makes it effective. They're keeping it believable. He came. He trended. He left. Simple. Easy to digest. Easy to repeat. He paused, picking up the phone again, scrolling back to one of the posts. Once people accept that, he added, everything I try to do next in Nigeria becomes harder. Sharon's brows pulled slightly. Because it changes perception, she said. Exactly, he replied. Now it looks like I wasn't serious. Like everything was just a move. Like I came for attention, not impact. He dropped the phone back down. And when people believe that, he continued, they don't commit to you the same way. Fans hesitate. Artists hesitate. Even partners start thinking twice. Sharon shook her head slightly. But we both know that's not true. He gave a small shrug. That doesn't matter, he said calmly. What matters is what people believe. That sat between them for a second. She walked over and sat opposite him now, leaning forward slightly. So what are we going to do? She asked. He looked at her. There was no pressure in his expression. No frustration. Just focus. Nothing, he said. She blinked. Nothing. He nodded once. For now. Sharon leaned back slightly, studying him. Explain. He didn't rush it. One of the main reasons I came back here, he said, was the competition. That was always fixed. It wasn't optional. She nodded. Slowly. So even if all this didn't happen, I would still leave, he finished. She let out a quiet breath. And people will eventually find out about the competition, he added. National level. It's not something you hide. Sharon tilted her head slightly. So that becomes your explanation? It becomes reality, he said. Not explanation. There was a difference. He leaned back again, more relaxed now. They'll connect it on their own, he continued. When they see I'm here for something serious, not just moving around, the narrative shifts naturally. Sharon was quiet for a moment, then she nodded. That makes sense, she admitted. But in the meantime, they're dragging your name. He gave a faint smile. My work speaks for me, he said. It wasn't arrogance. It was certainty. She studied him for another second, then shook her head slightly, half amused, half impressed. You're too calm, she said. He shrugged lightly. It's not new, he replied. That ended that part of the conversation. Sharon glanced at her phone again, then looked back at him. The producers are settling in, she added. They've started working with Wayne. From what I've seen, they're adjusting well. He nodded. They're good, he said. They'll adapt. Some of them were asking questions, she continued. About the direction, the sound, how far you want to push it. He stood up slowly, stretching his shoulders slightly. Let them explore, he said. That's the point. She nodded again. They'll be fine, she said. He grabbed a towel from the side, wiping his hands. I'm going to the facility, he said. Sharon looked up. Now. He gave a small nod. I've been away long enough. The training center felt different the moment he stepped inside. The air carried that familiar mix of chlorine and effort, something that never really left a place like this. Voices echoed faintly from different sections, instructions being called out, water breaking, footsteps moving across tiled floors. It wasn't loud, just alive. He walked in without announcing himself, his steps easy, like he belonged there. At the far end, Coach Martin stood by the pool, arms crossed, watching a group run through drills. His voice cut through occasionally, sharp, precise, correcting form, adjusting timing. Keep your head steady. Don't rush the turn. Dayo slowed slightly as he approached, a small smile forming without him forcing it. He stopped a few steps behind. Coach. The voice carried just enough. Martin turned instinctively, already ready to correct someone else. What? He stopped midword. For a second, he just stared. Then his expression shifted. Daniel. Dayo spread his hands slightly. Who else? Coach Martin let out a short laugh, shaking his head as he stepped forward. What are you doing here? He asked, looking him up and down like he was confirming he was real. Dayo shrugged lightly. What do you think? He replied. Competition is coming. Coach squinted slightly. I thought after the Olympics you were done, he said. 3 golds, and you disappear on us. Dayo let out a small laugh. Come on, he said. You know me better than that. Coach studied him for a second longer, then shook his head again, smiling now. You're still the same, he said. And you're still shouting, Dayo replied. Coach laughed properly this time, pulling him into a quick, firm hug. Good to see you, he said. Good to be back, Dayo answered. They stepped apart. Coach glanced toward the pool, then back at him. You still in shape? He asked. Dayo raised a brow. You want to test it? Coach smirked. Don't tempt me. They both laughed lightly. Coach folded his arms again, tilting his head. So what's the plan? he asked. You here to train seriously or just passing through? Dayo shrugged. I'll use the facility, he said. Get a feel for things again. Coach nodded slowly. You've got about a week, he said. After that, it gets tight. I know, Dayo replied. Coach studied him again, then gave a small nod. All right, he said. You know the place. Don't disrupt my sessions. Dayo smirked. I'll try. Coach shook his head, amused, then turned back to his athletes, already shouting another instruction. Dayo moved past him, heading toward the lockers. By the time he came back out, the session had shifted slightly. Different groups, different drills. A few heads turned. When they noticed him properly this time, recognition hit quickly. Yo, that's Dayo. He didn't stop walking, just gave a small nod to those who called out, keeping his movement easy. Near the side of the pool, someone stepped forward. Man, you're back? The voice said. Dayo turned slightly. Blake. He looked the same, just calmer, more settled into himself. Dayo smiled. Could say the same, he replied. Blake laughed, stepping in and pulling him into a quick handshake that turned into a brief hug. Didn't expect to see you here again, Blake said. Didn't expect to come back this soon, Dayo answered. Blake leaned back slightly, looking him over. You still competing? Dayo nodded. For now. Blake let out a low whistle. Man, these guys don't even know what's coming, he said, glancing toward the pool. Dayo shook his head slightly. Relax, he said. Blake grinned. Your brother is training like crazy, he added. If you're not careful. Dayo cut in, smiling. I'll pass him. Blake laughed. There it is, he said. Same confidence. Dayo shrugged lightly. Nothing new. They stood there for a moment, just taking it in. Good to have you back, Blake said finally. Dayo nodded. Good to be back, he replied. Blake gestured toward the pool. Go on, he said. Let's see if you still have it. Dayo didn't answer. He just turned and walked toward the edge, dropping the towel aside, his focus already shifting again. The noise around him faded slightly as he stepped closer. Different space, different game. And somewhere far from here, the narrative kept moving. But here, in this moment, none of that followed him into the water. Chapter 431, Trouble? The hallway outside Michael's office had already begun to empty when he stepped out, jacket folded over his arm, phone in hand, mind half on the next day and half on nothing at all. It was that quiet hour where work didn't feel like work anymore, just movement out of routine. A few staff members passed him with quick nods, elevators opening and closing with soft chimes, the building settling into its night rhythm. He was almost at the lift when something tugged at the back of his mind. Not loud, not urgent, just unfinished. He slowed, fingers tightening slightly around his phone. The idea didn't come fully formed at once. It rarely did with him. It came in pieces, fragments connecting faster than most people could track. Nigeria. Silence. Dayo leaving. Public perception. Timing. He stopped completely, then turned. By the time he was walking back toward his office, the idea had already shaped itself into something usable. Clara was still inside, laptop open, glasses slightly lowered on her nose as she reviewed something on screen. She looked up the moment he walked back in, surprise flickering across her face for just a second before she straightened. I thought you'd left for the night. I was about to, Michael said, dropping his jacket back on the chair. Then I realized we're leaving something on the table. Clara closed her laptop halfway. What kind of something? Michael didn't answer immediately. He walked to the window instead, looking out over the city lights. Calm, measured, already 10 steps ahead in his head. He left Nigeria quietly. He said after a moment, not expecting an answer, more like speaking his thoughts. Clara nodded. He made no statement. No explanation. No controlled exit. Another nod. That's correct. Michael turned slightly, just enough to look at her with his eyes not focused on her, but somewhere else he had the expression on trying to figure something out. That kind of silence doesn't stay empty for long. Clara's expression shifted, understanding starting to form. You want to fill it. It's already been filled. I want us to guide it, he corrected, voice even. There's a difference. She leaned back in her chair, thinking. What angle? Michael didn't hesitate this time. That he used Nigeria? Clara's eyes sharpened. She came to a realization to what he is planning. That he went there to build momentum, gain attention, attach himself to the culture, and left once it served its purpose, he continued. No commitment. No follow-through. She let out a quiet breath through her nose. That will catch. It's believable, Michael said simply. That's all it needs to be. Clara tapped her pen lightly against the desk. We'll need layers. Not just one article. Multiple voices. Blogs, opinion pieces, maybe a few insider takes. Exactly. And the US side? That's where we push harder. Clara raised a brow. Because that's his base. Because that's where doubt hurts him more, Michael replied. She nodded slowly now, already shifting into execution mode. We can bring up the gap in English releases. That's been floating around already. Use it. Frame it like he lost direction, then tried to compensate by moving into other markets. Michael gave a small, approving tilt of his head. Clara continued, thinking out loud now. Korea becomes diversion. Nigeria becomes hype move. We question consistency, commitment, creative stability, and expectation, Michael added. Make it clear people were waiting for something and didn't get it. Clara's fingers were already moving across her laptop. I'll get PR on it immediately. We'll spread it across entertainment blogs first, then let larger outlets pick it up organically. Don't rush it too hard, Michael said. Let it feel natural. Understood. He watched her for a second longer, then reached for his jacket again. And Clara? She looked up. No direct links. She gave a small smile. Of course. He had learned his lessons from the past experiences with Dayo. By the time Michael finally left the building, the first calls were already being made. It didn't take long. The first article dropped quietly, almost easy to miss if you weren't paying attention. A mid-level entertainment blog. Nothing too big, nothing too small. The kind that lived off speculation just as much as information. The headline was simple. Did Dayo use Nigeria for momentum before leaving? At first, it read like curiosity, then like suggestion, then like something else entirely. They brought up his sudden arrival. The attention, the collaboration that had dominated conversations. The way everything seemed to peak quickly. Then they brought up his departure. No farewell. No announcement. No clear direction. From there, it spread. Another blog picked it up, adding its own spin. Fans questioned Dayo's intentions after quiet exit from Nigeria. Then another. From Korea to Nigeria. Is Dayo searching for relevance? The tone began to shift. Less questioning. More concluding. By the time larger platforms got involved, the narrative had already formed enough to feel real. Longer articles started appearing, more structured, more confident. They talked about how Dayo hadn't released a major English project in years. How expectations had been building in the US for a return that never came. How instead of delivering, he moved across regions, experimenting, expanding, but never fully committing. They framed it carefully, not outright attack, just enough doubt. They pointed at Korea, then Nigeria, then back to the gap in his original market. Is this evolution, one article asked, or avoidance? On social media, it caught fire. Not all at once, but steadily. Comments started stacking under posts. Some agreeing, some pushing back. He's just moving global. What's wrong with that? Moving global doesn't mean abandoning your base. You people always find something to complain about. So why didn't he say anything before leaving? That question repeated. Over and over. Why didn't he say anything? Hashtags followed. Some familiar, some new. Hashtag Dayo in Nigeria. Hashtag why Dayo left. Hashtag Dayo come back. Hashtag Dayo used Nigeria. The divide was clear. On one side, critics building on the narrative, adding their own frustration, their own interpretation. On the other, fans. Loud, unapologetic, relentless. You people are funny. He doesn't owe anybody anything. Go and rest. When he drops, you will still stream. You said he should go global. Now he's global, you're crying. They didn't just defend him. They attacked back. Accounts that pushed the narrative too hard found themselves flooded within minutes. Replies stacking faster than posts could be made. Old clips resurfacing. Receipts being dropped. Arguments turning messy. But even with that, there was still no response from Dayo. No tweet. No statement. Nothing. And that silence kept the conversation alive. Miles away, in a completely different world, none of it touched him. The water closed over Dayo's head with a familiar weight, muting everything into a steady, controlled rhythm. His body moved through it. Without hesitation, each stroke clean, precise, practiced. Breath in, turn, push. The world outside didn't exist in here. Only timing, only movement, only the quiet pressure of water and the steady burn building through his muscles. He hit the wall, flipped, and pushed off again, faster this time. The pace wasn't casual. It hadn't been since he arrived. There was a difference between training and preparing. He was past training. By the time he finally surfaced at the end of the lap, water sliding down his face as he pushed his goggles up, he caught movement at the edge of the pool. Jeffrey, leaning slightly against the railing, arms folded, that familiar look already on his face. Dayo let out a short breath. "You've been standing there long? Long enough to confirm something," Jeffrey said. Dayo reached for the towel, dragging it across his face. "What? That you're still not as fast as me." Dayo paused, then looked at him slowly. "Say that again." Jeffrey shrugged, completely unfazed. "You heard me." Dayo let out a small laugh, splashing him water only for him to move back, shaking his head as he stepped out of the pool. "You've been training one event just recently, and now you're talking like this." "Focused training," Jeffrey corrected. "You should try it." "Focused?" Dayo scoffed lightly. "You mean hiding in 200 because you know you can't handle the rest?" Jeffrey pushed off the railing, stepping closer. "At least I win in my lane." Dayo turned. Fully now, towel hanging over his shoulders. 3 gold medals in the Olympics. Jeffrey didn't even blink. Different events. Still gold in the Olympics. Jeffrey smirked. "I had less time training and won a silver recently." Dayo pointed at him. "Exactly. Silver. Which means I showed up," Jeffrey shot back. "Can't say the same for you in my race." Dayo laughed properly this time, shaking his head. "You're actually serious." "I'm always serious." They held each other's gaze for a second longer before the tension broke naturally. A shared laugh. "Easy. Familiar." "You're talking too much," Dayo said, grabbing his bag. "Let's go." Jeffrey followed, still smiling slightly. "We'll see who's talking after the competition." "Just don't disappear when it's time," Dayo replied. "Don't worry. I'll be right there." The drive home was filled with the same back and forth, neither of them letting the argument drop completely, each adding small jabs just to keep it alive. By the time they stepped into the house, the energy carried in with them. Abisola looked up first from where she sat, a knowing smile already forming. "I can hear you two from outside." "It's him," Jeffrey said immediately. "He started it." Dayo dropped his bag. "That's a lie." Jason looked over from his seat, amusement clear. "What's the issue now?" "He thinks he can beat me," Jeffrey said. Jason raised a brow. "In what?" "Anything," Jeffrey answered. Dayo stepped closer. "He means one race he's been practicing since forever." Janet looked between them, already entertained. "So what happens if he wins?" Dayo didn't miss a beat. "He won't." Jeffrey pointed at him. "You see? This is what I'm saying." Abisola shook her head, smiling. "You two have not changed." Dinner turned into a continuation of the same argument, layered with laughter, small interruptions, and the kind of ease that didn't need effort. For a while, everything else stayed outside. No noise. No headlines. No narrative. Just family. Just presence. Then, somewhere in the middle of it, Dayo's phone buzzed against the table. He glanced down. Sharon. The screen lit quietly between them. Chapter 432, Jeff and Dayo. The phone buzzed against the table, low and steady, vibrating just enough to pull attention without breaking the rhythm of the room. They were still laughing. Jeffrey had just said something about Dayo ducking a real race if it ever came down to pure endurance, and Janet had backed him up with that exaggerated seriousness she liked to use when she knew she was stirring trouble. Their mother shook her head, smiling into her plate, while their father leaned back like he had seen this exact argument 100 times before and knew how it would end. Dayo glanced at the screen. Sharon. He didn't react immediately. Just a small pause, the kind that would pass for nothing if you weren't watching closely. Then he picked up the phone and stood. "I'll take this," he said, easy, already stepping away. No tension in his voice. No wait. Just a normal excuse. "Don't go and start planning strategy without me," Jeffrey called after him. Dayo smirked over his shoulder. "You need strategy first before you can plan anything, and besides, planning strategy for you is overkill." That got a quick laugh out of the table, and he stepped out, closing the door behind him without making a thing out of it. The hallway was quiet. A different kind of quiet from inside. Cooler. Still. The sound of cutlery and voices softened into a low blur behind the door. He answered. "Yeah. What's up?" There was a brief pause on the other end, like Sharon was choosing how to say it. "Have you gone online?" "No," he said. "Just finished training. Came back with Jeff." "What happened?" Another small pause, then she let it out. The narrative has shifted. He leaned slightly against the wall, not rushing her. Shifted how? It's not just Nigeria anymore, she said. It's in the US now. Proper media push. Blogs, articles, opinion pieces. Not random posts. Structured and weirdly natural. Dayo didn't interrupt. Just listened. They're saying you used Nigeria, she continued. That you went there to build hype, take advantage of the moment, and left once you got the attention. They're tying it to the fact that you haven't released an English album in years. They're asking why you went to Asia, then Nigeria, instead of focusing on your core market. She exhaled slightly. Some of them are even framing it like you're avoiding the US audience because you can't keep up creatively anymore. Silence sat between them for a second. Not heavy, just there. Dayo adjusted his grip on the phone, his gaze drifting down the hallway, unfocused. It didn't take long. It never did. This isn't random, he said, more to himself than to her. I know, Sharon replied quietly. He didn't say the name. He didn't need to. The pattern was too clean, too deliberate, too coordinated. Michael. He let that settle in his mind, not as a surprise, but as confirmation. Then he pushed it aside. So, Sharon said, we need to decide how to handle it. It's picking up fast. Dayo's expression didn't change. Nothing. She blinked on the other end. Nothing. Don't respond, he said. Don't debunk. Don't try to explain. There was a small pause. Dayo, let it run. He continued, calm, steady. The more they talk, the more attention it pulls. You start fighting it, you give it structure. You make it real. That's already happening, she said, a little more firm now. This isn't just noise. People are picking sides, and it's now in your core market. And they always do, he replied. He shifted his weight slightly, still relaxed. This isn't the first time my name has been dragged into something, he added. And it won't be the last. It never sticks. It never does. You can't assume that every time, Sharon said. This one is different. It's coordinated. It's being pushed from multiple angles. If it shapes perception now, it could affect how you step back into Nigeria later. Dayo let out a quiet breath, not irritated, just thinking. It's temporary, he said. It always is. You're very sure of that. I am. There was no arrogance in it. No need to prove anything. Just certainty. Think about it, he continued. Right now, they're saying I left without a reason. They don't have the full picture. Once the competition becomes public, that narrative weakens on its own. Once the music drops, it disappears completely. Sharon didn't respond immediately. You're betting on time correcting it, she said eventually. I'm not betting, he replied. I'm working. That line sat there. Not sharp. Not dramatic. Just clear. And in the meantime, she asked. In the meantime, we stay focused on what actually matters. There was a slight shift in his tone now. Subtle, but clear enough. Conversation moving. He wasn't staying on the problem. How are the producers? He asked. Sharon let out a small breath, adjusting with him. They've settled in, she said. They're working with Wayne. It's going well. Faster than I expected, actually. Good. They're adapting quickly. One of them even joked that it feels like they're cheating you. Said the money doesn't match how smooth the process has been so far, and also the fact that they are learning while working, that it's been a wonderful experience. That pulled a faint smile from him. They'll work for it, he said with a smile. Give them time. They already are, she replied. And Wayne is picking things up fast. The exchange is working both ways. Good. Another short pause. And the timeline? He asked. For the sessions? No. Competition. 2 weeks, she said. You know that? Yeah. He nodded slightly, even though she couldn't see him. Are you where you need to be? She asked. Close enough. That doesn't sound convincing. It doesn't need to be, he replied lightly. It just needs to be true. She exhaled, half amused, half still concerned. You're very calm about all this, she said. Because it's not new, he answered, amused that she still felt fazed after all she had been through with him. Different angle, same game. And you're sure we shouldn't step in at all? For now, no, he said. Let it build. Let it stretch. When it peaks, it collapses faster. Sharon was quiet for a second, but knowing the kind of person Dayo is, she trusted his abilities. Then, softer, all right. Keep monitoring it, he added. But don't interfere. I will. And Sharon. Yeah. Don't let it distract you. A small pause. I won't, she said. The line settled. All right, he said. We'll talk later. All right. The call ended. He stayed there for a moment after the screen went dark, not thinking too hard, not running through scenarios, just letting everything sit where it needed to sit. His mind did a quick thinking about everything, to see if there was anything missing. Then he pushed off the wall and headed back. The moment he stepped in, the warmth hit him again. Voices, movement, familiar energy. Jeffrey looked up immediately. You disappear and come back like that. Something is wrong. Your instincts are off, Dayo said, taking his seat again. What was it? Nothing serious, he replied, reaching for his glass. Work stuff. His mother glanced at him briefly. Everything okay? Yeah, he said easy. Just noise. She held his gaze for a second longer, like she was checking something deeper, then nodded. Good. Jeffrey leaned back, folding his arms. You see? That's what happens when you start doing too many things at once. One day it will catch up. Dayo raised a brow. Focus on your own lane first. My lane is clear, Jeffrey shot back. 200 meters. Simple and straight. No confusion, unlike you that's competing for all sprint events. Stick to it then. They held each other's gaze for a second, then both cracked a smile. The tension never built. It never needed to. The conversation shifted again, naturally, drifting into small things. Training schedules. Old stories. Janet cutting in with something random that made no sense, but still managed to land. Time moved. Slow, easy. Eventually, chairs shifted. Plates cleared. The energy softened. One by one, people started heading off. Don't stay up too late, their mother said as she passed him. I won't. Jeffrey pointed at him on his way out. We're settling that argument soon. Prepare yourself, Dayo replied. Jeffrey laughed. You wish. The room emptied. Later, the house settled into that quiet that only comes after a full day. Dayo sat on the edge of his bed, phone in hand. He unlocked it. The screen filled with it immediately. Headlines, posts, clips, fragments of the same story, told in different ways. He scrolled once, twice, didn't stop to read anything fully, didn't react, didn't type. After a few seconds, he locked the phone and dropped it beside him. No tension in his shoulders, no shift in his breathing. Outside, somewhere in the distance, a car passed. Inside, everything was still. The world was loud. But in that room, none of it reached him. Chapter 433, Visiting the Label. The week didn't slow anything down. If anything, it made things louder. By the time the next few days rolled into each other, what had started as a question had turned into something else entirely. It wasn't people asking anymore. It was people talking like they already knew the answer. Headlines weren't careful. They weren't balanced. They leaned one way and stayed there, repeating the same angle until it started to feel like fact. Dayo saw none of it that morning. He was already out before most of the noise peaked, moving through his routine like nothing had shifted. Training had taken priority. Again, the kind that left no room for distractions, no space for checking phones or scrolling through whatever the world had decided to say about him that day. It only caught up to him later. The car slowed as it approached the building with a huge JD in gold on it. From the inside, it looked normal at first. Just another day, another stop. Then the movement outside sharpened. Too many people gathered in one place. Too many cameras angled toward a single point. Before the driver could even fully stop, the first flash went off. Dayo leaned back slightly in his seat, not reacting, just observing as more cameras lifted, more bodies pressed forward. Voices followed almost immediately, overlapping, rising over each other in a way that made it hard to separate one question from the next. Dayo, over here. Is it true you left Nigeria because things didn't go your way? Did you use Nigeria for publicity? Why haven't you released an English album in years? Are you avoiding your main audience? Another voice cut through sharper than the rest. Are you falling off? The driver glanced back briefly, waiting for a cue. Dayo didn't rush. He didn't sigh. He didn't react the way they expected. He just opened the door when it was time and stepped out like the noise didn't belong to him. The questions hit harder outside. Dayo, say something. Your fans deserve an explanation. Are the labels blocking you? Did you leave because you couldn't compete? Someone moved closer than they should have. Security stepped in immediately, creating space, pushing bodies back just enough to open a path. It wasn't aggressive, but it was firm enough to break the line forming around him. Dayo walked through it without stopping. Not a word, not a glance, just movement. The doors shut behind him, and the noise cut off almost instantly, like someone had pulled a plug. Inside, everything returned to normal. Cool air, controlled lighting, quiet. He paused bid in the lobby as many of his staff came to greet him, to which he smiled and took his time to respond to them. He waved at Sharon, who understood S&D, started sharing the souvenirs he brought from Nigeria. After a while, he walked until he reached the studio level, pushing the door open with the same steady pace he'd carried through the chaos outside. The shift was immediate. Sound replaced silence, but it was the right kind. Beats looping, layered, breaking apart, coming back together again. The rhythm wasn't clean yet, but it had direction. Wayne was at the console, leaning forward, replaying a section while one of the producers stood beside him, listening with his head tilted slightly, catching details most people would miss. The second producer sat further back, tapping his fingers against his knee in time with the rhythm, already hearing what needed to change. They didn't notice Dayo at first. He stayed by the door for a moment, watching. The track rolled again. Wayne stopped it. Halfway. No, the bounce is off. It's close, but it's not sitting right. It's the swing, one of the producers said, stepping closer. You're forcing it. Let it breathe small. Wayne frowned slightly. I'm not forcing it. You are, the second producer cut in, standing now. You're placing it like a straight pattern. That's why it feels tight. Wayne leaned back, thinking, then nodded slowly. So loosen the timing? Not loose. Just, don't make it too tight. Let it flow. Afrobeats in the sense is different. Dayo smiled slightly, pushing off the door and stepping fully into the room. That's when they saw him. Wayne turned first. You're here. Yeah, Dayo said, walking in. How far? One of the producers shook his head, half laughing. We're arguing more than working at this point. That's part of the work, Dayo replied easily. Let me hear it. Wayne played the track again from the top. It ran smoother this time, but not perfect. The rhythm had shape, the direction was there, but something still sat slightly off underneath it. Dayo listened without interrupting. When it stopped, he nodded once. You're both right. Wayne looked at him. That doesn't help. It does, Dayo said calmly with a smile. You're pushing structure. They're pushing feel. You need both. One of the producers pointed lightly. Exactly. Wayne exhaled, then leaned forward again. All right, show me. They went back into it. This time slower. Breaking it down piece by piece, adjusting small things that changed everything when they came together again. The room shifted with it. Less arguing, more understanding. Less forcing, more listening. Time moved without anyone tracking it. By the time they stepped back again, the difference was obvious. The beat carried weight now. Not heavy, but grounded. It moved the way it was supposed to, not stiff, not overcorrected. Just right enough to build on. Wayne leaned back, a grin breaking through a feeling of fulfillment that he learned something. Okay, yeah, that's it. One of the producers nodded, satisfied. Now you're hearing it. The other laughed. Told you. Wayne shook his head, still smiling. I'm not arguing with you again. You will, Dayo said, already turning toward the door. That's how this works. Wayne looked at him. You leaving already? For now, Dayo replied. Keep going. One of the producers called after him. You sure we're not cheating you with this money? Dayo didn't even slow. You'll earn it. Don't overthink it. You're all masters of your field. With your knowledge, you could make anything. They laughed, the energy in the room lighter now, more settled. He stepped out without waiting for more. The hallway was quiet again. Different from outside. Different from the studio. Just a space in between. By the time he reached the car again, the reporters had thinned, but not completely. A few still lingered, watching, waiting for another chance. They didn't get one. He got in. The door shut. The car pulled away. No words. The next stop felt different before he even stepped inside. No cameras. No crowd. Just a door he didn't need to knock on. He pushed it open and stepped in like he'd been there 100 times. 3 faces turned toward him almost immediately, and none of them looked happy. Valari folded her arms first. So you remember where this place is? Yurik shook his head slowly. This guy? Alice didn't say anything. She just looked at him. Dayo closed the door behind him, leaning against it for a second like he had all the time in the world. I was wondering how long it would take before you all started acting like this. Valari didn't move. Acting like what? Like I disappeared, he said. You did, Yurik cut in. You came back and vanished again, not even coming to say hi. That's worse. Dayo pushed off the door, walking further into the room. I've been training. Valari scoffed lightly. Training? That's your excuse. It's not an excuse, he said. It's what I've been doing. Alice finally spoke, her voice quieter but sharper. You couldn't say that? Dayo looked at her properly then. There was something there. Not anger exactly. Something tighter. Something that didn't need to be loud to be felt. I'm saying it now, he replied. Yurik waved a hand. No, forget that. What's actually going on? Because this thing outside is getting crazy. Valari nodded. We've seen everything. Nigeria, now here. It's not small anymore. Dayo moved to sit, leaning forward slightly, elbows resting on his knees. Yeah, I know. Alice watched him. So nothing, he said simply. It's noise from Michael. Valari frowned. When it has to do with Michael, we can all agree it doesn't look like noise. It is, Dayo replied. Just louder. Yurik leaned back. You're too calm about this. Dayo glanced at him. You want me to panic? No, Yurik said quickly. But at least react. I am reacting, Dayo said. Just not the way you expect. Valari tilted her head. Explain. He didn't hesitate. They're pushing a narrative, he said. That I used Nigeria, that I left for hype, that I've been avoiding the US market, that I'm not releasing anything here. Alice crossed her arms slightly. And it helps them, he continued. If that sticks, it makes it harder for me to move back into that space the way I want. Yurik nodded slowly. So what do you do? Nothing, Dayo said. Valari stared at him. That can't be the plan. It is, he replied. Alice shook her head slightly. That doesn't make sense. Dayo looked at her again. It does. He leaned back this time, more relaxed. The more they talk, the more attention it brings. My work hasn't failed me before. It won't start now. Valari frowned. You're just going to let them say anything? I'm letting them talk, he said. There's a difference. Yurik let out a low breath. You're too confident. Dayo smiled faintly. I know what I'm doing. Alice didn't respond immediately. She just held his gaze for a second longer than necessary, then looked away. Fine, she said quietly. Just don't act like it doesn't affect anything. Dayo didn't push that. He nodded once. I know. The tension didn't disappear, but it shifted. Yurik stood up, stretching. All right, enough serious talk. You owe us time. Valari pointed at him. Exactly. You don't just show up and leave again. Dayo laughed softly. I just got here. And you'll leave again, she shot back. Eventually, he admitted. Alice glanced at him again, then away. The room loosened after that. Small conversations, jokes, familiar rhythms slipping back into place. It wasn't heavy anymore, but something remained under the surface, quiet, waiting. By the time he stood to leave again, no one tried to stop him. Valari just shook her head. Don't disappear again. I won't, he said. Yurik smirked. We'll see. Alice didn't say anything. She just watched him go. Outside, the air felt cooler. Quieter. Different from earlier. Dayo got into the car, settling back as the door closed behind him. For the first time that day, he reached for his phone. The screen lit up. Headlines. Posts. Comments. All of it still moving. Still loud. He scrolled once. Then locked it. Leaning his head back. Eyes closing for a moment. Not in exhaustion, not in stress. Just still. The world could keep talking. He had other things to do. Chapter 434. Alice, Dayo. The glass doors slid open behind him. The low hum of the building spilling out for a second before it sealed shut again. Evening had settled properly now, the kind that softened the edges of everything without really cooling the air. The parking lot wasn't crowded, just a few cars scattered, engines ticking as they cooled. Dayo stepped down the short set of stairs, adjusting his sleeve without thinking, his mind already moving ahead to what came next. He had barely taken 3 steps toward his car when he heard it. Dayo. Not loud, but just enough to stop him. He turned. Alice was standing a few feet away, just outside the glow of the building lights. Arms folded, one shoulder slightly angled like she hadn't decided if she wanted to stay or leave. She didn't look surprised to see him. If anything, she looked like she had been waiting. He glanced at her for a second, then walked closer, stopping just within speaking distance. I was wondering if you'd catch me out here or just pretend you didn't see me inside giving you sign. She let out a short breath that wasn't quite a laugh. You say that like you gave me much of a choice. He tilted his head slightly. I was inside for a while. Yeah, she said, eyes steady on him. You always are. There was a pause, not empty, just loaded. Cars passed somewhere in the distance, the faint sound of traffic bleeding into the space between them. Dayo leaned back slightly, resting his hand on the roof of his car. You going to tell me what's on your mind? Or are we going to stand here and keep talking around it? Alice shook her head lightly, like she expected that answer. You came back and didn't say anything. He didn't respond immediately. She stepped a little closer, not aggressively, just enough to close the gap. I didn't hear it from you. Not a message, not a call. I hear it from people, from random conversations, from everything except you. Dayo exhaled quietly, eyes still on her. It wasn't planned like that. That's the thing. She cut in, not raising her voice but tightening her tone. It's never planned like that with you. It just happens. You show up, you move, you leave. And everyone else is supposed to just adjust. He watched her carefully now, not interrupting. You decide when people are included, she continued, her arms dropping slightly from where they were folded. You decide when they matter enough to know what's going on. That's not what I'm doing, he said, calm, even. She gave a small nod, like she expected him to say that. Maybe not intentionally, but that's how it feels. The words hung there. Dayo shifted his weight, glancing away for a brief second before looking back at her. I've had a lot going on. I know, she replied quickly. I'm not saying you don't. I'm saying you don't let anyone into it. There was no accusation in her voice now. Just something steadier, more honest. He let that sit. I heard about Nigeria the same way everyone else did, she added. The music, the noise, everything. Then suddenly you're back here, and it's like nothing. It's not nothing, he said. Then what is it? He ran a hand lightly along the edge of the car, thinking for a second before answering. It's movement. It's timing. It's things lining up the way they need to. She studied him, trying to read past the words. And where do people fit into that? You're not outside of it, he said. But I'm not inside it either. He didn't rush to respond. Alice let out a small breath, looking off to the side before bringing her eyes back to him. You don't even realize you do it half the time. Do what? Keep everything at a distance, she said. Not far enough to disappear. Just far enough that nobody can really get in. Dayo's expression didn't change much, but something behind it shifted, subtle. It's not that I didn't think about telling you, he said after a moment. She held his gaze. But you didn't. He nodded once. I didn't. Another pause settled between them, heavier this time, but not uncomfortable. Alice stepped back slightly, her posture loosening just a bit. I'm not asking you to explain everything you do. I know that's not how you move. He listened. I'm just saying, don't make it feel like I'm always catching up to your life from the outside. Dayo took that in, letting it sit before responding. That's fair. She looked at him, searching his face for something more, maybe an explanation, maybe an apology. He didn't give either, not directly. Instead, he said, it's been a lot, and I've been moving fast. That doesn't mean I don't see what you're saying. It wasn't soft. It wasn't defensive either. Just clear. Alice nodded slowly. Okay. They stood there for a moment, the tension easing just enough to breathe, but not disappearing. You staying around? He asked. For now, she replied. Good. She gave a small, almost reluctant smile. Don't disappear again without saying anything. I'll try not to. That's not the same as saying you won't. He let out a quiet breath, a faint hint of amusement in it. I know. Another pause, lighter this time. I should go, she said, stepping back fully now. Yeah. She turned, then stopped for a second, glancing back at him. You better win that competition. Dayo's lips curved slightly. That was always the plan. Good, she said. Before she walked off, Dayo hugged her and gave her a deep kiss. She smiled like a little kitty, then walked off without waiting for another response. He watched her for a second before getting into his car, closing the door softly behind him. The training facility was already active by the time he got there. Voices echoed faintly across the space, the sharp rhythm of whistles cutting through the air, water splashing in steady, controlled patterns. The smell of chlorine hit. Immediately, familiar, grounding. Dayo walked in without making a scene, dropping his bag near the benches as he scanned the pool. Coach Matthew stood at the edge, stopwatch in hand, focused on a swimmer finishing a lap. His posture was straight, attention locked in, the kind of presence that didn't need to be loud to control a room. Dayo stepped closer, leaning slightly against the railing. Coach Matthew glanced up briefly, then did a double take. You've got to be kidding me. Dayo smiled. Miss me? Coach shook his head, lowering the stopwatch. What are you doing here? Competition's coming up, Dayo replied simply. Figured I should show up. Coach let out a short laugh, stepping closer. Last time I checked, you were halfway across the world doing everything except this. I multitask. Why are you talking like we didn't talk a few weeks ago? Yeah, I've seen you, but, Coach said, giving him a look. Doesn't mean your body does. Dayo shrugged slightly. That's why I'm here. Coach studied him for a second, eyes sharp, assessing. You've been training? Of course. Not the same. Coach replied immediately. You know that. I do. Another brief silence. Then Coach nodded toward the pool. You're jumping in? Wouldn't be here if I wasn't. Coach smirked faintly. Good. Because your brother's been getting comfortable. Dayo's eyes shifted slightly. Jeffrey. Yeah. Coach said, glancing toward another lane. He's been putting in work. Might actually give you a problem this time. Dayo followed his gaze, spotting Jeffrey at the far end, mid-set, moving clean through the water. A small smile tugged at his lips. We'll see. Coach tapped the stopwatch lightly against his palm. Don't come in here thinking your name carries you. That doesn't mean anything in the water. I know, Dayo said. Good, Coach replied. Then get changed and show me where you're at. Dayo grabbed his bag, heading toward the locker room without another word. By the time he came back out, the session had shifted slightly, some swimmers rotating out while others stepped in. Jeffrey had just finished a set, pulling himself up from the pool as Dayo approached. He looked up, blinking once before breaking into a grin. Look who decided to show up. Dayo smirked. Heard you've been getting bold. Jeffrey laughed, grabbing a towel. Someone has to keep things interesting. Is that what you call it? That's exactly what I call it, Jeffrey shot back. You've been busy chasing the world. I've been here working. Dayo stepped closer to the edge of the pool. Working toward what? Beating you, Jeffrey said without hesitation. Dayo let out a low chuckle. In which event? 200. I perfected one, Jeffrey corrected. You're out here trying to do everything. And still winning, Dayo replied smoothly. Jeffrey shook his head, smiling. We'll see about that. Yeah, Dayo said, stepping toward his lane. We will. Coach. Matthew's voice cut through the space. Enough talking. If you two are done measuring egos, get in the water. Jeffrey laughed, stepping aside. After you. Dayo slipped into the pool, the water closing over him instantly, cool and familiar. For a moment, everything else faded. No noise. No conversations. Just movement. He pushed off the wall, cutting through the water cleanly, his body settling into rhythm without hesitation. At the edge, Coach watched, eyes sharp, timing every movement. Jeffrey leaned against the railing, arms folded, still smiling slightly. Still fast, he muttered. Coach didn't look at him. Fast isn't enough. Jeffrey nodded. I know. In the water, Dayo turned, pushing off again, sharper this time. No distractions. No noise. Just the work. Chapter 435, Exposed. The clip didn't start loud. It wasn't some dramatic leak with a headline attached. It showed up the way things always do now, buried in someone's page, casual, almost throwaway. A shaky video. Night lighting. Someone filming from a distance, not even trying to be professional about it. At first, people didn't even notice what they were looking at. Just a man stepping out of a building. Then a pause. Then the angle shifted. And everything changed. The person behind the camera whispered first. Wait, is that? The video jerked closer, zoom struggling to focus, light catching the side of a familiar face. Dayo. No doubt about it. Not performing. Not posing. Not surrounded by handlers or security. Just him. Relaxed. Off guard. And not alone. The woman stood close. Too close to be mistaken for just someone passing by. Her back was partially turned to the camera, hair falling over her shoulders, her face mostly hidden by the angle and the low light. But what mattered wasn't her face. It was what happened next. Dayo leaned in. No hesitation. No checking around. No awareness of being watched. His hand came up naturally, resting at the side of her neck, pulling her slightly closer. And then he kissed her. Not quick. Not awkward. Not something you could dismiss as a greeting. It was familiar. Comfortable. Real and a deep one. The kind of kiss that didn't ask permission. The kind that already knew it was welcome. The video cut right after. Not even cleanly. Just stopped. Like the person recording suddenly realized what they had. For a few minutes, nothing happened. A handful of views. A few comments. Mostly confusion. Wait, is that who I think it is? Looks like him, but can't be sure. Where is this? Then someone reposted it. Better caption this time. More direct. Is that Dayo? And who is that girl? That was all it took. Within an hour, the clip was everywhere. Different angles didn't exist, but it didn't matter. The one video was enough. People slowed it down, zoomed in, paused frame by frame, trying to catch a clearer glimpse of the girl's face. But it never fully showed. Just pieces. The side of her cheek, the curve of her jaw, her posture, her hair. Enough to confirm she was real, not enough to identify her. The comments exploded first. Then the questions followed. Who is she? Since when? Dayo? As in the same Dayo? Bro, this guy has been hiding his life from us for years. This is not normal, oh. The tone shifted quickly, from curiosity to obsession. People weren't just reacting anymore. They were digging. Entertainment blogs picked it up next. Not the big ones at first. The smaller, faster pages. The ones that lived off moments like this. Headlines started forming. Dayo spotted with mystery woman in late-night clip. Private superstar finally caught off guard. Fans react as rare personal moment leaks online. By the time the major platforms stepped in, the narrative had already built itself. And they refined it, sharpened it, made it louder. In one newsroom, a young editor leaned back in his chair, replaying the clip for what had to be the 10th time. Run it again. His colleague sighed but clicked. The video played. Silence in the room except for the faint background noise from the recording. When it ended, the editor shook his head slowly. This guy? What? You know what this means, right? The colleague shrugged. Say it. The editor leaned forward. It means he's been hiding something the whole time. That line made it into the article, not as a quote, as a tone. Soon, longer think pieces followed. Not just what happened, but what it means. They brought up his history, or rather, his lack of one. No scandals, no public relationships, no messy headlines, no drama. A man that successful, that visible, that influential, and nothing personal ever leaked. Until now. That made it bigger, not smaller. Speculation turned aggressive. This is not random. That's not just any girl. She looks familiar. Check her posture. Check the way he holds her. They've been together. No way this is new. Someone find her. Threads popped up. People comparing screenshots. Trying to match her silhouette to known figures. Artists. Influencers. Industry insiders. Even random guesses. None of it confirmed anything, which only made people push harder. Meanwhile, in a quiet office across the city, Clara stood just outside a glass door, her tablet in hand. She didn't knock immediately. Inside, Michael was finishing up for the day, closing files, organizing his desk with the same controlled precision he applied to everything. Clara watched him for a second, then knocked lightly. Come in. She stepped inside, already knowing the tone he would expect. Measured. Clear. No unnecessary emotion. There's something you need to see. Michael didn't look up immediately. Is it urgent? Yes. That made him pause. He leaned back slightly, extending his hand. Show me. Clara walked over. Placing the tablet in front of him, the video already cued. Michael's eyes scanned the screen for half a second before he pressed play. The clip ran. He didn't interrupt it. Didn't react visibly. Just watched. When it ended, he tapped the screen once, replaying the part where Dayo leaned in. This time, slower. More focused. He leaned back again, fingers resting lightly against his chin. Interesting. Clara didn't speak yet. She knew better than to rush his thoughts. He played it a third time, then finally looked up. That's him. Yes. And that's not staged. No. He nodded slowly. Processing. Not surprised that something had surfaced. Surprised at what exactly had surfaced. This is the first time. Clara tilted her head slightly. Publicly, yes. Michael's gaze returned to the screen. For someone like him, this is rare. There was a pause. Then something shifted. Subtle, but clear. Opportunity. Where is this now? He asked. Everywhere, Clara replied. It started small, but it's spreading fast. Blogs, social platforms, even some mainstream outlets are picking it up. Michael nodded once. Good. Clara watched him carefully. He wasn't smiling, but there was a quiet satisfaction in the way he leaned forward again. Do we push? The question was simple. The implication wasn't. Michael didn't answer immediately. He replayed the clip again, this time watching the girl. Not her face. Her body language. Her closeness. The ease between them. Then he set the tablet down. Yes. Clara didn't move. Push how? Michael's tone stayed even. Not aggressively. A small pause. Strategically. He stood up, walking slowly toward the window, hands behind his back. The media is already interested. We don't need to create the story. Clara nodded. We amplify it. Exactly. He turned slightly, glancing back at her. Shift the focus. Toward identity. Clara understood immediately. Make it about who she is. Yes. Another pause. And what it means. Clara made a quick note. Michael continued. Frame it as a break in character. His privacy? His control, Michael corrected. He's built an image on discipline, distance, control. This contradicts that. Clara nodded again. We let them ask the questions. And make sure they keep asking, Michael added. He walked back to his desk, tapping the tablet once more. Also, Clara waited. Don't overplay it. She frowned slightly. Why? Because it doesn't need force, he said simply. This is organic. People are already invested. He looked at her directly. If we push too hard, it looks planted. Clara exhaled softly. Understood. Michael picked up the tablet again, watching the final seconds of the clip. Then, almost to himself, let's see how private he really is. By the next morning, the narrative had evolved again. Not just who is she? Now it was, how long has this been going on? Why hide it? Is this serious? Is she the reason he's been moving differently? Talk shows picked it up. Podcasts debated it. Clips of the video played on screens with commentators analyzing every second like it was evidence in a case. One host leaned forward during a segment, voice sharp. This is not just about a relationship. This is about image. For years, this man has presented himself as completely locked in. No distractions. No leaks. No drama. And now this. His co-host shrugged. Or maybe he's just human. That's not the point, the first replied. The point is, he built a brand on something. And now people are questioning it. Online, the fans fought back. Loud. Aggressive. Unapologetic. Let him breathe a beg. So he can't have a life now? You people are weird. This is why celebrities hide things from you. But even the defense fed the fire. Because it kept the conversation alive. Back in the US, the same clip kept playing. Different screens. Different people. Same reaction. Interest. Curiosity. Obsession. And through all of it, one thing remained consistent. No one knew who she was. And that made it bigger than anything else. Because mystery doesn't die quickly. It grows. And somewhere in the middle of all that noise, the questions kept multiplying. Who is she? How long? Why now? What else don't we know? The video didn't answer anything. It only opened the door. And for the first time in a long time, Dayo's world, carefully controlled, tightly guarded, had a crack in it. Not broken, not collapsing, just open enough. Enough for people to start looking inside. Chapter 436, Luna's Reaction. The curtains were only half drawn. Morning sat in the room without asking permission, pale light stretching across the floor, stopping just short of the couch where Luna sat. The script on her lap had been open for a while now. Same page. Same line halfway down. Her finger rested against the margin like she'd been about to turn it, and forgot why. The TV was on mute. Faces moved. Headlines slid across the bottom. None of it held. The knock came once. Then the door opened before she answered. Deborah didn't step in fully at first. Just enough to lean against the frame. Phone already in her hand. Eyes not on the room, but on Luna. You've seen this yet? No greeting. No lead-in. Luna didn't move. Seen what? Deborah crossed the rest of the way in. The soft thud of her heels on the floor, deliberate, measured. She held the phone out. Just watch. Luna took it. Her fingers were steady. That was the first thing. The video started before she could think about it. Outside a building. Late evening. Streetlights not fully on yet. The angle was off. Too far, slightly tilted, but close enough. People in the background, passing, not paying attention. Then him. Dayo. Even from a distance, there was no mistaking him. The way he stood. The stillness before movement. The slight turn of his head like he was always aware of everything around him. And the woman in front of him. Close. Closer than strangers. Luna didn't shift. Didn't lean in. Didn't react. She watched. The moment came without warning. He pulled her in. Quick. Natural. And she folded into it like it wasn't new. Like it had happened before. The hug lingered. Then the kiss. Not long. Not exaggerated. Just enough. The video cut a second later. Luna's thumb hovered over the screen. She replayed it, this time slower. Not actually slower, the video wasn't slowed, but her eyes moved differently, picking things out. The angle of his shoulder, the way his hands settled at her back, the tilt of her head. She paused it just before the kiss. Zoomed slightly. The woman's face didn't give itself up. Half shadow. Turned just enough. A shape more than a person. Luna let the screen sit there a second longer. Then she let it play through. Again. When it ended, she didn't look up. Just scrolled. Comments stacked over each other, moving faster than they could be read. Is that actually him? No way, that's Dayo. Pause at 007. Someone enhance that. Who is she? He's never been seen like this before. That's definitely him. Look at the jacket. She looks familiar. Find her. My crush already has a lover? No, I refuse to believe this Ida AI. Nope, not AI. I already checked like 12 times. Loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. Our JD has someone. No, I still refuse to believe it. Until he confirms. Luna kept scrolling. More noise. More guesses. Names thrown into the air like they meant something just because they were said loudly enough. Her expression didn't change. Say something, Deborah said. Luna handed the phone back. What do you want me to say? Deborah didn't take it immediately. She studied Luna first, like she was waiting for something to crack through. That it doesn't matter, Luna added, when Deborah stayed quiet. Because it doesn't. Deborah took the phone, but her eyes didn't leave Luna's face. That what you're going with? It's what it is. Deborah let out a small breath. Not quite a sigh. You didn't even blink. Luna reached for the script, adjusted it on her lap, even though she wasn't reading. I've seen worse. Yeah, Deborah said. I know. Silence stretched for a moment. Not empty. Just full of things neither of them said. Luna flipped the page this time. Didn't look at it. This is what he does, she said, almost absent. It's not new. Deborah tilted her head slightly. Then why do you look like that? Luna finally looked up. Like what? Deborah didn't answer right away. She stepped further into the room, setting her bag down on the chair by the wall. Took her time with it. Like you're trying not to feel something you already felt before I walked in here. Luna's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. You're reading too much into it. No, Deborah said. I'm not. Luna looked away first. Back to the script. The words blurred again. It's a video, she said. That's it. Deborah's voice softened, but it didn't lose its edge. It's him. I know it's him. And it's not just some rumor or headline you can ignore. It's right there. Luna's fingers tightened slightly on the paper. And you're sitting here pretending it doesn't touch you. Luna exhaled through her nose. Slow. Controlled. I'm not pretending anything, she said. I'm just not surprised. Deborah stepped closer, stopping just short of the couch. There's a difference. Luna didn't respond. Deborah watched her for another second, then spoke again, quieter now. You left because of this. That landed. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Just there. Luna's gaze dropped to the script again, but she wasn't seeing it. I left because I was tired, she said. Of what? Of the cycle. The words came out flat, like they'd been said too many times already. Of wondering. Of finding out after. Of him saying it didn't mean anything, and then doing it again. Deborah nodded slowly. And before you left? Luna's jaw shifted slightly. What about it? He stopped. Luna didn't answer. Deborah didn't let it go. You told me that yourself. Luna shook her head once. For a while. For as long as you were there. Luna's eyes lifted again, sharper this time. And then I wasn't. Because you walked away. Because I had to. Deborah held her gaze. Or because you thought you did. Silence again. This one heavier. Luna leaned back slightly, the couch pressing into her shoulders. You're not about to turn this into something it wasn't. I'm not turning it into anything, Deborah said. I'm reminding you of what you already know. Luna let out a short breath, almost a laugh, but without humor. What I know is that he doesn't change. Deborah's expression didn't shift. He didn't stop because he got bored. He stopped because he chose you. Luna looked away. He always had people around, Deborah continued. Options. That didn't disappear when you showed up. He just closed them. For a while, Luna repeated. For you. The words hung there. Luna's grip on the script loosened, then tightened again. And the moment I wasn't enough. That's not what happened. Luna's head snapped slightly, just enough to show the crack. Then what did? Deborah didn't raise her voice. Didn't rush. You confronted him about something that hadn't even happened yet. Luna's eyes narrowed. Alice had feelings for him, and he didn't act on it. He didn't tell me. He didn't know how to handle it without losing you, Deborah said. And you didn't give him time to figure it out. Luna shook her head again, but slower now. Less certain. I asked for space, and he gave it to you. And then everything fell apart. Deborah's gaze softened, just a fraction, because neither of you knew what to do with that space. A sound broke through the room. Soft. Small. From the other side of the door. Luna's head turned immediately. It came again, more of a restless shift than a cry. She was already on her feet before thinking. The script slid off her lap onto the couch. Deborah stepped back, giving her space as Luna moved past her and toward the door. The nursery was dimmer. Curtains drawn tighter. The air cooler. Jennifer lay in the crib, blanket kicked halfway off, small hands curled near her face. Her eyes were open, unfocused, blinking slowly at nothing in particular. Luna stepped closer, her movements instinctive now. Hey, she murmured, voice softer than anything she'd said in the other room. She adjusted the blanket, tucking it gently around the baby's legs. Jennifer shifted, making a small sound, her fingers brushing against Luna's wrist. Luna slid her hand under her, lifting her carefully. The weight settled against her chest. Warm. Real. Jennifer's head rested just below her collarbone, breath soft and uneven in that way babies had, like they were still learning the rhythm. Luna swayed slightly without thinking. Back and forth. A slow, steady motion. Deborah leaned against the doorway, watching quietly. The room felt different in here. Smaller. Closer. Luna brushed her thumb lightly along Jennifer's arm, tracing nothing in particular. She woke up early, she said, almost to herself. Deborah nodded once. She's probably just restless. Luna didn't look at her, just kept her focus on the baby. Jennifer's eyes drifted, half closing again. This isn't just you anymore, Deborah said after a moment. Luna's movement slowed. She didn't respond. She's going to grow up, Deborah continued. She's going to ask questions. She's going to want to know where she comes from, who she comes from. Luna's hand stilled briefly against Jennifer's back. She deserves more than headlines and guesses, Deborah said. More than clips on a screen. Luna's jaw tightened slightly. And what? I just walked back into that. I didn't say that. It sounds like it. It sounds like you're scared of what happens if you don't. Luna looked down at Jennifer, her expression unreadable. He hasn't changed, she said, quieter now. That video shows he's living his life, Deborah cut in gently. You're not in it right now. The words landed harder than the others. You left, Deborah added. He didn't. Luna swallowed. Her throat felt tight all of a sudden. You don't get to hold him to something you walked away from. Luna's grip shifted slightly, pulling Jennifer closer. She doesn't have that choice, Deborah said, nodding toward the baby. She doesn't get to walk away from who her father is, or what he could be to her. Luna closed her eyes briefly. Just a second. When she opened them again, they were steady. If you're not going to do this for yourself, Deborah said, softer now, do it for her. No response. Just the quiet sound of Jennifer's breathing. Luna stood there a little longer. Then she leaned down, placing the baby back in the crib with careful hands. Jennifer stirred, then settled again. Luna adjusted the blanket once more, smoothing it down like it mattered more than it did. When she straightened, Deborah was still there, waiting, not pushing anymore. Luna walked past her without speaking, back into the living room. The phone was still on the table, screen dark. She picked it up. For a second, she just held it. Then she unlocked it. The video opened again. She didn't watch the whole thing this time. Just enough. Her eyes didn't go to the kiss. They stayed on him. The way he stood. The way he moved. The familiarity of it settling somewhere deep, somewhere she'd tried not to touch in a while. She let the video end. Locked the phone. Set it down. No speech. No announcement. She turned toward the hallway instead. Deborah, she said. Deborah straightened slightly. Yeah. I need to check something. Deborah watched her for a second, then nodded. All right. Luna disappeared down the hall. The room went quiet again. The air in the training space was thicker, warmer. It carried the smell of rubber mats and sweat, the faint echo of movement still bouncing off the walls. Dayo moved through it like it belonged to him. Controlled. Measured. Every step placed exactly where it needed to be. Again, Matthew said. Dayo reset without hesitation. Back to position. Breath in. Out. Then movement. Sharp. Clean. No wasted motion. Matthew watched closely, arms folded, eyes tracking everything. Your timing's late on the second shift, he said as Dayo stopped. You're hesitating. Dayo shook his head once. I'm not hesitating. You are, Matthew replied. You're thinking before you move. Dayo wiped his hand across the back of his neck, sweat catching the light. I'm adjusting. Adjustment doesn't slow you down. It refines you. Dayo exhaled, steadying himself. Run it again. Matthew nodded. Focus on the transition. Don't break the flow. Dayo set himself again. This time faster. Cleaner. The movement snapped into place, one motion feeding into the next without pause. Matthew's head tilted slightly. Better. Dayo rolled his shoulders once, tension loosening. It'll hold. It needs to, Matthew said. You don't get a second chance out there. Dayo didn't respond. He didn't need to. His focus was already locked back in. Everything else fell away. His phone vibrated against the bench. Once. Then again. Dayo ignored it the first time. Finished the set. Stepped back. The vibration came again. Persistent. He reached for it this time, glancing at the screen. His assistant. He answered. Yeah. Chapter 437, Luna. The call came just as he was stepping out of the training facility, sweat still clinging to his neck, his breath not fully settled. He glanced at the screen. His assistant. He picked up without thinking too much about it. Yeah. There was a pause on the other end. Not long. Just enough to shift the tone. There's something you need to see. He slowed his steps a little, eyes narrowing slightly as he pushed the door open and stepped into the cooler air outside. What is it? I'll send it to you. The call ended before he could ask anything else. A second later, his phone buzzed again. Video. No caption. Just the file. He stood there for a moment before opening it, like his body already knew this wasn't something casual. Then he tapped. The screen filled. Him. Alice. That night. The angle wasn't clean, but it was clear enough. Too clear. The hug. The way she leaned into him. Then the kiss. He didn't move while it played. Didn't react. Just watched it through to the end. Then replayed it. This time slower in his head, even though the video didn't change. The surroundings came back to him. The lighting. The exact point they were standing. The air that night. And then, that feeling. He remembered it now. That brief moment. When he'd paused for half a second, like something wasn't sitting right. Like someone might be there. Watching. He hadn't turned. Hadn't checked. Just brushed it off and focused on her. Now it settled properly. He lowered the phone slightly, staring at nothing for a second before bringing it back up. Another message came in. Assistant. It's everywhere. His thumb hovered for a moment. Then he called her back. She picked up immediately. You've seen it. Yeah. There was a beat. Then, more carefully, who she is. He leaned against the side of his car, one hand resting on the roof. Don't worry about that. That's not going to stop people from asking. I know. Silence stretched for a second. So what do we do? She asked. He didn't answer immediately. His eyes were still on the paused frame. Alice's face tilted slightly up toward him. His hand at her back. Clear enough for people to build anything they wanted. That's the thing, he said finally. We don't do anything. She didn't respond right away. You're sure? If we respond, we give it shape, he said. Right now it's just noise. Let it stay that way. They're already speculating. They'll speculate anyway. Another pause. They'll try to find her, she added. He shrugged lightly, even though she couldn't see it. Let them try. And if they do, he pushed off the car, straightening. Then we deal with it then. She exhaled softly, not fully convinced, but not arguing either. All right. For now, just hold everything, he continued. No statements. No clarifications. Okay. He ended the call and stayed there for a moment longer, phone still in his hand. Then he locked the screen. No expression. No frustration. Just a quiet adjustment in his posture, like something had shifted into place internally. After that, he got in the car and drove. The week moved faster than it should have. Or maybe slower. It depended on what you were paying attention to. Online, it didn't slow down at all. The video spread in waves. At first it was curiosity. Then it turned into obsession. People clipped it, zoomed in, brightened frames, compared angles, tried to catch a clear shot of her face. They didn't get it, which only made it worse. The mystery became the story. Who was she? Why had no one seen her before? How did someone like him, someone that careful, let something like this slip? Every answer just created more questions. And then the other narratives started blending into it. The Nigeria story, He used it and left angle. The silence. Everything started connecting in ways that weren't real, but felt convincing enough. He didn't respond, didn't post, didn't acknowledge any of it. By the time the competition week arrived, the noise had settled into a steady background hum. Loud, but constant. Manageable. Reporters kept following, calling, and their best to get something from him, but it was all at vain as he used most of his time to train to get himself on peak. The morning of the race felt normal. Too normal. Dayo sat in the passenger seat, one arm resting on the window, watching the road move past in quiet rhythm. Jeffrey was driving. Too fast at first. Then he slowed down, then sped up again like he couldn't find the right pace. Dayo glanced at him. "You're doing too much." Jeffrey exhaled, adjusting his grip on the steering wheel. "I know. You're not racing yet." "I know." Another few seconds passed. Then Jeffrey shook his head slightly, letting out a short laugh that didn't fully land. It's weird." Dayo didn't say anything. Jeffrey continued, voice a bit more open now. "I've been watching you do this for years. Like years. Every race, every clip, every replay. Even when you're not trying, it still looks like." He stopped himself, searching for the word. "Like control." Dayo leaned his head back slightly against the seat, listening. "And now I'm here," Jeffrey added. "Same event. Same space. It's not normal for me." Dayo turned his head slightly, looking at him properly now. "You're thinking too much." Jeffrey scoffed lightly. "Easy for you to say." "It is." That got a small reaction. Jeffrey glanced at him briefly, then back at the road. "You don't even give your full effort half the time." Jeffrey continued, more quietly now. "That's the annoying part." A small smile pulled at the corner of Dayo's mouth. "I'm serious," Jeffrey went on. "I've seen it. You'll hold back, still win, then act like it's nothing. That's not normal." Dayo didn't deny it. Didn't confirm it either. He just said, "And you think racing me changes that?" Jeffrey hesitated. "I don't know." "Then stop thinking about me," Dayo replied. Jeffrey frowned slightly. "How?" "Race your time," Dayo said. "Not me. If you line up thinking about me, you've already lost your own race." Jeffrey absorbed that, his grip tightening slightly on the wheel before relaxing again. "Control your start," Dayo added. "Everything else comes after that." Silence settled again, but it was different this time. Less chaotic. More grounded. Jeffrey let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. "You make it sound simple." "It is simple," Dayo said. "Not easy, but simple." That pulled a real laugh out of Jeffrey this time. "Yeah, that sounds like you." They drove the rest of the way in a quieter rhythm. By the time they pulled into the venue, Jeffrey's energy had shifted. Still there, still intense, but no longer scattered. Focused. The moment they stepped out of the car, the noise hit. Not overwhelming, but noticeable. Voices. Movement. Phones already out. At first, it was the usual kind of attention. Then it shifted. "Wait, that's him." "No way. I thought, wasn't he?" They were surprised as no one knew Dayo was participating in this event. It came as a shock to all of them seeing him now. After all, they were all vivid lovers of swimming, and Dayo is a gold medalist Olympic champion with a grand slam of winning all the sprint in the competition, so he is a must-watch. More voices. Louder now. People stepping closer, trying to confirm what they were seeing. Dayo barely reacted, but Jeffrey did. His name came up too. Not as loud at first. Then again. "Jeffrey." He blinked, surprised, turning slightly toward the sound. For a second, he didn't know how to respond. Then he lifted a hand, waving back instinctively. The reaction came quick. Energy feeding energy. Dayo noticed it. Not in a big way. Just a small glance. A quiet acknowledgement. Jeffrey catching attention on his own. He didn't say anything about it. They kept moving. Security guided them through, keeping things controlled but not tense. The atmosphere stayed alive around them. Some people still calling out, some just watching. And under it all, that same hum. Recognition. Curiosity. Something shifting. They moved toward the back in trance, the noise fading slightly as they got closer. Jeffrey was saying something again, something about lane assignments, but Dayo only caught parts of it. Because something else cut through. A voice. Not loud. Not trying to be. Just there. He didn't stop at first. Just kept walking. But something about it didn't sit right. It didn't match the rest. Another call. Same direction. This time he slowed slightly. Jeffrey was still talking beside him, not noticing the shift. Dayo turned his head just a little, scanning instinctively. Faces. Movement. Nothing clear. He almost dismissed it. Then something in his chest tightened slightly. Not panic. Recognition trying to surface. He stopped. Jeffrey's voice cut off. What? Dayo didn't answer. He turned again. More deliberately this time. The crowd shifted slightly, creating a brief opening. And then, he saw her. For a second, his mind didn't fully register it. Like the image needed time to settle into something real. Then it did. Luna. Standing still. Not waving. Not calling again. Just there. Watching him. Everything else blurred slightly at the edges. The noise didn't stop, but it faded in his awareness. His body went still without him deciding to make it happen. Her expression didn't give much away. Calm. Controlled. But present in a way that felt heavier than anything around them. Their eyes locked. And just like that, the race stopped being just a race. Then he whispered Luna. Chapter 438. Luna, 2. The noise doesn't drop when he looks away. It keeps moving. People talking. Shoes scraping against concrete. A whistle somewhere to the left. Someone laughing too loud. The air thick with heat and expectation. But he's still looking in that direction. Not even fully aware of anything or anyone around him he gaze. Just fixed there. The spot where she stood. Where he's sure she stood. His fingers flex once at his side. Slow. Controlled. Like he's reminding himself where he is. Yo. Nothing. Dayo. A hand taps his arm. He blinks, bringing his mind back to his thought. Jeffrey is right there. Already half turned toward the entrance. Energy still bouncing off him like he hasn't learned how to contain it yet. Bro, we're moving. Dayo nods once. But doesn't move immediately. Jeffrey studies him now. The way his eyes are just a little too still. The delay. You good? Yeah. Dayo answered too quick, unlike the calm reply he gave, which came out weird. Jeffrey doesn't buy it. You can see it in the slight tilt of his head, the way his brows pull in just a little. You froze back there. Dayo exhales through his nose. Looks past him, not at him. I didn't freeze. You did. He paused a beat. That's not you. Dayo finally looks at him. Not sharp. Not defensive. Just measured. I'm fine. Jeffrey holds his gaze a second longer, like he's deciding whether to push it. Then the noise around them shifts again, officials calling, athletes moving, bodies closing in, and the moment breaks on its own. Let's go, Dayo says, already stepping forward. Jeffrey falls in beside him, still watching him from the corner of his eye. They move with the flow now. Athletes funneling toward the preparation area. The air changes as they step through the entrance. Cooler, more contained, less noise, but more tension. Dayo glances back once. Quick. Instinctive. The crowd is a blur now. Faces folding into each other, colors shifting. Movement everywhere. She's not there. Or he can't see her. His jaw tightens, just a fraction. Did I imagine it? No. He knows what he saw clearly. The way she stood. The way she didn't move when everything else was moving. The way. He looks away. Keeps walking, trying to calm himself during the process. Inside, it's quieter, but not calm. Benches lined along the walls. Bags dropped. Towels, water bottles, headphones. Athletes in different states of focus, some pacing, some stretching, some sitting with their heads down like they're already in the race. Dayo drops his bag without really looking at where it lands. An official steps forward, clipboard in hand. All right, listen up. Voices fade. Movement slows. First call events are in 15. Make sure you're ready. We'll go through standard procedures now. Dayo leans back against the bench, arms loose at his sides. Keep the race clean. No false starts. You know the rules: one warning, then you're out. Stay in your lanes, follow through the finish. You are not newbies in the game. Some of you are Olympic champion, world champions, and some of you don't have any silverware. But here is a chance to do that in this competition, so go ahead and do what you have been training for. He nods when others nod. At the right moments. Looks forward when everyone else is looking forward. But the words don't stick. They pass through him. Fragments. False start. Stay in your lane. Follow through. He shifts his weight slightly, rolling his shoulders back. There's a flicker again. Not in front of him this time. Inside. That same image. Her. He presses his tongue against the inside of his cheek. Grounds himself there. Breath in. Out. The official keeps talking. Questions. No one answers. Good. Be ready. The group breaks apart. Noise returns in low waves. Zippers. Footsteps. Quiet conversations. Dayo bends, opens his bag, pulls out his gear. Movement's automatic. Familiar. He doesn't rush. But there's no real presence in it either. Hey. He looks up. Coach Matthew is standing a few feet away, arms folded, watching him. Not loud. Not calling attention. Just there. Dayo straightens slightly. Coach. Matthew steps closer. Stops just in front of him. What's wrong? No build-up. No soft entry. Dayo huffs a small breath. Almost a laugh, but not quite. Nothing. Matthew doesn't react to that. Just keeps looking at him. Dayo looks away first. Just saw someone I didn't expect to see. That's all he gives. Matthew studies him for a second longer, then nods once. Doesn't ask who. Doesn't ask why. Control what's in front of you. Simple. Flat. Dayo nods. I know. Matthew's tone shifts just a little. Firmer now. You've done this too long to lose your head over anything off the track. Keep up your track record. The whole world is watching the Olympics medalist after a while, so don't. Dayo's jaw sets, but he nods again. I'm not losing my head. Good. A beat. Because you don't need me to remind you what happens when you do. Dayo exhales, slower this time. I won't mess this up. Matthew holds his gaze, measuring it. Then a short nod. Get ready. He steps back, already turning toward another athlete. Dayo watches him go for half a second, then drops his eyes. Hands on his knees. Breath in, out. Again. He pushes off the bench. Back outside, the sound hits harder. The crowd has grown. Word has spread. People standing now, leaning over rails, pointing, calling out names. Some of them louder when they see him. Dayo. Yo, he's here. I thought he wasn't competing. Phone's up. Screen's flashing. He doesn't react. Just walks. Jeffrey is beside him again, energy back up, but more controlled now. You hearing that? Dayo glances at him. Hearing what? Jeffrey grins, a little breathless. They didn't even know you were racing. Dayo shrugs. Doesn't matter. Jeffrey lets out a short laugh. Yeah, okay. Doesn't matter. But there's pride in it. You can hear it under the words. They move toward the track. Dayo's eyes scan again. Automatic. Rows of faces. Movement. Colors shifting. No still point. No anchor. She's not there. Or she's somewhere he can't see. That same feeling settles again. Not relief. Not panic. Just unfinished. He exhales slowly and rolls his neck once. Focus. First call, 50 meters. The announcement cuts through everything. Athletes start moving toward the blocks. Dayo steps forward, the world narrowing just a little now. This part is familiar. This part doesn't change. He crouches at his lane. Adjusts the blocks with practiced ease. Hands steady. The noise fades. Not completely, but enough. He sets his feet. Flexes his fingers once. Breath in. Out. The official. Raises the gun. Set. He leans forward. Weight balanced. Everything tight. Everything ready. For a split second. A flicker. Her again. Standing there. Looking at him. His reaction comes just a fraction late. The gun cracks. He moves. Fast. Still faster than everyone else. But he feels it. That tiny delay. That slight catch. It's gone in the next second, his body taking over, driving forward, strokes strong, aggressive, pushing through the water with controlled force. He finishes clean. Touches first. No question. The noise slams back in. Loud. Sharp. People on their feet. He's back. Still got it. Phone's up again, capturing everything. Dayo pulls himself up, water running off his shoulders, breath steady but deeper than it should be. He doesn't look at the crowd. Walks to the side. Looks up at the board. The time flashes. Strong. Better than most. But not his best. Not close enough. He stares at it for a second longer than necessary. Then nods once. Small. Like he's acknowledging it to himself. Jeffrey is already there when he steps off. Bro. Grinning. You smoked that. Dayo gives a slight smile. Yeah. That wasn't even close. Jeffrey's smile lingers, then fades just a bit as he watches him. You don't look like you just won. Dayo grabs a towel, runs it over his face. I did win. That's not what I said. Dayo lowers the towel, looks at him. I'm good. Jeffrey exhales, half laugh, half frustration. You keep saying that. And I mean it. A beat. Jeffrey studies him again, like he's trying to decide whether to keep pushing. Then he shakes his head slightly. All right. He steps back. But you're not done yet. Dayo nods. I know. Jeffrey's energy shifts again, back toward himself now. Because I'm coming for that next one. There's a grin again. Lighter this time. Dayo smirks. Focus on your lane. Jeffrey points at him. I am. You just happen to be in it. Dayo lets out a short breath through his nose. Not quite a laugh, but close. Jeffrey walks off, still talking, still moving, still alive in it. Dayo stays where he is for a second. Towel in his hands. He closes his eyes briefly. Breath in, out. Shoulders roll back. Again. He opens his eyes. Looks out at the crowd one more time. Still doesn't see her. But the feeling doesn't leave. It just sits there. Quiet. Waiting. And for the first time in a long while. He knows it. He's not fully in control. Chapter 439, Win. The noise doesn't settle after the first race. It grows. Word spreads fast when something unexpected happens, and his presence alone has already shifted the mood of the entire venue. People are still talking about it, still pointing, still trying to get a better look whenever he moves. Phones stay up longer now. Heads turn quicker. Dayo keeps his head down as he walks back toward the staging area. Water still clings to his shoulders. His breathing has evened out, but not completely. There's a rhythm he usually finds after a race. A clean reset, like everything falls back into place. It hasn't happened yet. Jeffrey is beside him, still riding the high from the last race. You know they weren't ready for that, he says, shaking his head, grinning. They really thought you weren't showing up. Dayo gives a small shrug, pulling a dry shirt over his head. It's just a race. Jeffrey laughs. Yeah, okay. Just a race. There's a pause as they move, both of them stepping into the holding area again. The energy here is tighter now, more focused. The next event is already lining up. The 200 meters. Jeffrey rolls his shoulders, stretching his arms out. This one, he says, exhaling. This one is different. Dayo glances at him. How? Jeffrey looks at him like the answer should be obvious. I'm in it. Dayo smirks slightly. You were in the last one too. Not like this. There's something underneath it now. Not just excitement. Something sharper. Something that's been building for years. Dayo sees it. Doesn't call it out. Just nods once. All right. They're called out together. The shift is immediate. The moment they step back into the open, the noise spikes again, louder than before. The crowd has grown even more restless, more aware of what's about to happen. The announcer's voice cuts through everything, amplified, deliberate. Ladies and gentlemen, the tone alone is enough to pull. Attention. We're about to witness a very special event. People start turning fully now. Conversations drop. Cameras rise again. In this 200-meter freestyle, we have something you don't see every day. A pause, built on purpose. In lane 4, Dayo JD. The reaction hits instantly. A wave of sound, louder than before. Recognition, excitement, disbelief all mixing together. Also known to many of you as JD the singer. That gets another reaction, bigger this time. A different kind of energy layered into it. And in lane 5, another pause. His brother, Jeffrey. The crowd shifts again. Surprise this time. Then curiosity. Then excitement building all over again. Two brothers. Same race. Same water. Dayo steps forward, lifting a hand slightly in acknowledgement. Not playing it up, just enough to meet the moment. Jeffrey raises both hands briefly, grinning, feeding off it more openly. The announcer keeps going, voice rising with the atmosphere. This is history in the making. Dayo glances sideways at Jeffrey. Jeffrey leans closer just enough. I'm not holding back. Dayo lets out a quiet breath, a hint of a smile. I wouldn't expect you to. Jeffrey makes a small gesture with his hand. Quick, playful, like a challenge thrown without words. Dayo mirrors it slightly, a flick of his fingers. The crowd eats it up. Noise swells again. But even in the middle of it, Dayo's eyes move. Scanning. Rows of faces again. Left. Right. Back. He doesn't see her. Not anywhere. He pauses half a second longer than he should. Then shrugs it off. Not visibly. Just inside. Focus. Take your marks. The call drops everything back down. The noise fades into a low hum again. Dayo steps onto the block. Adjusts his footing. Toes gripping the edge. Hands loose. Jeffrey settles into position in the next lane. You can feel the difference in him now. The excitement has sharpened into something more controlled. Still there but focused. Dayo leans forward. This is familiar. This is structure. Something he can control. Set. Silence tightens. Everything pulls inward. Then, the gun fires. They hit the water almost at the same time. A clean entry. Minimal splash. Dayo drives forward immediately, body cutting through the water with practiced efficiency. The first stretch is always about establishing rhythm. Pull, kick, breathe. Pull, kick, breathe. Jeffrey's right there, closer than before. Dayo feels it without looking. The water shifts differently when someone is close. Pressure changes. Resistance feels tighter. Jeffrey is pushing hard, harder than the last race. Dayo keeps his pace steady, doesn't rush it, doesn't spike early. Halfway to the wall. A flicker again. Unwanted. Her face. That moment. That stillness in the crowd. His timing slips for a fraction. Not enough for anyone else to see clearly. But he feels it. His stroke goes slightly heavier. He corrects. Immediately. Pull. Kick. Breathe. Focus. They reach the wall. Flip. Push off. Second half. This is where control matters. Where races are decided. Jeffrey surges. You can feel it. A deliberate push. He's going for it now. Dayo senses it, adjusts. Not panicked. Just aware. He increases his tempo slightly. Not fully opening up, but enough to maintain the edge. The water churns harder now. Both of them driving forward. Stroke for stroke. The gap is there. But it's smaller than it should be. Dayo knows it. He can close it completely. He can break away. But something holds. Not physically. Mentally. A restraint. A fraction of hesitation. Pull. Kick. Breathe. The wall comes fast. Final strokes. Dayo pushes through. Touches. The sound hits immediately. Loud. Sharp. Explosive. Dayo lifts his head, pulling in air, water running down his face. He blinks once, twice, clearing his vision. Turns toward the board. The times flash up. Dayo, 47.82 s. Jeffrey, 49.61 s. Strong. Very strong. Close to elite international timing. Close, but not record level. Not his best. Dayo stares at it. Long enough to register it fully. Then exhales. Damn. Not loud. Just under his breath. He pulls himself up, resting his arms on the edge for a second. Jeffrey surfaces beside him, breathing heavier, but smiling wide. Yo. He shakes his head, laughing. Okay. Dayo glances at him. You almost had me. Jeffrey scoffs. Immediately. Almost. Bro, don't do that. Dayo pushes himself out of the water, grabbing a towel. I'm serious. Jeffrey climbs out too, dripping, still catching his breath. You always say that. Dayo wipes his face, then looks at him properly. You pushed. Jeffrey nods, still smiling. Yeah, I did. A beat. Then he leans closer, lowering his voice slightly. But I still lost. Dayo shrugs. That happens. Jeffrey lets out a short laugh. See? This is what I'm talking about. They start walking off together. You win like it's nothing. It's not nothing. Then act like it matters. Dayo glances sideways at him. It matters. Jeffrey studies him again, slower this time. Then shakes his head, half amused, half frustrated. You're impossible. Dayo smirks faintly. You're just slow. Jeffrey stops mid-step, pointing at him. Excuse me. Dayo keeps walking. I said what I said. Jeffrey jogs to catch up. I'm telling you. One day, I'm taking one of these from you. Dayo nods. Good. That's the goal. Jeffrey exhales, shaking his head again. Man. Then, quieter. I hate how calm you are. Dayo doesn't respond immediately. They walk a few steps in silence. Then, you get used to it. Jeffrey snorts. I don't think I want to. They reach the side area again. People are watching more openly now. Recognition has settled in fully. Dayo doesn't engage it. He sits, leaning forward slightly, towel around his shoulders. Jeffrey drops beside him. You know what's crazy? Jeffrey says. What? I gave everything in that race. Dayo nods. I saw that. And you didn't. Dayo's hand pauses briefly against the towel. Just for a second. Then continues. Jeffrey watches him carefully now. You didn't, he repeats, quieter. Dayo doesn't look at him. Just shakes his head slightly. It's not like that. It is. A pause. Dayo exhales. Focus on your own race. Jeffrey leans back, still looking at him. I am. Then softer. That's why I can tell. Dayo finally glances at him. There's no argument in his face. Just acknowledgement. But he doesn't confirm it. Doesn't deny it either. Jeffrey lets it go. For now. A few minutes pass. Noise settles into a steady background again. Dayo's breathing has fully calmed now. His body is fine. His timing. Not where it should be. He leans back slightly, eyes drifting toward the stands again. Scanning. Still. Nothing. No sign of her. The absence sits heavier now. He doesn't understand why. He just knows it does. A phone buzz cuts through it. Sharp. Close. Dayo looks down. His phone. Screen lighting up. Sharon. He stares at it for a second. Jeffrey notices. Who's that? Dayo doesn't answer immediately. Just picks up the phone. Looks at the name again. Then presses accept. Brings it to his ear. Yeah. A pause. His expression doesn't change much. But something in his eyes shifts. Jeffrey watches him now. Quietly. Trying to read it. Dayo stands slowly, turning slightly away as he listens. Okay, he says after a moment. Another pause. Then, I hear you. He lowers the phone. Doesn't move immediately. Jeffrey leans forward slightly. What happened? Dayo looks back at him. For a second, it seems like he might say something. Then he just shakes his head once. Nothing. But it doesn't land. Not this time. And they both know it. The noise continues around them. The competition moves forward. But something else has just stepped in. And it hasn't settled yet. Chapter 440. Alice. Alice didn't realize how long she'd been sitting there until the screen dimmed on its own. The room was quiet in that controlled way she liked, curtains half drawn, a soft strip of light cutting across the floor, her desk untouched except for a closed folder and a glass of water she hadn't reached for. The city outside moved, distant, muted. None of it touched the space she'd carved out for herself. Her phone lit again. The video restarted. She didn't press play this time. It just looped. Dayo's hand at her waist. The angle slightly off, like it had been taken from somewhere it shouldn't have been. Her face mostly hidden. Thank God. Just the edge of her cheek, the line of her jaw if you look too closely. Him leaning in. The pause. Then the kiss. Not rushed. Not messy. Too clear. Her thumb hovered, then tapped the screen. Pause. Right there. She stared at it for a second longer than she should have. Then she locked the phone. Placed it face down. Exhaled slowly. Silence came back in, filling the room again. But it wasn't the same kind as before. This one sat heavier. It stayed in her chest instead of around her. She reached for the glass, took a small sip, then set it back down carefully like anything sudden might break something she couldn't see. Her phone buzzed. She didn't look at it immediately. Another buzz. Then she flipped it over. Valerie. Alice's fingers rested on the screen for a moment before she answered. Hey. Don't hey me like everything is normal, Valerie said, her voice already halfway into amusement. Have you seen what's going on? Alice leaned back slightly in her chair, crossing one leg over the other. I've seen a few things. A few things, Valerie repeated, a soft laugh under it. You mean the entire internet trying to figure out who that woman is? Alice didn't respond immediately. She let the silence sit just enough to feel natural. Valerie continued, lighter now, but curious underneath. I mean, it's everywhere. Blogs, forums, even the mainstream ones are picking it up now. They're slowing it down, zooming in like they're going to magically uncover her face. Alice glanced at the phone again, the paused frame still there in her mind, even without looking. They won't, she said simply. There was a small pause on the other end. You sound very sure. I am. Valerie hummed, not disagreeing, just taking it in. I'm just saying, it's impressive. Whoever she is, she got that close to him without anyone knowing. That's not normal. You know how he is. Alice let out a quiet breath through her nose. Yeah, I know. And now this. Valerie went on. It's like people are obsessed. They're treating it like some kind of mystery they have to solve. Alice's gaze drifted to the window, to the thin slice of light that hadn't moved much. That's what happens when you give people something they're not used to seeing. Which is him being human? Valerie said, half joking. Alice almost smiled, but it didn't fully form. Something like that. Another small pause. Then Valerie said it. Casual. Offhand. Not thinking too much about it. She kind of moves like you. Alice didn't react outwardly, but something in her chest tightened. A small, sharp thing. Her fingers pressed slightly into the armrest before she loosened them again. What does that even mean? She asked, keeping her tone level. I don't know, Valerie said quickly. Just the way she stands. The way she leans in. It felt familiar for a second. Alice let out a soft, dismissive breath. You're reading too much into a blurry clip. Maybe, Valerie said, not fully convinced but not pushing it either. I mean, I don't actually think it's you. Alice's lips pressed together faintly. Good. Valerie laughed lightly, shifting the energy. Relax, I'm not investigating you. I'm just curious. Everyone is. Alice leaned forward slightly, resting her elbows on her knees. Curiosity dies when there's nothing to feed it. That's the thing, Valerie replied. There's always something. Alice didn't answer that. Instead, she shifted the conversation. How's everything on your end? Valerie caught the change immediately, but let it happen. Busy. Same as always. We're trying to keep things stable with everything going on around him. The competition, the media noise, now this. She trailed off, then added. He's handling it the way he always does, though. Quiet. Not saying anything. Alice's eyes dropped briefly. Of course he is. You think that's the right move? Valerie asked. Alice paused, thinking, then said. It keeps things from becoming bigger than they already are. Valerie hummed again. Or it lets people build whatever story they want. Alice leaned back. They're going to do that anyway. There was a moment of silence between them. Not uncomfortable, just aware. Then Valerie sighed softly. Well, either way, it's interesting. I'll give him that. He knows how to stay at the center of things without actually stepping into it. Alice didn't respond, because that wasn't the full truth. But she wasn't going to say that. They talked a little longer after that. Work, schedules, small updates that didn't carry weight. It stayed surface level, controlled, safe. Then the call ended, and the room went quiet again. Alice sat there, for a while without moving. Her phone rested on her lap now. She unlocked it. The video was still there. She didn't play it this time. Just looked at the thumbnail. Then she scrolled. Comments moving fast. Names. Guesses. Theories. People trying to match body language, posture, height. Some close. None accurate. Not yet. Her thumb slowed. Then stopped. She locked the phone again. Set it down beside her this time. Her head tilted back slightly, eyes closing for just a second. This wasn't just noise. She understood that clearly. This was exposure waiting to happen. And exposure, in his world, didn't come quietly. It came with weight, with judgment, with consequences that didn't always belong to the right people. Her gaze shifted toward the desk, toward the closed folder she hadn't touched. Work, structure, control, things that made sense. This didn't. Her fingers tapped lightly against her thigh. A small, restless rhythm. She stopped it, forced stillness back into herself. She knew what this was. She knew what it could become. And she knew exactly where she stood in it. Not central, not official, not protected. Just there. And still, she didn't want to step away. That was the part she didn't say out loud. Not to Valerie. Not even fully to herself. But it sat there anyway. Clear. Uncomfortable. Real. The locker room smelled faintly of chlorine and damp fabric. The noise from outside bled in, muted but constant crowd. Movement, announcements, the low hum of energy that never really settled during events like this. Dayo sat on the bench, leaning forward slightly, elbows on his knees, a towel draped over his shoulders. Water still clung to his skin, cooling fast now that the adrenaline had started to fade. His breathing had evened out. Body settling. Mind, not fully there yet. Jeffrey dropped down beside him, still carrying that post-race energy, like he hadn't fully come down from it yet. You know, Jeffrey said, shaking his head with a small grin. For someone who claims he wasn't pushing, you still made it look annoying. Dayo huffed out a quiet breath, the corner of his mouth lifting just slightly. You talk too much. That's because I have to, Jeffrey shot back. You don't say anything. Dayo leaned back a little, resting against the wall behind him. You were good. Jeffrey blinked, caught off guard for a second, then shrugged like it didn't hit him. I know. Dayo glanced at him briefly. Confidence. Jeffrey smirked. Learned from the best. Dayo shook his head once, faint amusement there, but it didn't fully settle. Because under it, something else was still there. Quiet. Persistent. Unresolved. His phone buzzed beside him. He didn't pick it up immediately. It buzzed again. Jeffrey glanced at it. You going to answer that, or just let it keep vibrating? Dayo reached for it this time, unlocking the screen. Sharon. He answered. Yeah. Her voice came through direct. Someone is here to see you. Dayo frowned slightly, shifting forward again. Who? There was a small pause on her end. Then, Luna. Everything in him went still. Not dramatic. Not visible to anyone else in the room. But inside, a clear, immediate shift. His grip on the phone tightened just a fraction. She's here? He asked, quieter now. She came in quietly, Sharon said. Didn't want attention. She asked for you directly. Dayo's gaze dropped to the floor for a second. Processing. Not overthinking. Just understanding what that meant. When, he asked. A few minutes ago. She's waiting. Another pause. Then Dayo stood. The towel slid off his shoulders, falling onto the bench. I'm coming. He ended the call before she could say anything else. Jeffrey was already watching him. What's going on? Dayo didn't answer immediately. He grabbed his bag, slinging it over his shoulder. Someone I need to see. Jeffrey raised an eyebrow. Serious? Dayo glanced at him briefly. Yeah. Jeffrey studied his face for a second longer, like he was trying to read something deeper. Then he nodded. All right. Dayo didn't say anything else. He turned and started toward the exit. The noise from outside grew slightly louder as he moved through the hallway. Each step steady, controlled. But this wasn't the same kind of control as before. This wasn't strategy. This wasn't distance. This was movement. Towards something he hadn't planned. Towards something he couldn't manage from the outside. The hallway stretched ahead. Voices passing. People moving around him. None of it sticking. His focus had narrowed. One point. One person. And for the first time in a while. He wasn't trying to stay ahead of it. He was walking straight into it. Chapter 441. News about winds. The hallway didn't feel the same anymore. It was the same space, same polished floors, same faint echo of footsteps stretching down the length of it, same muffled crowd, noise pushing through the walls. But something about it sat heavier now. Not loud. Not chaotic. Just weighted. Dayo walked through it at his usual pace, shoulders relaxed, posture steady. Nothing about him outwardly rushed. Anyone passing would think everything was exactly where it should be. That he had just finished competing, that he was moving to the next thing like he always did. But his mind wasn't moving as cleanly. It wasn't scattered either. That wasn't how he worked. It was layered. The race still sitting in his muscles. The water, the rhythm, the slight imperfections he had already registered and stored away without needing to say them out loud. The moment outside replaying in flashes, he wasn't trying to replay. The look, the recognition, the way it had disrupted something he didn't realize was that fragile. And then, beneath all that, the noise. Not here. Outside. Online. He didn't need to open anything to know what it looked like. He had seen enough versions of it before. Different angles, same pattern. A narrative starts, people attach to it. It grows faster than truth ever does. Then it sits there like fact. He slowed slightly, not stopping completely this time. Just enough to pull his phone out without breaking his rhythm. One look at the screen. Missed notifications stacked. Mentions. Messages. He didn't open any of them. Instead, he tapped Valerie's name and lifted the phone to his ear. She picked up quickly. Yeah. No greeting. No delay. That was how she worked. Release it, he said. There was a brief pause, not confusion, just her aligning what he meant with what was happening. Release what exactly? All the race results, he said, voice calm, even. Everything. All three. Another second passed, and then she got it. You want it pushed now? Yes. No elaboration followed. He didn't explain the reasoning, didn't walk her through the narrative, didn't mention Nigeria, didn't mention the accusations. He didn't need to. Valerie had been watching everything unfold. She knew what this was. She let out a small breath. All right, I'll move it. Then, after a beat, she added, quieter but more pointed now, you're trending again. He didn't respond to that. It didn't matter. Push it clean, he said instead. No spin. Of course. There was another small pause, the kind that usually meant she was deciding whether to ask something else. She didn't. Give me a few minutes. The call ended. Dayo lowered the phone slowly, his thumb resting against the edge for a moment before he slipped it back into his pocket. He didn't check anything else. Didn't scroll. Didn't confirm. He trusted the process because he had built it that way. Then he kept walking. Valerie didn't waste time. She never did when the timing mattered. The first release went out exactly how he asked. No commentary. No framing. Just facts. Official release. Competition results. Athlete, Dayo JD. 50M. First place 100M. First place 200M. First place. All times verified. All results confirmed. It hit quietly at first. Just a post. Then a second one from a different outlet. Then a third. And then it started spreading the way things always do when the information is solid enough to stand on its own. Sports platforms picked it up quickly. They always did when performance was involved. Headline: Global Swim Report. Dayo JD secures triple victory across 50m, 100m, and 200m events. Headline: Athletic Focus Weekly. Dayo and Jeffrey share historic 200m race as brothers compete head-to-head. That one pulled attention, not just because of the result, but because of the angle. Two brothers. Same pool. Same race. Different levels. People clicked. People read. Then came the deeper articles. The ones that didn't just report, but connected things. Excerpt: Sports Analysis Feature. In recent days, speculation surrounding Dayo JD's travel movements suggested that his presence in Nigeria was primarily driven by publicity efforts. However, newly confirmed competition data offers a different perspective. Records show that Dayo was scheduled to compete in a US-based swimming event shortly after his time in Nigeria, where he ultimately participated in 3 separate races: 50m, 100m, and 200m, securing first place in all 3. This timeline indicates that his departure from Nigeria aligned with pre-existing competitive commitments rather than an abrupt exit following heightened attention. Another article. The conversation surrounding Dayo JD highlights a recurring issue in modern media cycles: the speed at which narratives form without complete information. While initial reactions framed his movements as opportunistic, the release of verified results and scheduling data suggests a more structured and disciplined trajectory. Notably, his participation in the 200m event alongside his younger brother Jeffrey added a personal dimension to the competition, drawing attention beyond performance metrics. Maybe we got Dayo wrong, again. For the past week, the conversation around Dayo JD followed a familiar pattern. He shows up somewhere unexpected, doesn't explain himself, and the internet fills in the blanks faster than he ever could. This time, it was Nigeria. The assumption came quickly. He showed up for attention, built momentum, and left once the spotlight was hot enough. It sounded convincing. It always does when there's just enough silence to support it. But now, with official competition results out, that narrative doesn't hold the same weight. Dayo didn't just leave. He had a scheduled meet in the United States where he competed in 3 races: 50m, 100m, and 200m, and won all 3. Not participated. Not placed. Won. That doesn't look like someone drifting between headlines. That looks like someone following a plan. What makes this situation interesting isn't just the correction itself, but how predictable the misunderstanding was. Dayo has built a reputation on moving quietly. He doesn't announce every step, doesn't rush to explain himself when questions start piling up. And while that approach works for him long-term, it often creates short-term confusion. The result is what we're seeing now: a public that reacts quickly, then recalibrates slowly. There's also the matter of the 200m race, where he competed alongside his younger brother, Jeffrey. It wasn't marketed as a big moment beforehand, but in hindsight, it adds another layer to the story. That wasn't just a competition. It was personal. Maybe that's the part people miss when they try to reduce his movements to strategy or image. Not everything is designed for optics. Some things are just part of a larger, more private structure. At this point, the conversation has shifted. Not completely, but enough. And once again, Dayo didn't say anything to make that happen. 3 races, 3 wins, and a story that says more than it looks. There's something consistent about the way Dayo JD moves that continues to confuse people. He doesn't explain himself. In an era where most athletes document everything, from training sessions to travel days, Dayo operates differently. He shows up, does what he needs to do, and lets the results speak long after the conversation has already moved on without him. That approach was tested again this past week. After his visit to Nigeria sparked conversations online, many assumed the trip was about visibility. The timing raised questions, and without immediate answers, the narrative settled quickly. He came, he built hype, and he left. Now, with confirmed competition results, the context looks very different. Dayo wasn't just traveling. He was preparing. Within days of leaving Nigeria, he competed in a U.S. swimming meet where he entered 3 separate events: the 50m, 100m, and 200m, and secured first place in all of them. It's the kind of performance that doesn't happen without structure, discipline, and planning. The 200m race stood out for another reason. For the first time in a formal setting, Dayo shared the pool with his younger brother, Jeffrey. It wasn't framed as a major storyline going in, but it quickly became one of the most talked about aspects of the event. There's a different kind of pressure that comes with competing against someone who grew up watching you, learning from you, and chasing your standard. Jeffrey held his own. Dayo still came out ahead. That balance says a lot about both of them. What's interesting now isn't just the correction of the earlier narrative, but the pattern it reinforces. Dayo doesn't rush to fix public perception. He allows time and performance to do it for him. It's not the most comfortable approach in today's media environment, but it's effective in its own way. Because in the end, results don't argue. And once again, that's exactly what he delivered. That was the turning point. Not loud, not explosive, but clear. The internet didn't flip. It shifted, gradually, messily, realistically. At Tundrites. So all that noise about him, using Nigeria for hype, and the guy literally had 3 races lined up in the US. You people don't even wait anymore. At Chioma Live. At Tundrites I'm actually tired. Every single time it's the same thing. Jump first, verify later. At RealKev_23. Hold on, he didn't just compete. He won all 3? 50, 100 and 200? That's not normal behavior. At Zara on Air. At RealKev_23 exactly. That's the part people are skipping. That's not hype, that's preparation. At Mike_skeptic. This doesn't clear everything though. Timing still feels convenient. 2 things can be true. At ADSK. At Mike_skeptic you guys always do this. New information comes out, and you shift the argument instead of admitting you were wrong. Threads stacked under threads. People tagging each other. Pulling up old takes. At Jadenflow. At Chrism_you were very loud last week saying he used Nigeria for clout. What happened now? At Chrism_. At Jadenflow I said what I said based on what we had. Now there's more context. That's how things work. At Jadenflow. At Chrism_, now you don't get to hide behind that. You push that narrative hard. At Mallow. On a serious note, majority of you all don't understand Dayo. He is a very calculative person and doesn't do something out of a wimp. That's why we find ourselves in this situation every time. This is why I don't react to anything about Dayo until everywhere settle, cause there's always more to Dayo. JD for life. The sports crowd leaned into performance. At SwimStats official. Winning across 50m, 100m, and 200m in one meet requires conditioning at an elite level. This isn't accidental dominance. He did it in the Olympics last time, and he did it again in the Nationals. Consistency at its best. At Coach Riley_US. People underestimate the discipline behind multi-event success. That's ours, not headlines. The Nigeria conversation softened. Not gone. Just corrected. At Nigepulse. Looks like we may have rushed that conversation. Timeline tells a different story. At Femi Debates. At Nigepulse, or maybe he should communicate better. Silence leaves room for misunderstanding. At Nigepulse. At Femi Debates, or maybe people should stop assuming before facts come out. After all, Dayo had done more than our so-called celebrity have ever done. The brother angle kept growing. At SportsGrid. The 200m race between Dayo and Jeffrey deserves more attention. That's a moment, not just a result. At Ellerites. Imagine racing your older brother at that level. That's not just competition, that's pressure on a different level. At Kofi Runs. At Ellerites and Jeffrey didn't fold either. That gap wasn't embarrassing. That's growth. Some stayed unconvinced. At Neutral Mind. I hear everything being said, but it still feels too neat. Things always align too perfectly around him. At Faith in Process. At Neutral Mind, or maybe he's just structured. Not everything is a scheme. Others just watched. At Quiet Observer. Every time I think I understand how he moves, something else comes out. It's weird. The tone had changed. Not fully supportive. Not fully critical. Balanced. Split. But one thing was clear. The original accusation had lost weight. And just like that, the conversation about Nigeria stopped being the main story. Back in the stadium, none of that noise followed him. There were no headlines on the walls. No comment sections echoing through the corridors. Just movement. Controlled. Predictable. Real. Dayo kept walking, his steps steady, his breathing even. The outside world had adjusted. Shifted. Corrected itself the way it always eventually did. But he wasn't thinking about any of it anymore. Because the one thing that mattered now wasn't something he could correct with timing or silence. It wasn't something he could control from a distance. The hallway narrowed ahead. Quieter now. Less traffic. Less noise. He slowed slightly, not enough for anyone to notice, just enough for the moment to settle into him. For the first time since he stepped out of the water, there was no strategy in what came next. No timing. No positioning. Just truth waiting at the end of the walk. And this time, he couldn't stay ahead of it. Chapter 442, Unfinished Business, 1. He was still standing there when the call came in. The noise hadn't settled yet. It never really did after a race. Voices layered over each other, footsteps cutting across wet concrete, laughter from one end, sharp instructions from officials on the other. Chlorine hung in the air, thick enough to taste. Towels dragged across shoulders, water dripping in uneven lines across the floor. Jeffrey was saying something beside him. Fast, animated, still riding whatever adrenaline hadn't left his body yet. Dayo didn't catch most of it. The phone vibrated in his hand first. Then again. He glanced down. Sharon. He answered without stepping away yet. Yeah. There was no greeting on her side. Just a slight shift in her breathing, like she had already been waiting for him to pick up. She's here. For a second, nothing moved. Not outside. Not inside. Jeffrey's voice kept going, blurred now. Distant even though he was right there. Someone brushed past Dayo's shoulder and muttered an apology. A whistle blew somewhere near the far end of the pool. Dayo's grip on the phone tightened just enough to feel. Where? She didn't come through the front, Sharon said. Calm. Controlled. The way she always was when something needed to be handled properly. I moved her out. Private side. He didn't respond immediately. Not because he didn't understand. Because he did. Jeffrey tapped his arm lightly. You even listening to me? Dayo turned his head just enough to look at him. Jeffrey was smiling, still half in the race, half out of it. Water clung to the edges of his hairline. There was something open about his expression. No weight behind it yet. Dayo nodded once. I'll catch you. Jeffrey's smile dropped just a fraction. Not fully. Just enough to notice. Everything good? Yeah. It came out even. Nothing added. Nothing explained. Jeffrey studied him for a second longer, like he wanted to ask more. Then he stepped back, lifting his hands in a small, easy gesture. Don't disappear on me. Dayo didn't answer that. He had already turned. He moved through the space without rushing. That was the thing about him. Even when something shifted, even when something pulled at him, it didn't show in his pace. His steps stayed measured. Same rhythm. Same control. But his focus had narrowed. Everything else fell behind it. He pushed through the side exit. The air changed immediately. Cooler. Quieter. The noise from inside dulled. Into something distant, like it belonged somewhere else entirely. The car was where it had been left. He got in, shut the door, and for a moment, he didn't start the engine. His hands rested on the wheel. Still, outside, a few people moved across the parking lot. Staff. Security. No one paying attention. He exhaled once. Not heavy. Just enough. Then the engine came alive. The drive wasn't long. It didn't need to be. The city moved the same way it always did. Cars sliding past each other, horns cutting through space, people crossing where they shouldn't, vendors leaning into traffic like they owned it. Dayo didn't notice most of it. Not consciously. His eyes stayed on the road. His hands stayed steady. But his mind wasn't empty. It moved in pieces. A face. A moment. A memory that didn't stay still long enough to settle into anything clear. He didn't chase it. That was the difference. He let it come. Let it pass. Didn't hold it long enough for it to take shape. The last time he had seen her came and went just as quickly. He didn't linger there either. The car slowed as he turned into the side road Sharon had mentioned. It was quieter here. Less movement. Buildings spaced out just enough to feel separate from everything else. He pulled in, cut the engine. For a second, the silence pressed in. Then he stepped out. Sharon was outside, leaning slightly against the side of the building, phone in hand. She looked up as he approached. Not surprised. Not rushed. Just watching. There was something different in the way she looked at him now. Not obvious. Not something anyone else would catch. But it was there. Measured. Like she was placing pieces together without saying anything out loud. You got here fast, she said. Dayo didn't answer that. His gaze had already shifted past her, toward the door. She inside. Sharon nodded once. Then she straightened, pushing off the wall. She didn't want attention, she added. Came in quiet. He took that in without reacting. Sharon hesitated for half a second. Not enough to turn into a question. just enough to show she was thinking. Then she stepped aside. I'll give you space. Dayo met her eyes briefly. There was nothing in his expression that explained anything. Nothing that needed to. She held that look for a moment longer, then moved past him, already dialing someone else as she walked away. No questions. No assumptions. Just awareness. The door opened without resistance. Inside was still. Not silent. Just contained. A small space. Clean. Minimal. Light coming in from one side. Soft and even. She was already there. Seated. Not turned fully toward the door. Not expecting a dramatic entrance. Just there. For a second, he didn't move. Not forward. Not back. Just there. She looked up. And that was it. No shift in the room. No sound cutting through the space. Nothing external changing. Just that moment. Recognition didn't come with surprise. It came with something quieter. Something that had been there before either of them walked into the room. Dayo stepped in, closing the door behind him. The sound was soft. Controlled. He didn't approach immediately. A few steps in, then he stopped again. Distance still between them. Not far. Not close. Enough to feel. She didn't stand. Didn't rush to fill the space. Her hands rested lightly against each other. Fingers still. Shoulders relaxed, but not loose. He moved again. Slower this time. Then sat. Not directly across. Slight angle. Not confrontational. Not distant either. Just placed. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The air didn't feel heavy. It felt full. Like too much had already been said somewhere else, at some other time, and now there wasn't a clear place to begin again. Dayo leaned back slightly. Not fully. Just enough to settle into the chair. His eyes found her again. Held. Then shifted. Then came back. Small things. Unnoticeable to anyone else. Not to them. She adjusted her hand once. Just once. Then left it where it was. He inhaled lightly. The kind of breath that doesn't draw attention unless you're looking for it. She noticed. Of course she did. Time didn't stretch. It folded. Everything that had happened between them didn't sit in the past the way it should have. It hovered. Right there. Unspoken. Untouched. Waiting. Dayo's jaw tightened for a brief second. Then relaxed again. He leaned forward. Slightly this time, resting his forearms against his knees. Hands clasped loosely. He didn't look at her immediately. His gaze dropped, then lifted again. Met hers. Held. There was something in his eyes that flickered. Not long enough to stay. Not clear enough to name. Gone as quickly as it came. She saw it anyway. Her lips parted slightly. Closed again. Her shoulders shifted. Barely. A breath she didn't mean to take. They both knew this space. Knew what it did. Knew what it could turn into if either of them pushed even a little too far. So they didn't. Not yet. Outside, a car passed. The sound filtered in, muted. Neither of them looked away. Dayo's fingers moved once against each other. A small, absent motion. Then still again. He leaned back this time. Fully. Like he was settling into something he hadn't decided on. His eyes stayed on her. Not searching. Not avoiding. Just there. She held that gaze for a moment longer than she should have. Then broke it. Looked down. Then back up again. Like she hadn't meant to look away at all. The corner of his mouth moved. Not quite a smile. Not quite anything. Just a reaction he didn't follow through on. Silence again. But not empty. Never empty. It carried everything they weren't saying. Everything they weren't ready to say. Everything they might never say. Dayo shifted slightly in his seat. His shoulders squared just a fraction. Like he was about to speak. Then didn't. She noticed that. Too. Her fingers pressed lightly against each other. Then released. A small exhale left her. Not heavy. Not noticeable unless you were listening. He was. Of course he was. Their eyes met again. Longer this time. No interruption. No movement. Just that. And for a second, it felt like something might actually break through. Like one of them might say it. Something real. Something that would change the direction of everything that followed. But neither of them moved. Neither of them gave in to that moment. They let it sit. Let it pass. Let it settle back into the same controlled space they had both chosen the second he walked in. Her lips parted again. This time, she didn't stop it. Her voice came out steady. Low. Controlled. How have you been? Chapter 443. Unfinished Business. 2. The door clicks shut behind them. Soft. Controlled. It doesn't echo, but it settles into the room like something deliberate, like a boundary being drawn. Dayo doesn't move right away. He stands just inside, one hand still near the door, like he hasn't fully decided to step into the moment yet. The air feels different here. Quieter than outside. Not empty, just contained. Like everything in the room is waiting for them to decide what this is. Luna is already seated. Back straight, hands resting together loosely in her lap. Not tense, not relaxed either. Just held. Like she's aware of every part of herself and where it is. He notices that first. The way she carries herself now. There's something softer about her edges, but something firmer underneath. Not fragile, not uncertain, just settled in a way he doesn't remember. Or maybe he does. Maybe he just forgot what it looked like when she wasn't around him. He exhales quietly and walks in properly this time. 2 steps. 3. Then he pulls out the chair opposite her and sits. Not too close. Not too far. Just enough distance to keep things from feeling immediate. For a while, neither of them says anything. Their eyes meet, drift, return again. Not avoiding. Not confronting either. Just adjusting to the fact that this is real. Up close. After everything. Luna speaks first. How have you been? Her voice is even. Not soft, not cold. Just controlled. Dayo leans forward slightly, resting his forearms on his thighs, fingers loosely laced together. Busy, he says. A small pause. Working. That's all. No extra weight. No explanation. Just something functional enough to pass as an answer. Luna nods once. She expected that. Yeah, she says quietly. I figured. Another pause settles in. This one doesn't stretch awkwardly. It just sits. Like both of them are letting the moment breathe without rushing to fill it. Dayo shifts slightly in his seat, leaning back this time, one arm resting against the side of the chair. You've been off the radar, he says. On purpose. He glances at her, a faint lift at the corner of his mouth that doesn't fully become a smile. That bad? She lets out a small breath through her nose. Not bad. Just loud. And I got tired of it. He nods slowly. That makes sense. He pauses, then adds, you always handled it better than most people. Handling something and wanting it aren't the same. He huffs quietly. Not quite a laugh. Yeah, I learned that late. There's something in that line that could go somewhere deeper. It doesn't. They both let it pass. The conversation drifts into safer ground. His races. Briefly, she mentions seeing clips. Not everything. Just enough to show she's aware. He shrugs it off like it's routine. Like it doesn't matter. Then her work. She keeps it light. Talks about stepping back, doing things differently, keeping things smaller. No details that invite questions. No openings. They're both doing it. Talking without saying anything. Dayo's eyes shift without him realizing it at first. To the side of her chair. There's a bag there. Not large. Not styled like something meant to be seen. Just practical. Zipped halfway, the top slightly open. Something soft peeks out. Fabric. Folded. Light-colored. His gaze lingers a second too long before he pulls it back. But the thought stays. Quiet. Then louder. He shifts again, leaning forward slightly, elbows resting on his knees. You've been good, he asks. It sounds like a simple check-in. It isn't. Luna hears the difference. She takes a moment before answering. I've been okay. Not a full answer, but not a lie. He nods once. His eyes flick back to the bag, then away again, then back. He tries not to make it obvious. He's not sure why it's bothering him. Or maybe he knows exactly why. She's how old, he asks suddenly. The question slips out without a proper lead-in. Luna stills, just slightly. Not enough for someone else to notice. Enough for him to feel. Few months, she says. Her voice doesn't change. Doesn't tighten. Just steady. Dayo nods again, slower this time. Okay. He leans back, dragging a hand across his jaw, fingers pressing lightly, as if grounding himself. The room feels smaller now. Quieter. Like something has stepped into it without being invited. He looks at her again. Studies her face this time. Not just seeing, reading. Looking for something. Anything. You're handling that alone? He asks. She holds his gaze. I'm managing. Another careful answer. Another closed door. He nods again. Yeah. Silence stretches. Not uncomfortable. But not neutral either. There's something building now. Something neither of them is naming. Dayo inhales slowly. Lets it out. His fingers tap once against his knee before going still again. I heard you. He starts. Then stops. The words hang there. Unfinished. Luna's eyes lift to his immediately. She knows. Of course she does. Her body reacts before she can stop it. Just a slight shift in her shoulders, a tightening in her hands. He notices. That's what makes it harder to continue. He exhales through his nose, jaw tightening for a brief second before relaxing again. He tries again. The child, he says, voice lower now. More deliberate. She's yours. It lands between them. Clean. But not complete. Luna doesn't look away. Doesn't hesitate. Yes. One word. Steady. True. That's all she gives him. Dayo nods once. Something shifts inside him again. Subtle. But heavier this time. He leans back, resting into the chair, eyes dropping for a moment before returning to her. And the father? There it is. Not sharp. Not aggressive. But not casual either. Luna feels it settle in her chest. This was always coming. She knew at the moment he walked into the room. Maybe even before that. Her fingers press lightly against each other. She keeps her face neutral. Why? She asks. Not defensive. Not challenging. Just redirecting. Dayo tilts his head slightly. Just asking, he says. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. He gives her the space. The exit. And she takes it. It's not something I talk about. Her voice is calm. Controlled. Closed. He watches her. Long enough to understand what that means. Long enough to understand that pushing further right now won't give him anything. So he nods. All right. And just like that, he lets it go? Outwardly. But inside, the answer starts forming anyway. She moved on. Of course she did. Time passed. Things changed. That's how it works. The thought sits in his chest, heavier than it should be, but not unexpected. Not shocking. Just there. Luna watches him process it. She sees the shift, the quiet conclusion he's reaching, and she says nothing, because correcting it would mean opening something she's not ready to open. Not here. Not like this. The silence that follows is thicker now. Full. Dayo exhales quietly, running a hand over the back of his neck. You're good, though, he asks again. It sounds similar to before. It isn't. There's something under it now. Something that slipped through. Luna hears it. Feels it. She nods. I'm okay. He studies her face again. Longer this time. Like he's trying to decide if that answer is enough. Then he nods once. Good. Another pause. Then she shifts slightly in her seat. You? She asks. You look the same. He lets out a quiet breath, almost a smile. Yeah. Yeah. Still holding everything in. That lands. He doesn't respond immediately, just looks at her. Then glances away, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Some habits stick. Some don't. He looks back at her. That one sits between them longer than the rest. Then he shakes his head slightly, like he's brushing something off. It's not the same, he says under his breath. The words come out before he decides to say them. Before he filters them. They just slip. Luna stills. Her fingers tighten again in her lap. She heard that. Clearly. She doesn't respond to it. Doesn't expose it. But something in her chest shifts. Deep. Dayo clears his throat lightly, shifting in his seat again. Why did you come? He asks. Direct. Finally. Luna's breath catches, just slightly. This is it. The real question. The one everything has been circling. She looks at him. Really looks. Her mind moves faster than her expression. If she says it, everything changes. If she doesn't, everything stays exactly where it is. Her lips part slightly, then close. She exhales slowly. I wanted to see you, she says. It's true, just not complete. Dayo holds her gaze. Something flickers behind his eyes. He nods once. Okay. He doesn't push, doesn't question it, but he hears what's missing, even if he doesn't know what it is. Silence settles again. Heavy. Full. Unresolved. Then slowly, Luna shifts. Just enough to signal something is ending. Or changing. Dayo notices. He stands. She stands a second later. Now they're closer. The space between them feels different like this. Smaller. More real. For a moment, neither of them moves. Just standing there. Everything unsaid still sitting between them. Alive. Dayo exhales quietly. I'm around, he says. For a bit. Not an invitation. Not clearly. But not nothing. Luna nods. Okay. Another pause. Short. But heavy. Then she turns. Not abruptly. Just enough. He watches her as she moves toward the door. Hand on the handle. A slight hesitation. Like she might turn back. She doesn't. The door opens. Light shifts. Then she steps out. And she's gone. Dayo stands there a second longer. Then another. His jaw tightens slightly as he exhales, running a hand over the back of his neck. His eyes drift to the chair she sat in. Then to the space where the bag had been. Then back to the door. Something doesn't sit right. He doesn't know what. But he feels it. and it doesn't go away. Chapter 444. I didn't tell him. The drive back didn't feel like movement. Luna's hands stayed steady on the wheel, her eyes tracking the road with the same automatic precision she used for everything else. But inside, the conversation was still playing. Not in pieces, she could handle pieces. It was playing whole, complete, every word and silence preserved exactly as it had happened. The way he looked at the bag, she hadn't expected him to notice it. She had placed it carefully, deliberately casual, half-zipped so nothing would seem hidden. And he had seen it anyway. Of course he had. Dayo noticed everything. That was who he was. She's how old? The question came back to her now, landing differently than it had in the moment. At the time, she had been too busy controlling her breathing, keeping her face neutral, making sure her voice didn't crack. She had answered, few months, and watched him process it. Watched him reach the wrong conclusion and say nothing to correct it. Luna exhaled slowly, turning onto her street. The familiarity of the neighborhood didn't comfort her the way it usually did. The houses looked the same, the streetlights cast the same yellow glow, but something had shifted. She had carried a secret into that room with Dayo, and she had carried it back out again. The weight hadn't changed. If anything, it felt heavier now. She pulled into her driveway and sat there for a moment, hands still on the wheel, engine running. The quiet pressed in. She could go inside now, face Amanda, pretend everything was fine. Or she could sit here until her thoughts settled into something manageable. They didn't settle. She killed the engine and stepped out. The front door opened before she could reach for her keys. Amanda stood there, phone in hand, posture already set to ask questions. She wasn't wearing her professional face, the one she used for industry calls and contract negotiations. This was her friend face, the one that saw too much. You're back. Amanda stepped aside to let her in, but her eyes didn't leave Luna's face. How was it? Luna walked past her, dropping her bag on the chair by the door. She didn't answer immediately. She needed a second to find the right words, or at least words that wouldn't reveal everything. It was fine. Fine. Amanda repeated the word like she was testing its weight. She closed the door and followed Luna into the living room. You went to see Dayo after more than 2 years of avoiding any space he might be in, and it was fine. Luna sat down on the couch, suddenly aware of how tired she was. Not physically. The kind of tired that came from holding yourself together for too long. We talked. About nothing important. Amanda leaned against the arm of the couch, arms crossed. She wasn't going to let this go. Luna had known she wouldn't, but some part of her had hoped anyway. You can't fool me, you know. Amanda's voice softened, but the edge remained. I knew where you went the second you walked out that door. You have that look. What look? The one you get when you're about to do something you know you shouldn't, but can't stop yourself from doing. Amanda tilted her head slightly. So, how was it really? Luna looked down at her hands. They were steady. They were always steady. It was one of the things people commented on. How calm she seemed, how controlled, how impossible to read. What they didn't see was the effort behind it. I didn't tell him. The words came out flat. No build-up, no dramatic delivery. Just the truth, finally spoken aloud. Amanda blinked. You didn't tell him what? About Jennifer. Luna looked up, meeting her friend's eyes. I didn't tell him she's his. Silence stretched between them. Not empty, full of everything Amanda wasn't saying yet. You sat in a room with him, Amanda said slowly. And you didn't tell him he has a daughter. I couldn't. Couldn't or wouldn't. Luna's jaw tightened. There's a difference? Yes. Amanda pushed off the arm of the couch and started pacing. It was what she did when she was thinking, processing, preparing to argue. Couldn't mean something stopped you. Wouldn't means you chose not to. Which was it? Luna opened her mouth to answer, then closed it. The distinction felt important suddenly, in a way she hadn't considered before. He asked about her, Luna said quietly. He saw the bag. He asked how old she was. Amanda stopped pacing. And I told him. Few months. Luna's fingers pressed into the couch cushion. He asked about the father. I said it wasn't something I talked about. Jesus, Luna. He assumed. The words came faster now, the explanation she'd been rehearsing in her head finally finding voice. I could see it in his face. He assumed I moved on. That she's with someone else. And I didn't. I didn't correct him. Amanda stared at her. Why? Because he didn't ask. The response came out sharper than Luna intended. She took a breath, forcing her voice back to its normal level. He didn't ask if she was his. He looked at me, and he saw what he wanted to see, and I just let him. Of course he didn't ask. Amanda's voice rose slightly, frustration breaking through. Why would he ask that? You think he's just going to look at you and say, "Is that my child?" He's not going to assume you got pregnant and kept it from him for months. That's not. She stopped, dragging a hand through her hair. That's not how people think, Luna. Especially not him. He respects you too much to even consider that you would hide something like this. The logic of it landed like a physical weight. Luna had known, somewhere beneath the surface, that Dayo wouldn't ask. He wouldn't assume. He would give her the benefit of the doubt, the space to share what she wanted to share, and she had used that against him. She had let him walk away believing a lie because it was easier than facing the truth. I wanted him to want it, Luna heard herself say. The word surprised her, emerging from a place she hadn't fully acknowledged. I wanted him to see her and know, to feel it, to ask me because he needed to know, not because I was telling him. Amanda sat down on the coffee table, directly in front of her, close enough that Luna couldn't avoid her eyes. That's not fair, Amanda said, but her voice had gentled. To him, or to you. You're expecting him to read your mind, to feel something he doesn't even know exists. He can't want to be a father to a child he doesn't know is his. I know. Do you? Amanda leaned forward. Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're protecting yourself. You're scared he won't want this, so you're not giving him the chance to reject it. You're keeping the secret because as long as he doesn't know, you don't have to find out how he really feels. Luna looked away. The truth of it stung, sharp and precise. What if he doesn't want her? The question came out small, vulnerable in a way Luna hated. What if he's too busy with his competitions, his music, his career? What if he sees Jennifer as a complication, as something that will slow him down? And what if he does want her? Amanda countered. What if you're denying him the chance to even know? What if Jennifer grows up asking about her father, and you have to tell her you never even gave him the choice? The guilt hit then, heavy and suffocating. Luna thought of Jennifer's face, the way her eyes crinkled when she smiled, the exact shade of brown that matched Dayo's. She thought of all the moments she had already stolen from him. The first smile, the first time she rolled over, the way she reached up with tiny fingers when she wanted to be held. I don't know how to tell him now, Luna admitted. It's been too long. If I tell him now, he'll know I kept her from him for months. He'll never forgive that. Maybe not immediately. Amanda's hand covered hers, warm and steady. But he'll forgive you eventually. Or he won't. But at least he'll know. At least Jennifer will have the chance to know him. Isn't that worth more than protecting yourself from his reaction? A sound came from the other room. Soft at first, then more insistent. Jennifer's cry, the one that meant she was awake and hungry and needed her mother. Luna was on her feet before she could think, moving down the hallway with practiced speed. The nursery was dim, the nightlight casting soft shadows across the walls. Jennifer lay in her crib, small fists waving.